Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am Spragels, and I am presenting, in association with the Content Cowboy Corporation, the first and last annual Over-Under-Dunk Groudon Gauntlet, the final reckoning. We are live on Twitch, we are live on YouTube, we are live on the official Unite channel. Shout out to them, that is pretty incredible. I am joined by some amazing casters today, and we have an incredible team behind the scenes working to make this happen, so I'm very excited for all of it. Hello Husky, hello Tano, hello Kyle. We are gonna get this thing started. Where to begin? This tournament is taking place right before LAIC, so we are going to see some of the top teams in the world prep for one of the biggest tournaments of the season, given that that tournament gives you 3 slots to ACL. Husky, I want to start off with you. What are you most excited to check out today?
I mean, there's a lot of teams, and I haven't cast in a tournament with this many teams in a long time. So there's going to be so many exciting strategies that I'm looking forward to seeing. And also a lot of big names that a lot of us are familiar with are testing out their different rosters, or they're testing out the strategies that they want to use at LAIC or during the competitive season. So I'm kind of excited for everything.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many interesting things happening with this season of UCS too. So if you don't know, or you're just kind of getting back into the tournament scene, we have sort of a league format for next season, very similar to what happened with some of the Eastern teams last year. So there are still a lot of teams that are sort of up in the air without a home, without an organization. And I hope that with a good showing here, some teams will decide to pick them up, or some orgs will decide to pick up those teams. Tano, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm very excited for this, buddy. I think for me, it's the fact that we've got so many different regions taking part in this tournament, and a lot of each region has its own leagues currently going on in the off-season, but they're only going up against their opposition in that region. So, like, for example, Underdog in NA are now going to go up against the people that have been playing in the EU region league, so it's going to be very exciting to see them both clashing.
Yeah, and Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, this is the biggest tournament of the off-season. We're 2 weeks away from the official season, and we have a lot of teams. What do we say the final numbers are? Is like 70 full teams? I mean, that's crazy for an off-season tournament.
Yeah, so many amazing teams that I'm sure a lot of you know, so many people in the community getting ready for this season, and with a league format coming and some spots that are going to be open to teams that don't have an organization, it's going to be really interesting to see what teams sort of rise in a situation like this, because I truly don't know what the texture of the UCS season is going to look like at all, and a lot can be decided between this tournament and LAIC. We do have some teams that we want to watch. We also have some Pokemon we want to watch. Kyle, do you want to start off with some of that?
Yeah, I think the one that I'm most interested in seeing, and we kind of started seeing this the other night in Underdog, and that's Miraidon. I think Miraidon is an incredible thing, but actually we're going to go right over to Latias. I think this is one of the ones that you wanted to see.
You want to start with Miraidon, but I actually did want to talk about Latias, so we might as well get it up on the screen. Why not? Latias is pretty awesome, and I think a big question mark for me, Kyle, throughout this whole tournament is, are some of the strategies that we've seen in like solo, duo, trio throughout this offseason, are any of them going to make their way into the competitive scene? You know, you always wonder, is a Pokemon like Latias that's doing really good on ladder, does that translate to comp? Do items like Big Root translate to comp? Does anyone have the tenacity to play the belt? I mean, these are things I'm very interested in.
I'm also incredibly interested. I think Latias is going to be one that we've started to see with that most recent patch. Was it Celestial Guardians? So a lot of the supporters are getting buffed. So this is definitely one to watch. I'm also very interested in seeing a couple other supporters. I think we'll probably see some of them banned. But the one that I'm interested, not a supporter, Miraidon. We saw this played a ton the other night in Underdog, which is one of the grassroots tournaments in NA, and there's a lot of great Miraidon players, but some of the things I really want to point out about Miraidon, it's got a great range, so it's going to outrange a lot of Pokemon. It doesn't need to evolve, so it doesn't often get stuck at that early game, and it has a very strong early pathing situation with some fantastic secures, so I think there's a couple trainers out there that I'm interested to see if they'll play it. Otter, Liko, Kratos, all of the Pokemon. I think that's supposed to say Curious, but I think a lot of the attacker players in NA have been utilizing it in our grassroots tournaments.
Yeah, I think Miraidon's a really excellent pick. It's weird. The attacker role has in some ways been opened up, and in other ways I feel like most all of them are struggling in a lot of these metas, but there are a few that really shine.
Yeah, I think we also want to take a look at, I think Tano, you wanted to talk about water or Shifu, so the rapid striker Shifu. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, I really do. In this, in our region, this is being used so much right now, and I think mainly because in what we're seeing a lot in this meta is these ranged attackers getting protected so well by the front line that's coming in with how good defenders are in this game right now. So we're seeing a lot of people in our region tournaments picking up the Water Bearer Shifu just to try and get past that front line, dive down into those ranged attackers, and really handle them alongside the speedsters. So I would keep a close eye on this Pokemon today. As you can see for the trainers down below, there is a lot of EU teams here that will be looking to run this. We've got Christo, Daddy Leon, Leo, Oscar, Tibi, and then of course we have to talk about Sayatami all the way from NA, Kyle.
Yeah, Saotami. We call Saotami Urshifu guy. He also played a little bit of Dragapult the other night. So, chat. I think AJ Dragon, their support player on Lunex Gaming, formerly the Goofy Goobers, called him Dragapult guy. So maybe we'll even see some Dragapult out here.
It's the first time for everything. I mean, competitively, it's time to see some Dragapult. I really do think so. We have one more Pokemon to watch coming up here. I think this one was submitted by Zoinks, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, Zoinks did want to talk about the little cotton guard pollen puff.
Let me talk about it,
Yeah.
because I think that I have the authority to speak on Eldegoss, considering my win rate on this Pokemon is 47%. So obviously, I have the most experience and very valuable contribution. I think that it's interesting that a lot of the supports recently got buffed, because this is potentially one of the most broken roles already in the game, but people outside of competitive absolutely refuse to play it, which just means competitive supports are even stronger than they already were. Eldegoss is a Pokemon that gets picked up all the time, but it's never really banned, and it's never the first pick of the supports, but then you see it come in and you're remembering like, oh my god, wow, Eldegoss is actually so good. There's a lot of players that really like this. I remember early in the game, Inder was the Eldegoss player, still is. A lot of other support players as well like to pick up this Pokemon, especially because it is an early support that a lot of support players have had a ton of hours on.
Yeah, this is one of those Pokemon that I think one of the greatest things about it is, well, first off, it's just so annoying early. It's so unbelievably strong. It's ranged, which is incredible. So its early game is really impressive, but it really is the fact that you never ban it. I think that's just, to have a Pokemon that's always so good and it never makes it to the priority of a ban is incredible. And it's been here since the beginning, as you mentioned, which I think gives a lot of players that sort of comfort pick that they can fall back into, which is always something good. When you just don't get the strategy your team wants, you can, head to an old reliable like Eldegoss.
Yeah, you ban Blissey all the time. You might ban Hoopa, Clefable, things like that. Healers are kind of back as of late. You might even ban Latias in some cases because of how much value it can actually bring late game. But Eldegoss skates through and is still really strong, mainly with the healing build, the Pollen Puff, and the Cotton Guard build, the main support. But it was Leaf Tornado, interestingly enough, that recently got that buff, and that was like old school Eldegoss, Kyle.
Yeah, it's old school Eldegoss. It's like my only gold badge too. I'm working on trying to get a couple other. I'm close on like 3 or 4, but yeah, Eldegoss is fantastic. And if I recall correctly, scouring the data from the World Championship Series, there are a lot of supports played, but Eldegoss had, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, someone correct me if I'm wrong, it had one of the highest win rates of all the supports. So
someone correct him.
Someone correct me, but I think that was the thing.
Actually, yes. I don't actually know, so
I think you're probably right. It's a Pokemon that always does well. I think EU for a long time was in love with Eldegoss, and it to the point where it did for a brief period. I think this was like year 2 or year 3 or something, was getting some bans for certain teams. Yeah, it's a great one, and I would not be shocked to see that it has a high win rate, because I do think there are Pokemon that either get banned or picked every game. Like a Blissey is pretty in that realm of banned or picked every game. Eldegoss is not, and teams that are playing it are probably pretty proficient with it. They know why they're picking a Pokemon like this. I wonder if something like Latias has an opportunity to kind of steal its shine at all. We're going to have to see. I do want to talk a little bit about what is ahead for everyone when it comes to Pokemon being banned out and things like that. If you play Unite and you've made it to Master Rank and you have, I don't know how many licenses, I think it's like 16 or 17 right now, you might run into some draft games, but the draft is different here in the tournament. So the draft that we have on ladder is blind, three on each side, which I actually think is amazing and I love it. But what we have here is 3 back and forth. So you're going to see 6 Pokemon banned out right away, which means a ton of these like high powered options are not going to make it to a lot of games, specifically things like Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard, which are available for this tournament, but of course will likely get banned.
Yeah, I also was going to ask to talk about the bans a little bit because Pokemon Unite is really interesting where it's kind of balanced a little bit, and then it's also kind of not balanced even in the slightest. Like, a lot of Pokemon are good and you can play them, but there are always a few that are definitive bans that you absolutely have to ban. I think right now, like you said, those 2 Mega Pokemon, things like Suicune or Blissey. But with those extra ban slots, you get an opportunity to potentially target ban or take something out that you just personally don't want to play against, or bait in a specific pick with that last ban so that you can take the Pokemon that you want. I absolutely love that they added this ban now that there's so many Pokemon, and it's going to be really interesting to see how teams prioritize that last ban into the competitive season.
Kyle, do you think we're going to see any Mega Char or Mega Lucario today?
I think we'll definitely see Mega Lucario. We saw it a bit in some grassroots tournaments here and there. It was banned, the most banned Pokemon of them all. But I would really doubt that we'll see a lot, if any, Mega Charizard. If we do, it might happen like once or twice, and then people say, okay, that's enough. I think it's that good.
Awesome. Well, we're going to say goodbye to Husky and Kyle for a little bit here. Tano and I are going to take this first game in just a sec. We have our players getting ready. Thank you very much, Husky. Thank you very much, Kyle. Tano, I mean, let's start getting into it here. I'm curious to hear from you what region you think is going to start taking some wins today.
Well, I think we both know that I'm here to hype up the EU region as well, buddy. We've got some big teams here from my region, and I got to give a shout out to them representing today. All of the teams that compete in the leagues that we currently have going on are all here. So that's my hope. I know people might think, nope, definitely not, but I'm telling you, it's EU's day today.
I mean, it would be great to see EU have an incredible run. They did really well at Worlds last year. I mean, one specific team, obviously Noun's getting very, very deep in this tournament. I do want to point out right now that I said bye to Husky and Kyle.
We're still here.
And I do love that they have not been pulled
We're
off
just here.
podcast. So they needed to hang out for a while, kind of like mildly enjoying what Tano and I were talking about. So that was very fun for me. We've got No Follow versus, what is this, Alesdaoros? How do I say this?
I'm just going to go with Alesdaoros and hope that that's correct.
Okay.
But I do know No Follow. I would say No Follow currently probably a top 3 team in the EU region, Spragels.
Yeah, I know this was a team that you really wanted to watch. We talked about what we might see first on broadcast. You said pull us an EU game, and you thought this was going to be a really good one. Tell me a bit about No Follow.
They're just very exciting. They've got pretty much big names on that team. Everyone that you recognize is on this team. We've got Christo, there's Marv, there's Zante, Potato, Klaus. They've got a really good all-round team as we have a look at it. They've got capability in every single role, and I really like this team. I think they've been playing extremely well. Definitely top 3 here in this EU region. They've got a little bit of rivalry going on with Los Duros at the moment, which is another team doing so well in this region. So it's just great to see them playing, and they can play any combo of Pokemon. And I've seen a lot of teams have to really try to restrict Christo, for example, which is just impossible to do.
I can't wait to check it out. Obviously, I think my favorite thing about a tournament like this, about the start of the season, about teams being shaken up, is we really don't know what this season is going to look like yet. We have a lot of guesses. We have a lot of teams that are looking good to start it off, but we're not actually sure what it's going to be as we head into our first draft here of the Groudon Gauntlet. Let's take a look at what these teams are going to be banning and picking. As we mentioned, we have 3 bans back and forth now in Unite, which is a ton of top meta picks taken away.
I'm finding this so interesting. So Psyduck has, within probably the past week or so, become a Pokemon that's been played a lot in our region. So it's so interesting that NoFollow are going for the ban here. That Psychic has just been way too strong for disrupting people on the team. So I love the way that NoFollow are looking at these bans. Slowbro gone as well. The Talonflame gone. This tells me that they might be looking to pull out these strong all-rounders that Klaus likes to play on.
Yeah, and here we go. I mean, obviously, the Megas are up to the second team here to ban out. And they're banning like all of the ladder threats that you would want banned. I think if Chris Heroes had a perfect ban for one side, you would see Mega Char, Mega Lucario, and you would see the Darkrai banned out. And we're seeing that all from our orange side.
I do like NoFollow forcing them to do that, though, because you know you're going to get a great first pick here. It's going to be the king of crowd control, Suicune, picked up by Marv. So now Ali Dahors really need to look at that and think, okay, we've got to handle a lot of crowd control coming into this game.
Yeah, Suicune is unbelievable. This thing is still so good. Such a ridiculous all-rounder considering that it's essentially a support. Next 2 picks over here, over to Alez. We've got Blissey and Snorlax, obviously a top defender pick, and probably the premier supporter in the game.
Without a doubt. They've got a really good foundation on their team over here. So NoFollow. Okay. So Klaus is going to pick up the Dodrio. We can start to understand these bans now, Spragels, as it looks like Crustle is going to be put onto the field. Since Worlds, Crustle has been a go-to defender for all of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it made such a splash. It won Worlds. It had the Quadra in the final match there with an EXP share on, by the way, you do have to mention. Next couple of picks over here, we've got Blaziken. It does feel like Blaziken, when you take away the all-rounders that are uber broken right now, Blaziken is still sitting at the top, an incredible choice.
Brightly so. We have the Venusaur coming in as well. Looks like it's going to be the Beam, but that's a good response by Zante to pick up the Miraidon as well. One of the Pokemon that Kyle said was a one to watch. You're answering range with range at the same level as well, so I like that pickup by NoFollow.
Yeah, taking a look here, I mean, NoFollow wanting to ban something out like Talon obviously feels very targeted. The Slowbro, on the other hand, is probably just because of how annoying it is playing something like Dodrio or even this Zacian into a Slowbro. You know, something that can shut them down. That single target lockdown is very frustrating. So I'm kind of not surprised to see that ban. But as we mentioned, when we have 6 bans, I think you can start getting a little spicy with some of these picks. You can really target your opponents.
Yeah, I think that's what's so great about them. And to be honest, a huge shout out to the developers for going back and really having to think about how to bring it into a competitive setting. Because we've had conversations, blind pick doesn't work for competitive. So a huge shout out to them going away and working out how to do those 3 bans and get it working in Pokemon Unite. So now we get to witness this kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. Obviously, you know, the big question mark for me throughout this whole tournament is what does the meta actually look like when we get the top competitive teams playing against each other? Because we know what it's like when we're on ladder. We know what it kind of feels like. We know what Pokemon have the highest win rates and all of that. But I don't think anyone would have said heading into Worlds necessarily that Scyther and Crustle would have been on the World Championship team. I know I for sure wouldn't have. As we head into our first game right here, Tano, NoFollow your purple team. Alez Deors your orange team.
Yeah, no surprises here just yet. Although a little bit of a surprise. We'll just pause it because it looks like...
That actually was, I'm not going to lie to you, that was a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect it. No surprises so far, immediate surprise. So I actually will say that was a bit of a surprise right there, as it looks like we're waiting for one of these teams, possibly a player, to reconnect. We possibly have an issue, so we're going to get that back as soon as we can. It looks like we had one of our players crash, so we're going to wait 1 second and hopefully get that match back up here. As we can continue talking a little bit about the implications of a tournament like this. You know, we talked a bit about the league coming up here, and And I'm really curious if a team has not been picked up yet, Tano, if one of them can have an incredible showing here today and really make an impression on some of these orgs.
Yeah, I mean, this is why some of these tournaments are so big, especially one like this, Spragels, where it has so many teams from different regions. Putting in a good show in this one could be the beginning of something beautiful for one of these teams.
And here we go. We can take a look at our bottom path here. We've got the Venusaur and the Snorlax. Venusaur just recently got some nerfs, but this thing has been performing well for quite some time in the off-season. It'll be interesting to see if it can really make a mark here after the nerfs in UCS.
It's going to be a tough bottom lane, though, especially if Freegro can get that Evo onto the Crustle. Dodrio already here as Klaus looks to cause some damage with that try attack. Not an easy combo to go up against. Snorlax is very strong in the lane phase, but you struggle a little bit on that Bulbasaur.
You know, I was wondering, does Klaus make their way to the Natus, or they just peel up for this fight and they go for it right away, getting the K opener on the Chansey.
Love it. Quick rotations here as Combusken knows they're there. Gotta get out of there, and they find a KO onto Zeraora as well. Good aggression straight out of the gates for no follow, with a Metal Claw looking for some damage as well. Going straight onto the T1 pad here as well, Spraggles. There's not a lot you can do. Throw them against the wall, but the retreat is gonna come on as Chansey tries their best, but too many points go in.
Wow, I mean, this is just something that you can do with a power pick like a Dodrio early, especially if it gets online, starts picking up some of those KOs, gets that experience. Now it can start farming the enemy central area if it wants, which is where it's going. It's just a really tough Pokemon to shut down, and we've got a couple big scalers on the side of Alez here. However, they pick up one, looking for another one here on Marv. I thought for sure they were going down, picking up a double KO. Let's go.
That is absolutely massive, and now you've managed to get yourself at the same level as the Dodrio that was doing so well for no follow, but Regidrago ain't happy with that one, buddy.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that. It feels like, I mean, we're really rocking back and forth. And now we have a stolen blue buff here. It's pretty chaotic at the start of this match. I don't know that Zera needed to try to go 1v1 almost against the Regidrago with no HP, but it was a call they made. I think they were flying high after that double KO.
Hey, listen, they say it's 1 HP and a dream. Just turned into a little bit of a nightmare there for Toto. As we're going wild charge here as well, Spraggles. That gets me very excited for this Zeraora.
That is pretty exciting, right? I mean, the ability to remove yourself from combat, deal an insane amount of damage, and also have some very strong single target, multi-target once they hit 13. Could be a really powerful combination here as they do pick up a KO. The Charge Beam trying to push back Alez, but it looks like it's really going to be the Suicune that scares them off.
Smart decision here as well, rotating down that Suicune. We're just looking, it's going to be a Regieleki down in the bottom lane. Zacian uncontested on that Regice. This is a bright future Meteor Storm coming in, looking for the pickup, gets the double KO. As Snorlax is like, okay, I'm stuck behind enemy lines with nowhere to go right now. Zeraora looks to take the Regieleki and does. Spraggles. They sacrifice themselves back to the Pokemon Center, but they get that one.
I mean, a really beautiful steal right there. Obviously, Zacian in the top path, just able to take an objective all by their lonesome. One of the most powerful things about that Pokemon, just able to rip, secure, do some incredible stuff. And a great, I mean, attempt here from Alez, being able to push them off just slightly and steal that. You love to see it when you have so much back and forth action right at the start of the match. But if you look at the scoreboard here, 127-0. So while we've had some great fights and an overheat that was like cooking too long right there, it does look like No Follow is still in the lead.
Yeah, Donut Store still open for Alez here, and the difficulty is you can't win a game of Pokemon Unite without scoring, and we know with the way that Groudon is now, it's so important for you to at least be close in that final few moments. If you have such a good lead like No Follower beginning to develop, you have all the advantage. The Bliss Assistance is going to be used there just to keep their fellow Pokemon alive, but unfortunately, they didn't get much more from it.
Yeah, that's one of those unfortunate moments, right? I mean, you've used one of the best Unite moves in the entire game to save you just briefly, then you're heading back into this fight right here, and it doesn't look like you're getting a ton of value. In fact, it looks like you're going down regardless. Here comes Dodrio, trying to pick up the KO. Venusaur back the other way, and yes, they are ripped apart by No Follow. The combination of the Charge Beam, the Dodrio, the Crustle. I mean, Suicune still doing Suicune things. Tough fight for LS.
Yeah, no follow are beginning to get a lot of control on Fire Sky Ruins here. I did like the response from Allies because they know that bottom lane was not going their way. Let's try to alleviate the pressure, go score some in the top side, but they've got to have a little bit more of that, and I think you've got to group up and look to take these team fights before the levels get out of control on the side of no follow.
Yeah, and that is what they are going to be worried about here very soon. Registeel getting taken right here, and it is Zacian once again in the thick of all of that. We have the Zeraora moving in to try to stop them, but no, it is almost a full team wipe. Venusaur is going to need to peel away from this top pad. Nothing they can do right there. The Rock Tomb does not catch them. No follow in a commanding position here, up by over 100, taking all the objectives, and as you mentioned, the level lead is starting to get very, very intense. That's a dangerous place for Allies, especially with Groudon now, a situation where you can't really flip and rip and win the same way.
Exactly, and I gotta say, it's interesting that no follow are not even that concerned about getting over caps here. Good wall is going to stop Zeraora looking to make that approach. Wild Charge will go onto the Crustle, and they're just caught out by Crowd Control Central, and it's another Bright Future Meteor Storm coming in from Zante. Wasn't necessarily needed, but they do clean up that approach.
Yeah, and you know, we've got that fight here at 4 minutes where a few Pokemon are just going to decide to throw their Unite moves because there's not another good opportunity before a possible 2-minute fight. We saw that with Blissey. I think they were actually looking to hit the Zera right before the Wild Charge, but they hit the Snorlax right there. One thing I've got to say, I'm loving the composition of these two teams. One feels more like what you would expect to see in UCS, and the other's a little more wild, but it actually has a lot of potential.
Yeah, they just got to make sure that they win some of these team fights, get some more experience at least on the side of Ali. I mean, they've done well to get the Zeraora at level 12, but they're still lacking behind, and all of these objectives are just going to no follow. So they're losing the objective game, they're losing the level game, and they're currently losing the scoring game.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I would look at that as they're losing the game. I mean, if they're losing all of the metrics that we can identify as a way to win the game, if they're losing all of them, they are currently losing the game. But we have a minute until Groudon hits the board. A lot can change, and this is going to be one of the most exciting things about this entire season, I think, this entire year of Unite, is how things can change even after one team secures Groudon. There have been many a games that go back and forth simply because a team gets Groudon and accidentally gives up a few of those buffs and allows their opponents to push towards their goals.
It is the biggest thing for Pokemon Unite, and I've coined a phrase, Fraggles, when there's a Groudon, the game is on, because there's always an opportunity to be able to take those buffs and really push back. We know that even a minute left on the clock, there is still a chance for a team to go and win.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm probably going to steal that. You know what? I'll go ahead and say, when there's a Groudon, the game is on. 5 seconds here until the Groudon Bliss Assistance right on the Zeraora immediately, and they're just deleted. 3 members of Allies are down, Tano.
That is insane. No follow with a brilliant response there. Sovereign Swords looking to charge on up. A power nap from Snorlax is all they can do. They're the last here on the field, looking to go back to Nurse Joy as no follow go for what is an ace. Grab the Groudon. They're already in the lead here as they look to go score some hundo burgers.
Yeah, and here we go. Points raining in this bottom goal zone. Obviously letting the early points go in there so they can get a better overcap. 487 to 100 with a minute 30 left. Really the only way No Follow could lose this is if they make a mistake and give up some of these buffs. But it looks like they are playing conservatively enough to not let that happen. However, here comes Alez.
Ooh, they do get a good hit onto the Crustle. There's the Verdant Anger looking for more. Suicune finds the Zeraora. That is a lot of your damage gone on the side of Alez. There's no follow. They don't want to give any breathing space to Alez here. They're going to lock it in with even more hundo burgers, and it's looking like unreachable for Alez now.
Yeah, this seems very difficult, and they did end up surrendering. You know what? I don't even know if we had rules against it. And since this isn't an official broadcast, I'm not mad about it. That was the end of the match. That's fair. I think that's totally fair.
You gotta let them put up the white flag. It's like, do we need to be punished even longer?
Yeah, I mean, they're right. It was over. I did like what we saw there from Totodile, the Zeraora. I think that was an interesting pick. I think Blissey, for sure, at some moments. Venusaur definitely didn't get an opportunity to shine, and I do think a lot of that had to do with Dodrio. Dodrio just able to shut it down so consistently from the beginning. That level lead, I mean, look at Klaus right here. 242 points, 14 KOs, 14 assists.
It's such a smart way to build a comp, looking at their bans, knowing what they were going to be looking for. Venusaur, it's always difficult when you just don't have that front line to protect you, and Klaus was very good at getting past it and putting that pressure onto B-Bell. So that is a shame, but Alez will be looking to bounce back in this next one.
Yeah, and this is a best of 3. There is an opportunity here. Of course, this is a double elimination tournament as well. So even if things aren't going amazing at the start of your tournament, you can make a very deep run and pull your team through all the way to the end. And this is all happening in one day. So these teams will be fighting through this entire bracket if they lose in this upper bracket. It's not only possible, it's happened many times too.
It has, and what a long day of Pokemon Unite it is. It means that when we get down to those later stages, people have played a lot of this game, and the mental fatigue starts to come in, so we may get some very exciting upsets, and that's what I'm looking forward to, Spraggles.
Oh, of course, right? I mean, we need to see some of these top teams. You want to see some of them do so well. Like, at this point in the season, Tano, we're building these storylines where we get to see, like, who are we cheering for? Who should be the top team but just can't seem to get it together? What is the young upstart team that people kind of expected to do well but really broke out and started crushing it? That is what we get to see in a tournament like this and at the start of the season, which I think is just so unbelievably exciting. It's going to be a really interesting year, I think, for a lot of these Western teams. Some big shakeups, some, absolute superstars like from Luminosity leaving to go to other regions. This is going to be one of the craziest years of UCS of all time, especially with a new map too. Just so many exciting new things this year.
The most exciting season of UCS. I mean, those big teams leaving. Nouns, for example, have gone their separate ways. We've got multiple different teams spawning off the back of that. So every region is going to have stories like that, Spraggles. We've just known that, of course, T1 have entered over on the Asian side of things. It doesn't get any bigger than the 2026 season of UCS.
It really doesn't. I mean, so many of these orgs coming in, I'm really interested to see what that does to not only the competitive aspect of the game, but also the streaming community around it. If you're sponsored by an org, I don't know what orgs are jumping in, but if a big org, if T1's jumping in and they have these players they're sponsoring, I assume they're going to want them out there promoting, streaming the game, things like that. So this could be a really good year for Unite in a lot of different ways. The competitive side of Unite, I really do feel like is the best thing going. And this could be one of the best years, period.
I 100% agree, and that does allude to like the other side of being a player for Pokemon Unite. Being like a sort of content creator in a way, you have to be professional, you have to be picked up, you got to be able to do interviews. Like there's a lot more than just playing this game, Spraggles, that I don't think we get a lot of attention on the side of the players, and having big orgs getting involved, that's the other side of it that players will have to have a look at and really work on alongside trying to get competitive in this game with a good team.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I talked about this a little bit before the start of the season when they kind of first mentioned that orgs were coming. Not only do orgs want to pick up great players, right? Of course, I think an org is excited to snap up someone like Slash or Overlord, like a two-time world champion. They're very excited about that, right? But at the same time, they also want someone who is out there representing their org well, playing the game, like I just mentioned before, streaming the game, someone who's like visible out there in the community. I think all that is pretty important.
It really, really is. And all it does is help the game be better. It helps get better views on the game. It helps improvement on, the respectability of the game. It is, count me if I'm wrong, but it is the most fun MOBA on the market, in my opinion, of course. But it is so...
I can't correct you. I refuse to.
Fact. I mean, I know we both played a bit of Smite and stuff like that, right? But come on, Pokemon, MOBA, it doesn't get any better than that.
I agree with you. I've played a lot of MOBAs as well, and I absolutely love it. And I'm really excited to see what these teams want to bring out into this next draft here. Alez switching over to our purple side, no follow our orange side. We're going to have to see what the bans look like now, given that no follow is on this ban side where they might have to deal with a lot of these mega bans.
So interesting. I mean, intriguing to see what they go for first as well on their pick. But allies are going to ban out the Clefable here. That makes me think, well, looking at those kind of species that Total wants to bring in, maybe that Zoroark pick that they might be entertaining.
Yeah, let's see here. We've got Clefable, we've got Darkrai. Still no Darkrai making it into a game. I was wondering how banned out this Pokemon was going to be, Tano. I didn't know if it was one of those, like, just a, monstrous solo queue Pokemon, or if teams were really going to give it respect competitively.
Yeah, we've been seeing it banned a lot in our region, and I think we see like one game a tournament, if that, where people think, no, let's see, we can deal with it. We can definitely deal with it. Let me tell you, Spragels, they could not deal with it, and it gets banned the next game. So I'm not surprised to see that coming out a little bit here, but what I am intrigued about is no follows bans. They're sticking with the Hooper. We see that from them quite often, usually a Blissey as well, but Talonflame and that Mega Charizard, so Mega Luca is able to be picked up here.
Yeah, we have the opportunity to grab Mega Luca, but of course, that would mean losing a Suicune pick, and Alez is not going to do that. They're gonna get the Suicune. Moving over to no follow right here. We'll see if they're going to pull the trigger and decide to pick up. Yes, they do. Potato on Mega Lucario. Let's go.
Alrighty, exciting. And I saw the intrigue there for a little bit of Elder Goss. I mean, Blissey is still here as a support. Let's see what Alez want to go for with that. No, they pick up the OG Lucario here. So that's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, it really is. And if you look at the side of LS, I mean, they have a lot of things to deal with. Oh, wow. we maybe have the original Mega on our hands, the Zoroark Comfey combo from No Follow. It's one of those amazing, combinations, but you have two of its strongest counters on the other side. You've got the Slowbro, you've got the Suicune.
The confidence on the side of No Follow to lock that combo in, knowing exactly what's on the other side. This is why we see Pikachu picked up. Never mind Alolan Raichu. It's going to be looking for that Volt Tackle. Klaus is going to have a mission on their hands here to even try to get in and get those combos off. Look at that crowd control, Spraggles.
Yeah, it really is incredible on the side of LS. It's just so difficult to deal with, so difficult to shut down. If you decide to go in and fight, you have all of these things stopping you, and full heal only lasts so long.
Oh, don't even get me started on how full heal has been put down for the entirety of Unite. I feel like it needs a little bit of a buff, but nevertheless, they do have that Comfey, but of course, that's just going to be direct healing onto them, and they're going to have a lot of responsibility trying to protect Potato and Zante as well. I think this is going to be the most interesting matchup in this game.
I really do think so. I mean, there's so many cool things on the side of No Follow and so many things on the side of LS that stress you out. If I am picking Zoroark and I see this on the other side, I'm very annoyed. I know that this is going to be such a difficult match. It's going to be really tough sledding to get in there. But if they can get that early lead, if they can, use that healing from Comfey to their advantage, all of a sudden it doesn't seem so scary. And you have a Mega on your side. We haven't seen one. I haven't seen one in competitive at all here. And of course, this is the tournament right before the comp season. So I think we're going to decide pretty soon whether or not these make it through draft at all. As we head into game number 2, Alazor's your purple team. No Follow, your orange team.
Will we have another little surprise here? Yes, we do. I think we're just going to have it at the start of every game now, Spraggles.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I'll tell production. Let's have it crash. Hold on, let's have it crash at the start of every game. There we go. Perfect. We got it. So yeah, as soon as they get back in, we will start that match back up. This is, by the way, there was a huge issue with devices at Worlds, and it became a whole thing. This is why, just so we all know. It was a thing that happened for a reason. A lot of crashes on players' devices.
I've been all right since I went onto the Switch too, you know. I think that just might be the answer, Spraggles.
Yeah, well, it could be the answer, but also I do have to give it to the players. It's definitely not only a player issue. It's something that I hope gets sorted out, especially as we head towards this season. So many more resources, it seems like, being put into Unite, being put into the competitive side of the game. I hope they do sort out some of these issues because it just does slow down the momentum a little bit. Luckily, we're able to pause for a second, let the player reconnect, and then head back into the match.
Now, looking at this matchup, it's so exciting because, I mean, I have played solo queue against Klaus many a time in my time playing Pokemon Unite. The amount of times I have wanted to uninstall my game after a game with Klaus on Zoroark, I cannot wait to see what they try and do here against Alice DeHoz.
Yeah, and here we go, heading into game number 2. You know, we talked about it at the start, just the unbelievable level of shutdown on the side of Alez. We'll see if No Follow is really able to break through and pick up some of those big KOs that they're looking for, and a really cool sighting of the Zeraora once again.
So interesting that they've split that central area between the Pikachu and Zeraora here, hoping that they can get those levels early on the Pikachu, reduce that cooldown, and they're going to find the Mew KO straight out of the gate.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff right there. Crustle in some trouble. We see the eject button, but the focus band and that beautiful rock slide able to pull them out of a bad situation.
Here comes Zeraora going up against the Zoroark. The dive in is there. The combo's ready to roll, but they get stunned. They do get the boosted off. Zeraora sent back to Nurse Joy as Alice DeHoz has to go on the retreat.
Yeah, I mean, there is that Zoroark. It's making its way in. It's dealing some insane damage. Even though it was shut down momentarily by the Electro Web, the combo was still able to land and pick up that KO as they're going to move towards this goal zone right here, putting a lot of pressure on. But Pikachu Slowbro is a brutal combination on pad.
Such a smart play by Zante there, using the coaching to get out of the way. The Electro Web lands, but then the Electro Ball unfortunately goes onto the Crustle. So they don't find the KO, and now it's just Klaus looking for as much farm as they can get their claws on.
Yeah, they're going to look to get leveled up as quickly as they can. As we have in the top path, Potato is now level 5. That means we have the power-up punch. On the other side, we do have the other Lucario moveset, the non-mega moveset, which, you know, in some ways I would say is the better moveset overall, especially in some of these fights. However, Mega Lucario is mega broken.
That it is. Regidrago on the field now as we see Alice DeHoz going straight for it. Do manage to zone out Zoroark looking for it. Oh, I like that from Crustle. Not early enough though, and it does go to Alice DeHoz.
Yeah, I mean, Electro Ball, just incredible secure potential, and you see it right there. As we have Klaus looking for some KOs, it is the Comfey Zoroark right now, so it's going to be really difficult to shut down. Just trying to fight this Lucario all by their lonesome. Power-up punch lands, Meteor Mash pushing them away, but they just decide to score here. Easy points.
84-2 at the moment as we're about to get the 720 spawning on in. Oh, they do go and get their own 27 in. Looks like they're going to go back to the Joy for it, but I do like the pressure No Follow we're finding here, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty good for No Follow, but I do think we have a stronger showing, at least at the start here for Alez, and I think their draft feels like it answers more of what No Follow is bringing than game number 1.
Yeah, I do think Alez has had a much better early game here as they look to go for the Regi. Zoning's already here from the Suicune, and the Mystical Mirage is going to be used. Nightfall Days as well. They do find the KO on the Suicune. Did they get the objective? No, Pikachu locks it in for Alez.
There we go. I mean, Pikachu, we talked about this, it grabs them. They go down. Beautiful play right there. That's the Volt Tackle Electro Ball. And it's weird to say beautiful play about a Volt Tackle Electro Ball. 2 sure hit moves, but they are set up specifically to counter this play, and they're doing it well and getting great secures.
Yeah, you have to, like, when you're in the middle of a team fight and the whole of No Follow are there, you have to pick out that Zoroark, which it may be a sure hit move, but that cannot be the easiest thing to do with all of that popping off.
Here we have, yep, in the top path, we have Potato just scoring and KOing, but deciding not to score those final 5, instead trying to close combat and pick up a KO. I mean, if they were able to get one, they would have got them both and really won in that top path. So you understand why they were doing that. Once again, level-wise, things looking really good for the side of No Follow. Alez, though, more in control of this game for sure.
Still need to be looking at those points, though. We saw an aura cannon coming out there from Alez as they look to find these KOs. Rubble Rouser is going to keep Crustle up for a little bit longer. Mew is sent back to the Pokemon Center, and it's so hard to take down a Crustle when they get back to the pad, but Zorak runs into so much damage. Plasma Gale is going to land, and they are sent back as well as Wild Charge looking for Frigo, and that is Alez locking in that bottom lane.
I mean, look at Alez right here. Absolutely on in game number 2. Game number 1 really felt like No Follow was in complete control, but the combination of how they are playing and how they are drafting against them, this really feels like it's anybody's game.
Kind of feels like this Suicune is the answer for whatever team picks it up here, and you know what? Will we see some bans for that? I think it's justifiable, Spragels.
Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, with 6 bans, I think Suicune could absolutely get one here, especially when you're seeing some Pokemon like, I don't know, was Zacian the right thing to ban? Was Talon the right thing to ban? We will find out.
We saw a Nightfall Daze there just to lock in that buff, so they're going to have to charge that back up before we get to this team fight anyway. Regieleki is being damaged here by that Luca. This Wild Charge proving to be a bit of an issue, gets hit with the X-Scissor, but now Alez is just going to try and regroup. That Lecky has been taken.
Yeah, Lecky goes over to the side of No Follow. I mean, we've got Potato on this Mega Luca, but they have not made a Mega impact in this match so far. I really just wanted to say Mega there. I don't even think it fully worked. As we have the Zeraora moving in, looking for a KO. Potato, Mega's right back the other way, but they do go down. Pikachu moves in. There's the Volt Tackle, but they full heal. Make sure they do not get caught by it. We see the Zoroark trying to peel away from this fight, recognizing that possibly this Slowbro could come and get them. Nice little grass knot there by the Comfey, and it looks like they will be able to make it out.
Yeah, the combo between Klaus and Marv here has been so good. Getting those grass knots off, using your dashes to get out of range, but the crowd control is just been a little bit too much as we expected it to be. Spraggle's Endless Ice Spikes is used here as well, but they don't find anything with it. So many Unite moves have been utilized or needed here. There goes the boosted, finds the KO, and Nightfall Daze used yet again, and they do take down Slowbro and can now get some good overcap.
Yeah, really nice scoring here from No Follow. 155-242. Reggie Drago, it could be taken at any moment, but they decide to get this KO first. Pikachu in a whole lot of trouble right here. Electro Ball for Electro Ball, and Mew is able to take it down. We do have the Drago going down, and sorry, Zeraora, you're in trouble, buddy.
I mean, you were going down anyway. You managed to find a Crustle. That's all you could hope for. But they've hit level 13 now, Spraggle. So Alez definitely doing so much better in this game. The points are so close. They've managed to keep up on those levels. So I'm excited to see how this Groudon fight's going to shake out. 50 seconds left. Will they go aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, that really is the question here. The match is really close, and we have some Pokemon that move pretty well, specifically the Zoroark here. And with No Follow already being up, it feels like they can peel off and make some scoring plays if they need to. Registeel is a great buff for them, especially with some of the burst damage they're going to see. Zoroark now hitting level 14. Mega Luca still at 12, but once it goes Mega with a Registeel buff, that's going to be incredible. And Alez is going to need to decide who they target with all of their crowd control, because it could be the difference maker.
Oh, Endless Ice Spikes is used just before the Groudon fight comes through. That is a bit of a misplay, but Zeraora is going to find the Luca. Looks like Suicune is going to fall. No, in fact, they go back off it. Mystical Mirage use. There's a Thunderbolt coming down as well. Frigo stays strong with the Rubble Rouser. 2 down for LS. Luke is just about to come back in for No Follow as they look for the KOs. Mew takes the double. There's the close combat. Zorak is going to find the KO. Only Slowbro against the world right now. Spraggles, there's No Follow. Go for the rip on Groudon.
And they're looking for it here, under half HP right now. They're going to see if they can get a little bit of a steal. A Scald Steal on Groudon. Now they're looking to take this buff, but their HP is incredibly low. 1 buff on the side of No Follow. We're going to have to see how many went over to the side of Alez. It depends on who was up at the time. We know there's 1 on Suicune.
But they're just defending the goals right now. I don't think they realize they're not in the lead. They're going to get the notification. They do have the buff on the Suicune. Looks like Zeraora is looking to go through the central area to get their Plasma Gale back. No Follow. Looking to be a little bit sneaky with it here, seeing if they can get something in.
Yeah, no follow. I didn't realize it went over to Potato, actually, on the Mega Lucario with that KO. As we have multiple members of Alez looking to score, we're going to be able to send Lucario to the bottom path, possibly let Mew score first. No, they decide not to. Mew heading to the central area here. Their home goal zone, 272, 372. Mew is going to score 100, but the real fight is happening at the tier 2 of no follow right now as they are sieging.
Oh, the Endless Ice Spikes was perfect. They're finding the KOs. They've got Zorak and Lucas down as well. But the pad is there. Mew's going to land. We've got 30 seconds left here. Spragels, they managed to get the points in. It's 3-7-4 and they go for the ace. Alice the Horse, they're going to bounce straight back in game 2.
Whoa, 498, 598, 698 to 472 as the Hundo Burgers reign in. And I know Zoinks and Dupsec somewhere feel those Hundo Burgers right now, because what an insane finish. Incredible.
Bro, Monkey with a brilliant Scald Secure on Groudon, and this is why we love this objective here, because they couldn't go straight for some scoring like you would have done with the Rayquaza. You take that final fight, and it comes down to the wire, the final few seconds yet again, Spraggles, as Alice the Horse takes it.
Yeah, and I'm seeing from the chat, we don't pronounce the Z in Alez, so it's Ale Doors. Ale looking insane. You know what? But that's just a chatter, so it's very possible it's wrong. It's like, I mean, you could lie to me all day, I'd believe you. But wow, what a game, Tano. That was so exciting. That exact moment, that feeling of having a buff and having it just transfer over between a few different Pokemon so that they can start to chain together an incredible fight is everything I hoped for here with the Groudon map on Thea Sky Ruins. What a game. So incredible. What a absolute banger to start off our broadcast 1-1.
Yeah, now we've got to go into a game 3. Will we see some shakeups with these bans? I mean, to be fair to No Follow, to go into that much crowd control with the Klaus combo, it's so interesting. I think they did such a good job despite that Suicune being so detrimental to them.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it earlier, and I think you might be right. I mean, we might be looking at Suicune being the thing to ban, which is not shocking to me. I constantly talk about how this Pokemon is still one of the most broken things going in the game. It is S tier. It's been S tier. It doesn't seem to ever fall off. I think I have a theory, if you'll indulge me. My theory is because Japan doesn't love this as much as some of the other regions, it's not fully on the radar of the people who are nerfing things, so it kind of slides under not getting nerfed patch after patch after patch. The second I say this, by the way, it's going to get nerfed. I know it. I just know it.
But that is getting clipped, and that's getting tweeted all the way to Pokemon Unite. But I think I'm with you. I mean, look at Blaziken. We finally had a few moments there where Blaziken wasn't the must-pick all-rounder, and then boom, we get a buff on Blaziken. So I think I understand that theory.
Tell me what you, I mean, talk to me a little bit about Mega Luca right here, because I actually felt like it was, I mean, they had, obviously, they were in the top path, doing top path things, winning that lane basically the entire time, but it didn't seem like as much of a factor as maybe people would expect.
No, and it may be controversial, but I don't think Mega Lucario is doing that well in a competitive setting. It's very strong, don't get me wrong, but I think in a competitive setting, it just doesn't seem to have the impact that you would expect it to have, Spraggles. Multiple times I've casted a Mega Lucario, and it just doesn't seem to be the thing that makes the difference in a game.
Well, you do wonder, right? You wonder if its power level, which is obviously very high, you do wonder if that in tandem with how it plays, with how it, you know, participates in a match, if that is going to translate over to a competitive setting. Because there have been a lot of Pokemon throughout the years that do really well in competitive and are not so good, you know, on ladder. But there are more often Pokemon that are great on ladder, like a Dragapult or something like that. Just really incredible at KOing their opponents and steamrolling games. But in a competitive setting, they get completely shut down.
Yeah, and I think that's the case that we're having. Now, Mega Charizard, on the other hand, I think that's just put it anywhere. You know what? 1v5, that thing is just going to obliterate the team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mega Char is a really interesting one because it's so unbelievably strong, and its Unite move is up so often that I think even if you let another team have it and you end up winning, you probably regret that you let them have Mega Char. That's what I would have to assume. But Mega Luca, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think Mega Luca, but I would, what we've just seen there, I would actually rather take out that Suicune than the Mega Luca, for example. I think that's going to be more of an impact on a team than locking in the Suicune. So maybe that's the approach that NoFollow go for, because it did honestly feel like that, and you got to give it to the Pikachu. That crowd control was just a little bit too much for them to handle in that game.
Yeah, and I will say this about Suicune also. I wonder if that match would have been even better for the side of LA if they hit a good Suicune Unite move. Because they actually, as you mentioned in that kind of final fight, they sort of threw it. Maybe it was a panic Unite. Maybe it was they like had bad information on where exactly their opponents were. Because it was kind of a useless Unite move in a situation where that can be a game-winning Unite. And also, to be fair, this came down to a Slowbro Scald steal and then crazy run it back the other way. So had that not happened, we might just be talking about another 2-0 game.
Yeah, rightly so. I do think a couple of the Unite moves were a little bit questionable in that game from both teams. We saw Klaus using Nightfall Days to lock in a red aura. So, you know, I feel like it was on both sides, but a team fight Unite move like the Endless Ice Spikes, you just cannot misplay that. But to be fair, I did think that was going to be the Groudon fight. With the way that NoFollow were going really aggressive there, I thought they were going to just let it all go. So maybe that's exactly what they thought on the Suicune.
Yeah, I think you could be right, too. They also had a moment where it almost went very poorly for NoFollow until Crustle barely hung on through because if that Crustle goes down there and it doesn't get to pop its Unite move in that moment and stay around for just a moment, that actually could have gone the other way regardless. But Crustle, unbelievably tanky, the Unite move able to weather the storm, and then things started going NoFollow's way. And of course, hey, sometimes Scald does it, man. A Scald tick on Slowbro. And I don't even think it was the main target of the Scald, right? It just kind of threw that giant Scald in the center of Groudon right there and is able to take it.
Hey, listen, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Spragels, and Monkey took that shot and absolutely locked it in. It's just like, hit it in that den area, and you're gonna, you know, it's RNG. Do I get it? Do I not? Perfect timing from them, though, and now we're going into a game 3 between these two teams, but we've got to give it to LA. That second game was such a brilliant response to how that first one went.
Yeah, I totally agree. Their draft was so good. It was such a great... If you look at these two teams, you would definitely say, well, I know what NoFollow is trying to do here, and they are going to have a brutal time doing it into what LA is bringing here. I also want to point out, I love that this is how we're pronouncing the team name at this point. Very possible that was just some chatter saying that. So... I hope we're right. That's all I'm saying. I hope we're right. Otherwise, I mean, what power that one Twitch chatter has.
I mean, it's just going to start the chaos. Somebody else is going to say something random. And we're like, yep, that's definitely fact.
Yeah. Oh, you don't pronounce the O's in NoFollow? It's NFool? Okay, I believe you. I have to believe you. You're in the chat. I have to believe you. As we're getting ready for game number 3 right here, our team's getting set up. What do you think? Do you think we see a very different draft here in game 3? I feel like NoFollow is probably not going to run this back, at least if there's a Slowbro on the other side.
Yeah, I'm expecting NoFollow to go heavier onto their all-rounders here. That's their bread and butter, primarily, Spraggle. So I'm expecting that to come out here. Maybe some of that Waterberry Shifu that I really expect them to play. They do have a couple of subs here that are very good on it. So Christo might come on in replace for Klaus. But either way, I think that's going to be the approach of this team. And I don't know how LA is going to take it because I just think they did a counter comp in that one and it worked so well for them.
Yeah, it was really powerful. It was really difficult for them to deal with, although they had a great fight at the end. I mean, you could see that the level they were playing at in that final moment. Again, I do think Crustle doesn't go down. Things could go another way. But yeah, even against a comp that is specifically set up to be a nightmare for them, they still did a great job.
Yeah, that's why I'm so excited for this team. It's one of the ones in my region that every time they're on the screen, I gotta go watch them. So I will say, though, brilliant effort by LA to actually take this to a game 3. NoFollow, they're not used to game 3s. I don't see them in many, to be honest. So exciting to see them really push them to the wire on this one.
Yeah, of course. I mean, to start the broadcast with a game 3, I think is an amazing way to start. Oftentimes at the start of a bracket, and we have a lot of teams here, as these brackets are seeded, you've got a lot of top teams that are sort of spread out. So they're not running into each other, in our first couple games. These are two great teams running into each other right away, which is really cool to see. And I got to shout out you. I mean, you were the one who wanted to follow this one. A lot of times at the start of a tournament, it's just a full-on stomp, but this has been pretty incredible.
So I am the go-to on EU information chat. You heard it here straight away. I mean,
I feel like I basically said that. I think I basically said that.
You did. I heard it, buddy. But no, I mean, there's a lot here in this tournament that I would really be intrigued to see. I don't know where this one's going to end up. If no follow fall now, I know that they have some crazy lower bracket runs as well. They're kind of like nouns where they go into that lower bracket and we'll always see them in the final. But I'm excited to see either way that this goes, buddy. What do you want to see as a Pokemon that we rarely see in the game coming out?
Well, you know what I want to see? I want to see if Empoleon starts getting played. Ooh. Because it had its moment of being unbelievably broken. And then they nerfed it, and it was still unbelievably broken. And then they finally nerfed it again, and now it kind of lives in this realm of, was it nerfed too much? Is it at the point where there are just too many other good all-rounders? So I would love to see Empoleon make a bit of a splash here today.
What I'm enjoying, another all-rounder a lot at the moment, is Metagross. I really like seeing that Pokemon on the field, especially with people that try and run that Zen Headbutt Gyro Ball combo, just to really try and shut down speedsters. I love them looking for the 1v1 on that Metagross, so I really hope we see some of that action today.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, there's so many good Pokemon that I feel like we may or may not get to see, right? Another one that I'm kind of just curious about is Palmon. I think maybe last patch, before they nerfed Supercell Slam, we might be seeing more of it. But at the same time, I mean, we just have so many good all-rounders releasing back-to-back that I think a lot of things could get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, I was having an interview with Cascade here in the EU region previously, and I was questioning why the Palmot was so important to teams, because I honestly felt like it wasn't doing too much in a competitive setting, and you don't see, there weren't that many KOs on it, but what he said was that it sticks to you like glue. You literally cannot get away from that Pokemon so many times that you kind of have to brawl with it. You have no way of getting away. It has so many moves that can just stick to you that they find it a complete nuisance to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like that, too. So I'm interested to see if any of these all-rounders kind of pop into some of these games. And, of course, I wonder what happens when Darkrai sort of slips through. As we head to our draft here for game number 3, we got Ale Deor, your purple team, No Follow, your orange team. So No Follow decides to send over the first pick to LA.
That's really interesting, because you don't have a choice but to ban out these strong megas like that Charizard, but then you do get the double pick to go off. This is what we were talking about recently. Is the purple side better? Is the orange side better? There's so many Pokemon that are so strong in this game right now, Spraggles, that I think the orange side is actually a very good first one to go for.
Yeah, and that was happening a lot last season too, right? We're just getting those 2 picks back-to-back was pretty strong, and you almost like pigeonhole the first pick into something that you know they're going to grab, and then you just get to, bounce back on the other side and take away 2 really powerful choices.
Ooh, so they are going to ban out the Suicune on the side of LA. That's so interesting. Slowbro for No Follow. Let's see what the first pick is going to be here. They do have access to the Blissey. I expect them to pick up. There's obviously the Snorlax as well. Let's see what Alpha is going to lock in.
That's kind of what I thought was about to happen. So Mega Luca on the side of our purple team. Now with no Suicune and no Slowbro, we're going to have to see how this plays. But of course, No Follow, without Suicune and Slowbro, they might be very happy to pick up that Comfey combo.
Yeah, so Snorlax is going to be the pickup by Frigo by the looks of things. Marv going for the Eldegoss is so interesting. No, Potato's going to lock in the Suicune. So that combo of a strong all-rounder paired with the Eldegoss is probably one of the best in the top lane, Spraggles. Either a Buzzwole or a Zacian. So I'm loving that combo from No Follow.
Yeah, I totally get it. It's really hard to deal with. Obviously, Zacian banned out last game, right? So they weren't able to pick it up. It looks like Potato is very much at home on this Pokemon. Over to LA, we've got the Snorlax and Blissey. Blissey top tier support that you're kind of surprised is even making it through to a game sometimes.
Yeah, and I'm even more surprised that it's got all the way down to that third pick on the side of LA. It's so interesting they let that through on the side of no follow, going for the Elder Gods. Another Pokemon that we had to watch was this Latias. Let's see if Rigo wants to lock it in. I was glad that the background on that Pokemon to watch, Spraggles, was red, because I think Latios definitely very attacker heavy.
It feels like it sometimes, right? It's got some amazing things in its kit, though. And I was wondering, what was Totoro going to pick up, right? They have the target ban of that Zeraora, and they end up picking up the Cinderace. We also have a hover here for a Delphox. This is a Pokemon that its win rate's extremely high. It's doing great on ladder, but I have to wonder if we're not seeing kind of the skating around Mystical Fire Delphox, and we might be seeing Fire Spin.
Yeah, that is, I mean, look how late game heavy LA is here. That's so interesting. I mean, at least on their attacker side of things, Zante's going to lock in the Inteleon. I like that. These snipe shots are going to do a lot of damage, especially to how squishy those ranged attackers are. But you know what, Spraggles? I've seen a little bit of liquidation coming out of EU recently.
Well, you know, Snipe Shot, it definitely, and Inteleon in general, really had kind of the teeth taken out of it. But one nice thing about this composition here for no follow, when you look to the other side, you're not too stressed out about something getting to this Inteleon. So I think either way you go, you're going to be reining in damage all game.
That will work a treat for them. Of course, you know that Lucario is not going to be going for E-Speed or anything like that. So again, you do have that confidence that Zante is going to be protected. It's going to be hard for Alice to find them. But what I got to say, Spraggles, is I know people have their complaints about Cinderace. We have done since Season 1. But I think it's very viable in this meta right now. The late game Cinderace is one of the strongest with how much damage it can drop. And Pyroball, and I mean even Feint, for example, so good at being able to avoid that crowd control.
Yeah, I think in general, Cinderace is actually kind of crushing it right now. It's a weird one because there are a few of these Pokemon like Cinderace, Greninja, things like that are actually really good. But if you were to play Pokemon Unite and not watch competitive, you would believe that they're possibly the worst Pokemon in the game. As we head into game number 3, LA, your purple team, no follow, your orange team. We're all tied up here 1-1. No follow feels like they've had the best of a few moments in these matches. We're going to have to see if they can take control here in game 3.
Gonna give that red aura over to the side of the glossy fur. That's gonna give them some assistance in the top lane. This is an interesting matchup down here because Snorlax is the dominant Pokemon in the early stages, but Zante has some great secure on that Sobble.
Yeah, I mean, Sobble's secure is incredible. Even though Inteleon was nerfed, it has less of its critical hit counters early. It still is incredible secure with Water Gun. Potato looking to see if they could steal something away, and they do.
Ooh, okay. It's all about who gets the first KO up here. Who gets that level 5 first on the side of the all-rounders. Like this rotation from Totoro as they look to cause some burn damage. Mav gets back to the pad. Oppressive from LA.
Yeah, impressive, but also what a nice secure there by Potato. I mean, they were pushed off, they didn't end up going down, and they still take the Pokemon they were looking for. Klaus here with the Combuskin can decide to pull the team, and they do! Huge Blaze Kick! Grabs 3 of them!
Oh, now Zacian's going hunting, finds another KO, and it looks like no follow are going back to what they do best. Good effort from Mega Lucario there, but again, Combuskin, Klaus finds the KO.
And look at that. I mean, you just have the stacking starting in that top path. Metal Claw picks up that red buff. They're going to look to see if they can fight here. Chansey goes down to Thor in a lot of trouble. The eject button, and it looks like the Combuskin going to pick it up, evolve into a Blaziken. No follow, absolutely dominating the start of game 3.
This is exactly what I thought, Spraggles. When I said I expected no follow to go back to their all-rounder lock-ins, this combo works so well for them, and it has been so oppressive to LA in the early stages.
You've got to recognize, you know, LA does have a team that feels like it really needs a lot to get online. I mean, you've got Delphox, Cinderace, even Mega Luca takes a while to like, unlock its full potential. And then on the other side, you've got a couple of those in Blaziken, but feeding it that central area and winning a nice big fight early puts them in a great spot.
Yeah, realistically, LA's got to be looking to survive the early game here. No follower doing whatever they can to stop that from happening as they look to get these levels snowballed on their side. They have managed to get a little bit of their power spikes on the side of LA, so this could be the decider if they can keep in this game, Spraggles, and having Cinderace and Delphox at that level 12, 13 at the end game. It will be a game to behold.
I mean, look at this here. I just absolutely keeping the pressure on, making sure their opponents can't get a single piece of experience. We still have a reboot on the field. I mean, this is really tough for LA. 7-minute mark, and finally we have one of their Pokemon tick over to level 7. We have 3 level 9s, and the supports are level 7 on No Follow. This one is quickly spiraling out of control.
I mean, 3 Unite moves ready for the objectives coming in for No Follow. None for LA as they look to dive in. Oh, it was a good effort. Not able to find it as the God of Secure gets it with the Blaziken. Pushing the pad with the Regieleki here. Good defense from LA as they try and get away. The Mist Ball's going to come through. It's just non-stop aggression from No Follow, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you would expect, right? It's the way that you can continue to win right here. Probably could have scored that a lot better. I don't even know why I said probably. I mean, they could have done that in a much better way. But regardless, they're going to move forward towards this goal zone, try to make up for it right now, and they do by scoring on this tier 2. Jumping in further, they don't want to give away a KO to this Cinderace right here. This actually could be pretty bad for No Follow if they're not able to get out, but the Blaziken is able to peel away. Only Eldegoss down so far, and it looks like it's going to be the 2 supports. Nope, never mind. Dragon Cheer pulls them right out. So a great fight from No Follow, and they did not give up all that experience.
You're going to be quite happy with that. Feint trying to get away, and they do. It's going to be the Blazing Bicycle Kit that finds the KO for Cinderace. That is why I was talking about Feint. It is so frustrating when you're a player looking for that KO and you just can't find it.
I'm with you. I totally love it. I mean, the outplays you get from it, I don't know if too many moves are more satisfying than your opponent's throwing a Unite move at you. You know, you've got a Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon or something, and you just kind of spin in a circle and take no damage. It is really, really lovely as we're getting ready for a fight here in the bottom path. LA in a good position for this, but of course, level-wise, things still look great for No Follow.
Yeah, point-wise as well. LA back to sort of game 1 where they struggle to score any points throughout the game, and it just gives No Follow that extra bit of confidence. Look at Potato again, Spraggles in the top lane, uncontested to go for that secure.
Yeah, and here we go. Looking for a possible fight here on this tier 1. The Snorlax block. The Mega Lucario comes out. We're going to see if it can get anything done here. Bliss assistance onto the Mega. The close combat. It is Blissey that picks up the KO. And they're going to decide whether or not they want to push onto this objective or just go for this bottom objective here or the goal zone. That's what I was trying to say originally. Got there eventually.
Always do. Blaziken looking to see if the overheat is going to connect, and it will. There's a reason we say it's the God of Secure here, Spraggles. It's so difficult to out-secure a Pokemon like that as Cinderace looks to escape the clutches of No Follow, but doesn't.
Yeah, No Follow, not really stressed at all about what was happening in that fight. They played back to their pad really expertly and then peeled back onto the objective. It felt like Mega Lucario was possibly a little too early, or they just needed to keep the pressure on their opponents. Either way, this is going very poorly for LA. Cinderace, poor Cinderace, a level 11, being almost out-leveled by the Eldegoss on the other side.
Oh, that's so tough. What I will say is that when you are a team that is playing this well, you do sometimes get a little bit too confident with it and give over some important KOs before that final Groudon comes onto the field. So No Follow, they've got to be cautious of that. You don't want to be getting so aggressive that you give over one moment that gets allies back into it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it is a big problem if you give up a level 14 in a moment like this. It might not feel like it immediately, but it really could be an issue for them as we have Potato peeling away from this. Klaus ends up taking a big KO. Potato now in some trouble, but no, they are just wiping allies off the board.
They look like they want to get to that level where you don't even need to be concerned about Groudon. If you can get 500 points as a lead already, you can just be so patient in those final few moments. Even they'll go push the home pad or something ridiculous like that. That's what No Follow are looking to do here.
This is just so tough for LA. I mean, That Cinderace still level 11. This is just brutal, and you can see No Follow is just absolutely stomping them in this central area here, making sure they can't get anything online. Cinderace, a great Pokemon if it can scale, but it sitting at a lower level than the opposing support is a tragedy.
And the fact that you have a Blaziken with double pocket healers here is a little bit ridiculous, or double pocket support. Klaus has just been, this is my Faya Sky Ruins. I am the king on this map right now, and allies just have to accept it.
Yeah, we thought it was Groudon, but it might just be Klaus. And here we go. I mean, wow, look at that snipe shot, having to push away from this. And this is a moment where No Follow could kind of confidently rip this off the board if they wanted to, but they don't have to. As you mentioned, I mean, they're up by over 300 points. This is almost impossible unless LA can get a huge catch.
They do have the Unite moves for it. We've got Fanciful Fireworks for the fight. We've got the Blazing Bicycle Kick for the secure. I like this from No Follow, going very patient, trying to get a little bit of vision on where Ali is coming into the fight as Priugo manages to get away there. Oh, the Focus Blast finds Cinderace. Now you're not too concerned about that secure as they look to throw some damage to Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be incredibly tough for LA. I don't know what they would like to do here after losing Cinderace, it only being level 12. Snorlax moving in, trying to make something happen. Groudon being chipped. They're just being ripped apart right here. The secure from No Follow. They're getting ready for it. Here comes the overheat, and boom, big time secure, triple KO, Delphox going down. Absolutely dominant performance in game number 3. I mean, truthfully, it wasn't close for a moment. No Follow just crushed it.
Going back to what you know works best for your team is just what a treat for No Follow. Go back to those all-rounders, have the strong support, and have your ranged attacker on something that is just going to rip through their squishies. No Follow dominate here in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, what a match from No Follow. Really, really impressive. I loved watching this series, but it does feel like after the Zeraora was taken away, they didn't have an answer to it. Not only that, they were just starved of experience the entire time.
I mean, look at this. You've got Zante's dropped 40k damage, which is only 15% of the team damage, Spraggles. But look at the damage taken. Completely uncontested. 11k? Zante was not touched in that game.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, what were they going to be able to do? How were they going to be able to jump in and try to shut down this Inteleon? And truly the answer was they couldn't at all. They could never get to it. They could never damage it. And once they won early, No Follow was just too far ahead for anything to happen.
Oh, I mean, that's set 1. We've got plenty more sets to be bringing people today. And, you know, if they're all going to go to Game 3, you never know. These teams are all so hyped to be here. They're all very, very good teams. So it could go all the way most of these sets. But I think we're going to get ready to head to a break, I believe. Yes, we are. Let's get our beautiful faces on screen before we do Spraggles. But we are going to head to a quick break to get the next set ready. Grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself a snack, chat. We'll be back.
One second before we go. Are we still here? Just one. No, not at all. You are so right. We are going to a break, but we do have some giveaways that we're going to be doing on the stream for people watching on YouTube and Twitch. So in this moment, while we are on a short break, we're going to do a quick giveaway. All you need to do to possibly win a Mega Charizard that Pokemon was so kind to throw a few licenses at us, all you need to do is type the word Charizard in the chat while we are on break, and we will pick a few winners. You can head over to my Discord, and Rosander will help you get your code if you are selected as a winner. Now you can throw us to break. Charizard in the chat. Charizard in the chat. Throw us a break.
Oh my god, well, I apologize. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Spartan Tano here with the Spraggle. Oh, no, wait. It's the incredible Husky Star on the mic with us. How you doing?
I have come in to hopefully provide just as much entertainment. We know that's not going to be the case, but I can do my best.
Well, we have Nemesis versus Dark Lords coming up, and I know you know a little bit about Nemesis, at least Husky side. Probably one of the biggest teams from NA, right?
Yeah, Nemesis has been around for a long time. A couple of roster changes here and there, but like Nemesis, I remember from, I believe, season 1 of competitive, they were like the team that would pull out these crazy weird picks and just get everyone super hype. And they kind of have kept that strategy over the last couple of years. They're like a team that plays a lot of interesting things, and they try out a lot of interesting strategies that I think really shapes North America in an interesting way.
Well, let's hope they do some of that today. But what I want to know now that you're on the mic with me, Husky, is what Pokemon do you want to see coming into these games that we don't normally see in competitive?
Ooh, that's a good question. I got excited when we saw the Delphox come out in the last game of that set. That was fun. Didn't necessarily work out for them, but it was definitely fun. Obviously, my pick is Meowscarada, but I have to dig a little bit deeper because that's what everyone expects of me. And I feel like other speedsters that we don't see all the time, but they come out occasionally, like Talon, Absol, like those are always fun. Scyther, those are fun for me.
Ooh, do you know what? I was casting the Unity European Cup yesterday, and we got a Meowscarada pick, and they won with it, Husky. I was going to tag you in it. It was impressive.
That's awesome. I can only hope. But we do have our draft coming up. Nemesis is on the purple side, and Dark Lords, which is spelled with a 4, but I'm going to say Dark Lords because that's easier for me. I don't know how they want it. Like, is it still Dark Lords, or do they want it to be like Defark Lords? Like, is that what they... Defark? Is that what they want?
Or is the 4 like times and you gotta go Dark Lords?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's perfect. Yeah.
We're definitely not doing that as we have a look at the bands on screen. Clefable, Zarsh, and Suicune for Nemesis. Dark Lords are going to go for the Latias, the Megas, completely taken out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising to see the Megas being taken out, but it is interesting. Nemesis being first pick kind of got to control those bans to force Dark Lords to have to ban both of those Megas. Great first pick here. Machizzle going to pick up that Blaziken, but that means Darkrai, a pick that we have seen resurface quite a lot with a lot of CC, is going to be grabbed by Dark Lords.
Oh, it's so interesting. They're not even going to put the EXP share on just yet, so it's going to be a full attack Darkrai on that side. What an amount of CC they've already got, as Bora Reach is going to pick up the Miraidon here for their range. Metallic looking to get a little bit spicy here in game 1. They're going to lock in the Dodrio.
Yeah, Dodrio, that's another one that we did see earlier, and it's just like, Dodrio is such a frustrating Pokemon, but not everyone can play it as effectively as some of these players. Metallic, or, you know, they could give it to Trainer as well if Trainer ends up switching around and everything. But there's a couple players on Nemesis who can really make good use of this Pokemon. But look at this other side, Tano. Greninja is making an appearance today. Dark Lord's going to take the Ninja Frog into game 1.
I actually really like that. I love Greninja. I love the Water Shuriken build, but nevertheless, even if you go for Surf, oh my god, they're going to pair it with the Cinderace as well, Husky.
Oh my god.
I feel like I'm back in solo queue in season 1 here with Dark Lords.
This is my nightmare. If I'm solo queuing, this is my absolute nightmare. Double auto attackers, and what I do like about this double auto attack playstyle is you have like Blaziken, Dodrio that really need to be up in your face, and you're kind of forcing them to target just one of you while the damage is still occurring from the other auto attacker. So it could be interesting. You could also see Greninja playing as more of a speedster pick, and if they do throw the EXP share on a second... Wait a second. Tano? There are no EXP shares. There's not...
Nope.
Wait. Are we okay? Are we okay? There are no EXP shares. They're going damage, 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 damage. 5 damage. I thought maybe 4 damage for the 4 in Dark Lords, but no, all damage. Well, I guess Mamoswine with the double stacking, a little bit tankier, but no XP shares on this team. I don't know what we're going to see happen in this game. I thought Nemesis was the one with the weird strategies. Yeah, the no EXP shares strat, I don't know if I can get behind it.
Listen, the phrase is go big or go home, and that's exactly what Dark Lords are looking to do here with this as we get ready to launch this game off. Nemesis here on your purple side, Dark Lords kicking off on your orange side.
Oh, look at the Torchic and him little hat going to the top path. How cute is he? It's such a shame that it evolves into Combuskin. I wish it just stayed as Torchic forever in his little baby hat. But in the bottom path, Cinderace, a classic solo queue move, heading down there, looking to get some experience.
Yeah, and they do have the Darkrai with them. This is what I was concerned about, though, Husky, is that it's kind of more of an early game comp on the side of Nemesis and Dark Lords. They've got to use a lot of experience to get a Mamoswine up, the Greninja up, the Cinderace up. That's a concern.
Yeah, you know what would help with that, Tano? You know what would help? EXP share would be
EXP
share. I feel like would be really valuable here. Darkrai does pick up a secure there, but it's going to be really difficult getting so many Pokemon to those later levels, especially against a team like Nemesis, where we do have Dodrio already coming up, looking to deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, the pressure's already becoming a concern as Combusken's got their hat ready to go. We've got the 850s about to spawn on in. Only level 3 on the side of Buzzwole. That is not the matchup that you're looking for. Snorlax here as well from Nemesis as they look to go really dominant, trying to find the KO, and they do.
Oh, that's 4 members of Nemesis up into that top path, and even leaving just the Miraidon in the bottom path, there's not really anything that Dark Lords can do about it. Even with just 1 player down there, you'd still have a level 4 Cinderace. Darkrai still level 3, easily taken down by Dodrio here. Triple kill, you're welcome for the bird.
Oh, Nemesis are this is like what we just saw with no follow. They're so dominant. This poor Score Bunny, as adorable as it is, will go back to Nurse Joy. They have 4 level 4s on the side of Dark Lords. That's what the 4 means, Husky.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it means. 4 level 4s. And we deal with Regidrago now, spawning in the central area. Level 7 already on that Dodrio. Level 7 on 3 members of Nemesis' team. 2 KO streak for this Blaziken. I think we're starting to see the outcome of this game maybe just a little bit early.
Yeah, I think the balance of early to late game has been just a bit too much unaltered here on the side of Dark Lords. They need so much. I mean, you know, they are pretty aggressive on the side of the Mamoswine in the early stages, but when you have a level 8 Blaziken, what can you do, Husky?
Yeah, I mean, they can just kind of walk into all of them. Ooh, big hyperspace hole there, but Blaziken is able to push everybody away. 2 KO streak for them. Hoopa also picking up a KO, and we finally see Buzzwole getting to level 5, but nobody else has started to reach their level breakpoints, and I don't really see why Nemesis wouldn't just continue pushing here.
I mean, whether Darkrai is DC'd or not, I feel like they've just kind of given up with what's going on here. The highest level on the side of Dark Lords is 7. The lowest level on the side of Nemesis is 7. So no wonder they're going to continue to push this with a triple trample coming out. And it's a triple, ooh, baby Blaziken cooking here.
We didn't see it, but Dodrio went directly into the Flux Zone and took 0 damage on their way in there. 4 KO streak for Blaziken as well. Hoopa stealing that Penta away from them. But with the way Nemesis is playing, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a Penta or 2 come out this game.
I mean, they're going to get both objectives here. We do see the Rebuke moving down to this bottom lane to see if they can get something. They've got a Greninja online as well on the side of Dark Lords, but no, Registeel is taken by Nemesis. They'll also get the Regieleki. The whole of Faiya Sky Ruins is controlled by Nemesis right now.
You know, this is starting to remind me of something specific, potentially my team versus Nouns at NAIC on the stage. I'm getting like some flashbacks from that experience, I feel like. And I would just like to hope that at this point Dark Lords is having fun. No level 7 on that Cinderace yet. Don't even know why they're jumping in at that point, but breaking the goal zone before the Regieleki hits means that's going to walk toward the base.
Oh, the Ultra Swole Slam doesn't find anything either. Leech Life is going to come through, but a massive yawn from Snorlax, and that's another KO for Nemesis as they climb the heights of this game. Dark Lords have to go for experience here. I don't know why they keep fighting.
Yeah, it's tough. They have to try to get the experience that's currently on the map. I mean, they could look for a pick here, but Nemesis is just playing so well as a team, and that charge beam shredded through multiple members of Dark Lords, and now the remaining 2 members standing on that tier 2 goal zone, but there is nothing they can really do. 48 points are left in this goal zone, and Nemesis they're just so far ahead right now, Tano. They can just take any fight they want.
I love the fact that instead of going for their experience in the lane, Dark Lord are like, you know what is good experience? That level 12 Blaziken that's now level 13. That's what we want to take out. So let's send everything over there. And they're just not finding anything. I'm not even sure they found a KO yet.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to try to send multiple members after only 1 member of Nemesis, but Nemesis knows that. They know exactly that they need to take somebody out, so they're not going to let that happen where they're going to let Blaziken get caught out. Here they do have to use an eject button there, and they do get low for a second, but the Snorlax is there with an EXP share on, mind you.
Does feel like, as Spragels was talking about, in these tournaments, in the early stages, you do often have these really big, strong teams coming on in up against people that are lower, and it does usually become a stomp. I like with the meetings of that right now, Husky, is Nemesis just set up camp in the central area of Dark Lords, and what about Shuriken is not going to go anywhere as they just clean them up once again.
That's a one-shot on that poor Cinderace with the overheat. Another objective going to go over to them. This one is a Reg Ice. Did we see a Reg? No, we saw a Registeel first. I hope on Cast Together we get the triple Reg Ice, but not this time. 32 points are left in that goal zone, and Hoopa potentially could look for a break here. It's just a level 9 on the Greninja. The support player is 2 levels up on this Greninja.
Oh, it's so tough, isn't it, as they fall. It's level 14 on your carries on the side of Nemesis, Blaziken, and Dodrio. They are not concerned about anywhere on this map as they look to even shake up to this fight going on near the T2 pad that is no longer existent. Dark Lords are throwing everything at trying to take this Regieleki, but Nemesis refused to budge.
Regieleki was even throwing hands right there. They picked up a KO. Mamoswine, not even level 9 yet. And, you know, I bet they would have been if they took on an EXP share. But nope, they did not want to. Cinderace goes down once again to a singular overheat. Unite move is used on the Miraidon, but I honestly don't really think they're worried about it. Even with under 3 minutes, it doesn't really matter. There's 2 level 15s on the side of Nemesis.
I'm going to laugh so much when the next game Dark Lords just puts EXP share on every Pokemon and he's like, you know what, that was the problem and now we're going in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they don't know they're supposed to do that or if they just wanted to try this interesting strategy. But, you know, Dark Lords, if you are listening, EXP share is very broken. It can be very valuable. That being said, this is Nemesis that they're up against. I don't really know if anything they could put together would be able to take down the Titan of this team from NA. Look at that, the Buzzwole obliterated before it can even get a move out.
No, you're absolutely right. When you're up against a team of this level, and they do just find easy KOs here in this fight, nearly acing them once again. Darkrai, though, hey, we've got a mission on our hands. It's them against the entire world as they look for the secure, but it's not going to be enough. I feel like Dark Lords just went, you know what, let's go really aggressive. Let's go all damage and see what we can do against a team at the levels of Nemesis. It just didn't quite work out for them.
They never even got the Mamoswine. They stuck that Pokemon at level 8. They were not even able to get it to its full evolution. No Unite move for that player. There was a single KO from Dark Lords to Nemesis in that entire game. It was on the Buzzwole, but for some reason the Mamoswine got the MVP because it scored the only amount of points that we saw that game. But look at this from Nemesis, 26 and 12 on the Blaziken.
Machoke cooking all day long. Such a tough matchup. Looking at the levels, Husky, I mean, the highest level at the end of that on Dark Lords doesn't even touch the support level on the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, I wonder if we will see a pivot here. I feel like I just saw this in chat. This was all part of the plan for Dark Lords. They're baiting Nemesis so they feel like they're safe. They feel like they can do whatever they want. But then they're going to try next game. Like this second form, they're going to pull it out. This is the boss level. They've got a plan. I would love to see it.
I would be screaming at the edge of my seat if that. I pray that is exactly what we're going to see here. I want noise complaints from my neighbors because that comes in. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. But also, that could be true. Nemesis could be picking up different pick. I mean, I guess they kind of were playing off roles that game. Regardless, but maybe we go back to my experience on stage at NAIC and we see Jungle Comfey come out from Nemesis. You never know.
Hey, you never know. That was a close one. Nevertheless, look at the scores, but it could have gone either way. But now we're going to see game 2, where Nemesis are off the back of some brilliant momentum that they've built up there, Husky. I mean, you're just going to run it back, aren't you? You're not going to change much.
Yeah, no, I don't think they need to. They could try to have a little fun with it, but Nemesis, definitely one of the favorites in this entire tournament, if I could be bold enough to say that. They are one of the strongest teams from the competitive circuit in North America, and I feel like with this tournament, there's a lot of new things happening. We saw Trainer formerly on the Luminosity squad, has now joined the Nemesis squad. We've got some things shaking up, a lot of roster changes, and some of these teams are really strong. So this is one of those big tournaments where some of these early rounds are just kind of, you get a matchup and you are going to have to play it. But kind of what you would expect is that some of these more powerhouse teams come out on top.
I mean, the fact that Nemesis was already a household name in NA due to how good of a team they are, and then they get Trainer, I'm not sure that's legal. I think that's a little bit broken on the side of Nemesis here.
Yeah, honestly. It's interesting looking at, how rosters shake up over the off season and even during the actual competitive season. I am a proponent of, I'm always going to root for the team that sticks together. Through an actual season, but after the competitive season ends and everything with the Luminosity squad not being under Luminosity anymore, all of them are going to different areas and different teams. Those are all individually incredible players that would be a great addition to any squad. So seeing that Nemesis picked up one of them, I forget which team has Otter now, but they are also on a different North American squad. It's going to be really fun going into the season, seeing how everything has ended up shaking out.
I think it's Team YT that has Otter, but you're absolutely right, Husky. It's the same with EU. We had our biggest squads break up. Gen 5 were gone. Komai have got a new squad. We've got Nouns no longer competing together. But it has really just opened the door for these brilliant squads. Goodnight Gaming, the team that currently Gatlu and Adesu are on, is my favorite team because they've kind of just made a super team in EU. They've got so many good players across the board. Toast is on that squad. And that's the excitement of the off-season, really. You get that roster mania that it really brings out some exciting squads.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see. And I think that it's also worth commenting that a lot of games that are the similar format come up with these super teams of all of the best players, and it doesn't work because of team chemistry being so valuable. And if certain players don't play well together, it doesn't matter how good they are. So I always love seeing how these situations, everyone's like, oh, it's the super team, they have all the best players. And I always am interested in following those teams and seeing how it actually ends up working out. It's very interesting.
It really is. What I'm excited to see what works out is this second game, because Dark Lords, that is a mountain to climb to come back off the momentum Nemesis has just built. They're already a very difficult team to go against anyway. I feel like a little bit of it is just accepting that you're going to have to go on a lower bracket run here, but I want to see them come out and really try to take it to Nemesis at least and adjust the comps that they had.
Yeah. I think that for a lot of these teams, when you get into situations where you might be outmatched or, potentially playing on ping or something like that, you just got to kind of revert back to your comfort picks, pick what makes the most sense for you, what you're most comfortable playing, what you might be best at, so that you can at least know that you are comfortable going in instead of trying to pick something super meta. You might be able to get something done that way.
Okay, so just having a think about what we might get to see next time as these teams are trying to work out where they want to go. What I want to know, though, Husky, is, of course, you've been doing a lot of the casting in the NA region. You've done a little bit of the EU region as well that I've been on the mic with you for. Give me your go-to watch teams coming up to this next UCS.
Oh, that's a great question. I feel like I don't even know what teams exist right now. I feel like everything that I was like following in NA and EU, especially over the last competitive season, are either no longer teams or they're going under a different name that I don't know yet. So I really don't know if I can answer that question at the moment.
Okay.
There's like a lot of specific players that I always love to see what they're doing. I guess a couple that come to mind are like Sobi from North America, an attacker player. Some of my like friends, I'm always looking to see where they're ending up. Version 1, another team, they have stuck together for the most part. They're such a fun team to watch. Like Flareons from Orange Juicers and Zugrug and that squad, they're not playing as Orange Juicers anymore, but I don't know where any of them went. So it's always, I haven't been super in the know about where teams are going to be sorted out, but there's a lot of players specifically that I love to see what they're doing and I love to follow.
Yeah, I like that. You always have those couple of players where you're like, no matter what team you're on, I am a
I'm still gonna root
I'm a
for you.
fan.
Like
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's wherever Ender is, I'm always gonna be rooting for them. Like it's just kind of what you do.
100%. For me, it's the same. I don't get much chance to cast in NA because unfortunately time zones exist, and when you guys are doing your Underdog and all that, it's like 1 a.m. for me. So as much as I'd love to stay up casting that, I don't get much chance to. But I always love seeing the NA region in these competitions. It's like how I always love to see the India region competing as well, because there is always like 600, 700 teams or something ridiculous in India that want to compete. They are eager.
Was that a 6-7 joke?
No.
Was that a 6-7 joke? Did you mean to do that? Spraggles got me earlier with 16 or 17. I was like, oh, I'll kill you. I'll kill everyone in this room.
I saw your response to
I was like, oh. I was like, here we go. It's crazy though, that meme is like so dead, because as soon as like the brands started jumping on it, like it dies. I love that. I love when we see like capitalism ruin a meme completely. It's just like my favorite thing ever. Anyway, it does look like Dark Lords is going to drop, so Nemesis will go ahead and take that set. I honestly don't think we would have needed the next game to be able to make that inference, but instead we are going to be taking you to another matchup, TTV versus 3 Tanks 10 Ball. So I guess TTV versus TTTB. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're going to go with that. I like that. Okay. I did have a confirmation as well. Apologies. It is TTV that Otter is on, so I think that's going to be really exciting to see.
It's TTV, YT, same thing.
It's all the same thing, right? I mean,
yeah, so we are jumping far ahead, actually, to winners round 4 right now. Let me look at the records of these teams. So far, TTV has played 2 rounds and won every game. Has not dropped a game yet. Same with 3 Tanks 10 Ball. They were in a winners round 2 matchup where their opponent did not end up playing, but they did 2-0 their previous set. So no games dropped for either of these teams going into this next set.
Oh, and that was Code Unknown Fibonacci. That's an interesting team as well. So yeah, I mean, they're both coming off at least a 2-0 win in their record. So this is going to be quite interesting. Oh, kitty. Completely distracted now. Thank you.
I had a bag of chips, and there's like a bag of chips next to me. I was like having a snack between the sets, and he didn't like that I was without him, so he's gone now.
I'll ask this question later as we're going on into this game. TTV taking on TTTB, 3 Tanks 10 Ball.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the TTV squad, look at this. This is like classic, I could cry. Zugrug, Ender, and Toon, the classic TTV squad. Everyone was pulling for them in competitive season 1. Otter as well. And then we have a Zealot, previously a member of T3 from last season, one of my favorite teams. So a lot of notable players here versus 3 Tanks 10 Ball, who have banned Mega Charizard, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, very unsurprisingly. You know what? Whenever I think of Pokemon Unite, it's that gif of when Inder won and like he jumps up screaming. Like, I'm with you 100% on this team. I think it's a very exciting team on the side of TTV, and I can't wait to see what they do here.
I know, this is gonna be so exciting. Like, I'm literally beaming to myself. Like, I feel like I'm watching competitive season 1. Like, I was sitting watching this team, like the original squad, and being like, oh, I wish that, like, I was involved. Like, I wish that I could be part of this somehow, because, like, it's just so much fun to watch. And now I get to cast it. It is a really good time. Mega Lucario, unsurprisingly, picked up first.
Yeah, it does mean that Free Tanks gets to take the Suicune here, which is always going to be a go-to pick. No, in fact, possibly rotating off it. No, we do. Oh my god, I was worried then, Husky. I thought, you cannot give that over to TTV as well.
Oh my god, I know. Imagine seeing the Suicune also go over to the other side. Suicune, a all-rounder Pokemon that is most definitely a defender, so that's usually why it's played in that role. It just kind of has a purple background for some reason. I don't know why, but this game loves to do that. And I do love seeing off-role Pokemon flex into different roles. So we're going to be seeing Suicune playing that tank build. Eldegoss as well, one of our Pokemon to watch coming out in that supporter slot.
Yeah, Miraidon, another one that we said to watch as Utter picks that up. Zugrug is here on the Umbreon. We finally, and I'm so surprised it took so long, seeing a Alolan Raichu on the side of Free Tanks 10 Ball here with... That's a Groudon. Am I on Gatlu's channel? That is a Groudon.
Oh, one of my least favorite Pokemon to play up against. If somebody knows how to play Groudon, it is so tilting, so frustrating. But yeah, your point about Alolan Raichu, it's one of the few attackers that I feel like come out pretty frequently. If you do want to pick up a ranged character, Alolan Raichu is one of those that you tend to grab. Miraidon as well, another one that is still very popular and really strong. Another one of our Pokemon to watch, by the way. I guess we were pretty good at figuring out which of those Pokemon we would be seeing. I guess the other ones like Inteleon and Mew are also sometimes pretty viable, but I am going to be looking at this Alolan Raichu here. It is a really good pick.
I do like the Mimikyu as well, because TTV have locked in Inder on the Comfey. You've got a Mega Lucario, and you've got Toon on the Machamp here. Is it going to be submission? Is Champ Cena going to be taken to Faya Sky Ruins here?
Champ Cena, yeah, the Machamp. It's one of my most hated Pokemon just because I don't like the way that it looks and it kind of scares me. And it's a Pokemon I would really feel unsafe if I walked into a bar and Machamp was in there. I would feel like a little bit concerned. I would be looking for like a trusted friend to be able to like walk me around. So like personally, don't like Machamp, but seeing it being played in a competitive setting is always really fun because it's an all-rounder that's been around since the beginning, but it has never really been super competitively viable while still being like decent because there's just so many all-rounders that are broken. We don't get to see it a lot. But those barrage blows, the Unite move of Machamp can be really, really powerful.
That it can, and as suspected, Toon is going to be taking the central area here on that Machamp for TTV. Currently on your purple side, chat. Free Tanks 10 Ball here on your orange side.
And we do have Greedent playing in that top path role. It had that time in the sun for a second, if I remember correctly, where Greedent was a top path Pokemon for a bit, but it is going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. Really needs that level 5 as soon as possible. Raichu getting a bit of an early secure. It is the little girl Pikachu down here in this bottom path.
Looking for that Evo early on. That will be difficult of a lane to handle with the Suicune up here, though. Greedent just doing Greedent things, although does walk into Zella, and they look like they're getting close to the KO, but they managed to get away.
And this is why Greedent is so frustrating to play against. But now that I'm watching it, I really do like this into a Mega Lucario because it does just last a while. Well, you know, never mind. You know what? I'll just stop.
Champ Machoke on the field here. They do manage to find that one. And yeah, that was some good pressure from Free Tanks 10 Ball until we see Toon hit the lane.
Yeah, now we've got 3 members of TTV up in this top path. Groudon now coming back, but Lucario, great Meteor Mash to be able to push those central area birds away for most of that to go over to TTV.
Okay, so Free Tanks 10 Ball looking to get those power spikes. They currently still have a glossy fur. It looks like Zealot has most of that controlled in the top side. Down in the bottom, though, we do have the Alolan Raichu with this Suicune, so it's not an easier lane for TTV, but Miraidon Umbreon is very capable of handling that as well, Husky.
Yeah, it's so funny watching with Choke like run around with submission, just like bent forward, just like running, but it's not really going like that much faster. And it's just kind of funny to watch. We do have level 5 on the Suicune in the bottom path, which is definitely very valuable, but the top path has not been going as well for 3 Tanks 10 Ball. Still level 3 on the Eldegoss. Groudon just hitting that level 4. So TTV really can push forward into this top path if they wanted to make that decision, but it looks like instead they're just going to hold it, make sure that they have the vision on everybody, and prepare for this Regidrago.
You know what? It's giving, you know, when you go a little bit like quicker when you're crossing the road because like you want to get out of the way of the cars, but you don't actually run any quicker. That's what it's giving to me.
Yeah, you're like walking like a little bit fast. They think you're moving quicker, so like you don't seem rude or something like that, and you give them like the little wave and like yeah, that's exactly.
They do find the Regidrago, though, as TTV now look to be getting those higher power spikes. We do have the Greedent, can't get out of the arms of Toon, though, as they do get away with a little bit of HP. That is why Greedent is so frustrating, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the hindrance resistance as well. If it does have Covet popped, then it's going to be more difficult for Machamp to do anything with it. That being said, 3 members of TTV are going to be able to shut that Pokemon down, and we still have a little Gossifleur. They have to be able to just get this piece of experience, and then we'll see them hit level 4. I hope they do, and they finally hit level 4. Finally, they've got their level.
Oh, wow, we've got Trick Room Mimikyu here as well. I know a couple of friends in chat that will be excited for that. Lobo, I'm calling you out, buddy, as they look to hit the KO here. Zugrug is taken, and they get the objective too, Husky.
Big fan of seeing that Trick Room come out. I was wondering when we saw Shadow Claw if we were going to end up seeing that Trick Room, and we do. So definitely going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. Machamp, though, is level 9 and has the opportunity for a big engagement. They don't really need a Unite move. Dust Runner is going to go down after just using its regular moves here, and Regirock in the top path will go over to TTV.
So TTV, despite the fact that these scores are very close, they feel like they are winning these team fights. I think the power spikes that they've managed to get are definitely ahead of Free Tanks 10 Ball. But Mimikyu now has the play with me. We've got the Thunderstorm Aerial on the side of the Raichu, so it still could be anyone's game right now, but TTV looking to outlevel.
Yeah, this Greedent is really going to have to start getting a ton of vision, just walking around the map, being annoying, trying to pull members of TTV away from fights to deal with the Greedent. I think that's one of the things that it's very good at, is separating players that definitely want to fight as a team. TTV's team comp is very team fight heavy, and they kind of want to all be around each other. Greedent could seriously disrupt that if they're able to get online.
Seems like so much patience from these teams right now. They're not brawling like we've seen in previous sets. We do have this Eldegoss now, rather, does get KO'd. TTV looking to get aggressive in the top side, but this Greedent, they're doing Greedent things, Husky. They are just a complete nuisance. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to come on in from the Raichu there, but still not many KOs raining on in. We do see TTV. The Barrage Blow was used. Didn't get anything out of it. Toon gets away with 1 HP in a dream. Comes back in with the submission while Zealot cleans up Free Tanks 10 Ball.
Wow, great play there from Inder on the Comfey, knowing exactly when to hop off and make sure they didn't get KO'd on their way to save Toon on that Machamp. Definitely fantastic play from them, but they overstayed a little bit in this top path, and they were able to take down the Lucario. Definitely a high-value KO for 3 Tanks 10 Ball.
So they are finding things with the Mimikyu Raichu. They just need the rest of the team to get those levels as well. We don't yet have the Unite as well. Looking for Greedent, though, with the power of the steel, manages to take the Regieleki away from TTV, and they retreat back to their lane. Greedent's not happy with that. He's going to go on over, get a burp onto the Miraidon as they're backed up, and the Lecky walks in.
Look at this. Now 3 Tanks 10 Ball takes the lead here with that steal from the Groudon. You didn't expect it, honestly, but looking at TTV's composition, when you don't have Lucario there, you don't have a ton of secure options. I mean, I guess Machamp could with the cross chop, but better secure on 3 Tanks 10. Actually, not even, but it just leaves more of an opportunity for players to make steals like that. Eldegoss will use their Unite move right there to save the Greedent. Now Mega Lucario just in the top path by themselves with that Comfey collar.
Looking to see if they can get the Registeel here. Look at the damage that does. That was a quick rip. We did see Raichu looking for it, but now they're pulled in with the crowd control. Endless Ice Spikes is going to come on through. They're looking for the KO on Zugrug, but Moonlight Prance is going to land, and Raichu sent back to the Pokemon Center. Salt isn't too concerned, though, as Rollock Guy is going to look for the KO on Zugrug. Still, Lucario running down this lane, finds the double KO. We see that Berry Blast come on through. They're going to find the KO here as Zealot gets so weak. Comfey hops on off. Inda is going to be found. That's it with that combo, Husky. Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, I mean, a couple KOs being picked up is definitely still value at this point for 3 Tanks 10 Ball. They are still playing from a little bit behind, but not by much, honestly. Level 13 on Lucario and Mimikyu, and that's it. Otherwise, the levels are fairly even, with just the supports on 3 Tanks 10 Ball just a bit behind.
30 seconds before Groudon takes to the field, we are going to have a bottom lane Regieleki that 3 Tanks 10 Ball want to grab here. It does put a little bit of pressure on TTV, but I think with the way that these scores are, it's not going to be something you want to throw everything at, and it looks like we might see Eldegoss go down. Yes, we do, as Toon looks to hunt for more here. Does get stunned. They grab the Regieleki from 3 Tanks, and now they have to go on a quick retreat here, Husky.
That was a great play by TTV. They knew that 3 Tanks 10 Ball was set up to rip that objective, and it's not usually a smart play to run in like that, but they picked off the Eldegoss, and that set them up to be able to win that fight if 3 Tanks 10 Ball stayed. Already Lucario in the backline. They're looking for a good opportunity to use their Unite move and Mega Evolve. They don't even need to here just yet. Raichu already taken down in quick fashion.
That is a lot of damage that 3 Tanks 10 Ball no longer has in this fight, and TTV can just be so patient with it. Look for a couple more picks here as they're going to get that submission onto the Groudon, and they manage to get off with the Belly Burst here as well. They do get out of there utilizing their maneuverability, but they do get KO'd. Endless Ice Spikes is let loose. There's the Bright Future Meteor Storm. A barrage blow just misses the Mimikyu as they try to escape, but right now TTV are locking down 3 Tanks.
Mimikyu on 1 HP. They just have to worry about that Pokemon. Here comes Raichu looking for a steal. No, it will be the Mega Lucario that takes it. TTV has Groudon buffs. They have 4 of them right now. Only Miraidon is down. And since they are already ahead in the score, 3 Tanks 10 Ball is going to have to pick up some KOs. It doesn't look good, though. Suicune is already down.
I feel it's a tough one. You've got 45 seconds left here. They've already managed to score some points, trying to disrupt them on the side of Inda, but they're going to be able to score that. They've still got more for the Hundo Burger to go in. That is a 94 overcap there, Husky. So TTV, they're definitely going to be winning this game off the back of that, but I think 3 Tanks 10 Ball did such a great job at keeping themselves in it until those final few moments.
Yeah, that was interesting, and we've got a bit of a blackout here. I guess they don't want us to see what the end is like, so we're going to switch to our second camera. 610 to 120, and TTV isn't even backing down right now. They're just still going to be pushing forward with those 10 seconds left. No chance for 3 Tanks 10 Ball to come back in game number 1, but Tano, they actually held it together for a lot of that game. They did a really good job. They kept up with the score for the most part. It was really just their team fight that was lacking.
Yeah, honestly, I think if they don't go for that Regieleki in the bottom lane and don't give over a KO like that Eldegoss and a couple more to the side of TTV, they would have had a much better chance coming into that final fight. I think that gave TTV so much more momentum in that moment of the game, and it just wasn't something that 3 Tanks 10 Ball had to push at that moment.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely didn't want to end up dealing with that. And I guess if 3 Tanks 10 Ball just didn't fight it at all, they might have been able to position in the Groudon pit a little bit earlier and make sure that they were set up well. But they really thought they could get that Aleki, and I guess they would have. I guess they'll learn and grow for next time. But look at this. I don't know if we're going to see Mega Lucario make it through the draft again. 138,000 damage. And I do also want to point out the strategy of TTV in that first pick slot, which I imagine they will not get 2 games in a row. Now that 3 Tanks 10 Ball will have the side picking advantage or whatever. But really good strategy by them to use one of their bans to ban out something that is okay of a ban, which was the Blastoise. I guess it's fine to ban out Blastoise, but it's not necessarily one of those top picks. And in my opinion, this is a great strategy and also works as kind of like a bait, because now 3 Tanks 10 Ball has to make a decision on what they would rather let TTV have in that first pick slot. And they decided to ban the Zacian and give them Mega Lucario, which is kind of exactly what TTV wanted. Regardless of what that choice that they made was, they would get Zacian or they would end up getting Mega Lucario, both of these Pokemon that they are really good at and would really like on their side.
Yeah, I feel like, we hear people say that 80% of games are won at draft. That is a fact, by the way. It's not. But anyway, we do see a lot of those bans being what that kind of decides games in some ways. That I love the way from TTV where they're forcing 3 Tanks 10 Ball to ban out the strongest picks so that they get access to things like the Mega Lucario. I mean, they banned Dodrio, Blissey, and Blastoise there, Husky. I think Dodrio and Blastoise are the kind of picks that you wouldn't expect to ban. You're not going to complain about it, but you wouldn't expect them to ban something like that. And it forces 3 Tanks 10 Ball to go with all the big ones, with the Darkrai, the Zash, and the Mega Charizard. So it's such a good strategy from TTV.
It is. And draft, in a lot of ways, is just mind games. Like, you are trying to figure out what the enemy team is going to want to do and make sure that you are prepared to handle that. And when we are in a meta where there are a lot of good picks and then a few super broken picks, you know that both teams are going to be working around those few broken picks. It's just a matter of who are you going to decide to let through and how many of your bans are you going to dedicate to those super broken Pokemon. 'Cause you don't want to. You want to be able to go into your ban phase and your drafting phase being prepared to acknowledge Pokemon that are played by the other team, not just Pokemon that are super broken.
Yeah, and I will say, what I did enjoy about that Groudon pick is that it's the kind of left field pick, Husky, where no team's going to expect it. Like, nobody expects to be going up against a Groudon in competitive Pokemon Unite. So if you can pull out something like that and get it to work, it's actually a good strategy going up against teams because they're not used to trying to combat that. It's a Pokemon that you don't see that much anymore. They're like, we don't need to counter it. So it can work for you as a team, as we see 3 Tanks 10 Ball are now going to take the first pick.
Yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all. If you lose the first game, then you get to choose whether you want first or second pick. And there's different metas where first pick is better, different metas where second pick can be better. But generally, right now, first pick is always going to be the one that you want to grab. And this time, it forces TTV to have to ban some of those more high-value options because 3 Tanks 10 Ball is going to be the one to pick first. So they're going to have to be the one to ban out Mega Charizard. 3 Tanks, if you're first pick, you don't worry about banning the most broken thing because on the off chance the other team doesn't ban it, then you get to pick it.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're looking for the Suicune here. I mean, they've banned Zacian and the Mega Luca. That's interesting enough with the fact that your first pick. They take the Serena out as well. I love these. Direct bans onto the side of TTV. They do have access to the Suicune on 3 Tanks 10 Ball.
Yeah, I was going to say Darkrai as well could be an option, but TTV does ban that out in their last option. 3 Tanks 10 Ball. I imagine we will see the Suicune or Blissey here. Could be another really good one, and it is going to be that Suicune. Definitely something you don't want to give over to TTV. I feel like they're just so devastating if you give Ender that Pokemon.
Yeah, like you're already coming up against a team like TTV. You can't be giving them things like that as they look to lock in. Oh, Tooley's going to pick up the Blastoise here and in the back on the Hooper. This is going to be a great core that TTV have built into their comp.
Love seeing the Hoopa come out here and TTV grabbing this Blastoise. A little nod to the fact that they banned it out in the last game, which is interesting. It is a Pokemon with a lot of CC, and right now the way that it's built, we could be seeing it in the top path role, but it depends, I think, on what 3 Tanks 10 Ball wants to do with their picks. They now have the Buzzwole, and look at this. We've got the Wigglytuff.
I love this. I mean, when we were talking about what Pokemon we like to see in these games that doesn't usually get picked up, Wigglytuff didn't even come to mind, but I love seeing it in these games, and it is very tanky. It's got that supporter background, but it is crowd control. It will happily take damage all day long. So an interesting strategy from Free Tanks, but TTV are going to give Otter access to this Shifu. Zugrug has picked up the Crustle. Look at how strong of a team TTV have got here.
Yeah, the 3 Tanks 10 Ball might not have 3 tanks, but TTV has 2 of them. So I guess we've pretty much confirmed at this point Toon is going to be taking that Blastoise up into the top path, or, you know, if they switch around, whoever ends up playing it. And I love this Crustle pick. Crustle, I feel like, is one of those Pokemon similar to Aldagos where you're never going to see it banned, but it can be extremely valuable if it's being played. Interestingly enough, though, we are not seeing Blissey or Clefable come out. 2 Pokemon that have been very high valued in a lot of off-season tournaments, I feel like. But we are going to be seeing Mew, one of my favorites, and if I remembered to send Kyle Pokemon to watch, then it would have been Mew for me, but I did not remember. So this time we will be getting to see Mew. Definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah, the fact that Free Tanks 10 Ball just have no pure heal on their side here is so interesting, because TTV, they're going heavy on this damage, by the way. Husky, look at Zella on that Blastoise. They are going heavy with that damage. We've got Toon on the side of that Shifu. We've got the Alolan Raichu. It's an interesting strategy here from Free Tanks 10 Ball. Let's see if it plays off for them.
Yeah, I do like the CC options on both sides. I think kind of 3 Tanks 10 Ball definitely leaning into that strategy more. You've got Wigglytuff, you've got Buzzwole as well, and you can use that Wigglytuff as kind of the harasser support, and Suicune as more of that tanky support role, where the Wigglytuff can just kind of walk at you and put you to sleep and then walk away. And then that sets up a lot of the Pokemon that they have in that front line, like the Buzzwole brawling, and also allowing the Mew to do a ton of damage from the back line. Now, I will say, Alolan Raichu coming out here again is going to be a little bit difficult for this Mew to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. This is going to be game 2 between them both. Free Tanks 10 Ball now on your purple side, TTV on your orange side.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We are seeing that little Squirtle head up into the top path, and in the bottom path we are seeing Alolan Raichu on the orange team again, but not on the same team for 2 games in a row. And we have the Wigglytuff with my favorite Wigglytuff Hollow Air on, Sobi rocking that sailor outfit.
So adorable here. I do feel like Free Tanks 10 Ball, they like to go for that kind of tank that can really just disrupt in the backlines. That feels like they're going for here. We had the Groudon, we're seeing the Wigglytuff here. That's kind of their style of play so far.
Yeah, it has been. Buzzwole, very low HP right now, trying to get some damage on top of Ender, but a big heal comes through, and that Buzzwole going down early.
Now TTV have the pressure in the top lane. There we go, though. Good damage comes out from Dodrio. Rollout guy finds the KO onto Squirtle, and that's going to alleviate things up here for Free Tanks 10 Ball.
You know, when I saw Wigglytuff being picked, I was kind of hoping that it would be Rollout Guy playing Rollout Wigglytuff, but, you know, I can't have everything that I want, so I guess we'll take Wigglytuff being played at all. It is Rollout, though!
Oh my god!
It is Rollout!
Guys, come on, what a letdown. you gotta change your name, no longer Rollout Guy. It's gotta be, what, Free Head Guy, and then Sobi's there on the rollout?
Yeah, no, Sobi's Rollout Guy now. What a move! What a move from this team.
Oh, let's see how it plays out, though. Buzzwole has managed to hit level 5 now, so they're going to have better pressure in that lane, but TTV are not letting up. I do like this from Dodrio. Once you hit those levels, they hit that 5, you have to be constantly on the side of TTV whenever you can.
Yeah, and TTV knows that, especially from their supporter, Ender. They're going to know that Dodrio is going to be in the central area, so great call getting vision there. We do have the Wigglytuff in the central area on top of Regidrago, but nobody else for 3 Tanks 10 Ball has arrived yet, so it's basically just going to be given over to TTV here. Unless we see a Miracle Secure, we do not. Urshifu will take that one.
Yeah, Toon is here on that single strike. Urshifu, great portal coming out from Inder again. Now, they have the secure. That's the thing about TTV. And realistically, every objective is going to be contested. We know how TTV likes to play. It's aggressive. They want every piece of farm and objective they can find as Wigglytuff is sent back to Nurse Joy in the back of the X-Scissor.
Yeah, I mean, look at where 3 Tanks 10 Ball is. Nobody is really prepared for a siege onto this bottom goal zone. And now they're just kind of walking in one by one. There's not really much you can expect to do at this point. Great Rock Tomb there by Zugrug forces Mew to have to leave. And basically, TTV has taken control of this bottom path.
Let's see what the objective is going to be. Coming on in here is a Registeel. That's probably not the thing you want to see TTV get uncontested. 3 Tanks 10 Ball are going to rotate into that top side, look for some attention on the Regieleki. They have given Buzzwole a lot of stacks off the back of that, which you're going to be quite happy with, Husky.
Yeah, you definitely want those stacks as early as you can. Even if you have to give up an objective or two for it, it's definitely going to be valuable. They are level 9 as well, so they are going to use that Super Swole Slam, try to pick up something, but no, they're the one being caught here. The rapid spin on the Blastoise, able to set up Hoopa for a high-value KO.
I love this from TTV. You know you can defend this. You find the important KOs. You're going to take away this Regieleki. The flank as well from Zugrug as they look to get a pick with the X-Scissor. But TTV are picking up exactly where they left off here, Husky. They're taking control of this map, grabbing all the experience they can.
I mean, that's what Hoopa does, right? They just have so much map control. You can be everywhere at once with all of your team in just an instant. And having both of those outer goal zones still intact for as long as possible is really the name of the game for playing the hyperspace hole Hoopa. And at the moment, 3 Tanks 10 Ball just doesn't have the resources to be able to take down one of these goal zones.
Managed to get a couple of Unite moves on their side now. The score isn't getting out of reach either, so it's a good response from 3 Tanks 10 Ball so far. Gotta watch out for that coming their way as an Ebon Fist is gonna land, and there's the wicked blow. Buzzwole back to Nurse Joy, Suicune to boot as they score some plenty of overcaps here that they're looking for.
I do love seeing Buzzwole get immediately obliterated. Some math here going in for TTV. A lot of opportunities to even overcap, but Ender finally does put those 30 points in to give a 30-point overcap to TTV. Now 217 to 73. Taking a look at our levels, we do definitely see a level advantage on TTV's side. I feel like at this point in the previous match, 3 Tanks 10 Ball was not as behind in the levels, so they are definitely going to have to figure out how to come together and look for an opportunity to get some picks.
Ooh, Hydro Typhoon eject button is going to come on through. They don't find the Suicune, so weak, but they have to go on back, and now TTV are going to retreat to their lane here. Looks like they're going to accept the fact that most of 3 Tanks 10 Ball is here. The rotations were coming through as they do send Toon down to that bottom objective, but leave their strong defenders to try and hold this out so they can get up and take it.
You know, unfortunately, I'm just watching this rollout, and I'm not sure that it's really doing much at all. There's a lot of hindrance resistance and unstoppable on TTV's side. As soon as Blastoise is inside the rapid spin, they're not going to be able to get knocked up by that rollout. And Urshifu has an entire move that's basically a full heal, so it's a lot more difficult to make this rollout valuable.
Oh, the triple trample came out as well as Dodrio was looking for the KO, but a brilliant response from Zugrug hits them with the X-Scissor, and they just couldn't escape the Thunderstorm aerial. Great approach and response by TTV. As roll call is sent out here as well, Inder's going to bring in the team to make this a push. They do have Springboard. They do find the KO onto the Urshifu on the Endless Ice Spikes as well, and they are pushing in big time here, Husky. They're going to find a good KO, but Buzzwole will fall. The Lecky doesn't go in, but TTV wanted to risk it so far, looking still.
That was a fantastic Wigglytuff Unite move. It really cleansed a lot of the CC that TTV was throwing at them. I think that was a good play to go for that push, especially because TTV is so ahead, but they also made the disciplined choice to back up. And I also think that 3Tanks 10 Ball should not have left the goal zone the way that they did, because that ended up leading to Dodrio and Buzzwole getting KO'd. I feel like you're behind, you have to stay, and then you just have to hope that they're pushing too far forward like the Urshifu did.
Ooh, Dodrio manages to get away here. Looks like Crystal is going to fall. They're not going to be too worried about that, though, because it does mean that Urshifu gets back to the pad. Good responses from 3Tanks 10 Ball, though, to be honest. They know who they're up against, and they found some good picks here, Husky. It is a close game coming on into the Groudon.
Great use of the Wicked Blow Unstoppable right there to avoid that Suicune CC. And there's just so many Pokemon on 3Tanks 10 Ball that are dedicated to CC. Great eject button there from the Wigglytuff. It's not going to work out for them, but it does give them a little bit of an extra knock-up. Unfortunately, though, they will not have that eject button for the final fight. 2 minutes and 20 seconds are left, and it looks like Reg Ice is going to freely be handed over to TTV.
And Zugrug with the wall there, stopping that go home on the side of the Buzzwole, delaying it a little bit longer, as now we have 5 seconds before Groudon is on the field. We know they're saying, Husky, when there's a Groudon, the game is on, as TTV look to get a little bit aggressive with it here, trying to find some vision on where 3Tanks 10 Ball is.
I mean, you don't have a level 13 on the Urshifu just yet, but you also don't have it on the Buzzwole. A lot of poke from this Mew does chip down the Alolan Raichu, but with a Hoopa on your side, you really can entrust that you will always be healed up. That being said, Ender doesn't want to necessarily give up their positioning by throwing down a hyperspace hold just yet. We do have Sobi looking for an opportunity to use a rollout. Fantastic, though, with the X-Scissor. Prevents them from doing so. And they have to use the Unite move for basically nothing as they try to get into a good position for a rollout.
Toon's going to find the KO there as well on the back of Mew. Thunderstorm Aerial's going to go down here, just trying to defend Raichu as Otter looks to find the double, and it comes through. They've managed to find the big hits. Triple Trample looking to go for the secure here, but they're just stuck in crowd control hell as they look for the secure on Groudon, and TTV already in the lead, take the objective.
Yeah, I mean, great full heal from the Dodrio to make sure that they didn't get knocked up by the Hydro Typhoon, but still, just way too much damage coming down in that pit to be able to stop anything. And all 5 members now of TTV moving toward that goal zone. If 3Tanks 10 Ball wants to come back, which is kind of possible, they're going to have to get some picks here. 3 members down, though, for 3Tanks 10 Ball. No members have gone down for TTV. This might be the end here.
Such a great push from the Buzzwole as well to throw Toon out of that portal, but they had no follow-up. So Toon gets 1 HP in a dream, gets the next portal, and now TTV have locked in this game. What a fantastic play by this squad.
Great set for them. They're looking really good going into the next couple of rounds here. 3Tanks 10 Ball, though, they looked really good, and that is a tough matchup for them. So we could see them redefine their strategy, head down into the lower side bracket, and really come back strong.
The later stages of this upper bracket are going to be electric here, Husky. TTV, absolutely brilliant. We saw Nemesis dominate the teams they were up against. No follow, pull through with a great effort as well. The higher side of this bracket, it's going to be literal UCS levels of combat here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting call. So looking at some of these stats, Otter on the Alolan Raichu, back to his initial role of an attacker player, dealing 75,000 damage and getting that MVP. But I also want to point out this Blastoise pick, a Pokemon that in my early days of casting, I would commonly hate on being played in the top path, but I can't deny that it did look pretty good here.
Yeah, absolute facts. And again, I mean, Otter just, uncontested. And if you can't get to the range attack on the opposite team, especially one that does the damage that an Alolan Raichu does, you're not going to be able to win that game. So I will say, though, it was impressive from 3Tanks 10 Ball. I very much enjoyed seeing them go up against TTV, but they proved to be way too strong for them to take down.
Yeah, I mean, they had a couple of interesting strategies. The rollout Wiggly is not something you normally expect, but it was just too difficult for Sobi to get into the position to be able to really get a lot of value out of those rollouts. It's only like a couple times I really think anything happened as a result of those. It's like those diamond in the rough moments where like you get a good rollout, so then you're like, oh, it must be so good because like this one play was so good. But it is really difficult to actually be able to pull it off consistently.
I have a clip when the game first came out and I was playing Lucario, and you know on Remote Stadium where like he's just going into the pit, a Wigglytuff managed to get me in the rollout there, and it threw me up like 7 times.
Yeah. Oh, it's the worst.
And the thing is, I watch it because it's just funny. I'm like, it's really funny despite how upset I was that I got caught out in that.
Yeah, like when it gets you, or like if you're playing, I was like an initial like rollout Wiggly believer. Like it was one of my most played Pokemon, like very early days of the game, because of those moments where if you caught someone in the choke part of the pit, it was like game winning scenario. But not sure how well it worked this time. It might work for them in the future. I don't want to count out the strategy just yet. It definitely had some valuable moments, but for now, TTV is going to be the team that's moving ahead. The dream team from season 1 of competitive is partially, kind of, mostly back here in this Groudon Gauntlet tournament. But before we send you to a quick break, make sure that you are entering our giveaways. We're giving away a couple of Empoleon licenses on Twitch and YouTube. If you would like to enter into that giveaway, all you have to do is chat the word Empoleon and you will automatically be entered.
And I believe if you win, you head over to the Discord in the tournament section and say hi to the incredible Rosander to claim your reward. Only if you win, chat. We're not going to give them out if you didn't. Anyway, we will head straight to a break here. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, chat. We're going to do the exact same, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Hello trainers and welcome back for the EU Showdown. Good Night Gaming taking on NoFollow here, Kyle.
Yeah, originally we had planned for me and Husky to be next, but with this EU matchup, we had to get Tado back on the mic for one before he goes home. This is, I mean, looking at the bracket, exclamation point bracket, will get you up to date where we are. But this, like Tado said, this is the EU matchup. New names, familiar faces.
Oh, 100%. I think everyone will recognize, especially Good Night Gaming. This, by the way, chat, just to give you a little bit of insight, this is probably the top seed in EU right now, going up against at least top 3 in EU, in my opinion. I cast these teams every single week in, week out on the off-season. So I have a little bit of knowledge on this, Kyle. This is definitely top seed versus at least 3rd seed in EU.
I mean, yeah, you look at the players, you'll see exactly who we're talking about once we start getting into this draft, which I believe teams are getting almost ready. I think we're getting final ready checks, but you'll see the names, and I don't want to spoil anything. I mean, yes, we did see NoFollow a little bit earlier on bracket, but Good Night Gaming, great people, great team. Maybe we'll see some Greedent. I don't know, Tano. Do we see some Greedent? We saw some Greedent in the last set. Do we see some Greedent here?
As much as one of Good Night Gaming's players loves that Pokemon, I feel like maybe not. I think they do like to be serious, very serious, Kyle. I mean, Good Night Gaming, they are fresh off a lot of victories in the off-season tournaments. They play in the weekly tournament that's managed by Purple over in the French region every single week, and they win it so many, like most weeks that they play in the Unite Fight Club here in EU as well, and they are yet to lose a game. They are incredibly strong. So if there is a team that's going to pick up Greedent and do well with it, it very well could be Good Night Gaming.
I mean, I always love seeing it. We have a lot of options in the meta currently. I mean, the top lane definitely seems to have some very strong picks. We've seen a few different options today, but let's not even start to theorize what we're going to see because we are already getting into drafts. So Good Night Gaming on your purple side. NoFollow is going to be on your orange side. And yeah, let's take a look to see what bans we have. Mega Charizard seemingly just a permanent spot up in that top ban spot. But I think Mega Lucario also deserving.
Yeah, I feel like force NoFollow to use that ban, right? Let them take that as the second ban. Good Night Gaming. Let's see what they want to lock in. It won't be the Scizor, because let me tell you now, Toast is on the side of Good Night Gaming and has one of the best ciphers we have seen yet.
Cerny. So we're seeing a lot of all-rounders in this ban, in the ban phase. I think it's mostly a testament to these players. I mean, you look at Potato, one of the best guard chomps in the world, and obviously Gauntlet, very proficient on almost every all-rounder top laner pick, and that is 6 purple background Pokemons that aren't getting played in this game.
Bro, if that doesn't tell you that these teams know each other really well, I don't know what will. They love the all-rounders here in this region, especially these two teams. Let's see what the first pick is going to be for Good Night Gaming. Gekakami is very comfortable on the Trevenant, one of the best in the world, in my opinion, but they're going to give over the Blaziken to Gatlu instead.
As true as the tales of old Gauntlet on the Blaziken. Always a great pick. We do see Potato grab that Blastoise first pick along with that Eldegoss. So normally this would be your defender, supporter core, but we've seen Potato use this top lane kind of more brawly style Blastoise in the past.
Yeah, keep an eye on those held items because I don't think they're going to change too much. They are going to stay on that attack side of things. Gek does get access to the Snorlax. Narami now on the Hooper, one of my favorite Hooper players alongside Inda. Such an interesting combo. And keep an eye on Toast because if they go Speedster here, it is going to be that Trick Phantom Force.
I am glued to this Mr. Mime build. You got the XP share, you have the choice specs, and we have it. My favorite item in the game, leftovers. I think without healers, I think this item's very good. Obviously, you do have an Eldegoss to kind of top you off, so I do think it'd be fine if we take it off. And yeah, we go ahead and take that out. Buddy Barrier instead. I think it's a fantastic choice.
I just love Mr. Mime being on the field here. But
Yeah.
I want more Mr. Mime in my games. Adesu is going to pull out the Miraidon. No surprises there. Toast is going to rain it out here with a Lucario on the field. What is Klaus going to go with? Because they're very strong on these speedsters. A Zero Aura would be a great pick.
I think, yeah, I was going to say Zero Aura would be kind of good. Scyther, I assume we were going to get Scyther. I think a last pick Speedster is going to be really good into this Miraidon pick. Otherwise, you don't have really a whole lot that can deal with it. Obviously, Mew does have pretty good range, but Miraidon still, like we talked about in the early, I guess in the pre-show, one of the better attacker picks of them all.
Yeah, 100%. It's such good range, and it's going to work really well with that front line they've built. I would like the Cypher here, and I think Klaus definitely will. We don't see much Scizor, unfortunately, but it does. You've got so much maneuverability on that Cypher. You've got the way to dance around realistically, and you're going to have to do because Gek is definitely going to be pulling out some of those blocks, and you've got to get around that with that full heal as well. I like this pick by NoFollow. Klaus has a bit of a mission to find those squishes, but very capable of doing so.
I do love the Lucario pick. Even though, not Mega Lucario, which has been terrorizing the ranked ladder for some time, I guess, and competitive for a little bit. It's kind of mostly been banned, obviously, but having just access to the regular Lucario, you have a little bit more flexibility with this pick. Obviously, yeah, power up punch, close combat, very strong still, even outside of the Mega. But you have a little bit of flexibility. We may see an extreme speed Lucario here, but let's get into it. Game number 1 of our winners round 4. Gauntlet going to the central area.
Yeah, gonna get that Blaziken online early enough. No surprise with NoFollow either. It is gonna be Klaus that's taking that, giving the red aura to Mav on the Glossifer, and that's the state of our lanes.
And I think, too, when we have an Eldegoss on the field, you always have to be wary that might go for an invade. Either way, even with just the red buff, you could have a little bit of pressure up there. But something that provides a lot of pressure is this early game of the Snorlax Miraidon. Great last hitting ability, and you're going to see them stay on the right side of the map.
Already getting an eject button out of Zante here. Gonna take a quick nap on the side of Snorlax's Gek. It looks to get back to their side here. There's the muted auto coming on in. The Electro Ball's gonna find the KO, Kyle.
That is big, and now you have the Scyther rotating down to put on a little bit of pressure on this Miraidon, which is gonna try to salvage some of the wild Pokemon in their own path. Unfortunately, unable to do it, but Gauntlet is down here for this 850 fight.
I do love the dual wing beat being down here. It does so much good damage. Of course, it has that execute when you are weak enough. It's good for trying to lock these in, but Gatlu pulls a lot of that onto their own side. NoFollow finds the KO, though, onto Gek, and they want to keep pushing here. Electric Terrain's going to go down. NoFollow wisely tried to stay out of Desu's way.
Look how much damage that Miraidon is chunking through that Scyther. Something to pay attention to. Yes, Scyther is very good early on, but if this Miraidon can scale up, you definitely have to be a little bit more careful about diving on in, especially when they have laid down that electric terrain.
Great combo from Zante there, and now NoFollow want to get a bit cheeky with it, trying to limit Gatlu where they can. They do take that little bit of farm. Who's going to get the aura, though? Gatlu looks to make a push through and actually takes it away from them, Kyle.
Oh, and the Hoopa portal is perfectly timed. Great support there from Narami. And now it's the Scyther that is a little bit caught out. And all 4 members of Goodnight Gaming are going to converge. And they do find the KO. Great heavy slam there as well. And Goodnight Gaming has survived that onslaught.
That is a double. The Regidrago's on the field. They're going to score points now as No Follow lose their central laner. We are going to see Klaus take the rest of it here and get those higher levels because it's all about getting that Unite move online as close to these objectives as you possibly can.
All right, Regidrago still not chipped yet, but something that is chipped, that War Turtle back to the Pokemon Center. Good Night Gaming gonna try to recollect those HP bars. Good reset there from Hoopa, but that means Klaus along with Mew, Zante, gonna shred through this Regidrago. That's gonna be scoring, increased speed for a little bit, and a little bit of global XP to the side of No Follow.
Looks like No Follow want to get aggressive on the top side here, leaving down there the Mew and Mime to handle that Blaziken. Grabbing what experience they can. Of course, the difficulty is with these new Regis, you don't know where they're going to spawn just yet. Reg Ice in the top lane, and now they're rotating down to the bottom lane here. Kyle, they're giving it over to the side of the Goodnight Gaming.
Yeah, I think they were okay with that. I think maybe they're going to prioritize points down here. And especially with the Hoopa, you want to try to break some of these goal zones as fast as possible. They are going to get some points in, but I think for them, they're just going to try to get these Regielekis and try to break these goal zones to try to slow down this Hoopa.
Gotta stop that maneuverability that Goodnight Gaming have. There's the Green Illusion dive. Doesn't find anything with it just yet, though, but they want to continue with the pressure. Snorlax is sent back to Nurse Joy. They do lock in the Lecky, so No Follow get going what they want as they cut off the approach from this Lucario, but Toast gets out anyway.
Somehow, someway, Toast gets out. Oh, actually, off screen, we do see a KO there. Might have been something from Mew, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to have to defend this Regieleki. Honestly, a very great defensive stand here. A lot of full HP bars, Snorlax putting in a lot of work, and then this Charge Beam Miraidon going to just hunt down this Eldegoss. I believe it was the Thunder that got that last hit.
Oh, and how much of a nightmare is that? Not only do you have to get out of the range of the enhanced charge beam that's just blitzing you, but then the Thunder is just going to continue to be a nuisance on you as well. And Desu is cooking on this Miraidon right now.
Heavy slam onto this Mr. Mime, followed up by a little bit of damage from Hoopa, pushed between a block and a hard blaze, and a great reset. Narami is really making these portals work, but good play here from Mew. They're going to try to get this Mutant Auto on top of them. Good peel from Snorlax, but unfortunately the Eldegoss joins the fight.
They were locked in looking for that KO. A brilliant effort from No Follow, but still on the back foot here as Gatlu has showed up to this fight. They're going to find the hit onto the Eldegoss. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to be used to keep them in the fight. Aura Cannon came through as well as Klaus was looking to clean up, but can't break through the fists of Gatlu. There's the Muted Auto, and Goodnight Gaming still come out on top.
I'm still very impressed by this Mr. Mime. It just chunks through some of these HP bars with that confusion. Not only that, but offers a lot of stuns. So there are a lot of moments where, yes, Goodnight Gaming are winning a lot of these fights, but there's a lot of damage from this Mime. If they could really fight as 5, No Follow might be in a little bit of a better position, but unfortunately they've been kind of scattered a little bit during these fights. We are going to have both sets of objectives here. It's a 3v3, actually 3v4 kind of in the top, because I believe Gotlu's heading up towards the top as well.
And the thing is, it's those Hoopa rotations that mean No Follow can't get a 5v5 fight in. It's working so well for Goodnight Gaming, Kyle, and if they can continue with this pressure, you won't see that 5v5 fight until the Groudon. But right now, they are managing to keep it close in regards to points and levels. Gatlu's going to take that Regirock here as now the fight finally does break out. Green Illusion dive doesn't find the KO onto a Desu, though. The brilliantly timed Hoopa portals continue as Gatlu's looking to take the fight straight to No Follow. On the back of that Cotton Crowd Clash, here's a showtime from Frigo, but now they have to look at getting on out of here as Gatlu gets pushed against the wall, and they find the KO with Toast locking it in.
Once again, talking about this Mr. Mime, the amount of crowd control that this is able to provide, as well as just the damage, right? I mean, you saw it there. I thought for sure Gotlu was going to get out, but a perfect Unite move from Mr. Mime, a perfect confusion into a stun. I mean, time and time again, No Follow is finding value. They just need to try to put something together, maybe push all one goal, but this Hoopa, you talked about it. They're just playing with such great pace. I really defending all these goal zones, but they're going to need to make something happen as No Follow.
Bright Future Meteor Storm was looking to come on down there, but they find the hit with the Enhanced Charge Beam, and now without having Toast in this fight, or rather not having Klaus, means that they have the pressure on the side of Goodnight Gaming to just not even go for the leggy here. They're going to push them up the Flux Zone, score these points. That's going to be a 36 overcap as they continue to extend their lead.
Oh, in the top pad, Blastoise trying to get a score. Great stop there from Toast. So you see in the picture-in-picture on the top side. I mean, that could have been really nice if No Follow would have got that 40 points in, kind of trade with that bottom path. But again, you look at where Goodnight Gaming is set up. You have kind of this split push, which is really centered around this Hoopa. They're constantly sending the team up and down with these hyperspace highways. Gotlu's going to be able to close out this Regieleki for themselves. Doesn't look like No Follow really wants to push it. 10 seconds until Groudon shows up, and Goodnight Gaming is in the driver's seat here.
This is fast. I will say, though, that despite like how high and intense these games are, these teams have managed to at least keep it a little bit close. As we see, final stretch takes to the field. No Follow looks like they want to go for a push straight onto the Groudon. Good response by Goodnight Gaming, though. The Enhanced Charge Beam was ready, and now No Follow have to go on the retreat as Gek is looking for a power nap straight into the bush here, buddy. They're pushed up against the wall. Brilliant moves by Frigo yet again with the walls coming through. Looking for the hit onto Potato. Hydro Typhoon's going to connect. We've got two fights going out here, Kyle, as we do see the Green Illusion dive from Klaus, gets out of the reach of Gek, and the showtime isn't being paired up with yet on the side of No Follow. Looking to find Lucario, and they do. Toast is back to the Pokemon Center as Colin Crowd Crash is going to come down now, keeping No Follow in this fight. Again, Klaus looking for the execute with the dual wing bee, but how is Gek still on their feet as they throw up the block, and Goodnight Gaming have survived the first fight?
They're trying to find a hyperspace hole before the damage finds them. They do. 3 members were able to enter it with very low HP bars. Musidal is going to connect. Good body block by Hoopa. We have an enhanced charge beam chunking through. No Follow. They're going to have to retreat back. And when now we have a great heal here from Hoopa, there's going to be a reset still. A minute left right now, and there's a 200-point lead for Goodnight Gaming. 4 members up for No Follow.
Oh, it's so tough because they've just been pushed out of the Groudon Den right now, and they're just going to look for some back caps as Marv is looking for this 40 dunk. Is going to be stopped by Narami by the looks of it, and right now, not enough time on the clock for No Follow to do what they want to do here, Kyle.
Not enough time, not enough money in their pockets either. And you see Snorlax going for a nice 42 points in the home goal zone. We might see Groudon get taken, but Eldegoss is down, Scyther's down. That's a double KO for Gotlu. There's the Hydro Typhoon, but it's all for naught. Goodnight Gaming saying goodnight to No Follow in game 1.
What a game that was. I mean, they managed to keep it close until we hit that final stretch there, but it was a back and forth between both squads in that one.
Very close match throughout, but it definitely seemed like Goodnight Gaming played the game that they wanted. We talked about it multiple times. Narami on this Hoopa controlling the tempo of the game. No Follow wasn't able to break a single goal zone through that entire match. Yeah, they scored 90 points, but when you have Hoopa that can control essentially the entire half of a map, that just makes your job so much more difficult on No Follow, especially when you don't really have the artillery power that Goodnight Gaming did, especially with this Miraidon. Look at the damage that thing dealt. 106k. Adesu was living their best life.
They were, and they weren't even touched much as you look at that damage taken, second lowest on their team. It was impressive. Same with Zante, though, to be fair. No Follow managed to get some good range out themselves without taking that much damage, but it did honestly feel like in a lot of those team fights, Goodnight Gaming had the edge, and Adesu was a part of that. We saw the Thunder finding KOs, the Bright Future Meteor Storm was used at the right times. It was such a great game for Goodnight Gaming. I wouldn't be surprised if they just want to run it back here.
Honestly, and I think there's a really good moment, too, from Narami during the Groudon fight. I always keep wanting to call it Rayquaza. We've been calling it Rayquaza for 3 years.
I know.
I'm still getting used to the Groudon. But there was a moment during that Groudon fight where Scyther was able to get through the front line, get all the way into the back, onto Miraidon, onto the Hoopa with their Unite move. Those health bars were dangerously low. A good Hoopa Unite move gave them a little bit extra HP, and then the stuns that the Unbound form provides with those hyperspace fists. And I think that could have been the difference there, because I think if they don't get that Unite move off in time, might have had a different story at Groudon.
100%. And I feel like me and you were both very excited by how Mr. Mime played in that game. Them being able to pick up Toast on the Lucario in that final fight was fantastic, Kyle. That's not usually a matchup that you want to take on, but Frigo was impressive on that Mr. Mime.
I like Mr. Mime looking like Bruv from seasons past, right? I mean, you got to think about Mr. Mime players, and that's obviously the number one Mr. Mime that you think of, especially when we're talking about EU matches. So I'm sure it made Bruv a little bit proud. I'm sure Gatlu was like, maybe we think about this Mr. Mime. I don't know. It looked really good. I think Mr. Mime provides a lot of utility, provides a lot of crowd control. The walls are really nice. I've been playing a little bit of Mr. Mime this season, especially with the addition of Big Root. I think Power Swap has, maybe some viable, maybe not in competitive. I think having barrier and being able to section off areas of the map is super valuable. You saw it time and time again. Unfortunately for No Follow, though, just ended up falling a little short. I don't think it was the Mime's fault, though.
No, and what is interesting is that Bruv has actually been playing with No Follow in some of these off-season tournaments, buddy. So you might be seeing a little bit of tips coming out there onto the Mr. Mime here. The Mr. Mime player is Bruv. So I like that No Follow are incorporating that in quite a lot of their action here. But again, Good Night Gaming, they're a team that are never out of the game. All of these players come from teams that have been playing for quite a while in the UCS, and they all, every single member of them, were at the World Championships last season, Kyle. So they are fresh off some really great experience in this offseason.
I mean, and they're probably, I assume some of these teams, especially some of these higher seeded teams today, will probably be making that trip down to Brazil in a couple of weeks for LAIC. I know Spragels talked about it earlier in the day of it's awarding 3 spots to the Asia Champions League final, which is it's such a cool opportunity, because there's not very many times where these players in the West have an opportunity to play with no ping. Some of these teams in the East, obviously ping is obviously a big controversial thing right now, right? Especially when we have a multi-region tournament. It could always be a little bit different. It doesn't always tell you the full story. So having that opportunity to play these teams on LAN is such a great opportunity, especially when a lot of the time we're talking about how good these East teams are.
Yeah, no, 100%. And going to LAIC, managing to get that, and then you might be competing with T1. I'm sorry, does it get any better than that? That would be incredible for teams to be able to pick that up and go and do that, buddy. So, I mean, I love the way that competitive Pokemon Unite is shaping up with these leagues. I think it's way more exciting than they were previously handled. So I cannot wait to see how it shows up, because ACL is looking to be the biggest it has ever been this year.
I mean, there's a lot of positives with the league format. I think having teams play each other a lot kind of tells you of where they are. I think the league format is really cool that they're bringing a bunch of different organizations to the game. I think kind of where it could be a little bit better. There's very few grassroots. There's very few tournaments outside of those top 8 team league. Yeah. So we have the one that's going to be coming up in just about a month. It'll be the online qualifier for the league, and then there's going to be ones later in the year. But with all that said, done yapping. Good Night Gaming, No Follow. We got game number 2 draft on way.
And I think we're just going to see all-rounders band out all day long, continuing here in this set. I think it's one of those where they are the strongest roles for both of these two teams. So you've got to look at that. Possibly Toast getting banned out on some of their speedsters as well will be entertained. But Hooper is, we saw those rotations, didn't we, Kai? You can't allow that to continue to happen.
Yeah, No Follow agrees that, that Pokemon was probably the biggest problem for them in game number 1. Yeah, obviously, Miraidon looked incredible. Yeah, Blaziken looked incredible, but it was all enabled by this Hoopa play. Not only the portals up and down the paths, but those resets on those HP bars. There are so many times that Narami was able to reset perfectly multiple members of the team.
And they directly banned Potato here. We've taken out that Garchomp. I love it, buddy.
Me too.
Zacian as well. Going to take that away from Gatlu or Toast. Let's see what the first pick is going to be for Goodnight Gaming, because Suicune is able to be picked up here. And it looks like, no, sticking with the Blaziken for Goodnight Gaming.
I mean, they feel confident in allowing Gatlu to have it. Obviously, one of the better Blaziken players in EU, maybe the world. I'll let everybody else decide that. I think he's one of the best, but okay. So as long as we're all in agreement, I do like being able to pick up Suicune. That is kind of risky if you're Goodnight Gaming, because Suicune, obviously one of the better picks in Pokemon Unite. Technically an all-rounder, but in competitive, we tend to see it played more in that supportive role. Either supporter, maybe defender. It's kind of hard to tell which one it is, but it's so good with that experience share. It's so good because it doesn't necessarily need to scale with the damage items. Its use is utilized best in that defender supporter role, especially with the amount of crowd control that it has.
I was casting with someone recently. I actually can't remember who it was, but they basically just said Suicune is a rich person's Alolan Ninetales. And you know what, Kyle? They were absolutely right.
Yeah. There's definitely something to that. Newfollow is going to grab this Snorlax Miraidon. So I love this because not only are you taking two strong picks, but you're getting them away from Goodnight Gaming. Obviously, Adesu's grabbing the Mew, and Gecko Kami is on that Mamoswine. And look at that. Once again, teams have been experimenting with leftovers. They may not play it here, but they're at least equipping it, or they have it equipped.
This is very dangerous for NoFollow, though. Goodnight Gaming have every main pick that they want on their players here. Toast is one of the most enjoyable players on that Cypher. Absolutely love it. Toast, one of Toast's strongest players I love is Talonflame and Cypher. Cannot wait to see what goes on here, buddy. But Klaus has got access to this Urshifu as well. A lot of crowd control that they have, so they're making it as hard as they possibly can for Goodnight Gaming in this one.
Yeah, it was one of the Pokemon that you said we need to watch out for today, so I'm excited to see it. You said that EU had been utilizing it a ton over the last few weeks. I've played it a decent amount into it, and I can see 1000% why teams are starting to pick it up, because it is quite annoying. As we see these items being switched and swapped around, I'm taking a look. Gecko Kami has equipped the Assault Vest, which I think will pair very well into these three special attack based Pokemon. One, that Miraidon, which will try to do some damage from afar. The Suicune, also a special attack based Pokemon. And then that Blastoise, which once again, we are going to be seeing it more in that top lane role.
Yeah, and it's fascinating how much the up and coming of the Blastoise has been recently, but it kind of came out of nowhere that all of a sudden everybody's using it in that top side. And that's one of the things I love about Pokemon Unite, is when you have these changes on the patch, sometimes it just levels up another Pokemon without being touched.
And this is going to be game number 2, winners round 4. We're going to see the Blaziken head towards the top path this time. So a little bit of a switch from game number 1, where we saw it take that central area. We're going to see Suicune as well help out that Kubfu evolve.
Ooh, it's all about this chase for that central area power spike. Good pressure down here by Goodnight Gaming. This is a brilliant lane combo on both sides. It's going to be a back and forth for the whole of this early game.
I love the Miraidon early, and we talked about it in the pre-show. It has such a fantastic early game. Thunder Shock has a great secure, and not only that, but it's the range on it's really sneaky, because sometimes you can catch a couple Pokemon off guard.
Yeah, you don't really expect it to have that much, but boy, does it, as Toast looks to find a hit onto Snorlax there. Now they're going to have to go on the retreat, because Klaus is looking for this. Does allow them to get out as they look to get these Natus.
It's actually a single striker Urshifu, so not the rapid strike that's going to be heavy into the dive. It's going to have great secure potential, especially something that they're going to need, especially with this Blaziken looming on the other side.
Going to take all of this away from Goodnight Gaming as well. Some massive zoning from Marv there. We still have a Torchic on the side of Gatlu, whilst on the other side, buddy, we have the power spikes we're looking for.
And they're going to look for a little bit of an invade, but it's going to wind up a little bit empty. Good I guess, heads-up play here from Scyther to make sure that they're going to clear out their wild Pokemon in the central area as fast as possible, because NoFollow wants to play with that tempo. They want to play with the pressure, and so far they're finding it.
I love this play from Gatlu. If you can't get your own central area or your own lane farm, go and take it away from NoFollow. Kambuska now on the field. Narami's just going to be your pocket healer here. Great play by Goodnight Gaming to get back into this early game.
I'm actually surprised that we're seeing the soft boil Blissey when we have a Suicune on the opposite side. We've seen a lot of Safeguard Blissey, and with all that crowd control, it does surprise me a little bit. I think we have seen a bit of a resurgence in healers, so maybe it's not as surprising as I thought, but still, I love the utility that Safeguard provides, but if we're going to be brawling all day, those eggs are going to come in handy.
Yeah, especially with Miraidon being there with the enhanced charge beam. You've got to be providing as much healing as you can, but it is really a catch-22, because then Suicune's there and you're kind of like, I don't know, we've got to go for one of them. Let's go for the heals as the Regidrago is going to continue to rotate down now to the bottom lane. Goodnight Gaming looking to find the secure. Has to watch out though, Potato is here. Frigo's going to go on in with a heavy slam, and the spin will come through as Mav rotates down as well.
Gonna look for a last hit here, Urshifu. Wicked blow, lined up, knocked down. Piloswine back in the Pokemon side. There's a Unite move right onto the Blissey. Sends them up and sends them back to the Pokemon Center. So good plays here for NoFollow. They're gonna have a little bit of positional advantage in the basement path.
Toast looking to hit that with the dual wing beat, doesn't find it on the side of Frigo. The Surf comes through, the Muted Auto will, no, it's blocked off by Potato, as NoFollow holds strong down in this lane, but they do find Klaus. Goodnight Gaming get a little bit of benefit finding that level 9.
Look at these levels right now. Miraidon almost at level 9. Blastoise almost at level 9. And it's only the Scyther on Goodnight Gaming. So they're quite a bit behind. Gatlu's probably going to spend a little bit of time off laning. Going to look for this last little bit of securing. Goodnight Gaming gets it with the Mew.
Brilliant decision by Goodnight Gaming. I thought that Green Illusion dive was going to come back through, but no, they concentrate on finding the KOs as well. And Goodnight Gaming have just got themselves well back into this game, managing to catch up on these levels they were struggling with. Still need a little bit more here, Carl. We need to see that Mamoswine online.
Definitely would love to see it. And Gatlu actually might have got their hands caught in the cookie jar a little bit. They're going to try to find a little bit of value on the opposite side of the map, but with 3 members of NoFollow converging, it's just going to be a quick express trip back to the Pokemon Center the hard way. There's still this Regieleki looming in the top path. Looking at the goal zone situation, 14 remaining on this T1 for Goodnight Gaming. So if NoFollow captures this, I fully expect them to just allow this to walk in.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I think that's exactly what they're going to go for here. Open up that extra area of experience that Gatlu can now go and grab in the lane and just defend your bottom T1 pad, because NoFollow, they look like they just want to go back and grab their own experience here and get ready for the next team fight.
Snorlax grabbing Vision pretty safely. I mean, you have such a high HP pool, and you have the safety of that T1 goal zone to fall back on, so I don't think pushing there was really a bad idea. Obviously, they didn't get, they didn't pay for it there in any way. But as we get closer, we're halfway through the match, and you talked about it a little bit earlier. We still have a Piloswine, so you definitely want to get that level 9 evolution online, get that access to Unite move, because you definitely want to use it before this next fight.
That you do, and now they do have it online. So we've got 5 Unite moves ready to go on both sides here as they're being so cautious of each other. Such a difference from game 1, buddy, as they do dive in with gets the Ice Fang onto Snorlax. Use the Electro Ball, but they don't find much because, of course, it's a Snorlax. The HP pool is ridiculous.
It really is. Basement objective going to be hitting the map. And now we have a little bit of a scuffle down in this top path. Blastoise forced to use their Unite move. Suicune able to send that Scyther back.
Toast is not going to be happy with that. They ended up in the Endless Ice Spikes. The explosion comes through. And now Goodnight Gaming have lost a huge amount of their damage in that top lane. Have to retreat here as NoFollow are really putting the pressure onto Goodnight Gaming in this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see NoFollow not push that T1 goal zone on the bottom side, knowing that they had, I guess, vision on 3 members, and then the 4th member in the Pokemon Center was just the Mamoswine holding this bottom path, and they had a little bit of a numbers advantage, so they probably had an opportunity to push, but they're playing it very cautiously. 3:30 on the clock, and this is definitely a much slower pace than we saw in game number 1.
so different. I mean, the Regidrago's about to come in. No Follow seems to be the only team showing face for it, as Goodnight Gaming want to push this pad, but the terrain is down. They do have the charge beam as well, so they're just not going to get where they want to with it at the moment. There's just so much patience between both of these two teams here.
Mamoswine continuously trying to pressure this T1 goal zone. Very determined to try to get that in, as we do see Urshifu on the top side grab that Regieleki, along with Blastoise looking to maybe grab Vision or maybe just zone Goodnight Gaming away from the Drago that's still up somehow. Neither of these teams have really prioritized it.
They're both just setting up camp in the bottom lane and just seeing who has a little bit of space more than the other, as the rest of NoFollow is now in this lane. And despite the fact that Blaziken has to deal with that Lekki pushing the T2, Kyle, they still haven't pushed this T1 pad.
Yeah, it's just very peculiar at this point. I mean, NoFollow has definitely a level lead here, right? You have the Miraidon and Urshifu that have ticked into their power spikes at level 13. You don't have any on Goodnight Gaming that have really eclipse that mark. I mean, yeah, you're close on Scyther and decently close on the Blaziken, but with 10 seconds left, I mean, this is a much different game. NoFollow is in the driver's seat right now, but it is too close to call. It's a 30-point game at this point. I don't think either team really wants to make that mistake of making a wrong first step, especially with NoFollow down here 1-0, or I guess 0-1. They don't want to go down that lower side bracket where it is best of one, at least until that lower side finals.
This is so interesting from these teams. It's like game respects game. They both know that they play really well together in these team fights, so they're just kind of avoiding each other. Their patience here is a little bit crazy as they just look for a little bit of levels on their side where they can. Looks like they were trying to find Blissey there, Kyle, but I don't know if either team realizes how close this game is.
It's very close. Blissey did burn an X speed there, so something to watch out. Desu has access to Unite, and they get heavy slam there and pushed into a little bit of danger. This could be it.
Ooh. Endless Ice Spice is going to come through here as they're looking for the pick onto the Mew, but they managed to get away. They're going to come on through with the Green Illusion Dive, looking to see if they can find Klaus, and they do manage to find the Mamoswine at least. Zante comes out on top. Toast finds the revenge, and there's the Hydra Typhoon. It's all letting loose as the Mystical Mirage is going to come through here, trying to see if they can find Zante. They are so weak, buddy. The Surf will come through. The Musted Auto is going to land, but he's blocked by Potato, and NoFollow still have their range damage as a Desu is sent back to Nurse Joy.
Look at this. Gauntlet and Narami are looking to try to rip this down. You have an overheat option for a secure. It is unstoppable, but a block could maybe section them off. A Unite move not available. Actually available from Urshifu. So the one thing that they could do is try to get onto Gauntlet, but they're going to try to drop the overheat. Sorax pushes it out, but Gauntlet still gets it.
This is why we love Gatlu and why they love that Blaziken, buddy. Goodnight Gaming. What an effort from Klaus to try and get in with that Wicked Blow and that Ebon Fist. Tried to find something to work, but with that raining on in, the game is so close that Goodnight Gaming are just going to steal this away from NoFollow.
That was insane. What an incredible play there from Snorlax to push out Gauntlet, but it was not enough. Goodnight Gaming scores just enough here in game number 2. Snatches victory out of the hands of defeat. NoFollow going down to the lower bracket, but holy cow, what a set this was.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the best team in EU right now, and NoFollow really gave it to them in that one. It was so close. I mean, even in game 1, it was close between them. So any team in that lower bracket is going to be cautious of NoFollow being there. But still, Goodnight Gaming refused to budge, and they will take this with 2-0.
That was insane. I mean, this is... When we went into this game, we kind of knew this would be a tale of two titans taking off in, I guess this is more of a North America LATAM tournament, but obviously we have some EU players and teams join, and man, we were not disappointed by the quality of competition in this one. Gauntlet, while, you know, the early game didn't look so good, it took quite a bit to get evolved, but when it mattered most, he shined the brightest.
What an effort from both of these two squads. I tell you, I mean, I love the fact that the EU has represented today and they put on a good show for us at least, buddy. The end of these tournaments are going to be so exciting with these massive teams from every region. Cannot wait to see who manages to take it away, but nevertheless, an impressive showing from NoFollow as well as they head down to that lower bracket. Looking at this graph, I mean, look how close it was throughout the entirety of this, Kyle.
I mean, as close as it gets, right? I mean, not technically, the closest, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, it was a dogfight back and forth. I mean, neither team really had a big advantage going into Groudon. You could probably argue that NoFollow had a slight advantage going in, but it was razor thin. And man, I mean, what else can you say? Gauntlet, no Blissey Unite on him, still made it work, and those eggs came in perfectly.
Yeah, I think the eggs were a good call. I feel like, you can... That's the thing of Blissey, though, isn't it, Cal? No matter what moveset you're going to go for, your team will benefit from it. It's why it's the strongest supporter in the game right now, because both of its movesets are just incredibly strong. So I think that was a great shout by Narami, recognizing that there's a lot of damage coming in from Zante that they're going to have a difficult job getting on with all that tank on their side. So they kind of have to provide that heal. So... yeah, I think it's a huge shout out. We're going to head to a quick break chat, but before we do, of course, make sure that you throw yourself a little message in the chat because we're going to give away a Mega Lucario license. So say Lucario in chat while we're gone and you'll have the opportunity of winning that license. We're going to head on off for a quick break. Grab yourself a drink and a snack whilst you do so. We'll be back shortly.
go.
Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We are back. The Groudon Gauntlet, the final reckoning, and Hostile on the mic for your next set. And we have a fantastic matchup here. Buzzhole 14K versus Team YT.
Yeah, another EU versus NA matchup. I know that many people remember Team YT from the old days. It's one of those teams that I feel like everyone has been on at some point. It's like a rite of passage to enter into the competitive scene. You have to play on Team YT at some point. And this Buzz team is the team that Nachos is playing on currently, one of the, if not the best player in EU during this off season. Very strong player. Shiv's favorite player.
Yeah, it's true.
So this is going to be another great set that we have coming at you.
I mean, yeah, we're kind of at the part of the bracket where teams are going to be very evenly matched. We're starting to see a few different 3-game sets. Just an off-screen, we unfortunately did not get to see this one, but La Poeria San Juan versus TTV went the full 3 games, and TTV down in that lower bracket. So we're kind of starting to get into the gauntlet part of this tournament where some really good teams are starting to fall down, and we're going to start to see who really is the best team in this tournament.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of things start to shake out. I mean, TTV, one of those teams that is always going to be a fan favorite, already down in that lower side bracket. Means, of course, you know, they can come back, but it also just goes to show how many strong teams have been formed throughout this off season. And this is honestly, as we're seeing today shake out, I'm so ready for LAIC. It's going to be so interesting to see how this ends up going. The different regions are very competitive right now, and yeah, it's going to be a great time.
I always love the start of the season. You got a bunch of new teams that are kind of unfigured out at that point. Like, we don't know if they're really good, if they're pretty good, if they're going to get better. So it's a long season. It's the opening tournament. So we're going to find out a lot of information about what these teams are made of. But you can also find out a whole lot of nothing because it is a very long season. LAIC obviously is going to be that opening. We're going to get 3 teams from that tournament that get to go play in the ACL. And we got to see LG go there last year and put up an incredible performance and really good representation from the West. But now we have 3 teams that'll be from the West. Well, probably from the West. There could potentially be some East teams that make that trip, but likely 3 teams from the West that'll get to play in that premier tournament that we all know will be an incredible showing and a good precursor to what will likely be Worlds in, I guess, August. So it's like 4 or 5 months, but we did see a lot of the teams that played really well in ACL played very well in Worlds.
Yeah, it was very, very interesting last year, and I feel like every single year the competitive scene just gets more and more interesting because the game is so dynamic. It's always changing. There's different metas that come out, and in different metas we see different teams shine and different strategies, and I'm really looking forward to how this upcoming competitive season, especially with the new format of competitive, it's going to be incredible to see how these teams end up adjusting and coming up with their strategies. And it starts to like really feel like Unite is becoming a major esport. And that's really good for the game, but it also means that we're going to have to see like a lot of competition in some of these opens or tournaments like this on the side where a lot more teams have the opportunity to prove themselves.
Yeah, they have that opportunity. Talking about metas, we talked about it just like a little bit, so I'm going to expand on that. We've started to see almost like a little bit of a meta form within this tournament. We've had a lot of different teams. We talked about what Pokemon we thought would be really represented today in this tournament. What do you think is the biggest standout of them all?
Ooh, that's a great question. I feel like I don't want to answer with the stuff that we always see. With like Suicune obviously, and like the Megas are banned and Blissy's good. I feel like I want to give it to LD and Dodrio. I feel like those 2 Pokemon I've seen a lot, and when I do see them, they seem to be performing really well. I'm not sure if they're like the top of the line picks for every single team, but I think when a team does have that on their roster, I feel like it's looked good.
Yeah, Dodrio seems to be like one of those Pokemon that can really play by itself for quite a bit of time. Like, it can do everything pretty well. It captures wild Pokemon very well. It can, go off lane, it can score, it can help take objectives, and provide value once it's gained those levels. And they can come into the fight, find a KO or two, and then go off on its merry way. So I think having a lot of utility that way can be very valuable for a proficient Dodrio player. But we have our first game here, Buzzhole 14K, Team YT getting into the draft.
Yeah, some of our classic Team YT players, as well as some more recent additions, and this Buzz team has a lot of familiar names from the EU region, really good players, and I feel like, at least for me, this is one of the first tournaments of this upcoming competitive season where EU and NA have gotten to face off with each other to kind of see like what the teams are looking like, so this is going to be fun for sure. Team YT already going to take out that Greninja for some reason.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No Greninja, no Mega Lucario, no Mega Charizard, no Zacian. So we have 3 all-rounders banned from Buzzhole. I want to say Buzzhole. Buzzhole 14K. Team YT also going to ban this Blastoise, which we've seen some of these EU squads pick up in that top half.
Yeah, EU seems to really like it. They've, the EU meta is always like, I feel like they've always started stuff and then like the other regions perfect it. But Blastoise is one of those that has been around for a long time and teams eventually kind of fell off of it. But now EU is picking it back up. So I wonder if we'll see it start to circulate through the other regions as well. But first pick, Blissey, unsurprising. This thing, no matter what they do to it, it is still broken.
Double defender picks from Team YT. Likely gonna pivot this Umbreon into more of that supportive class, possibly going with Wish. I've seen a lot of Wish mean look Umbreons lately, which is surprising because it's not something that's really been buffed all that much lately. It's just teams are starting to realize what this meta is all about and thinking that, okay, well, mean look is still pretty good. It never was bad. But Buzzwole 14K, they are grabbing the Buzzwole.
Yeah, that's kind of what you'd expect to see. I'm glad that they're sticking to their namesake here, picking up that Buzzwole. But on your point about Umbreon, it's a Pokemon that can also flex. Like, mean look is always good, but if they realize that foul play would also be good, then they can always pivot, and you can run pretty much the same item build as well. On Team YT side, no surprise to see SoSad Sam continuing to play that Gardevoir. Perhaps the only Gardevoir player left, but I am happy to see them bringing it out.
You think of Gardevoir players, and SoSad Sam has to be on the top of the list, has been playing it really since Season 1, so getting to see it here is going to be certainly a treat. One thing that you have to watch out for, though, if you're that Gardevoir, is going to be Nachos on that Zoroark, but Fui is going to grab that Zeraora, so Z-Fighters.
Yeah, so it doesn't even need a Comfey. Nachos' Zoroark is definitely one of the best out there. We also have Traffy picking up the Cinderace. This player kind of plays 2 Pokemon, and it's Greninja and Cinderace, so I guess Team YT kind of just decided, we'd rather see them play Cinderace. We'll just ban out the Greninja. It forces them into the only other pick that they really have. That being said, they are an incredible Cinderace and Greninja player as well. And it's going to be dangerous because this Gardevoir doesn't have a ton of mobility. It has the range, but Cinderace also has the range and also has a little bit more mobility.
Okay, I'm very much liking this Buzzwole 13 or 14. I don't know why I said 13. It's literally on the screen, 14. It's a weird number for a Buzzwole to do. I wonder if it's like our team or one of our players only did that much on Buzzwole, so now they're like kind of like taking a little jab at them. Like, so maybe we'll see only 14k damage. Honestly, if this Buzzwole only does 14k damage, I'm gonna be impressed.
I would be really impressed. Like, that's like to have to like try to get a specific like number of damage within like 1,000 points of damage. That's very impressive, and they should be paid if that happens.
This is game 1 of your winners round 4. Our last winners round 4 matchup. We are taking this Chansey along with Kranix on the Buzzwole up to the top path. Zeraora also going up in that top path for Team YT.
For a second, I saw like the Trevenant and the Cinder walk into the bottom path, but they like blended into each other for a second, and I was like, wait, when did Cinder put on EXP share? No, it is the Phantom that has the EXP share on, but this is a tough lane to go up against for these two little guys going up against these two large, fully evolved Pokemon.
Yeah, but Cinderace, as a Score Bunny, still has a lot of damage. Eject button's traded either way. And Cinderace, the Score Bunny, pays for it dearly. But Trevenant gets a little bit of revenge, taking out the Snorlax with them.
So this is a very interesting call as well from Team YT that we didn't get a chance to talk about during draft. They did pick up the Suicune, but Suicune is being played as a full damage dealer. It's being played in the attacker slot, whereas we usually see it in a defender or a supporter role. But do you want to have Snorlax play as your top path or something like that? You probably want to give the damage over to Suicune, but it is an interesting call that they had to make.
Another interesting call was that Umbreon invading Buzzwole 14k and coming out ahead. Fortunately, they did yield that KO right back, but it did stall out Nachos at least a little bit during that fight, unable to join. And Team YT, honestly, I think got a lot of value from it.
We do have now Chaotic at level 6, and unfortunately for the Score Bunny, they have not been able to reach their level 5. Gardevoir still able to secure away that blue buff, and they were just not able to get in there in time. They should be able to hit it here, though, and they will, but that's a little bit of a slow start here for the Buzz Squad.
8-minute objective. Regidrago going to be on the menu, and teams are starting to position around it. Mostly just the Score Bunny. I guess it's a Raboot right now. Mean Look onto the Blissey. A lot of damage follow-up from So Sad Sam, and that is going to go ahead and send them right back to Nurse Joy.
I mean, we have the Gardevoir a little bit ahead of where the Cinderace is, then you really can just start throwing a ton of damage. You have the Umbreon walk up, even the Suicune in the later game could just walk up, and then nobody can really touch that Gardevoir. The difficult part here is going to be dealing with Nachos on this Zoroark. If they see the Gardevoir at all, it basically just gets obliterated.
Yeah, already level 7 and invading Team YT central area, knowing that Gardevoir is down in the bottom path. Look at Buzzwole, though, pushing forward, getting a KO on Zeraora. Also going to deposit a lot of Aeos energy in that T1 gold zone. Team YT focusing on the bottom path, though.
Ooh, look at where Nachos is positioned right now. They had an opportunity to look for that Gardevoir, but great positioning on the other side as well. The Suicune and the Umbreon both positioning themselves so that Gardevoir can't get dove. But already looking for a fight here. Registeel is what spawns in the bottom path. Buzz is going to start ripping.
Buzz rips it completely, but it's Team YT that comes out ahead. The Suicune throws that Steel-type Solid and take it for Team YT. They're going to deposit some of their points into this T1 goal zone. Also a massive overcap there. Great math from Team YT. And Buzzwole up in the top path. It's Kranix getting a lot of value themselves, but unfortunately, Buzz falls down.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you need for Team YT, because the top path, this Zeraora fell behind extremely far. The Buzzwole is already level 9, stacked up right now, and this Zeraora, only level 7, is going to try to go in with a Wild Charge, but they are caught. They have to retreat. Suicune tries with a Unite move, but Zeraora still going down here.
Perfect play from Cinderace to ensure the KO on that Zeraora, but an even better Fairy Singularity. So Sad Sam lines it up, knocks it down, and then we have the Suicune getting a double KO off of that back. 9 points in from Umbreon, break the goal zone with 27. That's a 19-point overcap for Team YT.
Yeah, look at that mean look as well to set it up to make sure that KO was secured for them. But that being said, you don't have a mean look as often as Zoroark has its moves, so it does just jump in and it's able to really quickly get through its Feint Attack combination and get some really big KOs. Can So Sad Sam steal this away from the can?
My
and
goodness.
Fantastic use of the side shot right there.
Insane work. Oh man, So Sad Sam, Team YT rolling the clocks back this week with this Gardevoir pick, and it is looking quite good. 226.95 nearing this halfway point.
Wow, that was really good. How long have you been cooking that one up?
3
Rolling
days.
the clocks back? That's
Yeah.
pretty good. I like it.
Yeah.
Because, and let me explain, chat, because we do this stupid thing where we change what hour of the day it is twice a year. And now it's dark at 5 p.m. It is 5 p.m. where I am, and it is dark outside now. So anyway, that was a great joke. I just wanted to let everyone know that it was a great joke. Let's get back to our game.
Registeel in the basement pass. Team YT going ahead and ripping through it. This might reset a little bit, unfortunately for Team YT. Unfortunate for Buzzhole, 14K. They're nowhere to be found. They took advantage of that top path, though. So they're starting to even up this score. 226, 126 now. We have to deal with this Registeel buff on Team YT.
Yes, second Registeel of the game and second one to Team YT. They're getting a little far forward here, trying to figure out where the members of Buzzhole are. But now that they're back, they're able to respond to this bottom path. And look at Zoroark now, a little sneaky 35 points will go in. They're still behind, but great full heal as well to avoid the mean look from trapping them. I believe Nachos is going to skate away from this.
They do. Very skillful, timed play, utilizing that full heal right as it needed to. But down here, Suicune takes out the tree. You have another Unite move from So Sad Sand into the Blissful Assistance to save the Buzzwole, but it's only temporary because we have more damage. That Psyshock just powering through for Team YT. Level 12 on this Gardevoir.
I mean, unfortunate use of the Cinderace Unite move there. Didn't really get much done, but I guess it's about 3 minutes, 45 seconds when they used it. You may as well. You're probably not going to have another one until that end game fight, but they really couldn't get anything done with it there. Level 12 now on the Suicune and the Gardevoir, looking pretty good to maintain the same levels as this Buzzhole team and Zeraora with the secure.
Hey, Team YT is breaking out all the stops here against Buzz, and they're coming out ahead. Unfortunate, though, they do lose 2 members here, or actually make it 3. Cinderace was able to also take out that Zeraora. So 1 minute until we have our first Groudon fight of this round. But it's Buzz that's trying to put the pressure on these goal zones, trying to maybe close out this score gap.
Yeah, Nachos again, getting a couple points in. Zoroark definitely has a lot of mobility and a lot of opportunities to score. They will leave Cranex to go down, unfortunately for them, but I guess you would rather lose the level 12 Pokemon than the level 13 Pokemon. So it's going to be interesting to see, but it does mean that Team YT has the advantage in this last objective, which is a third Registeel. We talk about the elusive triple Regice, but what about the triple Registeel? 3 Registeels up, 3 down for Team YT with 20 seconds left until Groudon hits the map.
That's a attack and special attack buff for 90 seconds, which will span a majority of this Groudon fight. And good plays here from Immortals. So Grab Vision's going to retreat just a little bit because they do not want to get caught out. They're not sure exactly where the Zoroark set up.
Yeah, now Cinderace is level 13, and once this Pokemon gets going, they can really do a ton of damage unless they are bursted down really quickly. So if they can get into a good position, they could really start raining in some damage. On the other side, though, that's a lot of poke from the Gardevoir. Trevenant comes in with a big Horn Leech, and Gardevoir goes in, and they do hit the Fairy Singularity, but they go down, Kyle!
That is big for Buzz, but they lose their Cinderace in the process, so a little bit of trading back and forth. Fui on the offensive, looking to hunt down this Zoroark. Umbreon just able to survive, and that is a big play for Team YT. 3 members down. Blissey along with Zoroark up. You still have a Blissful Assistance, but Team YT starting to peel towards this Groudon. Damage, it's at half. Zoroark, Nachos looking for a way in. Good block here from Immortals. Blissey with a good safeguard to keep them from getting stunned up, but Nachos is going to be able to take out the Umbreon. There's that Blissful Assistance. They're going to take it out, but oh my gosh, Groudon's still up somehow. Umbreon down. Here comes So Sad Sand with the secure!
What? Oh my god, the Gardevoir comes in last second, able to secure. I don't know how they decided to just leave the Groudon at less than half HP and look for the Zoroark, but that was incredibly played by So Sad Sam coming in. Another perfectly timed Psyshock. Groudon taken, the game GG'd, and Team YT is going to take game number 1.
Wow, what incredible plays here from Team YT. It seemed like every time that they needed a big play from So Sad Sam, they were up to the occasion, and man, I mean, there was a couple of steals there from other objectives, but obviously Groudon being the biggest one. It might not have necessarily been a steal, but it certainly felt like that one because Nachos had all the momentum in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the team that gets 3 Registeals in the match has a little bit of an advantage, and they did have that Registeel buff going into that final fight. So they were able to take down 3. But then as soon as they took down 3 is when I think they realized they had no rip. They had no ability to quickly take down the Groudon without the risk of Nachos coming in. You also know there the dangers of the Bliss Assistants. And I think that it was really great to throw that mean look to make sure they were trapped for enough time so that the Bliss Assistants had to come out. It was just great playing, especially by Akilo there.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of the replays throughout this match, and it was like early game. Buzz was very much in the offensive, and they had a big advantage, and this is, I think, that turning point. And that is a lot of damage, but the Suicune being able to secure that last little bit might have been the push that Team YT needed to stay upright in that early game.
Yeah, that was quite the moment, and I think that gave them a lot of momentum. It really did. And Buzz in this portion of the game tried to go for a Lecky, but the huge catch from that Gardevoir, and you would expect that the Gardevoir really wouldn't be able to do much against a Zoroark, but they did a fantastic job of making sure the Zoroark was kept in those mean looks and kept having to deal with the front line rather than having to go after the Gardevoir.
I mean, you saw it time and time again with those really just massive peels from Immortals on that Snorlax. You saw it a little bit earlier there, just finding a good block there to make sure that no one's able to jump on So Sad Sam. But it's also on Sam, right? Like, having the experience on this Pokemon, knowing the limits, knowing the position. This steal was insane from Zeraora. So yeah, Team YT just had a lot of big moments.
Yeah, Team YT just didn't miss a secure the entire time, and this is the moment Kranax getting caught, and then they were able to get the Registeel. And here is now our Groudon fight that I definitely want to rewatch, because I didn't see where Cinder got taken down. We had the engagement here from the Trevenant, great engagement from the Zoroark. They were able to get that dive, but the Zeraora was in the... Okay, we saw Zera in the back line. They were able to take down the Cinderace, so they were kind of trading there.
Yeah, they traded those 2 Pokemon, and this is where it got a little bit sticky.
Yeah. Watch Akilo here, because he knows that he's going to go down, but he has to get that mean look to make sure the Bliss Assistance has to be used. There it is right there. The Bliss Assistance is now used, and the Secure is definitely not as good at that point in the match. And then here Sam comes in, not just tries to hit the last hit of the feint attack, but they jump right into a ton of damage, and it wasn't enough. They almost had it with the last hit of the feint attack.
Yeah, it might have just been a touch early, and So Sad Sam, once again, like we talked about, like, time and time again, it wasn't just Sam. It was everybody on this team. Chaotic had a really good moment on that Suicune. Immortals had several good moments. Maybe not the flashiest plays, but when you're a defender player, your job is to keep your team upright, and time again, Immortals rose to that occasion and kept Sam up in a lot of moments where I was like, Sam might go down here, but oh man, the blocks were just perfect.
He has no right staying up as long as he did in some of those moments. I also do want to point out Katar's Trevenant. This is like the signature Pokemon for that player. I have watched them in EUL all season, and Trevenant is one of those Pokemon that is never banned. It's always very good, but some players play it better than others, and Katar is one of them. You see those Horn Leeches, they come out perfectly timed. The Phantom Forces, or what is it called? The Phantasmal Force or something, whatever the Unite move is for Trevenant, they always come out at the perfect time. They are a fantastic player, and in that match, I just didn't see a ton of follow-up on that Trevenant engage. Like, that was such a good engage in that Groudon pit, but they followed up with the Zoroark into the Gardevoir instead of into the Trevenant, and I think that might have been a mistake.
Could have been, yeah. Well, I mean, hindsight's 2020. That's why we're in the desk and they're playing. Although we did have a good moment.
You just roasted me there.
Yeah, we actually
Husky,
invited us.
What about shutting up? Actually,
Spragels invited us to cast, and it was like, well, we wanted to play because we were like, we're definitely winning this tournament.
Yeah, and like, obviously we would win. we would win, but we wanted it to be like fair to the
Yeah.
other teams. So we decided to go back to casting. You know, we're like okay at casting. Obviously, we are incredible players. Zoinks would agree for sure, especially about Kyle's and Teleon. They're scared. They're scared of it.
Oh, they should be. Team YT, though, they're going to have first pick here in game number 2. Buzz going to be on that orange side. They'll have second pick. And let's get into this one. I mean, do you think there'll be any changes in our draft strategy now that teams have swapped sides?
Oh, absolutely. First pick is so valuable right now. I feel like teams absolutely want to make sure that they're getting that first pick because they can bait in specific picks that they want to have. So if Buzz can bait in a specific first pick from Team YT, then they're in a really good position. But unfortunately for them, they're the ones that have to ban out the Megas here unless you want to give that over to Team YT. And maybe they do, but no, they are going to ban out both of them. But that's 2 ban slots gone for them, and they really don't have much of an opportunity to target any specific bans.
All right, so we have Greninja once again, Talonflame Hoopa, Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario, and then rounding it out with our bans, likely going to stay with this Zacian. And it is, I mean, we have 3 all-rounders banned, obviously both Megas. I think Blissey, obviously a very strong pick.
Yeah.
I think we talked about it the other day in Underdog is I'll never be upset about a first pick Blissey. I think it's just so valuable.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because you can really decide what your team comp is like after that, because Blissey can play into literally anything. And this was actually an interesting pivot here from Buzz. So this time they are going to take the Blastoise, which I believe was banned in the last game by Team YT, and they're also going to prioritize Umbreon, which gives the opportunity for Suicune to go over to Team YT, but instead they're going to prioritize the Alolan Raichu and the Snorlax.
Okay, Snorlax, very, I mean, we saw it in game number 1. It looked really good. Immortals did fantastic on it. I like this Alolan Raichu. We haven't seen it a ton today. We kind of thought this might be one of those, like, sleeper picks where there are some attackers that are picked from time to time, but Alolan Raichu seems to be one of the better ones. Obviously, you have a lot of opportunity to set up those ambushes with those Electro Balls.
Ooh, I would love to see a Leafeon here. I'm surprised to see Suicune go down this late in the draft.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's still good. I'm also surprised to see it being played as an attacker. Or is it? What is going to be in their top path? I guess on Team YT.
Oh, for Team YT.
Top
Ooh, that's a
path.
good question.
That's
yeah.
interesting, because I wonder if they'll send Leafeon center, probably, right?
Well, Sam usually is the central area player, so you get that level 5 on them.
So
We've
top
seen
Leafeon.
I think you probably just leave Fui up in the top path. I think Fui is proficient enough on this Pokemon to know the limitations, and obviously, yeah, you would love to see it get its level 4 with the first clear, and maybe they may do something a little bit more creative on that, but I really do imagine we'll probably just see a standard Leafeon up in the top path.
Yeah, and we do have the, I guess the pivot to Blastoise here, and the pivot to Eldegoss, another one of our Pokemon to watch. But the Zoroark and Cinderace, the main damage dealers, will stay the same, and we will get to see, once again, this EU top path Blastoise strategy. And I guess depending on who the top path player is, which we are presuming is going to be Fui with the Leafeon, it is going to be an interesting top path. I'm going to want to watch what is going to go down in that top path, because it's kind of untraditional on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, we know how much you love top path Blastoise. So
yeah, we know this.
We've talked about it. We've talked about it many times. I mean, I kind of like it. I think Blastoise is kind of a weird Pokemon in that it can still do it. And it's one of the few that can still be a defender and play kind of that damage carry. But this is game number 2. Team YT on your purple side, Buzz on your right side, on your orange team. And we are going to see Fui head to that top path with that Leafeon.
Yeah, and this could very well be a 3-game set, because these two teams are fairly evenly matched, and it's going to depend on who's going to get that early game advantage. Traffy already starting to put some damage on. And, you know, that's kind of the thing about Cinderace. It does do some good damage early in path. It just really struggles to get those levels.
You're going to see Cinderace try to get those levels, and we do see Leafeon finally get that level 4, so nothing too crazy. They get it at 920, and however, they might be getting slowed down by this Eldegoss if they're not careful. They do get taken down.
Wow, Eldegoss already level 4 right now, so they were able to take down the Blastoise, but then the Eldegoss is the one to take down the Leafeon in return. And I feel like people sleep on the Gossifleur auto attacks, like the slow is really legit.
Yeah, giving it that red buff was very valuable, and you're seeing the immediate payoff right there. Nacho's going to appeal immediately towards these Altaria family, try to take them for Buzz, and they do. And here's the push, looking for the hold on this T1 is Team YT, and it does look like Buzz is going to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, great hold there from Team YT. A Zoroark is kind of expected to wash that lane immediately, especially when you're 3-on-2, but I think the Cinderace honestly holds it back a little bit because as soon as they go under half health, then you really don't want to risk it, and so Zoroark going in doesn't really have much backup at that point. It was good of Team YT to recognize that. They have a little bit of more tankiness down there with those two, and now we're back up to our top path.
Love to see a level 5 on this Squirtle. They do get awarded for it, so good plays there to earn that evolution with those contested Natu family. Now, Regidrago on the map. Team YT starting to converge on Nachos on this Drago. Ooh. He gets the Drago, but he gets KO'd by So Sad Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the best that you can get out of that situation is at least securing the Regidrago, but ultimately Team YT comes out of that with double buffs, KO'd, and an almost level 8 on the Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, you're going to force Nachos back to the Pokemon Center just to try to refresh their buffs on that side. Now in the bottom path, now we have a little bit of a push from Team YT on this T1 goal zone. Umbreon dangerously low. Good stun there to stay upright for the time being, but points are going to be inevitable for Team YT. They're going to deposit 60, and they're actually going to leave this goal zone.
Yeah, I mean, you would even break it with the points that you have right now, so if they can get in a couple more points, that's going to be the most valuable for them. And I do think it was a good decision for Team YT to go ahead and go with that push, especially because there are 3 members of Buzz up in the top path that they can see. So if they don't get that Tier 1 goal zone, then they just lose the top path. But we do have Regieleki down here, easily going to go over to Team YT. They're going to trade objectives.
Yeah, Registeel went to Buzz up in the top path. They also break that T1 goal side on the top zone, and now Zoroark actually going to go ahead and grab the experience that they earned in the top side of Team YT, but the push is on for this Regieleki in this T2. A good engage there, and Blastoise goes down immediately, and Reggie walks in!
Wow, I did not like this push, but I like it now for sure. Regieleki somehow skates through 3 members of Buzz, and they have an opportunity to break here, which they might. They're going to give another stack over to Fui, who was running that attack weight, and they're going to break the Tier 2 goal zone. That is a fantastic start for Team YT.
Ooh, they find Nachos here, but no damage dealer follow-up. It's just the Suicune along with the Blissey. Blissey goes down at the hands of Nachos, but it might not be a target that Buzz wants at the time. They definitely would love to find a pick on this Alolan Raichu.
Yeah, and I mean, now that we're reflecting back on how that play went, not having Nachos was doing, the main damage. Ooh, and a whiff of that Unite move right there. I think they thought the Snorlax was on top of them, or they were going to get pushed directly into them, but definitely not a great look for Buzz. And as that Zoroark was pushing into that Tier 2 goal zone, I think that's when Team YT realized it's going to take them a second to get back, and Cinderace isn't a high enough level to really be doing enough damage at that point. So as soon as they took down Blastoise, it was like, all right, let's just go all in. If Nachos is going to be stacking in our Tier 2 goal zone, we will just wipe this one out.
Team YT has a lot of tempo on their side. However, they do not have access to their T1 on this top side fight, but they are lining it up, and Buzz is in position. Good catch there from Suicune. Is going to freeze Blastoise, but the hindrance resistance of Rapid Spin is going to keep them from being frozen.
Yeah, they're probably wearing Tenacity Belt too, right? Because that's
maybe
what that does. We've got a Regirock this time, so not the triple Registeel that we would have liked to see. Cinderace easily making work of that one. The Cinderace Unite move actually secures something for once. Couldn't be my solo queue teammates. Wow, the Emerald two-step comes in, gets absolutely nothing, and now they're just 1 by 1 walking into 5.
Yeah, there's a Unite move from Suicune, but that might be, very unfortunate for Team YT. They're going to get caught out. Zoroark starting to heat up here. Level 12, they found a couple KOs. Nachos is looking pretty good on this, so despite that early stumble, Buzz gets a lot of that value right back.
I don't know if you saw it, but there was a fantastic feint from that Cinderace just as the Razor Leafs are being pulled back into Leafeon that absolutely would have KO'd them if they didn't have feint up. That is such a skill expressive move because it is just like free invincibility, but you have to be very good with it and know exactly how to read your opponents.
We're gonna try to go on in. Snorlax goes down. Suicune looking for a secure, but Nacho's not gonna let that happen. There's that Emerald two-step, able to skirt it with a good dash from Zoroark, and they get out, and they also take down Fui on the Leafeon, and Buzz is now in control so far.
Wow, they're playing against this Leafeon so well. They are not letting them catch out anyone individual, and that's kind of the strength of Leafeon, especially in the mid and the late game. Reggie Alecki catching hands down there. The Blissey goes down. But yeah, Leafeon needs to get somebody on their own. And this Blastoise and Umbreon, those tanky frontliners, they are not letting that happen. So Leafeon is basically ineffective. It can do some damage, but then they're immediately getting punished.
Good block from Snorlax is going to prevent a couple of scores from going on in. But yeah, Buzz is starting to win some of these team fights. Good defensive stand here for Team YT. They only yield that 37-point dunk, so they could have potentially lost that goal zone, but Immortals stalled that out as long as they could.
Yeah, definitely a great play from Immortals, also timing their moves very, very well. They had the block and then immediately into the heavy slam for long enough to where Blissey was able to respond, but that does mean that a lot of resources were dedicated to defending that bottom path, and Registeel is basically for free gonna go over to Buzz. That's not it will eventually go over to Buzz.
Just slight hiccups in the state of the game. But yeah, in control right now is Team YT, at least in the point total. But Buzz is starting to crawl back, right? Like they've kind of won the last few team fights.
Yeah, they are definitely in a good position, even though they are losing in score. And we have a level 14 on that Cinderace. Look at rip through that Snorlax. Now the fight breaking out in two different places on the map, Kyle.
Oh, the Unite move from Blissey onto the Suicune. Unable to get Nachos, but here comes the Cotton Cloud Crash to try to heal up some of these HP bars. Big Hydro Typhoon. Snorlax is down. Good freeze from Chaotic. They're on chase to try to get this Buzzwole. Try to get Buzzwole on the Blastoise. But we do have a refight coming, but Nachos is controlling this Groudon.
Yeah, wow, what a great heavy slam into block. They have heavy slam, eject button, and then into the block that went right into the Alolan Raichu Unite move. They were able to pick up Cinderace from that, but it wasn't enough to win the fight handedly. So Groudon just kind of being chipped at, kind of not. And now we have a complete refight. Both teams, all 5 members heading back.
Umbreon almost went down there, but here comes the Emerald two-step. Big plays there. Umbreon steals the shields, and that was massive because Fui is now down. We have a Unite move from Cinderace from downtown. Connects on a couple, but it doesn't find a KO. Good freeze from Chaotic, but the move is now to Groudon. Blastoise, Hydro Spin into the backline, but they go down. 3 members of Team YT fall. Groudon's dangerously low. Chaotic's going to try to look for a secure, but Nachos gets it.
It's gonna be Nachos on the Zoroark. This time that last hit of Feint Attack will get that Groudon secure, and they are gonna start raining in the points. 252 to 248, and more points are gonna keep going in. I don't think there's enough time for Team YT to be able to come back here, Kyle.
Not enough time on the clock, not enough money in their pockets, not enough Groudon shields, that's for sure. 15 seconds left, and Buzz is gonna even up this series, get us to a game 3.
Wow, I also want to go, and I'm sure that we will be able to see it again, but the Leafeon jumping into the backline, jumps into 3, immediate feint of the Unite move from Chaffee. Immediate feint. The Emerald two-step did absolutely nothing to them, and I really, really think that, unfortunately for Team YT, this Leafeon pick was shut down in a major way.
I love a good feint Cinderace. I think it's one of the best moves in the game, especially for that reason. When you have a speedster that kind of needs to ramp up into their Unite move, it gives you a little bit of time and really a little bit of space that Flame Charge does not provide. And It was perfectly utilized. Team YT, not as good of a showing as in game number 1. You definitely would have loved to have more damage, more KOs from Leafeon, but you got to give it up to Buzz for that exact reason.
Yeah, I mean, so said Sam carrying in terms of the damage, but a lot more evenly distributed across the Buzz squad. And yeah, the Leafeon, I feel like there wasn't really an opportunity to bait out the feint from the Cinderace before jumping in, but they still might have been a little bit too hasty with the Emerald 2 steps because, I mean, a good Cinderace player can read that coming from a mile away.
Yeah, especially if you're used to this Pokemon, and Traffy definitely one of the players that has plenty of reps on Cinderace. Loved watching them kind of dance around the battlefield with the Blaze Kick repositionings, the feints to dodge a lot of those cooldowns, and they did it to perfection, especially during Groudon.
This is where we saw the momentum of the game start to shift when Leafeon went in for another Emerald 2-step and then was immediately punished. And then for some reason, Team YT just started walking in one by one and they really weren't able to get anything done about it. Blastoise, huge Hydro Typhoon there, and they lose everybody in that fight. And that's where Buzz really started coming back.
And this is the fight over this Regieleki, and like you said, they started to turn the page a little bit earlier in this match, and this is like in the moment to me is when I thought Buzz like just really had this game in control. It seemed like they were winning every single team fight.
Yeah, they really were, and then this one was no exception. It was great of Nachos to have to force the fight to happen in 2 different places. This was fantastic from Immortals and So Sad Sam, but unfortunately they only get Cinderace out of it, and a great response from Kranex on the Buzz. Jeez, this is...
I
keep...
keep
on the Blastoise, other top path Pokemon, they were able to get out of it. And again, the feint, that was the play of the game right there. The feint on the game-winning Emerald 2-step gets punished for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Fui hits that, I'm sure we're talking about, Team YT advancing instead of going down, because that was all the momentum they needed. Buzz was able to push the fight into the central area of Team YT, push out Alolan Raichu. One final attempt, but they just had no shot once those 3 went down.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much they can do there. They don't really have any secure that they can handle even the damage if they were to enter into the Groudon pit there. Are we supposed to call it the pit? Don't they hate that? Anyway, the Groudon Central Zone. What did you call it? The magma cavern?
The magma cavern. Yeah.
The lava zone? I don't know.
The lava zone.
something like that.
Tano called it the Groudon Den. And I thought that was pretty cool.
The Groudon.
That's kind of cool. The Groudon. That's actually kind of good. I'm
Anyway,
sure there's probably rules against it.
Chat, let me know what you think we should be calling it. Is it still a pit? I feel like it's more of a pit. Is it a cave? Is it a cavern? Is it a den? How did he get up there? It's in the sky. How did Groudon get here? Let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, how did he walk all the way up? Did he walk
Did
upstairs?
he walk?
Did someone capture him and then just release the Pokeball? I don't.
Yeah, were there stairs, like Stairway to Heaven type beat? Did Rayquaza come down, pick up Groudon, and put him in the Sky Ruins? Because he was like, these solo queue teams, I can't deal with it anymore. So then Ray left and forced Groudon to be punished. I don't know.
Could you imagine Rayquaza picking Groudon up with its tiny little hands? Because Rayquaza has hands. It's tiny little hands.
It's got these tiny little hands. No, it wraps its tail around Groudon, picks it up. Yeah, there's no way it could pick it up with its tiny little hands, but it would be funny.
Groudon's too chunky. He's a
Groudon's a chunky boy.
I love.
Will we get Kyogre?
Kyogre. Ooh, that would be cool. It's in the it's in one of the modes in the Chinese. Is it the Chinese beta version at this point, or is it just the Chinese version of the game?
I think it's the actual.
I think it's just the version, but I believe it's in one of the game modes over there. So maybe we'll get Kyogre next or something. But before that happens, we have game number 3 underway. Team YT taking that first spot once again. Greninja, Mega Charizard on the chopping block here.
Yeah, I imagine we won't be seeing too many differences in the bans here. Talon banned out again. The Megas also being banned out again on Buzz's side. And will they go? It could be interesting for them to ban the Blastoise again here. They're going to pivot back, and instead of ban... Wait, what did they ban in the third slot last time? I forget. It was Hoopa.
Yeah.
They banned Hoopa,
Hoopa
in that third slot. So they could pick up Hoopa if they wanted it, but Blissey also a Pokemon that wasn't banned, and they are going to pick it up.
Once again, Blissey first pick. I think it worked pretty well for that early game, but it started to slow down. I don't know if it's necessarily the fault of the Blissey, but it did slow down towards the end because Buzz was able to kind of play around it a bit. And I think this Umbreon pick worked quite well into it because if nothing else, Umbreon has the ability to steal that massive Blissful Assistance shield when it uses its Unite move.
Mm-hmm. This is an interesting pivot here from Traffy. They're going to grab the Venusaur. So currently set up to be Solar Beam, so we could be seeing attacker-style Venusaur, or you could put it as an all-rounder-style Venusaur with the Petal Dance build. Wow, also a pivot here. Pikachu, regular old Pikachu coming out here. I wonder if it'll be Mage Pikachu. Probably not.
We'll see. I mean, this is very odd. We don't often see Pikachu, especially in the year 2025, nearing the end of 2025, let alone. So I'm excited to see it, but maybe this is some advanced scouting because I think Pikachu could work quite well into Clefable. You throw a Cursed Incense on this thing, and you're going to slow down the healing that thing provides.
Yeah, I wonder if this Clefable pick forces Team YT to pivot a little bit more, and they are going to go for Decidueye. Kyle, we're seeing all these brand new picks coming out in game number 3. They're pulling out all the stops. The Leafeon will come back, but it doesn't have to worry about a feint this time.
Okay, so this might be something spicy. This might not happen, but right now it is set up to do so. Team YT last UCS season utilized Razor Leaf Decidueye a ton in some of these league not the league qualifiers, but the monthly cups. And it worked like a surprising amount of times. And it was off the back of this Blissey pick too. So I'm seeing the leftovers as well, which leads me to believe we are going to see Safeguard Helping Hand because normally you wouldn't run leftovers there. But I see the Decidueye. I am fully thinking we are going to see Razor Leaf.
Yeah, that is going to be a fun one. Don't try this at home, solo queue teammates, but if it can get into a good position, it's hitting the Buzzwole and the Blaziken that both want to brawl and dive into that Decidueye, and then you also have Pikachu to set that up. If you run that Volt Tackle, that's so much CC time that you are spending not hitting your moves. So a Razor Leaf, a high-level Razor Leaf Decidueye can obliterate anything on the map if it is set up well. So I think for Buzz, they have to make sure this Decidueye does not get set up.
And the other thing is there's no speedsters on the other side, so we're going to see what this composition is all about for Team YT. This is game number 3 of your winners round 4. Winner has a date with Nemesis in your winners quarterfinals.
Yeah, that is the golden rule that we took from Squirtle's Den. If there are no speedsters, then you're allowed to run Decidueye. So Team YT is taking that to heart here, tracking down this bottom path, looking for a couple of secures. And this Pikachu, almost level 4 already, one of those early game Pokemon that starts dealing damage so early in the game.
And Buzzwole getting a little bit of stacking in early on this top path along with this Clefairy. No one in the top path. There's a little bit of an invade. Blissey was currently a Chansey. Went to invade this Torchic.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. They are trying to deal with them, but it looks like they are Combuskin, so they have been able to get online. And Blissey now X-feeding away. They're trying to come to the top path. They're up against the Clefable. They come out of the enemy central area and pick up a KO. They will get punished for it, but what a play.
Great play, and you're also able to find some value. Pikachu is able to take out the central area Combuskin from Buzz, and now Nachos on this Buzzwole has arrived at the top path, trying to take a lot of this experience for themselves. I believe it was Clefairy that grabbed that Altaria.
Wow, what a play there. The Razor Leaf, it's Leafage, right? On Decidueye's early move. The Leafage getting that last KO. The Razor Leaf is on Leafeon, and they are able to get some stacks as well. What a great start for Team YT.
And now we have Blissey online. Good secures there from Pikachu. And here's a safeguard to try to prevent some of the crowd control from the Buzzwole. There's that Razor Leaf from Leafeon. A safeguard is only temporary, but X speed is forever.
It's not, but I like that.
It sounded cool in the moment.
It did. It really did. It was awesome, and I loved it. Maybe Blissey is forever.
Yeah.
Because it is.
We'll workshop it.
we'll go back to the drawing board on that one. But Blissey, always broken and always able to get out of situations that seem impossible. And they have done a great job in this top path of keeping this Buzzwole at bay. Pikachu getting the secure on the Regidrago, even against that Solar Beam on the Venusaur.
That's exactly what you needed if you're Team YT. Some global experience their way. You also have Decidueye, who is now level 7, so we'll see if this is going to be that Razor Leaf like we talked about. I fully imagine that's what we're going to see. But 720 birds online. Big Solar Beam's going to chunk through. Overheat's going to do the rest of the work.
Oh, here comes the Volt Tackle. Immediately eject buttons away. One Solar Beam hitting this Pikachu can really put them out of commission. Look at that. That are disappearing right into an overheat from the Blaziken, and Buzz in the bottom path. Going to be putting a ton of points in.
They're also going to allow this Blaziken to stack up that attack weight fully. Registeel in the bottom path is going to be taken by Buzz. And the Regieleki going the way of Team YT. I believe I did see a Razor Leaf in our picture-in-picture.
And we do have the Registeel in the bottom path going to Buzz. So again, we're seeing this objective trade early. And I think for Team YT, what's really going to determine how they do in this game is whether Decidueye can avoid a Solar Beam from this Venusaur. Somehow they need to shut down the Solar Beam in the backline. And it's going to have to be Leafeon, honestly. The Leafeon's going to have to come in and start doing the thing that speedsters do and dive. Here comes the knock-knock, Kyle.
Who's there? There's the Leafeon. That's a big KO here for Team YT. Make it a double. And now they're going to try to push this T1 goal zone. Points looking to go on in. Solar Beam's a little bit left. 40 points goes on in from Desi. And man, that's exactly what Team YT needed in that moment.
Yeah, it was not the caster's curse this time, but it was the caster blessing. The Leafeon able to hit the Emerald 2-step, get a couple KOs, and make sure that they zoned out the Venusaur for enough time for them to take down that goal zone. Now 190 to 113. This game is far from over. Here comes the Super Swole Slam. Will take only the Blissey, but Nachos will get out.
It's a great safeguard there from Blissey on the way out to make sure Decidueye doesn't go down. They actually almost ended up getting that KO on Buzzwole. It was very close to going down. Nearing the halfway mark, this has been a pretty close battle throughout, but I'd say Buzz is a little bit in the driver's seat on the level side. Obviously, Team YT has taken some advantage in the points game, though.
And look at Decidueye, already level 11, matching the Blaziken. If they can get to level 13, they have to like hard rush this level 13 for Razor Leaf Decidueye to really start obliterating members of the enemy team. It definitely can happen. If you're listening to this, solo queue teammates, no, it cannot happen. But in competitive, it certainly can. 5 members of Buzz pushing up into this top path, looking to get a couple points in. 40 points, trying to go in from this Buzzwole. Ooh, good engagement, but missed the full combination onto Fui.
Yeah, they tried to use that eject button, but Fui kind of sussed it out. A very proficient Buzzwole player in their own right. They knew it was coming, so they did not allow it to get them KO'd. Registeel goes the way of Team YT. Regieleki goes Buzz ways. And, I mean, teams have been just kind of playing a little bit cautious and trading back and forth, Husky. This is a 4-point game.
Yeah.
Only 4 points separate these two squads in Game 3.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more passive gameplay from both of these teams. They have really avoided getting into these engagements where they would lose high-level Pokemon because they don't want to fall behind. Especially at this point, you've got 2 level 12s on Buzzwole, and they really don't want to give that up because there's only 1 level 12 right now on this Decidueye, and it's a little bit more difficult later in the game to secure the amount of experience that you need.
Knock from Decidueye. They're going to try to shred through these HP bars. There's one KO the way of Team YT. They're looking for more. Buzzwall, Unite move. Razor Leaf starting to ramp up. There's 3 members down, and Razor Leaf also gets that blissful assistance. They're going to team wipe them. That is a great team win for Team YT.
Wow, the Razor Leaf. I watched it hit, and then the Bliss assistance on top of it. It can just rip through enemy members, and now, so said Sam, level 13.
There's
they have made
run.
it to that break point. They sped run it for sure, and now Team YT in a really good spot.
They really are. I mean, yeah, they're down 4 points, but levels-wise, they're keeping with parity, and it's going to come down to who's going to win this team fight. And the most recent evidence that we have, it's going to go Team YT's way. But obviously, we still have a minute left until this Groudon. We have both sets of objectives coming to the map.
Look at Pikachu, just hanging out, looking for opportunities to get vision. And I just want to point out again, Immortals with their Snorlax has been game-changing for Team YT. Their engagements are perfection, and the way that they time using their moves is absolutely incredible. Another big block from them forces Buzz to have to back up the Razor Leaf. Oh my god, Kyle, the Razor Leaf, they cannot touch this Decidueye right now.
They are shredding through these HP bars, but they have lost that pocket Blissey, so that means Buzz is going to have advantage down in this Regirock because Team YT has to vacate the premises. So defense, special defense buff. If Buzz is able to confirm it, leaving it at 1. Okay, they finally do close it out.
Yeah, that was funny. Oh, we'll just leave it. We didn't really want it anyway. But this is what's going to be interesting. So if you take out Blissey, then Decidueye is a lot more useless than it was previously. And that could be an option. If you see the Bliss assistance pop and then you just go after Decidueye, or you go after that Blissey, then Decidueye can't do much. Immortals! Big Unite move eject button!
That was insane. Venusaur goes down. No Unite move from them. Here comes the knock to keep everybody out of this Groudon central area. And now the rip is on. Team YT pivoting towards this Groudon. It's already at half. Snorlax trying to block out this Blaziken. There's that full tackle. Blaziken goes down. Groudon now at half. Clefable trying to heal up the Umbreon. The YT starting to rip through these HP bars once again. There's that Unite move. Oh man, Groudon already at half, but they're starting to just trunk through all of these HP bars, and Team YT, they have the rip, they have the buffs.
All right, so I didn't like Leafeon last time, loved it this time. I don't know if you saw it on the minimap. It was harassing the center goal zone that isn't even broken yet, and they have gone down, but they zoned out Traffy, so they couldn't secure. But look at this, Snorlax will get caught here. No points have gone in, Kyle. They're down by 4.
Oh man, they're gonna have to regroup. Immortals kind of caught in a tough position here. They're going to yield one of the buffs over to Buzz for 14k, and still a 4-point game, so they're gonna need to find points somewhere.
Yeah, they're gonna stay in this tall grass, look for opportunities to go in and score. Fui in the top path. I think they have seen him, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get in. 3 members of Team YT have now made it to this bottom path. 3 members of Buzzhole have gone to the top path. Knock comes out. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to the side time. And the Pikachu United with the Thunderstorm comes down. They're going to be able to get
points
the points
going at it.
Points
There's
going.
a
Look at Buzzhole on the other side.
But Buzzhole scoring the opposite way. That's only 98 though. I think Team YT is still ahead, but it doesn't matter. More points in. Team YT has pulled off a game 3.
They're ahead. They were able to pull it out. Buzzwole almost was able to get a score that would have kept them in the lead, but they forgot that everyone was going down on the other side. Team YT, after winning a great game number 1, losing a devastating game number 2, they are going to pull out this set and a super I feel like the most exciting set we have seen today.
Insane work, and we are going to inevitably see more Razor Leaf Decidueyes on ladder because of this game right here. It looked fantastic with a kilo. I mean, what can you say? Team YT going up against a Titan in this Buzz squad, and they rose to the occasion. They're moving forward, and they're going to be taking on Nemesis in our next round matchup.
Wow, and Spragels gifting a bunch of subs to his own self. Great to see. Great to see that in chat. Such generosity from this man. Let's look at a couple of the replays from throughout this match. This is so exciting because I don't even think you understand how insane it is to do that well on Razorleaf Decidueye. Like, they built their entire comp, and I don't think Buzzhole was expecting anything like this.
Insane. Yeah, I mean, we're going to take a look at some of the replays through this match. Team YT kind of got off to a little bit of a slow start. We kind of assumed that that would probably happen with this Decidueye that needs a little bit of time to ramp up. But man, when they ramped up, they certainly did. That Unite move was perfect. The Venusaur had a good opportunity, but I think So Sad Sam just sidesteps it and finds a very small spot to go ahead and score that 40 points.
Yeah, that was insane, and I feel like also the Pikachu, oh my god, the Pikachu Unite moves were so good, and you wouldn't expect it to be doing so much damage to such a tanky team composition with a team-wide healer like Clefable, but I feel like every move from Chaotic was the maximum value that it possibly could have been. They were just so on, and in this moment as well, where they're able to get the Volt Tackle out on 1 HP, and this was the engagement. Another Pikachu Unite move comes in, huge damage, forces everybody to back up, and this is Leafeon. Look at Leafeon on the minimap right now. Where is Fui going?
Just trying to make space, but I think this play right here just shows exactly why Pokemon Unite is truly a team game. What an engage by Immortals, what a call from the rest of the squad to go ahead and follow up with that damage. If Snorlax doesn't communicate they're going on in, they're just a fish out of water, but perfect follow-ups from the rest of the team. The Pikachu Unite was great, and yeah, what can you say? Fantastic teamwork here from Team YT, and then obviously the job wasn't done. They still needed to score on this back end. They got that 100 points. Buzzwell only got 98, which I think at that point, Team YT, you said, had like a 2-point lead, but they were able to deposit even more points in this home goal zone, and hey, they're moving forward.
What a game. What a game. This is why Pokemon Unite is so exciting, situations like this. I'm watching, again, for the second time, and I'm just as shocked. Fui in the Flux Zone, distracting the Buzzwole for about 2 years, while the rest of the team rips Groudon and controls the central area. Yeah, I believe it was 2 years.
About 2 years, yeah,
we're all 2 years older now. But that was such, like... That was cinema. That was cinematic. Like, the Buzzwole, they can't really leave the Leafeon alone because they're just going to score, but they were definitely needed in the central area. Even if they went, would it have mattered? Just, like, fantastic game. Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. Shout out Immortals. Shout out the rest of YouTube because that was one of the best games of the day. We are going to take a quick break, but before we go ahead and do that, we are going to do a little bit more of a giveaway. We are going to be giving away a few Charizard X Unite licenses, so make sure to drop a Charizard in the chat, the word Charizard, and go ahead and say hi to Rosander in the Discord under the tournament giveaway section, and we'll be taking a quick break, but we'll have more Pokemon Unite, more Pokemon Unite, more tournament action after this, so don't go too far, folks. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Here we are, the Groudon Gauntlet. I don't know if Husky knew we were coming back.
I didn't know either.
I feel like no.
I did not.
But we are back. What a day of games we've had. So many exciting matches. We just came off an absolute banger according to Zoinks. Team YT looking amazing there, playing some Razor Leaf Decidueye. And now we're going to see Team YT again as they run into Nemesis. You and I were just talking, Husky, about how this is like, I don't know, bringing up a lot of those feelings, the nostalgia.
Yeah.
It's like a high school reunion somehow. Like, this is crazy.
No, like I'm reflecting on my time in the Unite community, and I'm like, wow, it really was like these original NA teams. And I was like, I wonder if I could do something with competitive. It's so fun. They're having such a good time. Well, it seemed like they were, but you know.
Well, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and it's good that we don't, because from where we're at, we are having a lot of fun watching all of these teams. Who cares about the drama? I don't know what happened with Chris Smith. Went over to another team. Forget it, Flareon. Stop crying about it. But this is going to be
all the time.
He's always crying. This
Always
is going to be an
crying.
exciting matchup. So we're heading right into it, Husky. Nem, YT. Team YT is going to be your orange team, so they're getting those second 2 picks. We've seen a lot of teams on this orange side have to ban out both Mega Char and Lucario, even though I will say it feels like when Luca gets in there, it hasn't been the most impactful thing of all time.
Yeah, it's very good. I think that it's one of those picks where it's like, you know that it's kind of broken, but it can also be countered, and there are moments where it's good and moments where it's bad, but you still just don't necessarily want to deal with it all the time. So far, though, none of these Megas being banned out. Neither team wants to be the one to have to do it, and they're going to ban so sad Sam's Gardevoir as well. That's kind of funny.
And of course, finally, the last ban falls over to YT, and they have to ban out the Mega Char, which does allow Nemesis to pick up the Lucario here. Of course, the Gardevoir, a very specific targeted ban, taking away one of YT's best Pokemon. And now, here's the real question. Does anyone on YT play this thing?
Yeah, interesting. So they are going to grab Suicune first, another super broken Pokemon that somehow is not getting nerfed enough to take it out of that major first pick contender, always banned or picked kind of role. But YT doesn't seem to want to pick up Mega Lucario either. Instead, they're going to let it go back again where Machisel is hovering over it.
Yeah, I think YT there was playing some chess, and it looks like Nemesis may be playing another D of chess, perhaps 2D chess in this situation where they kind of bait them into not banning Mega Lucario, assuming that they won't grab Suicune from them. But now they got the best of both worlds. Very Hannah Montana out here. We've got Suicune and we have Mega Lucario on the side of Nem.
Ooh, and the Blastoise coming out. So taking a page out of EU's book, I guess Team YT liked what they saw in the previous set, and they're going to grab it. For a second, I thought we were going to see Latios, but Chaotic is going to go with this Espeon, a pick that we see sometimes. I do like it, but it can be volatile depending on the comp that it's in. I do generally like it. I wonder if Pikachu with the Volt Tackle could have been better, but I mean, you're dealing with Lucario that has a lot of Unstoppable.
Final pick over to YT here, and it looks like they're considering a few options. They decide to go with the Cinderace, so a lot of scaling. I mean, we've seen Sam on some impressive picks here today. I understand why maybe they didn't go with the Razor Leaf here. They just got slightly better dive on the side of them, like Metallic on that Palmot could easily dive towards something like the Razor Leaf, and Cinderace is going to give you some more opportunities to disengage, but we're going to have to see how this plays into Nem. I kind of feel like Nem outdrafted them very hard here.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Palmot or Armarouge today, but there's still 2 picks that are very, very solid. And they also are the types of all-rounder style Pokemon that can dive pretty well. Palmot with Supercell Slam can get in there and really prevent Espeon from doing anything. And then we've got Cinderace, which really needs those later levels, and then it can be a monster. But this is a very late game scaling comp for Team YT, and I'm not positive that they have the early game to be able to back it up.
Yeah, in general, I mean, I'm not in love with what they drafted. I do think they got maybe kind of backed into a corner. Didn't expect to get Suicune stolen from them, which they've been playing. They're one of the only teams that's been playing it without any XP share on it, like leaning into not only the insane amount of crowd control that it can provide, but a crazy amount of damage as well, giving it sort of that more carry-like experience. We're gonna have to see what it looks like here. Nemesis, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. What a time to be alive. Nem versus YT here in the Groudon Gauntlet.
I'm so nostalgic seeing these two teams play against each other. Yeah, there's some new players here and there, but the vibe of Nemesis versus Team YT is just taking us way back. In the bottom path, we've got the Suicune and its more traditional defender style role already getting in the face of this Snorlax.
Yeah, actually putting a lot of damage in, having to use the eject button to peel away from that. That extra damage that Suicune gets because they're frozen, like getting it close to that KO breakpoint is very, very scary. So I understand the reason to peel back right there.
Yeah, I mean, this Suicune's already just so dumb, and then it has a passive that also is dumb, and there it is! We see it right there! The Snorlax gets under that threshold for the immediate execute, and then Bora able to handle the rest of that KO, already level 5 on the Armarouge.
Here we have Metallic in the top path, possibly looking for a fight right here. Machislo moving forward. Fui only level 4. We don't have 5 on Lucario. They jump in with the Supercell Slam, looking for something, but they are not able to finish it off.
Wow, that was a really, really good follow-up there from Team YT. They did send more bodies up into that top path. Can Palmot bring it back? They are not going to be able to jump in on all 3 of them. Clefable will go down, and now Metallic is going to just have to watch, try to defend. They will stop that 11 points. Can they finish off the KO? They will! Lucario comes back in.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Nemesis. YT just getting a little too aggressive, but if you're going to give up a KO, your level 3 Gossifleur isn't the end of the world.
So I am interested to see what this Armarouge is running. I think they are running Armor Cannon. I was going to say they're running more damage-focused items, so it's going to be playing that backline attacker role that's going to be going up against that Espeon. And the good thing about the Armarouge Armor Cannon is it does have a little bit of extra opportunities for CC, which could be really valuable.
Yeah, that could be big for them. Obviously, Lucario looking for a play right there. Fui having used the eject button back onto the pad, but it means that's not going to be available if they need to make that play again. Although, YT getting aggressive right here. Here comes, it's a Pyro Ball Cinderace. Sam in the top path. I'm kind of not surprised. Team YT has some of the best, like, long-range secure in the game, so of course they play Pyro Cinder.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything different from So Sad Sam, but look at this, Clefable saving Palm out on 1 HP. Now, it is going to be Blastoise as a Wartortle that goes down here. Both teams starting together in this top path. Now we know that Regieleki is going to be spawning up here in 20 seconds, and I feel like teams have been prioritizing the Alecki more than the other Regiroulette, and that's kind of what we're seeing here, especially from Nem.
Yeah, it also feels like this is a situation where these teams have been fighting maybe longer than either of them expected. Wow, nice catch right there. Psyshock right into the armor cannon, and the points are going to rain in for Nemesis. As I've been told, Unite casters say rain in too much when points are raining in, but I simply don't know what else points do, Husky.
Is it raining in that we say too much? I feel like it's, I have a list of these somewhere, like a bunch of things that the casters always say but would never say in real life. I gotta pull that list back out. But now teams moving down into the bottom path. Regirock getting very low. It is gonna be Espeon. Chaotic with the secure.
Yeah, nice secure right there from Chaotic. Obviously, you've got kind of like the opportunity to dance around your opponents there with the Future Sight. And you also have like, stored power, and you also have the really nice secure tool as well there in Espeon, which is a great combination.
Look at the Hyper Beam from the Clefable that comes down, able to do a ton of damage and start cleaning up members of Team YT. Palmot with the double KO streak. Espeon will go down, and Nemesis can now push forward into this Tier 1 goal zone.
And here we go, points like water falling from the sky, simply raining in on this goal zone, and we're looking for a nice overcap. They get it here, but they decide to take their time, take all of the experience that they can, and that's going to be ideal for the side of Nemesis as long as they can score later with a big cap. Palmot taking the Regidrago. Palmot, not seen a lot of it today, looking really impressive in the hands of Machislo. Sorry, Metallic.
Metallic. Machismo, Metallic, same thing. Palmot is one of those Pokemon that is just a strong all-rounder that can fulfill that all-rounder role, and it can be a central area Pokemon as well, if that's where you want to put it. And that's kind of what Nemesis has done with it, but it's just competing with so many other all-rounders, but it seems to be doing really well here. What's also doing well is this Armarouge picking up a double KO.
I feel like Nemesis is just in complete control of this match. Like 247 to 30, every single fight, they just seem to have YT on the back foot. Level-wise, the Cinderace is just getting beat up here. It's only level 11, and you need to feed that thing in an intense way. You look at the rest of YT also, you know, only level 8 on this Espeon, but on the other side, we have Armarouge at 11 already, the attacker counterpart for the side of Nem.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. On the side of. On the side of and for the side of. Yeah, that's the thing that casters say a lot. Okay, thanks for reminding me.
Yep,
Why
no
on the Clefable is rolled, but Hydro Typhoon comes out, knocks up 3, and Eldegoss is going to be the one to continue that CC chain. It's enough to push Nemesis out, but is it enough to secure the Regieleki?
Regieleki at half. It goes down to the Armarouge as they continue this
basic.
push forward. Sam in some trouble right there, getting caught by the Ice Beam. Here comes the Suicune moving forward. Eldegoss also goes down. Regieleki pushing towards this tier 2.
Oh, YT needed that so bad. It was a basic attack, I believe, from the Armarouge that was able to get that secure. And that's not what you'd expect. Here comes the Espeon, though. Big Unite move from them is going to push Nemesis out, but they were able to take down that goal zone, so Regieleki's going to keep walking, Spragels.
Wow, I mean, what a fight here. Here comes Machismo on the Lucario, looking to pick up a KO. There we go, huge Unite. The Aura Cannon pushing them forward. Regieleki walking towards this main goal zone. We're going to have to see if they want to continue this fight or they want to peel off. It looks like they're just going to take all of the experience in the central area of YT.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to give up your advantage there. I think that's a mistake a lot of teams make when they're ahead, is they push a little too hard and they give up a couple of high-value KOs that give the momentum back the other way. And even though, you know, Machismo was Mega Evolved there and you don't want to waste that time where you're Mega Evolved as Lucario, I think that was the right call. Just take experience off the map and see if you can regroup and get a push elsewhere.
Yeah, what a fight from Nem. 282 to 40. I mean, they almost had a Regieleki walk into the home goal zone. YT is in so much trouble here. They're really, their only shot is a big KO at Groudon. I feel like it's the only thing they can do. Either that or an incredible defense, because they're just getting beaten every single fight.
Espeon almost being taken down there with one shot. Oh, it will get taken down here. Walks into the Whirlpool a little bit too hard. Here's Cinderace, though.
Nice.
They do pick up 1, and that's level 13 for them. That could be really valuable. This could be where they push it, but a huge armor cannon. Huge armor cannon, and Lucario is going to get a double KO streak before going down.
That armor cannon caught the 4-piece right there. 4 for 1. What a stun. Nemesis in control once again. Regirock going down here, Husky. And they're going to have this massive buff heading into Groudon. They're already dominating this entire match. The KO that YT was looking for is going to be even harder to get. As we have Nemesis moving towards it. They know YT's looking for a flip.
YT, they're starting to hit Groudon. It's now what happens. Cinderace already goes down. Nemesis responded to it perfectly, but Groudon's still low. It's an opportunity for Team YT to secure. They won't. It will be Nemesis to take it down. Armarouge with a KO. Clefable. Of course, it's the support.
Wow, what a game from Nem here. I mean, we just saw some really impressive matches from YT, but it does feel like YT was, I mean, caught embarrassed in that draft a little bit, and what they brought into this match had nothing that they could do against Nemesis. Not only that, just getting outplayed in all of these fights. Nem looking incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of called it in the draft phase that Nemesis just heavily outdrafted Team YT, who really needed to come online in that late game. And it was possible. I was going to call out before the fact that there was a flip, that the Blastoise got that 13 and the Cinderace had that 14. Unfortunately, Espeon was so far behind, but they could have potentially made something happen with those two Pokemon, but Nemesis just responded incredibly well to the fact that Cinderace just wanted to go for a flip there, and they are handedly taking this game number 1.
Yeah, what a game from Nemesis here. YT, obviously, hanging out in their home goal zone, deciding, you know, what they can do on this next game. These are those important moments where your team, you know, if they're playing to their max potential, you're taking these moments to figure out how you're going to not make this same mistake heading into game number 2.
Yeah, both teams just kind of hanging out. Nemesis standing on the goal zone. I also want to point out that Clefable pick is just so good for a team with a lot of frontliners that kind of stand still. Lucario, once it gets in, is just going to kind of stand there dealing a bunch of close combat damage, and Clefable is really good for something like that. And I think a lot of time teams are like, oh, Clefable's good, and then just pick Clefable, but they don't. It's one of those Pokemon that you kind of really need to draft around. I think Nemesis did a good job with that.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, in the right team composition, Clefable feels broken. And in the wrong team composition, you're just thinking, it can't heal fast enough to bring some of these things back online. But when you're playing 3 all-rounders with Clefable and you have plenty of stuns from the side of Nemesis, they have all the time in the world to heal everyone back to full HP. What a game from Nemesis, and the first game I've seen today from Palmot looked incredible.
Oh my god! I feel like that's the highest damage I've seen in a competitive game. Almost 200,000 damage from Armarouge.
I expected a lot. If you would have asked me that, I think you could have given me 100 years and I wouldn't have got close. I don't know, 110? No.
What is Machizzle doing? Less than 40k damage, Mega Lucario. It all went to Bora on the Armarouge, and Clefable as well. Over 100,000 healing, kind of exactly what we were just talking about. Like, in the right team comp, Clefable is ridiculously good. But let's look at some of these replays from this match.
Yeah, taking a look at some of these big moments. This is when we first, I think, saw the Pyro Ball make their way to the top path. But you're going to have to be watching Bora reach on this Armarouge in all of these moments. It did 188,000 some damage. So you can expect that every single highlight we see is an armor cannon hitting 8 members of YT. More people join YT to take damage.
Yeah, just like the way that the armor cannons were hitting everybody, because everyone on YT was just grouped up so much in a way that Nemesis could really punish. And yes, everyone on Nemesis did really well that game, but wow, 188k. And that's the build that I feel like is lesser talked about too.
Yeah, it definitely is not the build that got some comp play last season, but after some, changes with that Battle Pass buffs for Armarouge, it does feel like this is the way to go, especially when you need an attacker. And look over at YT. I mean, what do they have that's going to dive Armarouge and take them down? Absolutely nothing. So it just gets the farm damage and stuns all game.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Espeon was just really not doing it. They couldn't find their levels, and they couldn't really find KOs either. They had the stored power, so, you'd expect consistent damage, but it doesn't really have the targeting that a team like this needs, where you just gotta kind of burst somebody down. They just didn't have it, and they continued to get punished over and over again. And this was that moment where we were like, oh, is Nemesis gonna push in and throw the game away? But they did not.
No, they did not. Look at that. Incredible. I mean, what an armor cannon right there. Catches everyone from YT that is in this fight. Then we have Metallic jumping in with Palmot, just continuing this push. What a game from Nem.
Yeah, I wonder what we will see Team YT do. I can only imagine that they are going to want that first pick slot, and you can do a little bit more in terms of mind games if you have it, but let's look at this Groudon secure again. Look at Rex, just standing back there, and I didn't even see what Unite move they use. It's Hyper Beam again.
Yeah,
that's what got it. The Hyper Beam twice in this game. They rolled the Hyper Beam, and they rolled it when it mattered most.
Yeah, they did. Man, I love seeing both of these teams go out. It is really giving a lot of those vibes, giving a lot of that nostalgia. Seeing these two squads go at it at the start of the season is very cool. Tough round, obviously, for YT. We just saw them have an amazing showing, but boy, they got picked apart by Nem in game 1.
Yeah, I think that they weren't really sure what Nem was going to bring out, and it was exactly like you said. Like, they expected that they would take Mega Lucario off the bat, and then they could take that Suicune and then kind of work with that, but that's not what happened. They read them like a book. But the Team YT, we do see it down there that they did go with first pick this time. So they could bait something out from Nemesis. I'm also going to be interested to see what these bans end up looking like, if they're going to pivot. It's going to be an interesting game too.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, let's say Mega Lucario is available for the side of YT. Is that something they're even interested in grabbing? It doesn't look like it, right? I mean, so they really want Suicune. I think you could easily just see Nemesis ban away Suicune. It's that valuable. Of course, they probably also would love to make a Gardevoir play like we have seen before, but that's something Nem could also ban. But once you're banning more and more of these Pokemon, it does open up some of these newer Pokemon, some of these Megas to be picked. I don't know if YT's been practicing Darkrai. We haven't seen a ton of Darkrai in this tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd consider banning out or stealing away Armarouge if you're YT at this point. Like, there are a lot of different draft permutations that I feel like could happen here. Hopefully YT has a strategy going into it, because I really do think they were outplayed severely last draft.
Yeah, and honestly, the Mega Lucario is obviously a threat, but that wasn't the main threat that Nemesis had. Like, them dropping it to later in the draft was a solid read on Team YT. They were like, yeah, they're not going to take it. We can take what they want instead, and we're still going to get Mega Lucario. So they got everything they wanted in that draft. So I think Team YT going with first pick here is definitely going to mean that they are going to try to make sure Nemesis doesn't get everything they want 2 games in a row.
Well, here we move into our draft. YT, again, is going to have that first pick. Down 1 game to Nemesis in a very impressive game from Nem. We're going to see how these bans play out. First ban over from YT is going to be the Dodrio.
Okay, interesting. I don't know if Nemesis was necessarily looking to play Dodrio, but they could also be setting up their bans to not really give away too much information until the picking phase. Miraidon also being banned, another really solid attacker, and Metallic also going to be banning Blissey, so Nemesis kind of banning more of those high-value picks that we tend to see a lot, and Team YT looks to be setting something up.
Yeah, here's the Clefable ban, and that's a good one for sure.
Do we see the Char?
Ban. That's what I'm wondering. Oh, it is Char.
Oh, okay.
I was seeing if they were playing a game of chicken with YT here. Going, look, I don't even know if you guys play Mega Char. But here we go. We have Mega Lucario as an option for Team YT, but we also have Suicune, which I think is what they are going to lock in. That feels like the prio pick for YT right now.
Yeah, you also ban out both Blissey and Clefable, those supports that play, really well around the Mega Lucario. So I don't really think they're too worried about it right now. Chisel is lining it up, though. We might see Palmot again, but it looks like Nemesis might be switching around. No, they're going to... They do get the Mega Lucario, so I guess they liked it in the last match.
Yeah, I mean... I think Mega Lucario is a real threat, and it wasn't able to maybe do as much as they expected damage-wise, but I think Bora was taking all that, kind of hogging the damage there. Here we go, over to YT. I wonder if they lock in... No, I was about to say, wonder if they lock in this Darkrai, because interestingly enough, I have not seen a lot of teams pick it up, even though some were banning it earlier. However, we have Eldegoss, we have Crustle.
Yeah, I do love the Crustle pick, and they were kind of forced into a strategy that they might not have wanted to take because of Trainer taking the Snorlax. Immortals has played Snorlax, I believe, every game, and they have looked fantastic on it. So I do like that Nemesis still trying to keep them on their toes here, force out the Crustle. Crussle's great, of course, but look at this, a Psyduck. Psyduck's back. Rex is going to pick up this little weird-looking thing.
Yeah, Psyduck is back. No shocker to see Bora on the Armarouge right there. I see Zero in the chat, by the way, dropping some gifteds. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who's watching, listening. This tournament has been a little slice of heaven, and I'm excited to cast this next one here with you, Husky. Fui on Blastoise again. I was talking about this. Maybe it was on stream. I can't remember if it's off or on stream. I'm just not a believer in Blastoise. I want to be, too. I really do. And I know lots of regions love this thing right now, but it doesn't feel that impactful as the match goes on.
I'm glad somebody's on the same page with me, because I've been a Blastoise hater since the beginning. Like, yeah, it has great Unite moves, and sometimes its Unite moves win the game outright.
Totally.
It's really
yes.
strong. but I just have never been a fan of it as a top path Pokemon. I don't know how well it fares into this Mega Lucario, but that's what they're going to be running it into. If it gets online early, that's incredible. But also, so is everything else if it gets online early. Like, if you run the early game, you're good. But again, we're seeing Team YT with a later game focused composition, whereas I feel like Nemesis is leaning a little harder into the early game.
You know what I want to see? I want to see a Pokemon that does poorly if it gets online early. That's what I want.
Yeah.
I want something where you get a level advantage with this thing. It's the worst. That's
Bad.
what I want. Terrible if it gets a level advantage. I want to see that. You know what we haven't really seen? Well, how would they do it?
Yeah, how would they do that? Reverse
it's
EXP share?
It's got to be something where it's like its basic form is really good, and then it's got a stage 1. It's like it's got to be like a Beedrill situation, like where its basic form is good. Yeah. It goes into Kakuna. It's terrible for a while, and then it becomes Beedrill, and it's actually pretty good.
That's
As we head into our next game right here, Team YT, your purple team, Nemesis, your orange team. Nem up 1 game after a really impressive game number 1. And shout out to Ribbon Chew in the chat for some more gifteds. Thank you so much. What a community we have here, Husky.
Drop those Pichu gifted emotes, as usual, in the chat.
Spam that Pichu if you got it.
Spam the Pichu if you got it. We've got the Snorlax down here already putting a lot of pressure on the Suicune. They don't want to see this damaged Suicune get online either, and I still feel like it's just so much better suited for the defender role, but Team YT believes in its damage dealing capabilities.
You know, one thing I think that we have found a little bit with kind of unconventional Pokemon running EXP share and things like that is sometimes Pokemon that are good at every single thing they do.
Yeah, they really are. Like,
if they're good, they're just kind of good, you know?
Yeah, they made an EX Pokemon with Suicune and then forgot that they took that title away, and they were like, oh wait, we gotta, I guess, take the EX off of it, but it's still gonna be broken, just, you know.
Yeah, that's the trick. Still let it be a little bit broken.
Yeah, we want it to be broken. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence.
Yeah, we want it to be a little bit broken. Moving on to the next order of business. Rex running away from this fight right here. Palmot picks up a KO on the bottom path, however, putting the pressure on that goal zone here in the top path. YT getting some points in, 42-32.
Yeah, I mean, they got points in early game this time. They were held to 0 for a while in that last game, so they're definitely not falling behind as hard in game number 2, which is definitely a great sign for them. Lucario in that central area looking for an invade opportunity potentially. They want to try to keep this Gardevoir from getting online.
And take a look at this bottom path right here. Bora already 2/3 of the way to 7 as we have Chaotic not even 5 yet. So the strategy to flex the Palmot to that bottom path seems to be paying off, and when you have Bora doing 180,000 damage, I think you should funnel some experience towards that guy.
But at the top path, Team YT is putting the damage up there. They get 2, and it's just now Metallic trying to deal with 3 members of Team YT in the top path. It is successful. They push them out, but I think Team YT did get what they wanted out of that engagement. If they're losing in the bottom path, the least they could do is pick up some KOs in the top.
Here we go. Metallic moving in here. Akilo in some trouble, and it looks like Gardevoir is going to be trying to pick up a KO. One does go down. It's the Suicune picking that up, and they need that now level 7 with 2 buffs.
I'm going to be watching this Psyduck as well, because this thing was so dumb for a while, and we haven't seen it too much, even though it's still pretty good, but I feel like we flexed in terms of supports back to the healing focus, and not as much with the harassers besides Suicune. But so far, it's looking okay. It's got that level 6, and I believe it's disable. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw.
Look at those rock tombs, by the way, just setting up absolutely absurd amounts of damage from YT. If you catch a rock tomb right into the stun, crowd control from Suicune, and the damage from Gardevoir, I mean, just about everything on the side of Nemesis is going down. Sneaky little score right here as we have Lucario having to run away.
Ooh, they almost go down here. Oh, they will. They finally do go down. I believe it was the Eldegoss. Yeah, one basic attack made its way into that tall grass to take down a Lucario. But I think that was a fine play. You want to get some points. You know that you're not going to be able to get that objective, and your team's handling the Regieleki in the top path, and you may as well grab a couple points, extend the lead by a little bit. Oh, I didn't even realize that Regidrago was never taken. Gardevoir will finally take that.
Yeah, Gardevoir finally takes it right here. Chaotic having to use an eject button to get out, but a beautiful armor cannon. Chaotic does go down right here. Aquilo in some trouble as we have Nemesis cleaning up this fight. 12 points going in, leaving the goal at 17. It's time for some good math, and they decide not to do it.
Yeah, math is hard. It's tough. It takes a lot of brain power. You don't need it. Just break the goal zone. But the Crustle also was a threat. Yeah, just why not? I've started doing that. Like, I just started not caring about overcaps. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I think a lot of the Unite community, at times when I'm playing, I can tell that everyone's in the whatever when it comes to scoring or any of those choices. It's just a whatever situation. Yeah, it's whatever. Play a build that makes any sense. Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Team YT, though, will go ahead and take out the Armarouge. Not as much of a threat to the amount of damage it can do if it is back in the Pokemon Center, but great response from Nemesis to be able to hold it off and picking up a KO there on that Eldegoss. Team YT is not really able to do anything with that pick.
Well, huge Blastoise Unite, which is what we were talking about, but it's simply not enough. Multiple members of Nemesis still around this objective, as we do have Gardevoir waiting here, possibly just waiting to get KO'd at this point.
Oh, he just kind of stopped in the It looks like we have a crash or something going on, so we are going to get a bit of a pause and try to figure this out. We were doing good for so long. We had a couple crashes in the beginning of stream, and, now we're kind of... I guess we were due for one, I guess.
We were due for one. Ones in the chat for the crash. Let's give it up for the crash right now. I want to see those ones in the chat for that incredible crash. Now, it does make sense that Gardevoir was just standing there. It makes sense. Now we're like, oh, okay, I kind of see how it was just standing there for a minute. Yeah.
No, we're going to find out that it wasn't the Gardevoir, and Sam was just doing that. Like,
that's what Sam likes to do.
He just likes to kind of get a view of, we don't really get an opportunity to see that side of the Sky Ruins. What is beyond the ruins? And Sam just wanted to take that in and really, really savor it, really experience that.
Yeah, and I hope he got exactly what he wanted. I'm curious who did disconnect. Probably someone on Nemesis, even though they had a great fight. It's probably them.
It's probably, they love disconnecting those Nemesis players.
They love to disconnect.
They love it.
I can't play. We'll see if we can still win. They just love that, It's a way to challenge yourself, and I respect it. I respect it a lot.
Yeah, that's what they want. Sometimes it's a strategy that is not as often used, but when the teams do use it, it can be very effective. You can push the momentum in the other side and, hold it off a little bit. If you think you're about to lose a fight, you can just disconnect and be like, oh, no, and then, come back. I'm not actually accusing anyone of doing that, by the way. I want to make that clear. But,
I am. Oh, yeah, I'm accusing him of doing it. It wasn't even my idea, and I'm accusing him. But, obviously, it's nice that we could take a quick pause, make sure that they can get back into the game. It's always unfortunate when something is happening around a fight like that, because we can't make an immediate pause in that moment. But I'm glad that we can take a second to get them back. I'm wondering, this does look like, as we're heading back into our game here, this does look like YT is having a much better game than game one, for sure.
Yeah, Nemesis definitely still in the lead, at least in terms of score, but Team YT is holding on, and they have been picking up some high-value KOs, but Nemesis is going to be getting this Registeel in the bottom path. A little slower than I anticipated, honestly, but they are going to take it, and 4 members of Team YT circling around this bottom path. They don't want Nemesis to push here.
Yeah, they don't want Nemesis to push, and they have a lot that they need to take care of, right? We need to get this Gardevoir online. It's level 11, which isn't too bad, but you look at the other side, the Palmot is already 12, looking very strong. 11 from the Armarouge. We have Metallic hiding here, jumping in with the Supercell Slam, trying to find a moment where they can get a KO. The Unite move from Gardevoir comes out, but it looks like it's only catching this Snorlax that was already in a power now.
Wow, what a great play there from Nemesis. You have the Snorlax jump in, kind of bait them into a position where Palmot can jump in. Great job from them. Huge. What is Armarouge's Unite move? Psycho-Boom! Psycho-Boom came down on the Gardevoir, able to take them down. And once again, Team YT is just getting stopped at the finish line.
Yeah, Team YT just getting pushed back here and honestly baited into a bad fight. Nemesis able to set up a great one for themselves. We got level 13 on the Palmot, almost 13 on the Mega Lucario as we're heading to the 3-minute 30-second mark. An objective here top, and it looks like YT is not going to be able to contest this at all.
Ooh, a little bit of low HP here from a Chisel, but they are just gonna freely walk out. They realize that there's no dive on Team YT that can really chase it down. You've got a lot of damage, but they need to set it up so hard for that damage to be coming down. They need to have Suicune ready and Blastoise, and then you have the Gardevoir coming in with this poke, and Nemesis can just kind of wait for their moves to run out and then make their engagement.
Yeah, now we see Nemesis deciding to rotate toward the bottom path. They get an easy objective right here. We don't have enough members of Team YT to do something about it. In fact, it looks like maybe Crustle just gets caught right here, trying to peel out, but possibly going down in this fight. A little bit of a rock tomb, but again, there isn't much YT can do. They are able to stall them for a moment so that they can score on the top path, though.
Yeah, they are going to get some points in, which is definitely good. They want to shrink that score differential between the two teams, especially with Groudon coming up. It kind of gives them the opportunity to maybe look for a score that would put them, ahead or at least close to where Nemesis can't tell who is ahead. So it's always good. The game is based on points. Obviously, it's good if you get points. But generally, 241 to 167. It did give Nemesis control over this central area, so they are in a better position. But still, it's going to be up to YT to figure out how to engage.
And here we have these armor cannons landing on this Crustle right here, just continuing to hit Crustle. X-Scissor does not grab the Psyduck, and they're going to peel back from this fight, Husky.
That's just so much damage from the armor cannon over and over again hitting this Crustle. Psyshock will miss, but another armor cannon comes down. It forces the Eldegoss to show themselves and their position, but it does allow them to heal up at least a little bit, and they're just not giving Crustle the opportunity to use a good Unite move. Big catch right there! Will be able to do it! Snorlax will go down with using a Unite move.
Yeah, we have Snorlax going down. They don't get to use the power nap. Now we have YT moving in, but we have Nemesis on the other side. Huge Unite move from Gardevoir, catches one. Rex is in a little bit of trouble, but peels out. But here comes the Pawmot, still standing up, finally goes down. That's 3 down on the side of Nemesis, and we have Groudon being ripped apart by YT. Every single member of YT is up. The armor cannon is getting ready to go. We have Immortal trying to zone them out. Groudon getting extremely low and secured there by YT. They are behind, but they have 5 Groudon buffs.
Yeah, they decided to just back up and look for an opportunity to defend. They do see all 5 now are in this bottom path and they're pushing forward. Can they defend against this push into the tier 2 Machisel? No Unite moves available on their side besides the Snorlax. They could jump in and look for an opportunity to use it. They will, and they are going to push YT off. But right now, YT is ahead. Nemesis needs to pick up some buffs.
Yeah, Nemesis needs to make a play here. They have to get a KO, and they have to run across the map. Nice big pickup there for YT. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. That's 3, and that should be the game. We have a surrender from Nemesis. GG as we head to Game 3.
Wow, that was a completely unexpected turn of events in that fight. The Snorlax getting caught is really what sealed the deal for Team YT. They could take advantage of that, move forward, secure the Groudon, and then not able to defend was Nemesis. What a Game 2, and again we're seeing a Game 3.
Love to see it. I love to see YT bouncing back here. A much better draft for them, obviously, as we take a look here. Blastoise, 5 KOs, 5 assists, always trying to make me eat my words. Whenever I say I'm not impressed by something, they decide to do something impressive. Sam, of course, looking amazing on that Gardevoir. I gotta see the damage from here. Bora with 54,000 damage between the 2 games, over 200,000 damage. I mean, when you think about it like that.
I mean, 188,000 damage is definitely a little bit larger than the 54k that we see here, just a bit, but definitely Armarouge did not look as great. It didn't have a lot more opportunities, I feel like, this time. I did really like this Crustle.
Me too. I mean, Crustle stocks obviously have been going up and up and up since Worlds, and it looked pretty incredible here. I know the Nemesis Umbreon ban was a target ban there to shut them down from using some of their mean look strats, but it looks like they have multiple, options. This Rock Tomb was incredible.
Yeah, and noticeably, neither of these teams really went with anything that does a lot of dive, so they really wanted to be up in there brawling and doing a ton of damage. And again, this is one of those moments where Nemesis just really seemed to be running the show. Even though Team YT was holding it together through the early and mid game, they were really in control.
Yeah, and you're right. The catch on the Snorlax was the fight, right? As soon as that happens, they don't have this, they don't have their tank on the side of Nemesis. YT very intelligently took the entire fight.
Yeah, they made it look so easy too, and here that is. It was the Suicune. It was like the Suicune passive got hit on the Snorlax, so they went down a lot quicker than they expected, and then Nemesis just kind of fell apart. They went in kind of one by one here. You saw Machisel jump in and then go down, and then Metallic got in later, and then they went down, and there really wasn't anything that Nemesis could do at that point.
Yeah, great fight from YT. I love to see him bounce back right here. Obviously, this is what you're always hoping for when you're casting these games, is to see two great teams, and they, and both of them put up a great showing. Obviously, in game one, Nem was so in control of that. It really felt like YT just completely fell apart. Bouncing back in a huge way in game two, staying within striking distance of Nemesis the entire time, and then, making a huge play when it counted.
Yeah, we are seeing them switch sides again. So we just saw that tick underneath, and Nemesis is going to be the one to get first pick again, which we saw how valuable that was in both games, but especially in game number one with Nemesis really having control over the entire draft just because they were able to grab that first pick slot. So I wonder what we will see change in game number three, because we have seen so far two fairly different strategies and a wide Pokemon pool coming out from both of these teams.
You may have to ban out Suicune if you're YT at this point, because giving it over to Nemesis was such a, such a disastrous situation for them. The Mega Lucario, I don't know. In all of the games I've seen today, it's good, don't get me wrong, but I think the thing to write home about on Nemesis would either be, of course, the Armarouge or Pawmot, which has actually looked incredible. Lucario is good. The Secure obviously is amazing. Its rip potential is great, but it hasn't felt like the biggest factor in a lot of these fights. The only must ban, it feels like, that YT has, of course, is Mega Char. But I wonder if there's a reality
what if they let it?
where they don't ban Mega Char just so they can get Suicune on the other side.
Yeah, what if they let it? They let Mega Char through the cinema that would be. But yeah,
I want to see
Lucario, I'm not super impressed with it. I feel like it's good for very short periods of the game when it has the opportunity to secure, and everywhere else it needs like the full team behind it to really do too much. But we will see what the teams do here. We're seeing Nemesis in that first pick slot. Let's see what we are going to line up for these bans.
We are banning out, it looks like Umbreon once again. That makes sense. I feel like it's a great Pokemon that YT uses very, very well, so they just don't want to see that. Ban over from YT, possibly getting rid of the Clefable now, which we saw very effective in game number one.
Yeah, Nemesis plays really well with a Clefable as within their draft, because they really know how to draft around it. And sometimes taking out the support means you have taken away another subsection of the roster that you just wouldn't play without that support. And another support being banned, Blissey, unsurprising to see that on the chopping block. This thing, no matter what they do to it, it's still so dumb.
Here we go. Final ban over to YT. They do, of course, go with the Mega Charizard, which means Suicune available for Nemesis. So is Mega Lucario, but I think they're going to want that Suicune first. Just such a power pick for YT, and they do take it. I hope YT has a strategy around this, because this is kind of the exact situation that they walked into game one.
Yeah, I'm honestly really surprised to see YT ban Miraidon over Suicune. Maybe they're really scared of it. I don't know. I feel like Miraidon is definitely really strong, but I feel like Bora was just as good on Armarouge as we would see on Miraidon. I feel like you can't let that Suicune go to the other side. But I guess, there's a reason I'm here and they're there. Though we did beat Nouns on stage, I'm still here now. But Immortal's going to get that Snorlax back.
I don't want to brag, but before NAIC, we beat the Orange Juicers, the casters, all day.
Yeah.
It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was, yeah. We know more than you think. We
I know
more
the
than you
feeling.
think.
I know the feeling of beating some of the greats. Machisel locking in that Mega Lucario, and then Bora, of course, on the Armarouge. This is a Pokemon that YT could take. I feel like I've seen Chaotic actually play Armarouge, but they're not able to get it here. Fui again on the Blastoise, and now we have the Pikachu. I'm wondering what this final pick is here for Sam.
You know, I honestly like the Pikachu. I just feel like Volt Tackle can be so valuable, but I also know that it requires a little bit of outplay to be able to hit those Volt Tackles. But still, it's such a dumb move, and it can really set Nemesis up for failure. They are going to go with this Psyduck again, and they are also going to lock in that Palmot that has looked pretty good. What will Sam go with? Looks like what's his name? Raichu. Jeez.
Yeah.
It's getting to that time of night.
You do get to a point where everything's Armarouge at some point. They
It's
lock in
all
the
Armarouge.
Armarouge, and we've got 3 Armarouge lock-ins for YT and 5 for Nemesis. I mean, this
Yeah, a
Pokemon
lot
is just
of
getting
them.
very popular. But the Alolan Raichu here, I do like this setup, and the interesting thing about it is it feels like you could play stored power around this and have a lot of opportunities for chaining all of that damage. It feels like Nemesis is going to be relatively bunched up. Of course, not as bunched up as they would be with Clefable.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see double Electro Ball, but we did see earlier that Sam played the stored power build on Alolan Raichu, so I imagine that is what we'll see again, and it could be really good. It kind of fills that semi-auto attacker role, but, a little bit distance and weaving in and out. It kind of has an interesting play style that I'm looking forward to seeing what they're doing. The most exciting is, though, that there are going to be 2 Pikachus in the field.
Yes, which is the most important thing, is that we
Yes.
have 2 Pikachus. It's good to see 2 of a Pokemon. Everyone loves having 2 Charizards in a match, 2
Yeah.
Lucarios in a match.
We
and
love
of course,
that.
2 Pikachus, which I think is very
Yeah,
important.
and
I
5
do-
EVs.
I do want. Oh yeah, 5 EVs. That's right. We need more of them. More are coming.
Well, we're getting more, yeah.
We don't have enough. Obviously, you need a few more of them. You need to be able to have 5 on both sides. They'll probably
Exactly.
make up a few EVs as we head into game number 3. Nemesis, your purple team, Team YT, your orange team. I'm interested to see Husky if YT has enough damage here. It feels like kind of light on the damage front.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, Nemesis didn't really change too much of their strategy here. They're going with the same picks that they've had throughout this series, and Team YT has been the one that has been consistently pivoting, and that is true of this 3rd match as well. And that is going to be an interesting thing to watch out for. How much damage can they actually do? They've got some secure with what I assume is going to be Electro Ball on this baby Pikachu, but that's really it. Maybe Heavy Slam, Hydro Typhoon, but generally that's kind of it. And Nemesis has so much on their side.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to find out what kind of Raichu we have here. If the stored power comes out and they move forward. No, it is the E-Ball.
It is Electro Ball, so, I mean, maybe we see Thunderbolt Pika. I guess we'll have to see, but double Electro Ball is always a fun call, and it is, like, more burst. And it does rip very well with the Electro Ball. And then you can do stuff like this, where it just blows up the birds as soon as they hit the mat. Most of that will go over to Team YT.
Yeah, I absolutely love the plays you were able to set up with this build, and I think it is without question the better setup. I saw them running stored power earlier, but I think they are making the right call to shift up here.
Yeah, it just provides some more range as well that we don't really see on Nemesis. Like, yes, we've got the armor cannon, but you can set up a lot more plays with the range that the Electro Ball will provide. We haven't seen Pikachu yet and what moveset they are running. I imagine it's Electro Ball, but for some reason I'm really obsessed with the idea of it being Mage Pika. That'd be so fun.
Yeah, I mean, Thunderbolt is a really fun build for Pikachu, but Volt Tackle Electro Ball is incredible. The secure is amazing. And as we talked about, just the ability to shut something down. YT loves to hold their opponents in place for a moment so they can get this huge burst damage on them.
Yeah, look at them. There they go. It is the Volt Tackle coming out from the Pikachu. Electro Ball will hit. Suicune is very low, but their Focus Band will pop in and they will hit the Whirlpool back the other way. The Raichu will go down. Pikachu does hit a Volt Tackle, use the Electro Ball to get out of that situation, but everybody on YT is so low right now, Spraggles.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I thought was going to happen in some of these fights, Husky. I'm worried about it for YT. I don't know if they have enough damage. You've got this sustain all-rounder in Palmot, and if it doesn't go down fast, what are you going to do?
And the armor cannon coming out there to kind of counter the burst from the Electro Ball. So Nemesis was able to get a couple of those picks of the Swablu and Altaria, and both teams are now starting to figure out where they want to prioritize. They would like, if you're YT here, you would like to trade the objective. If you're Nem, you want to try to win both because you have a bit of a level advantage, but no points have gone in for either side.
I know, 0-0 as we get ready for this Reggie Alecki. You can see Chaotic here just throwing those Electro Balls at Metallic, just trying to hurt them a little before they decide to jump in, but Pawmot can get all of that HP back as they move forward looking for a KO on a Kilo. They're able to peel away from this Pawmot, back in with its Unite move, 2 down for YT.
Oh, Rex with that huge surf as well, pushing the Pikachu back into them. I mean, there's always a chance for an Electro Ball to come down with a secure, but it looks like we are... Oh, okay, we're back in the game. I guess we switched cameras or something
thing
like that,
happened, everyone.
Something happened, and it threw off my momentum. All right, Regieleki is in the bottom path. Both teams. Are we seeing the same? Oh, no. They're back. You know what? Yeah, that's all.
A thing happened, everyone, as we are back in this bottom path. We have Reggie Alecki walking right here. Sam having to peel back towards this goal zone with Raichu. Nice big Unite move from the Armarouge as they continue to push forward. Looks like YT can do nothing about this. Let's see if we see some good math here.
Yeah,
it's very possible. I mean, we've got a
they
30.
Have 30. Come on.
Oh,
put in the...
go get that 30.
Yeah,
Please.
I mean, you may as well secure every piece of experience on that side before you break that goal zone. But now leaving it at 1, 9 seconds are left, and they might not even go for a break here. I think they're just going to continue to farm this side of the map.
Yeah, so this strategy that we're seeing here, if you're not familiar with it, when these two goal zones stay up, wild Pokemon are going to continue spawning between them, and some teams decide to not break a goal zone in that situation and just continue to gather experience in that path, especially if they have better secure or if they've been winning that path the entire time, and then later they can go for an even bigger overcap.
But also could be a volatile strategy if you have something like this where it's 4 on 3, and here comes the Pikachu with the Unite move. Trainer very much in trouble. They will go down, but generally Nemesis is trying to hold off Team YT. Here comes Rex. You've got a couple Electro Balls standing on the goal zone, more Electro Balls flying in from the other Pikachu. Here comes the full power Sai. They're going to try to push Team YT back.
And they are. Chaotic going down here. Multiple members of YT having to peel back from this fight. We've got the 45 here from Nem. Could be looking for a score. And it looks like, no, the Eldegoss is going to continue to push them off. Raichu trying to stop them right here. Big time eject button. Unite move comes back the other way from the Armarouge. Pikachu now back in the fight. No Unite on the Pikachu, but the Power Nap on the Snorlax continues to hold this goal zone. And YT pushes them back.
Look at that. I feel like every time I see YT, I'm just so surprised by how well they are able to defend their goal zones. They are like the team of defense, even though they have not as tanky a Pokemon with the double Pikachu squad, but somehow they're able to hold it down, and it's possible that that choice not to break that goal zone could come back to bite Nemesis, especially because you are also now giving the experience that's spawning to YT.
Yeah, and here we go. We have the objective in the bottom path here. Reggie Alecki now being chipped at by YT. They kind of wouldn't mind it walking towards their side until that goal zone now goes down. We have the Unite move from the Raichu. Reggie Alecki getting very, very low. Here comes Nemesis for a possible steal. The Power Punch gets it!
Wow, the power-up punch from the Lucario. They will go down and be punished for it before they're able to get their Mega Evolution out, but they are going to be able to take the Regieleki. Team YT doesn't care too much about it right now. They want to go for a goal zone break. Here comes Rex, but it is the Electro Ball, double Electro Ball to be able to stop them, and then Suicune. Oh, they are not giving this goal zone up right now, Spragels.
Yeah, they're just pushing them back here with the Suicune. Reggie Alecki now being tended to by members of YT. Incredibly close game still, 182-110. That goal zone being up does offer an opportunity for YT to make a double point play after Groudon hits the map, and that could be a game-winning play. So it's very positive for Nemesis to be up on the scoreboard, but they do have that liability in the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, it's the timing of goal zone breaks. Like, that is a really valuable strategy. And at this point in the game, when you have a full goal zone available in that bottom path, it's better to just leave it up if you're Team YT, because you could have some opportunities. It also pulls Nemesis down to the lower side of the central area because they have to cover that goal zone, which could mean you catch somebody out a little bit easier.
Yeah, that's true, right? If their team is split a little bit, trying to find information, trying to find vision. If a couple of them are down near this goal zone, and one of them, like that Palmot, for instance, is hanging out in the top path, and they are not able to stop themselves from getting KO'd, if the team catches them, it could be great for YT. We've got the Electro Balls in the tall grass down here in this L bush, as we have Snorlax looking to make a play right away.
Wow, Rex getting caught. This could be the time for Team YT to start making their move, catching again one of those frontline cores for Nemesis. 2 games in a row we saw Team YT pull this off, and here comes the Bortles. The power nap comes down. Trainer is in trouble, has to eject button. Here comes the rapid spin, though. They're going to chase them down. Focus Band has popped. Trainer will hold on for the time being. They do get the infinite ice spikes out. Nobody has gone down yet. No, Palmot goes down first, Fraggles.
Palmon is down. Chaotic I thought Chaotic went down. Chaotic didn't go down. Chaotic finally does get taken down in this fight. Armarouge picks up the KO on the Eldegoss. Fui pushing forward right here towards Rex. Groudon getting chipped right now by Team YT. 3 members of Nemesis down, and they are coming off spawn. Groudon at half here. Rex is in trouble and finally goes down, but Fui almost has no HP as Machisel is looking for a possible secure. Groudon very, very low. Here comes the Suicune, and Suicune takes it!
The Suicune able to pull it off with the Whirlpool. I thought for sure the Power-Up Punch was going to be the one to get it, but no, Machisel actually goes down. They give the buff back, but Palmot comes in to clean it up. They take that buff right back. Triple kill. You're welcome. Quadra KO for them. Can they defend? There are 45 seconds left, and we could see, nope, it is going to be the Pikachu going down.
Yes, it is. What a fight there. So back and forth. Multiple moments when YT was hopefully looking to get this objective, but the longer and longer it took, the longer Rex, as that Psyduck, was able to stay in this fight. It gave Nemesis the opportunity to get off spawn, come back into the fight. They had the possible secure from Lucario, but it was the Suicune, the Pokemon that we talked about, Trainer LGC, winning them the game.
Yeah, what a secure. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing that one again. And this time, I honestly forgot that there was an Armarouge on the squad. Like, they had it all 3 games, and it was like sneakily getting KOs in the back line. And I feel like we weren't focusing on it a ton, but it was so valuable all 3 games. And Nemesis going to be able to pull out this set win after both teams coming off of 3-game sets immediately into another 3-game set. And you know, if all goes well, we'd expect some more 3-game sets out of this tournament.
I mean, I would hope so, because they're so exciting watching these 2 teams clash. It felt like a great matchup. Once again, we saw YT with that really impressive catch early in the fight, right? And they just kept the pressure on from that moment. As we take a look back at some of the big moments in this match, we can see Nemesis feels like they had some control of this game early, but YT definitely in it.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that the choice not to break that goal zone before this point in the match was a mistake on Nemesis' part. I feel like they should have just taken it down because it gave Team YT more options. But, I mean, I guess it was, at the end of the day, the Suicune secure that did it. Team YT kind of had a lot of control later in the game.
I really feel like, I mean, after game 1, I understand that, you know, you're in a difficult position, right? You have to make a choice as to what Pokemon you're going to give Nemesis. I really don't want to give them Suicune personally. I just think it's too good. I think YT is too good with it, and I would probably rather see the Miraidon out there than this Suicune on the side of Nem.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying in the draft, like how good is Miraidon in the hands of Nemesis that you would prefer to give them Suicune in that moment? It was so strong every time they were able to get it, and I don't really think Team YT has the damage Suicune thing figured out. Honestly, it's just so much better in that supporter defender role. But in this moment, Team YT had a lot of control when they picked up that Psyduck and caught them off guard, but Nemesis did a great job of holding on to the best of their ability and keeping them from really doing a full rip.
Yeah, I mean, here we have this Psyduck, and we have, you know, Fui deciding to deal with it, Mortal there trying to play around it. They go for the rip, but they just don't have enough damage fast enough. We have Sam actually get one of the Groudon buffs right there. I didn't get to see that in kind of the chaos of it, and Metallic ends up picking up the KO. Really nice stuff. Impressive match from both of these teams. Nemesis with such a dominant game 1 that I didn't think YT was going to have such a good and exciting game 2 and 3. I really didn't seem like it.
No, I honestly thought that we were going to get like a wash. I was like, oh, Team YT, that kind of sucks for them. Nemesis is just that much better. But it really was just that game one where Nemesis got the better of the draft and Team YT couldn't respond. But these teams are both, they're very evenly matched against each other. And it's going to be interesting to see Team YT kind of try to claw back through that lower side bracket. We've still got a lot of Pokemon Unite to play tonight.
Yeah, we do. I believe we're taking a break here right now. We're going to do another giveaway in the chat. So if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, all you need to do to enter this giveaway is type the word Lucario, and you could win yourself a Mega Lucario. If you are chosen as one of the winners, it'll pop up in the chat with the random giveaway of who is chosen. You would head on over to the Discord. You would head to the tournament section under giveaway, help, or support, or whatever I named it, and you would bug Rosander for your code. That's all you need to do. Lucario in the chat. We will be back very, very soon with more Pokemon Unite. Do not go anywhere or I will put a curse on you. I'm a wizard.
All right, welcome in everybody to the Groudon Gauntlet. We're a couple of new faces, so we may as well introduce ourselves. We're the band ZZ Top. We've been touring for many, many years. I can't tell you the exact amount, but in case anybody was wondering the names of those band members, I am Zoinks, and joined as always by...
Zero in on Alex, but I don't know about you, Zoinks. We are sharp dressed men, so
Yes.
I feel like we're right on top to be ZZ Top, or
Exactly.
at least the next coming. I just think we need longer beards, and I don't think
Right.
we
Thank
have
you
that
so
going
much
right
for
now.
filling in some details. I know frighteningly little about the band ZZ Top, so I was really
okay.
leaning on you to carry that reference going into this matchup. Thank you so much. But for those of you who are joining us across our multiple areas where we're streaming in chat, I hope you're enjoying the tournament so far. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Groudon Gauntlet, baby. This is one of the biggest tournaments of the entire offseason, if not the largest one. Over 70 teams playing in this tournament, multiple regions. I think we had teams from Asia participating in this one as well. LATAM, we're about to see a cross-regional matchup in this next game as well, Zero. We got Goodnight Gaming from predominantly EU versus Project Mbappe, which I believe is an entire roster of North American players.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Project Mbappe, you got Celestial, you got Kratos, who's coming out of retirement, wasn't really officially retired, but they did say that they weren't going to be competing or joining a team, but they are here. Maybe one last hurrah. We've seen guys like Roland It, Ducky, and Chris Smith, who are going to be here, while we do see some Goodnight Gaming having some predominant EU players that we've seen prior on, like, Nouns Esports.
Yeah, we've gotten the chance to see Goodnight Gaming on broadcast once this entire stream, but I don't think we've had the chance to see anything from Project Mbappe. And I will say, I like to consider myself a person who's got my ear to the ground a little bit, and this NA team, this Project squad, is been turning a lot of heads, I'll say. Definitely a lot of people mentioning them as one of the toughest scrim opponents right now, and I think maybe one of the most formidable teams on the lineup for the LEIC ticket. So,
Absolutely.
gonna be a scary squad in this tournament.
Very scary, especially because, I mean, we talk about a player like Chris Smith, who very young, very much into the rookie season, but they always are, at least on the ranked ladder, always like number one for North America. So now to see them in a more competitive setting with some good players surrounding them, it could set up a formidable matchup. And now you also have players like Adesu, Gauntlet, and Gecko Kami on the side of EU. So this is a matchup for the ages, which makes sense with how far we are in the bracket.
Yeah, I cannot wait. And ooh, interesting early picks. So just to mention the bans quickly, a lot of all-rounders, a lot of Mega Evolution Pokemon receiving those bans, which I think makes a lot of sense, right? What a joy it is to be on the purple side, by the way. Some variety in your banning phase. On that orange side of the screen, a lot of the traditional stuff. But as our draft is rolling out, Chris Smith on the Blaziken, a Desu on the Zacian, I would say a pocket pick for them, but also for Chris Smith. So a tough exchange. We might see that Pokemon flip sides as we go through our best of three.
Yeah, Chris Smith does tend to be on quite a bit of all-arounders, but I do believe, at least for this tournament, Adesu has been that flex player that we know him to be. We know prior seasons he's been an attacker, all-arounder, but so far for this tournament, we've mostly seen him on Mew, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what's going to be locked in. Celestial, though, going to be locking in the Urshifu, still very good. That Wicked Blow combo is just so good at confirming targets, and Kratos rounding things out with the Armor Rouge, and then you have Ducky on the Mamoswine.
Yeah, I love that Urshifu's having a bit of a renaissance, Zero. Like, it feels like the Wicked Blow option is very, very strong. However, we're seeing some great water bears as well. And I think Celestial, one of the OG best Rapid Strike Urshifu players, especially in North America. So, excited to see that. But speaking of pocket picks, I feel like we've had a few slot into place. Ducky on the Mamoswine. It feels like the days of Floatstone on that tank are gone. I miss them. But Toast on this Talonflame is a phenomenal pick. I mean, Toast has been one of the newer players in terms of the central area players out of EU, maybe a couple of years now, but has made such a splash, such an incredibly strong EU player. Very excited to see them round out this team, which is such a high octane pick like that Talonflame.
Talonflame can get behind enemy lines, burst down, get away with it. And it does seem, though, that Adesu is going to be sticking with their all-arounder pick, and they're having Narami, who's going to be keeping the EXP share as that kind of support attacker Mew. But I don't know about you, Zoinks, but I'm ready to get this party started. I'm excited. I am hyped. And with Pokemon like this, I can't wait to see. You got a rookie who's now surrounded with a pretty destructive team, but you have some formidable opponents on EU. So let's get ready ready into this because I'm ready to rumble. I don't know about you.
Yeah, exactly. I would say I am ready to rumble. Probably in a different tone is how I would normally say it. And I'm pretty sure it's the band ZZ Top that says it. But let's get started, Zero. Project Mbappe on the purple team. Good Night Gaming gonna be your orange team. We jump into this first one. Chris Smith, yeah, maybe one of our more rookie players, but playing alongside Ducky, yet another very young player entering into the competitive scene very late in the year last year, but they have been kind of a duo in the grassroots community for a long time. So very excited to see them playing on the same roster here.
Very excited. Swinub's already going to try to put a little bit of pressure. Meanwhile, Gecko Kami does want to get this. Armarouge is down there. Gek doesn't want to get almost a KO. They are burned, and it's actually the burn that takes them down.
Wow, Kratos applying that nasty burn effect with the Incinerate early on. Ducky gonna get that knockout. Now, I know Mamoswine might get some slander for being a late-stage evolution Pokemon, needing that level 9 for the final evolution, but the early game of this Roomba is really phenomenal. So great early pressure between those two for a great lane win.
Celestials making their way uptown. Funk you up. Toast, though, is going to need to be careful. You don't want to get caught out. Roland hasn't fully evolved into a Bliss yet. So this is where birds of a feather are going to flock together. The question is, who's going to be able to go in as Celestial gets some early game punches. Meanwhile, the rest of the members are just going to step back, try to get as much as they can, and Celestial might be going a little too deep in.
Woo! Yeah, that Mew boosted auto in combination with yet another damaging attack will take that KO. Narami doing a great job of sequencing these Mew abilities together. An EXP share Mew, this is one of the biggest things it brings, is this early game dominance where Torchic trying to get up to Blaziken can have a tough early game. Squirtle could be an okay opponent for it, but you put something like a Mew in tandem, it gives it all that much more firepower and makes it a lot easier to secure that early experience, really negating some of those Squirtle weaknesses.
Right, you have Blastoise up and running. We already see that Gauntlet is already sitting at level 6 on the cusp of evolving and being that Blastoise in time for this potentially Reggie Drago that's about to spawn on in. Ducky, and it does look like the members of Project Mbappe themselves want to be able to just kind of take this free 99. Big Ice Fang catches Narami. Narami's trying to get away using that light screen, but they get caught out by Kratos.
Ducky with a bit of a sixth sense to find that Mew in that tall grass. I mean, you might think that Narami's on an Inteleon with like a red light shooting out of that grass there. Paloswine sniffing them out as if it was a truffle. Pretty sure Paloswine's a pig. Anyway, great play in the middle. And yet again, Celestial putting on a fireworks show in the bottom path.
If you sat there and told me that Mamoswine was a pig, I'd believe you. It has the snout of it. You know, I'm sure there's a breed of pig that we're not thinking about completely. So it doesn't matter because Celestial's going to take a Mew out for the spin, sending it back to the Pokemon Center. And right now, both teams are pretty set up, but the Flying Talonflame has landed onto Celeste.
Ooh. Celestial getting in so much early damage. That Blastoise going into Rapid Spin, of course, increases those defense for Blastoise to try to play into some of these fights. However, Celestial able to hit past a lot of those shields and, of course, reduce the defense with those liquidation stuns. So Celestial might not be a hard counter as something like maybe a Buzzwole would be towards this Blastoise, but certainly has their own options of fighting into this really tricky defender all-rounder hybrid that Blastoise can be.
Yeah, I mean, and Gatlu's been able to use it well, and just today in the tournament and as a whole, but here we go again. Ducky able to pull the Snorlax out. Regieleki's trying to find its new home. It's not going to allow it using the block, but Celeste is still here, going to be trying to push it. Makes its home in a big old 33 over dunk for Project Mbappe.
Yeah, Gek trying to just do as much as they can. A very tanky build on that Snorlax. I think they elected to remove the Score Shield in favor of that Rocky Helmet, so could brawl for a while, but Good Night Gaming instead choosing a strategy of just spreading out across the map, trying to get as much value as they could. Blastoise in particular in that enemy central area, trying to steal away a little bit of experience, and they came up shy, maybe a red buff in their favor, and what an incredible ambush play, and Kratos gonna take that KO.
Ooh, Chris Smith wants to be a cowboy, baby. Gets another good score in. Being able to get those attack weight stacks are going to be pivotal for Chris Smith on the Blaziken. And now we see the Flame Sweep pulling Celeste away. Celeste might be in a little bit of trouble. Bliss Assistance is racing in to help them. Great job by rolling it to be able to keep Celeste alive. Ducky diving in with the Earthquake, trying to get another pick with its Ice Fang, trying to disposition. And Celeste says, I'm sorry, I didn't hear no bell. I want another.
Yeah, unfortunately, the combo comes to a close, but the offense does not have to, as we will eventually try to take down this Blastoise. A Hydro Typhoon, a Eject button after the Typhoon. You almost never see one of those combos. Actually allows Gatlu to get a decent amount away, but not enough to avoid being KO'd. Ducky gonna showcase an Eject button combo of their own and set up their teammate in Christmas for a perfect overheat knockout. That is the hammer and anvil. That one actually works.
No, does it really work that way? But
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, that is all she wrote for Roland, because Roland is rolling it down back to the Pokemon Center. Registeel has spawned up. Christmas just kind of lurking in the shadows, in the grass. Being able to set up those overheats are going to be very pivotal, but only a couple members. Ducky is level 9 now with the Mammoth Mind, meaning their Unite move is on the table. Registeel's taking a beating left and right. There she goes. Psycho Boom, but it's the fly. The wings of flames. That Talonflame able to get the secure.
Yeah, Celeste able to kind of pair up a knockout on the bottom side as they're fighting alone, but the entire battle up here is going nasty. Narami able to get a Registeel buffed Light Screen Solar Beam, which is a tremendous amount of damage, but not enough to feather a knockout. Chris Smith going to take down this Snorlax and try to open up a little bit of space, but scoring on this goal zone might be a bit much to ask. Instead, this Project Mbappe squad going to rally up on the bottom side of the map. Ducky going to be late to the reinforcement, but that is a Regieleki debuffed goal zone. But that could be a scary hook that they're going to try to push for, and they're going to rush all the way in.
They rush it all the way in, Bliss assistance, and right now Project Mbappe has just been living in the central area. And look at Celeste getting KOs. Blastoise trying to spin in, but meanwhile Roland is just trying to keep everybody healthy. Celestial's just trying to pivot around, doesn't want to go down right here. Could be pivotal. Eject button through the window, through the wall. Ducky is trying to take the damage from all of it, allowing Celeste to be able to get out of the way and not give up that precious EXP that you really don't want to give up this late into a match.
Yeah, credit to Celeste for actually closing out those knockouts, but a huge creditation to Roland and Ducky for some amazing supportive play and a lot of great peel to make sure that the Celestial on the Urshifu had an exit strategy to be able to employ. Now, Good Night Gaming getting a decent amount of punch back in this game. The levels aren't looking horrendous for them, trailing a little bit on some of their more supportive roles, but they really need to find a way to close this points gap. 359 to 141 is nothing to sneeze at, and right now all they can do is rally and kind of turtle up defensively to try to shut down some of these big, scary Project Mbappe pushes.
Yeah, they're realizing that, you know, being this aggressive has not worked out in their favor. Meanwhile, Project Mbappe trying to be aggressive again, going in with massive scores, and that is the tier 1 in the top path also taken down. This is where things can be pivotal because they can. Project Mbappe has the ability to give up some towers, some paths, said that they don't necessarily are going to lose that much in value. They do get the Regieleki. They're going to allow the Regieleki to walk in, maybe wait out the timer just a little bit to get an extra, and Talonflame says, per the caster curse, I'm sorry, no, I'm going to score now.
Yeah, I just don't think you could give up that space to Project Mbappe before this final fight. That could be a really fatal mistake. Certainly it's more points, but positioning at this point with two defenders is going to be huge. We got the Snorlax in Gauge 0, and they set everybody else up.
And the Bliss Assistance does land on Celeste. Celeste is going to be going in. There comes a Hydro Typhoon, picking up Ducky and Roland. Meanwhile, the Blastoise is trying to roll away. All of the members of Good Night Gaming are having to stick together. But Ducky, able to capture the Talonflame with its Ice Fang, pick it up, drop it behind, and all of Project Mbappe is looking startlingly healthy.
Yeah, Talonflame, not the Pokemon I expected to be trailing out of that escape route for that team, but great block by Gecko Kami, going to try to set that up, but Kratos able to shoot out a huge Psycho move, and Christmas Celeste capitalizing immediately. That's 2 members down. Good Night Gaming only have 3 up to try to steal this Groudon.
Good Night Gaming needs to go for a steal. Project Mbappe does have Celeste, and they have Christmas. The fly is engaged, and it's no out of everybody. It's actually Kratos who's able to get the secure. Now they're rushing away. 3 members are down. 2 KO streak for Christmas, the rookie. And all she wrote, Good Night Gaming might be put to bed a little early.
Yeah, a minute left to work with. Potentially there is a world where we're able to steal a couple of those buffs and push back the other way, but with almost a 300-point lead, even going in before the Groudon fight, I think that was just a little bit too much to ask. Good Night Gaming gonna have to go next and jump into game 2.
turn the page. It didn't work. Maybe we need to go back. Let's try to regroup. Let's try to get something that does work, because clearly this did not. It really felt like Project Mbappe had the kind of pedal to the metal the entire game. It never felt like Goodnight Gaming was able to kind of get their foothold as they're trying to climb themselves back in. Each time they tried to, Mbappe was just there to kind of kick them down. You know, you've seen The Lion King. You see Scar just be like, "Long live the king," and that's kind of what it felt like this entire match.
Exactly like that, Zero. Thank you. So yeah, I do think that was true. Almost 100,000 healing, by the way, from Roland on that Blissey.
Yeah.
We're going old school Blissey a little bit. We're going double eggs build from Roland, and I think a bold strategy to even go with the soft. I think it was double eggs, but at the very minimum, soft boiled in that situation to a lot of crowd control on the other side, right? You got Blastoise, you got Snorlax, even some really scary stuff from what Adesu can do, but regardless, just trusting in that Bliss assistance to be one of the major pivotal moments for Celestial to operate off of, and some great team fights. Jeez, what a sliding scale for Project Mbappe in that final score graph. Just such a phenomenal game from them, and kind of winning all over the place. Top lane early on went in Goodnight Gaming's favor, but not much else for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw these two major KOs early on, thanks to the burn, the freeze. It's some icy hot that was working down there. And yeah, let me tell you, Goodnight Gaming was feeling the pain.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive stuff. I think you got to call it out a few times in this match, Zero. Ducky's Ice Fangs, such an important part of this matchup. I mean, some great eject button combo plays. I think historically, if we've casted over Ducky, it's a lot of incredible Trevenant maneuvers, but the Mamoswine just as fantastic in some of these situations. Gatlu almost getting out of here is criminal beyond belief, by the way, but Celestial gonna make sure that does not happen.
I have to give so much credit to Ducky, though. The way they were just grabbing these Ice Fangs and repositioning you mentioned it earlier. Talonflame was not the Pokemon I thought, especially once we get to the Groudon. You know, that was not the Pokemon that I thought was going to be trailing behind everything. But you're seeing here, Project Mbappe was like there, up, down, everywhere, in their dreams, in their nightmares, everywhere. And that's what this team had. They had offensive pressure from beginning to end, and they never let the pedal go throughout this match.
Yeah, it was so impressive. I mean, that fight along near the Regieleki on the top side just a few moments ago in that replay, we saw Ducky 1v3 and walk away back to the home goal zone. So Mamoswine doesn't even need your night move sometimes. They can just trail backwards. That Ice Fang will buy you all the space you need, and maybe more importantly, set up a lot of your teammates for some ridiculously good damage. What I think is really cool about a lot of this Project Mbappe composition that they built was just the lack of range damage, but how well they were still able to play around it. These double defender compositions, one of the things you can try to do to sort of punish the enemy team for not having a healing support is just sort of play the long game, that front to back slow burn damage from range. However, Armor is just kind of going anti-dive, expecting so much aggressive play from Goodnight Gaming. They welcomed the fights, and they won most of them. So great play from Project Mbappe.
And we're already seeing, though, now that Goodnight Gaming, they're removing Blissey entirely. I still think Blissey is one of, if not the best support in the game. What it's able to do for any team, it's just so good. And now we're seeing this again. The orange team is banning out the classics. Meanwhile, Goodnight Gaming is taking away some targeted picks away from Project Mbappe, kind of forcing them to be like, okay, what can you really play when we take away some of your biggest options? We do know Blaziken recently got that buff to its ability, so it's been able to heal that much more. But now taking away Blissey, Hoopa, and Blaziken, those are some major picks. Meanwhile, Project Mbappe forced to kind of ban out the classics.
Purple side is the ball pit. Orange side is the parking lot going home. Like, it is so boring to be banning Pokemon on the orange side. That. Like, it is so fun on the purple side. Some really fun, interesting targeted bans. On orange side, just railroaded, unfortunately. But Goodnight Gaming not going to pick up the Suicune with that first pick. I think that is a little interesting. Instead, Adesu banning Blaziken, picking Zacian. So really trying to force Chris Smith into, I guess, a third, maybe even fourth option if you want to throw Mega Lucario into that mix. It will be just standard Lucario for Chris Smith. We've seen some E-Speed Lucario in today's tournament already. I would not be too surprised if we saw a little bit more in this game number 2.
Yeah, especially when you look at the build that Christmas has on it, it just could be a Pokemon that's going to be really useful. But Gecko Kami picking up the Crustle. I like this roundabout thing that Goodnight Gaming has. Having something like Eldegoss, you have this wall who can kind of go in, do some stun damage, set things up for a Desu. But that doesn't mean Project Mbappe doesn't have other things up their sleeve. They're kind of seeing what's still available. And Kratos is looking potentially to find a good attacker. Miraidon is definitely one of my favorite picks when it comes to competitive play.
Yeah, it's just gotten better and better, I feel like, in the last, not in terms of balance patches, just kind of its posture in the metagame. It seems to be doing really well, especially with that Cursed Incense, going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage, and of course, that anti-heal to pair. Toast, going to be picking up the Mew in this game, so certainly a bit of a deviation from what we saw last time with the Talonflame. Celeste, picking their final pick. Looks like Buzzwole, going to be the hover, and will be selected. We saw some interesting hovers during that phase. Who knows, maybe if we get to game 3, we can see some more interesting picks. I know Celeste, a Tankaton enjoyer, for example, so we could see some interesting things there. Who knows?
I think I would go bananas if we saw Tinkaton. I would absolutely go bananas.
Yeah, I would too. Tinkaton. But either way, we do get to see some kind of iconic picks there. Decimalization again, and of course, Gatlu on the Dodrio, I think will be really, really phenomenal. Ducky gonna have a bit of a harder time, I think, locking down specific Pokemon with that Ice Fang now. No discredit to them, just trickier Pokemon in terms of what to grab. I'm interested in what you feel about this Crustle pick, though, Zero. So last time we saw Gek picking up the Snorlax. This time we are rotating around to more of like a trap-based defender instead of that peel-based defender. How do you feel about Crustle slotting into this comp?
I kind of really like it because when you look at something like Lucario, they now have to expend their XP to either get out or go on in and try to make something happen. You're forcing a lot of plays for these all-arounders because when you look at Project Mbappe's team, movability other than like Lucario's E-Speed, they don't got a lot of movement to them. A lot of them are very stationary. Yes, we can, throw out a Whirlpool and an Ice Beam to slow things down a little bit. You're now forced to either expend one of your moves and be put on cooldown, or you're forced to fight on in. And the way that Goodnight Gaming has their setup with Zacian and Crustle and Dodrio, I like it. I like it a lot.
It feels like, in some ways, even more of a burst damage style of composition, right? It's kind of that pseudo dive. You can always rely on Dodrio, but Mew can put in some pretty crazy special attack combos if Gecko Kami can tee them up for some of it. Try to go for that early experience, but Ducky on this swing up just so good at picking up some of these early knockouts.
Yeah, these early KOs from Ducky have just been so pivotal to their game plan. They're able to secure so much farm because of it. Granted, Goodnight Gaming was able to get a decent amount of it. Chris Smith doesn't want to overextend, though, because Roland is trying to roll out some freezes.
Yeah, nice even trade, but okay, Celeste's going to actually clear their central way faster than Dodrio and actually use the eject button for a really early fight. Devastating early flank, but works in Celeste's favor, as that is an incredibly quick knockout into the Zation, no less. Gossifleur is left there without a friend.
Yeah, they're just left stranded. A little lovely flower. Gatlu has good positioning, though, kind of setting themselves up, and Celeste gets a good amount of that. Now we see Ducky out of nowhere just show up, throw some ice, and says, all right, I left my little buddy alone. I should probably head back down there.
This Roomba has bounced in a very strange way. Show up all the way to the top, but that does mean that Kratos is left alone to defend this goal zone, is able to debuff it with that Miraidon passive, but now is in a tricky spot. At least the team is there to rally. It is now a 4-on-3 in the bottom side as they're attempting to attack this tier 1 goal zone. I think that burst damage out of Dodrio and Mew, which might be too much. They're going to relent on this offense for now.
And that's the thing about this Crustle. We talked about it, how it could be used so offensively, but look how they were able to use it defensively, using the Rock Tombs not to set up KOs, but to keep Project Mbappe. And right there, we were able to pivotally see what I was talking about, how they don't have movement. If the wall is in your way, how do you get through it? Buzzwole can't. Do you really want to expend your eject button for that? I would hope not, just to be able to go in. That's the thing, and that's the thing that Goodnight Gaming has to capitalize to be able to take down Mbappe to force a game 3.
Exactly. A bit of a gigantic rock-shaped thorn in their side they're going to have to deal with for now. Dodrio getting 1 KO, but Celeste and Christmas not going to let that last for very long. Vengeance already exacted as they get 1 knockout. Regidrago has now hit the bottom goalpost and the top. It's rotating for a second time towards the bottom end of the map. And finally, these teams are going to start giving the Regidrago some attention. Celeste locked out by a rock tomb, and now this Regidrago already under half HP. X's are going to lock them up for even longer. And Gecko Kami showcasing where their focus is in this early game, all on that plus wall.
Keep the players out, keep them away. Listen, I know it might be a sharp rock in their side, but have you ever stepped on a sharp rock like at the beach? That hurts, man.
Yeah. Never once. I've tended to avoid rocks my entire life, and I tend to keep it that way. Thea Sky Ruins, not the place for me to vacation. I will instead just play some games there instead. Oh, Gecko Kami with another great read. I think they were just attempting to X-scissor that Maridon away, and they kind of got Ducky as a consolation prize at the same time. And Good Night Gaming, 2 for 2 around these objective team fights, will have a great Crustle interference play into an objective secure.
This is how you do it. This is how you crawl back into a game. You're able to just kind of control the pace of the game. Meanwhile, Gecko Kami, once again, we talked about it before, Celestial has to use the Ultra Soul Slam to stop the score of Gecko Kami. They're trying to get a KO. Roland is going to lay down a Whirlpool, try to freeze them. Keep them low and slow is how you do it, especially when you have a squad on Project Mbappe. They have double ice that we haven't really focused on. The fact that you have the freeze from the Mamoswine, but you also have some freeze from Suicune.
Wow, Celeste going to kind of double down for that fight onto Gatlu and Toast, but some great coaching and balance plays, even a Unite move used by Gatlu is enough for both of them to escape and get the return KO. So now Celeste playing the central area as Buzzwole is going to be pretty underleveled compared to Dodrio and Zacian, as Adesu and Gatlu respectively are feeling great at level 10 at the moment.
They're feeling great, but Christmas might be feeling better. And the Rock Tomb once again grabbing Ducky, but Ducky picks up Gecko Kami. Gecko Kami trying to get away. They get frozen. They get stunned. This is not Elsa, but they were, in fact, frozen as Christmas might be in danger, but they go in. They try to go for the extreme speed, and we talked about it. The extreme speed, will Christmas be able to dodge around Gatlu this way?
Yeah, I mean, those bone rushes are a great escape tool, but they're also a bit of just a beacon of where you're going to be showing up at some point. So Gatlu kind of playing in between them. Expert Dodrio player meeting up against an expert Lucario player in Christmas. It's just a really, really fun fight that whenever we see these two players on screen. But at the moment, we're just trying to farm up as quickly as we can because we're about to hit the halfway point, or just eclipse the halfway point of the match. We got yet another objective spawning on the bottom side. Gatlu getting extremely low, and that Maridon burst damage will be just enough to get the knockout, and Project Mbappe finally getting a skirmish win in their favor.
They get a skirmish win, and they're going to take advantage of it. Ducky's trying to score, and meanwhile, Celestial trying to buy some time, but the serves coming out of Toast is not going to allow them to happen. They might be looking for a little extra boost here in the Registeel. Ducky, in the meanwhile, just peeling off everybody that might intervene. Celestial able to get it. Big superpower, but the Cotton Cloud Crash is being lifted. They have to run away. Ducky's in a little bit of danger. Kratos and Celeste sticking together, though, and here comes the triple trample from Gatlu. They're trying to get a big engage. Big solar beam coming out, doing massive amounts of damage. Ducky gets taken down. Celeste gets taken down. And now Good Night Gaming is feeling good night tonight to Project Mbappe.
Incredible play by Gatlu on this Dodrio to kind of read that escape from Project Mbappe. They get a little bit of scoring on the bottom side, only bringing them up to 82 points, which is not much at this point, or this stage of the game, rather. And just kind of reads them. They get past the Rock Tomb, but then Gatlu is right there to shut them down after. Ducky eventually goes down. This Mamoswine so incredibly tanky, enough to knock out the Eldegoss, but not in time to steal that Regieleki. Adesu just soloing down some of these major objectives.
And that's what Zesu needs to do. That's kind of what Zacian's able to do, especially with the Intrepid Sword boosted damage. Ducky's taking a world of pain, but they're living on an absolute sliver. Zesu finally able to have that last laugh. Big Solar Beam did come out, and the Unite move is being unleashed by Maridon and Project Mbappe, trying to push back, making sure that they realize that Good Night Gaming, it might not be all in control.
I love that choice from Celeste as well. Just a lot of trust in their teammate. And maybe Ducky doesn't love this, but Celeste saw that their teammate had half a hit point and decided to superpower the enemy directly into Ducky, knowing that they would have at least one more Ice Fang in them, you know, before they eventually go down. So, nice teamwork play, and it works out really, really well. Celestial now at level 13, but they are caught in a really dangerous position. They will eventually go down. Incredible damage from range from Toast Mew.
Toast's Mew has been able to do so much. Christmas using the Altaras and the Swablu's to stay alive, but they get cut down to size by Dodrio as well, and that's the thing. Gauntlet, Adesu, both level 13, Toast, level 12. Levels are a little on parity here, but other than Celeste needs to find a way to capture and get a good KO, and we're seeing the Crustle just preventing Project Mbappe to not have that mobility, and it is hurting them in dividends, 239 to 82.
You know, Zero, one thing that's been kind of occurring to me here is we've seen so many team fights in this game too in particular, but one thing I feel like we've been missing is the dogs. Like, Zacian and Lucario in particular have kind of been having their own mini-game. And Adesu's been kind of winning the majority of it from what it seems, as Lucario has just ticked into that level 13. Adesu has been there for a minute, and it seems like that's going to continue as Adesu kind of going for a long game, defending that topside goal zone. As Project Mbappe trying to get in a position where Miraidon can get some poke damage, and in return, they get pushed out by, again, these solar beams from Mew.
Yeah, this is the poke game. You know, you have Miraidon who has that poke, and here we go already, though. It does seem they got Gecko Kami. Gecko Kami's already taken down. Ultra Soul Slam does land on Adesu. Adesu using the Metal Claw. Celestial needs backup, but nobody is there to kind of back them up. They kind of went all alone. They went beast mode, solo queue.
Yeah, I am also totally shocked about what just happened. Celestial attempts to 1v4, I guess 1v3 in that situation, seeing as Dodrio was holding off the rest of the team. A bit of, uncoordination with Project Mbappe sets us up to be a weird spot. Groudon not knocked out yet, however, as Adesu will push past that icy stun. Suicune Unite move will buy a little bit of time, potentially, as Roland doing everything they can just to get that Groudon clock a little bit longer. It's taking some damage. Celeste is back from respawn, Roland at about half HP, but Celeste already found, trapped in the rock tomb, trapped in everything, and they're already back to respawn.
This is how you do it. I mean, I really think Christmas coming back was pivotal, but Goodnight Gaming was able to slow them down. Crustle's going to try to extend that score a little bit more, 281 to 282. 30 seconds remaining. Groudon is no longer an option. Christmas is taking damage, and with 20 seconds remaining, I hate to call it, but good morning, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and Goodnight Gaming is moving on to Game 3, baby.
All right. Okay, so we get a game 3 out of this set, which I think is very, very exciting. It happens in a strange way, though. Like that final fight, I mean, Project Mbappe felt like they had a great start, great coordination to take out that Crustle, but then things get a little bit stranger after that, certainly. But all that being said, Goodnight Gaming, for the majority of this matchup, was absolutely dominating. Like, this was Goodnight Gaming's bounce back game in a major way. Gatlu with 10 knockouts, Toast and Adesu with over 60,000 damage apiece. Very, very impressive game from GNG.
We talked about that Adesu and Christmas kind of had their own game, and we even saw it in the scoreline that Adesu had like 6 KOs to Christmas 1. Even though the damage was there, Adesu was able to keep Christmas at bay, unable to fully go in and just push up against them. Gatlu just was so good on the Dodrio, but I still have to give the props to what I would say my MVP is definitely the Crustle. Those plays to not allow Project Mbappe, realizing that they didn't have movement on their side, was what made Crustle go from it's pretty good to, oh my god, why is this rock hurting my foot so much?
Yeah, it was, of course, a feeling I cannot relate to, but I do understand, I think, what you're saying. The Crustle, I thought, was kind of phenomenal, of course, to shut down that movement, like you were saying. I also thought it matched up really well into Ducky's Mamoswine in particular. Ducky is a very aggressive defender player, right? They always have been. That's been kind of a keystone of how they play the game. It's been why they make them so impressive. But it also means a lot of their cooldowns are being utilized to initiate fights, to really jump in and start things off. However, this in some situations, all of a sudden you're left without cooldowns and you're trapped by a rock tomb, and Ducky's got nowhere to go, and it allows Toast just to kind of farm damage on you. So some interesting but really impressive stuff out of this Crustle, and I would not be surprised to see it again in Game 3 from Goodnight Gaming.
Yeah, either that or Project Mbappe needs to kind of switch things up and decide, hey, maybe we need to take a little bit more movement than just E-Speed Lucario. I don't know.
Okay, sure.
Right, Also, cool, really quick, have you ever stepped on a Lego then?
Oh, so many times.
Yeah. Okay, so it's kind of like that, right?
Yeah,
so if you can, so now you can really understand. You don't want to get caught between a rock and I can speak from personal experience. I have been stranded on rocks on the ocean, but we don't need to talk about that here. We are talking
we'll dig into that later.
We'll talk about that later. Listen, I have made some very poor decisions at a young age, but you know what's not a poor decision? Moving on to Game 3 with Goodnight Gaming and Project Mbappe.
All right, so it will be a switch up of the draft sides again. So both these teams choosing to be first pick in these situations after taking a loss, which is interesting. First pick, it's been a bit of a toss-up so far in our tournament, I think, of what teams are choosing what spots. But either way, we're going to have our bands going to be, so far, I would say straightforward. None of these are a real shocker. Hoopa Band makes sense. Suicune, Lego Lucario, Mega Charizard, nothing a big surprise. Darkrai, also the same. So Project Mbappe, even on the fun side, electing for some pretty standard bans.
Yeah, some pretty standard bans all around. And we're going to be able to see that, Project Mbappe does have the first. So do they take the all-arounder that they liked before? They are going to be taking away the Zacian away from Adesu.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, we talked about how this might be a pick that changes hands a few times. It is such a powerful top path Pokemon. I think Buzzwole's up there, but I don't know. I feel like over this offseason, Zacian has kind of been the more in vogue top lane Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Zacian. It has just stayed the standard, and Gecko Kami is back on that Crustle, meaning Project Mbappe needs to realize we might need a little bit more movement, otherwise they're going to be stuck in the same pattern. But Ducky's sticking to their roots. What works for them is this Mamoswine. But this is the thing, Kratos and Celeste have the ability to make a different play, now knowing that what this Crustle can bring to a match.
One, I think, interesting thing of note here is there will very likely be no Dodrio within this draft with Gatlu already selecting the Blaziken. And honestly, that actually is just straight up of note is that Gatlu's pick is so early in this draft. We don't see that too much, but okay, enough talking about the switching of spots. How about this? Sableye going to be locked in from Goodnight Gaming.
That is not Narami, I can guarantee you, because I have this sixth sense. That is actually Dupsnax, the little gentleman right there. It's 100% Dupsnax saying, hey guys, come on. You thought I wasn't going to show? Kratos going to go back, taking Mew to have that range, and Celeste does have that more movement with the Water Bear, the Rapid Strike Urshifu.
Okay, so a very, very scary combo that we saw earlier on in this match. Adesu is going to lock in the Espeon. I think we all know they would love to be playing Sylveon in this metagame. However, it's certainly not the balance patch for it. But Adesu will have access to some great special attack damage, but I'd say most notably a whole lot of burst damage. And that can be set up extremely well with both Crustle Walls and Sableye stuns. There's just a lot of opportunity for Adesu to get very easy high bursts of damage. Honestly, whatever moveset they elect to choose.
Right. I mean, the Rock Tombs pair really well into Psyshock, but Gatlu, I love the compare to have something like a Blaziken with a Crustle. I just think those two pair up so well, especially with these overheats. The stuns that you're going to get from Sableye are going to be absolutely toxic, and I love it. That's going to be one smiling face. I thought the Espeon was a little weird at first, but I kind of don't hate on it too much because the Psychic Solaire can pick up a lot, can slow things down for the team, and when you have something like Sableye and tandem with the Crustle, I think it could still work out really well.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you have Celeste Blue Shifu running down at you, you need something to try to stop it, right? And so be it. If that's a Unite move that you get at level 8, that might be an option they have access to. But we'll see if anything can stop the tide of Water Bear as we jump into game number 3. Project Mbappe gonna be on your purple side, and Goodnight Gaming representing EU on your orange side.
Looks like Project Mbappe is already kind of getting ahead of themselves, already preparing for the fact that not only are they sending Urshifu in the central path, but they also have Sableye and Narami kind of sticking around because Kung Fu is not a good Pokemon, but Urshifu is. So if Narami can slow things down like that, that spells a lot of trouble for the side of Project Mbappe.
Yeah, that's textbook. That's textbook right there. Narami taking the first objective. Has not gotten a buff to their name yet, as we do see that blue buff hovering below Celeste, but Toast wants to get in on the action. And how about a knockout? Toast with a red and a blue buff. Narami with the blue as they rotate out of the enemy central area, and the K opener going over to Toast.
The Cowboy might ban me for this, and I might be fired out of a job, but you could say that Cub Fu was, in fact, Toast trying to get all the center. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
I was just modded. I think I have the authority to fire him. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. So, I mean, great early game presence for Goodnight Gaming in the Central. Still have a Torchic, so Gatlu taking a little bit longer to evolve into Combustion. But so far, not looking great. Celeste, on the other hand, has found a way to get some experience after losing a lot of it, and a lot of that coming from Ducky with a 2 KO streak on this Piloswine Ice Fang. Just such a phenomenal setup move, and so far, so good for this purple team.
You might want to take some drama meme there for that gag you got going there. Wonder what that could be. Celeste taking a big sigh shock, though. Meanwhile, Ducky is in the midst of everything. They're in the thick of it. They get taken down. And now the Crustle is online as Regidrago is just 10 seconds away from landing onto Theosky Ruins. Great job so far by Narami to just kind of be that harasser. Stun, set up plays, not allow certain Pokemon to do what they're supposed to do. And shout out once again to Zoinkscast, who 100% loves Combuskin. It's
Yeah, love the cornflakes Pokemon. I think so far the Sableye has actually been really interesting. It kind of happened off camera a little bit, but of course we have the Regidrago. Has already spawned onto that, but moments before that, Christmas was kind of hanging out in the tall grass on the right hand side of your screen right there, hoping that as soon as it spawned in, they could get a jump on it. But thanks to Narami rotating around the map, making sure they had vision, they were able to spot them. We got to force them out and have a fight around the top side. Jeez, what a stun! Great setup. Eventually, the Crustle will go down, but Project Mbappe certainly slowed in that moment.
Yeah, I love that side shock. That was just such a good setup. If that Crustle had lived, that would have been the play of the game, in my opinion. They did get the KO, unfortunately, but the planning, the ways Adesu just shot that side shock. Meanwhile, Narami just not only allowing vision for their team, slowing things down, allowing these stuns to happen. And right now, Gatlu must be living in paradise because they are getting their attack weight stacks, and they're about to approach level 8.
Yeah. I don't think this interaction will ever actually have any consequence to it, but I do think it's funny that Sableye takes Aeos energy away from the Zacian, therefore removing some of its passive ability. I don't know if it'll ever be relevant, but it is fun. As Regice will go down thanks to Muse. Project Mbappe setting themselves up for another objective. They will barely score that 30 points as, of course, Narami on the fast track to shut them down. Eject button extends that Slick Kick Solaire, but a great defensive Unite move coming out from really Roland on this Mew. Or Kratos.
We saw
Kratos.
Yes, it's the same player, right? Totally. Toast trying to get away, though. Odesu needs to try to keep them alive with these side shocks have been perfect. But now Project Mbappe able to break the tier 1 in the bottom path. And now Skirmish comes out. That Solar Beam has some extra oomph coming out of Kratos.
Yeah, great Earthquake to stun initially. And then the Ice Fang, I think Kentucky was like, all right, well, I'll just put them directly back down, so this Solar Beam keeps them teed up. So very impressive combo play yet again. And now we just extend this match a little bit longer. And points are still looking very good for Goodnight Gaming, albeit their team fights have been a little rougher in this matchup. They have been putting on a ton of pressure on that top side, evidenced by that goal zone being broken and Reggie Alecki walking. Doesn't land in that tier 2, but still, the offensive pressure on the top side is, we haven't seen too much of it yet, but it will be relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, Project Mbappe not looking like the team that we saw in Game 1, just an absolute powerhouse, putting Goodnight Gaming to bed, and now all of a sudden, it really felt like the Sleeping Giants kind of woke up. They started picking different Pokemon, they started planning better, things have been going really well, but credit to Project Mbappe, the fact that they, even though they got slowed down in the early game with the Sableye, even the Leafeon, they are still pretty close, if not on parity, if not slightly above edge against Goodnight Gaming as the Emerald two-step does go in. Zacian's going to be taken out, but now they have to run away. Not enough encouragement going there. Godlu's living on a little bit of a sliver, but they get taken down. It's the Leafeon. Toast gets taken down to a crisp.
Watching two teams that are as good as these squads is so fun. Zero, like,
Oh,
the
yeah.
coordination of them to have that little mini team fight set up by a Sableye, immediately responded with a full 5-player rotation into central area to defend their own jungle. Like, this is really, really sick stuff we're seeing out of these two teams. So great response by Project Mbappe, but Goodnight Gaming, despite kind of getting pushed off that early fight, I think still get some decent value out of it. Now they're going to rotate up to this top side. A reminder, Regieleki will be in the top side of the map for the remainder of this matchup, and with that goal zone being gone for Project Mbappe, it does have a little bit more oomph to it walking down that top side.
Yeah, Christmas gonna go on in to Regieleki, and it's the Mew. It's Kratos from afar setting it up. Gecko Kami taking a good amount of damage, but Godlu was there to answer with an overheat. They're pushed up against the wall on the West mezzanine, and Roland it needs to get out of there, but Kratos lining up these shots. Ducky trying to grab him. Godlu using the overheat to stay alive, but they get finally taken down. They are not the BGs because they are not staying alive.
Yeah, I know that band too. Here we go. Another big score. That's a lie. I do know the Bee Gees. I want to hold on to that one. Okay. But either way, Project Mbappe not only shut down that potential Regieleki walking play, but also take the opportunity to shatter that tier 1 goal zone and open up a little bit more space. But Goodnight Gaming, again, with this pesky composition of this Leafeon and Sableye always kind of across the map from each other. The score tempo is just ridiculous. They're going to get the lead again, 205 points. It's a very small one, but they do hold it currently.
They're getting ridiculous. Ducky, though, trying to go in on Galu. Galu already had the overheat. Psybeam goes in. It's actually Cespion who's able to get the final last lap on that. And then Kratos able to get a good K on the Sableye. Ducky's taking a lot of damage. Emerald two-step does come out. They get taken down, though. Big 2 KO. And now the Zasha's trying to get a little bit of a revenge. Psychic Solaire does get unleashed. 40 seconds remaining. Galu going to set up the overheat, though. And they're trying to take as much as they can. But Celeste was not trying to give that up too early.
Ooh, almost a ceasefire a little bit on the bottom side for a moment. Those two teams, I think, also we're like you looking at the clock. We're like, okay, actually, if we push any more after this, it could get really dangerous. So, Project Mbappe rallying up around those pollen puffs, and Goodnight Gaming just electing to go all the way back to base. That will favor the purple team, though, as they get that Regice and Crustle down for the count of exactly 11 seconds.
That is unfortunate because that does mean Project Mbappe does get a little bit more priority in positioning. Ducky being very aggressive, and it looked like Project Mbappe might be going for the Groudon immediately, just trying to force Goodnight Gaming into the center while Celeste looking for their target. That target is looking like they want to ensure they do not have the secure of Blaziken.
Really aggressive play, Project Mbappe. You saw Ducky actually jumping over a few walls, expecting them to be hanging out in the tall grass, but since Goodnight Gaming was all the way on the other side of the map, it's been a bit more of a challenge. We do have Narami and Toast working together, and they will get 1 KO to start.
That's a big KO. We see the Ducky pick up, and now the Leafeon Toast might be a little cooked there. Meanwhile, though, they have Goodnight Gaming. Blaziken is still up. That takes down Gecko Kami. They still have a Desu and Galu, who are very good at confirm. The Desu in danger. They get taken out. That's all of them. It's just the Sableye. It's just Narami and a Dream. But the Unite move coming out. The Sashin. The Who Let the Dogs Out. Because right now, Christmas is able to get the secure. Scores are going in. Could this be the end for Goodnight Gaming being sent into the loser side? 1 minute remaining.
Wow, Narami having a real tough choice of who to confuse Ray in that moment, right? You're like, all right, which one of y'all is going to try to steal the Ray for us? And I think, unfortunately, that Unite move animation going to prevent Zacian from even having that situation presented in front of them, and they are able to secure the Groudon. And with only one member up at the time to be able to try to steal these Groudon buffs, I don't think that's going to be available. Project Mbappe to extend their lead, but a pretty conservative lead, and they're going to hold on to it as Gatlu already taking so much damage, and Hidetsu goes down. Chris Smith adding yet another one to their tally. Impressive stuff here.
Man, look at Project Mbappe just winning it all in the end. Again, Goodnight Gaming is not necessarily done. They might need to take a little quick cat nap to be able to get back to the drawing board, but Project Mbappe able to get a nice, clean 2-1 against an amazing match. And as long as, if I could say anything about this set, It was so much fun.
Oh my word.
My gosh, like I know we do this because it's fun and it's entertaining, but
Right.
man, this set was something else.
Yeah, I personally do it for the Lucario code giveaways, which I
Oh.
fairly won, and then it was revoked, and
Right.
we re-rolled it, but whatever. I think if I'm going to talk about anything during this final step, it's absolutely going to be Roland's 24 assists. That is criminal activity. Someone check the Louvre. Pretty sure Roland was involved with that.
Well, I'm getting word from production that you already had a license for Lucario.
That's
So
not-
who's the real criminal here? Who's the real criminal? But let me tell you, Roland was a smooth criminal with the amount of healing and Celestial.
Yeah.
And we even saw Ducky. We talked about it in the Groudon pit, where it just felt like Ducky was just so aggressive. And it is to their playstyle, right? But they were just trying to find anything. Just go in. Let me jump over some walls, 22 jump streak, just jumping over walls, trying to find something. And in the end, it was just Narami looking around at 5 big Pokemon like, all right, well, I'm gonna guess you. And
Yeah.
of course, it did not pay off.
Tricky
well.
one.
Little tricky.
Yeah. Also, shout out to you for a couple reasons. One, referencing 22 Jump Street, the sequel, I think is hysterical in that situation.
you.
And two, I think what you said when they knocked out Gecko Kami right before that Groudon fight really started, it just favors them so much in positioning after that. Of course, there's a lot of great secure Pokemon on the side of Goodnight Gaming. I'm looking at Leafeon and Blaziken, but both those Pokemon have to do a lot of work to get past the Mamoswines and all the other kind of tricky Pokemon that Project Wapape had to utilize to kind of shut down those entries. So good positioning favors them in the fight. Great win for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was the key moment, I think. Like, I understand Gecko Kami was trying to get a little bit of vision, maybe kind of see what they're going to be able to gain. But when you give up, not only are you losing a pivotal member of your team, you're losing your defender. This is the Pokemon that's supposed to go in, kind of set things up, slow things down, as we've seen in the past with the Rock Tombs. But this way, Project Mbappe just had complete control of everything, and that's what favored them. They were aggressive, they had positioning, they looked around for the pieces that they needed to take down, and in the end, Chris Smith was looking mighty fine on the dog sword.
Yeah.
Sword dog.
Yeah,
You know what I mean.
Yeah, it looked amazing. All right, well, I don't think we're doing a giveaway because I wasn't informed of anyone, but maybe someone in chat will keep tuned into chat because maybe that will change. But we are going to be jumping to a very short break. But when we come back, more Groudon Gauntlet presented by, well, kind of everybody in the Grassroots community. We'll see you there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Groudon Gauntlet. Spragels presents in association with the Content Cowboy Corporation the first and last annual over-under-dunk Groudon Gauntlet, the final reckoning. And here we are. We're getting pretty deep into this thing. And this match, Zero, is, I think, something that the chat wanted.
Oh, yeah.
Bad enough that we had to make it happen.
I mean, we have to. When you're talking about some household names, I mean, TTV, who doesn't love TTV, right? And then you have household names like Gauntlet and Nadesu. I mean, come on, if it would be a disservice. It's called the Final Reckoning. How can we? I reckon we need to get on this and do the best of one, because one of these teams is going home.
Finally, someone said reckon on broadcast.
Have they not?
Honestly, I don't think so, and it's a darn shame that they haven't, as we are here in our losers bracket for a match that I know you have been waiting to see. Everyone has been talking about TTV. They want to see this new roster as we are heading into this game. We've got the names flip-flopped on screen here, but we've got TTV, your purple team, Goodnight Gaming, your orange team, two Titans. I mean, if you've been following Unite Esports, you know all of these names. This is going to be a barn burner.
Absolutely. The barn is going down, and we're having ourselves not a showdown, but a hoedown, because we're already seeing, again, the orange side take away Megas away. We get that. But, you know, for the side of TTV, they're taking away some picks like Gotlu's Dodrio, Blissey, just so good. As for the Galarian Rapidash, I have a little bit of a question mark above my head on that one.
Yeah, I'm interested to see exactly what that was for, if that was a mistake, if that was purposeful. They know something that the other side wants to play into them. And I want to yes Andy here, but I have to disagree. I feel like not only are we having a hoedown, we are also having a quite literal showdown, my friend.
Absolutely in tune, picking up the Darkrai. It's a hoedown, showdown. It might be the ultimate showdown of the day, because grand finals is great and all, but when you have these two Titans going up against each other, knowing that one of them is going to go down, it is just an absolute barn brawl here, as Narami's going to pick up the Suicune and Nadesu going to pick up the ranged attacker in Miraidon.
You know, I have to wonder what is going through TTV's mind here when they are avoiding a Suicune easy first pick and deciding to take Darkrai instead. They must know something about what's coming on the other side, trying to steal away a pick. Getting Suicune Miraidon as the second pick feels incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I mean, the sleep that you get from Darkrai is so good, especially though I think it's very smart of Nadesu to be able to use Miraidon, because due to its passive, it won't be able to put to sleep. So that's a decent little counter to make sure you kind of counteract that. But I guess TTV was really prioritizing having the sleep. But Gauntlet picks up another favorite of theirs. Blaziken was still on the table. I will say, the Crustle has been very pivotal, but I am having a little bit of a head scratcher in the same vein that Suicune was still available, and so was Blaziken. And Otter picking up a Pokemon I don't think we've seen much of in Delphox.
Yeah, this is one of those ladder demons, right? That we see a lot of play in ranked where they do very well, super high win rate on this Pokemon, but it doesn't always translate to competitive for whatever reason. And then we have the comfort pick in Lucario, Nadesu rounding out this whole thing with the Zacian. I mean, it feels like both teams have a very solid draft here.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at the team and the players, I can't sit here and say, and I don't reminisce on some of these names. I feel like we're taking a little bit of a time travel back to like year 2. I mean, Zealot was one of, especially like in year 1, was so good on the Lucario, and knowing that it's still available, and just seeing TTV for the most part be put back together again, while Goodnight Gaming have all these amazing players like Gecko Kami. It's just absolutely unreal. It feels like we're taking some of the old school, sprinkling in a little bit of the new school Pokemon, and seeing a showdown be unfolded.
Yeah, this is such an interesting start of the season for Unite. I mean, I'm so excited for it. You're right, TTV is very Humpty Dumpty right now. The question is, are these the right pieces that get put back together? And then Goodnight Gaming looks to be like a superstar squad with multiple powerful members from EU teams. Of course, seeing that combo together, Gauntlet and Nadesu, it just brings a smile to your face.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well be as simple as peanut butter and jelly. can't take it away, but I might have to because we have TTV on your purple side, Good Night Gaming on your orange side. Did I do that right?
Legally, I own that, I actually think, so I do need to sue you after this, but...
Well, that makes sense.
It's totally fine, I think. At the end of the day, a lot of us are going to be in lawsuits.
I feel like I have already filed for 3 of them, and one of them was my own self for copyright infringement because I 100% sound like the Bee Gees.
Wow, it's incredible to file a lawsuit against yourself. Hey, first time for everything, I would say, as we're taking a look at this fight here in the top path. Zealot trying to secure some of that. Of course, Zacian just incredibly aggressive early, but look at Ender there with 6 of that Eos energy able to pick up some secures. And here comes Toon.
Toon being very aggressive. They want to put the sleep on the Desu and Narami. They are not afraid. They are going in. They are trying, but meanwhile, Zealot's not there to kind of back them up a little bit of a disorientation. I would have imagined Zealot would have been in the fray of this, especially with Toon getting the sleeps that they're getting.
Yeah, I mean, look at Toon here, just so incredibly aggressive, able to shut them down completely, send all of this experience over to the side of TTV. Meanwhile, in the bottom path, however, Good Night Gaming winning a big fight.
Yeah, I mean, Gatlu's already level 6. Shout out to Zoinks, his favorite Pokemon has hit the field, and it's kind of criminal that we're not showing all the action on the Combuskin. It's Zoinks' favorite. Meanwhile, Toon has been more worried about getting not necessarily KOs, but applying pressure enough for the rest of TTV to get EXP.
I mean, look at this here. Toon in the central area of Good Night Gaming. So insanely aggressive. They obviously had a strategy they wanted to implement with this Darkrai, and so far it is paying off. We're going to see if they're able to make the great escape and get out of the central area right here. They do get the sleep. They are able to shut that down. Here comes the Miraidon, though, trying to make sure they can't make it home. Toon on almost nothing, but finally goes down.
Wow, my goodness, that was one heck of an escape. Steve McQueen would have been proud if they were able to make it. But we do see Gatlu already level 7, trying to reach that level 8, because that's when Blaziken really starts popping off, doing massive amounts of damage. But so far right now, Good Night Gaming playing patiently, waiting for their moments to strike. Meanwhile, Toonslim has just been absolutely aggressive, trying to bring some nightmares.
Yeah, and I feel like he has, so much so that it required the entirety of Good Night Gaming to go ahead and shut this down. But if you look at this, they're counterpunching so well. 46 points on the board for Good Night Gaming, picking up a KO on the Delphox, and it does feel like they're in control in every respect, even though we do have that Darkrai causing real problems.
But Gecko Kami could also cause those problems, especially the being able to get that repositioning. 46-0, TTV started off very aggressively, but it never felt like they were kind of cashing in their opportunities that Toon was opening for them. We did see a decent amount of EXP go to the side of TTV, but even then, Good Night Gaming is now out-leveling them, though. But we do see a Earthquake going in, able to take down the Delphox, using that Ice Fang. Gecko Kami trying to get a little score, but this is Dark Pulse. Toon moving around, trying to put some team members to sleep.
Toon playing a little bit of whack-a-mole out here with this build. I honestly did not expect to see it, and it looks like he's going to be able to hide out throughout the entire duration of the Miraidon Unite move. Still, finally does go down. For every impressive play TTV makes, it feels like Good Night Gaming does have an answer for it.
They have an answer for it, but the Fanciful Fireworks is unleashed. Regieleki is being shredded down, and it does go to the side of Good Night Gaming. Now, Otter doesn't have many tools to be able to fend it off. Meanwhile, the rest of Good Night Gaming, it's kind of like you said, each time TTV makes a play, Good Night Gaming is there to not only answer that call of danger, but then they push back. Godlu being so aggressive, just knowing that they can't be put to sleep, thanks to the Unstoppable of Overheat.
Yeah, the Unstoppable of Overheat stopped them from being able to be put to sleep, but of course Toon could avoid all of that damage right there. We just have Toon waiting for their moment, looking to strike here in this fight, getting a little too deep, however. After you come out of that whack-a-mole situation, that's when the hammers could start flying down. Good Night Gaming picks up a KO, following up, looking for another one on Zugrug. The Charge Beam finds its mark.
Toast is just burning these guys down to a crisp. How do you like your toast? I like it lightly toasted. But Toast does finally go down as Gecko Kami's trying to come in, separate things, and Good Night Gaming does have the double freeze thanks to Suicune and Mammoth Swine.
Otter right now ripping them apart, maybe toasting them a little more than you like your toast, my friend. I like it a little crispier, but Adesu rips apart the Delphox, trying to run away from this Darkrai. Beautiful Ice Beam shuts down the Darkrai, and Toon has to walk back.
Wow, Toon was on the verge of going after Adesu, but that Ice Beam was just perfectly calculated to put them on the freeze there, Cowboy. And now Zugrug is trying to not allow Gecko Kami to get away. Big Unite move, able to catch Toon Slim as a casualty, and now looks like Goodnight Gaming might be trying to go into a little bit of a convergence play.
And here we go, Zugrug pushing forward with that massive Crustal Unite move. Inder and Zug trying to mount a defense right here. And all the while, Goodnight Gaming is doing so well. Still with the Unite move from the Delphox, we have 118 from TTV. So while it doesn't feel like they're actually winning this game, they are ahead on the scoreboard. And here comes the siege. They're moving towards this goal zone. Narami has to run.
That is how you do it. That Toon Slim Dark Pulse to be able to trap Adesu there. You saw the Rock Tomb not allow them to get away, and that is how you do it for TTV. Zealot's gonna not take any chances, break the bottom path, and out of nowhere, we are 216 to 131. Now all of a sudden, TTV feels like it's getting its rhythm.
Zealot on the Lucario here, silently level 12. I feel like we have not seen much Zealot throughout this match. Looking for the secure here on Reggie Alecki. Able to get it with a basic attack because Toast not able to continue the charge beam.
That was very unfortunate. Aura Cannon does get out, and now the combo is there. Two members of Goodnight Gaming, and all of a sudden, this Regieleki is making its way downtown, walking past, faces past. The question is, will it find a place called Homebound as Gatlu's there to kind of stop it?
Looks like Gotlu is stopping her right there, throwing it into the wall. Vanessa Carlton would be devastated right now. Steve McQueen and Vanessa Carlton devastated in a single match. That's Pokemon Unite for you, baby.
Yeah, you know it. Vanessa Carlton, I guarantee she is a big fan. But, I mean, where else are you going to get that double type of devastation? As Zealot, once again, just went from level 12 to level 14. Zealot is on fire right now.
Yeah, silently on fire. The question is that going to matter heading into this big fight? Because we just have not seen a huge contribution from them. 260, however, to 131. They're up by over 100 points, which is a huge break point for some of these fights. And Otter is just sliding on them now with his level 14 Delphox.
Those ice skates were on. This is some extra icy hot. Toon Slim, though, being very aggressive, going after Toast, playing whack-a-mole. The team is separating, and they do catch Toon. 218 remaining. Toon might have been a little aggressive there to go up against 4, and very good of Goodnight Gaming to kind of have the positioning. Gotlu had one slot, Adesu another, Gecko Kami and Toast. They were all just kind of looking around to see, like, it's going to pop out. We need to get it out. But TTV, surprisingly, does have positioning in the pit already.
Yeah, they've got great positioning here, and look at that, just chipping with the Delphox. Here comes the Mamoswine Unite move, pushing forward right now. Toon back in the fight with the Darkrai, seeing if they can make anything happen. Adesu needs to run away from this as the Mamoswine is down, and the Darkrai continues to push.
Toon is going after this Suicune, trying to disable it from being part of this match. Narami, though, doing a great job just trying to keep it afloat, and Adesu able to slice it down 131 to 260. Toon is not available. Gotlu, though, looking to back. Oh, but we saw Otter. Otter hunted them down like a spy, and now Gotlu's in big trouble if they're not careful.
Here we have the Eldegoss up into the air, just giving a nice big heal to the side of TTV. 260, 131. They are still up on the scoreboard. They know this. However, they have an opportunity to take this Groudon. We're going to see if they want to go for it right here. Nice big catch onto Adesu in the Rock Tomb, but able to dash out. The Charge Beam finds its mark, and Lucario is down.
Lucario's down, but you know who else is up? Miraidon crashing down its Unite moves, though. It's a constant showdown, Toon Slim able to get the Suicune down. Miraidon gets 2. Adesu gets taken down. 4 members of Goodnight Gaming are down. Gecko Kami's the only one there. The Dark Pulse misses Gecko Kami, just being a distraction. And right now, TTV is holding on to just a 100-point lead with 30 seconds remaining.
We have the Mamoswine deciding to make a play right here. Gauntlet trying to peel their way through the central area. They could decide to defend here, but no, it's the 42 from the Crustle. Groudon being ripped apart. It is already almost at half. Gek having to peel away. Toon living on a prayer. That's another band that's going to sue us here today. Gek goes down. TTV stalls them out. Narami being shut down. And what a match. Good night gaming indeed. Good night EU.
Good night, good morning, and in case you don't see it, because we won't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to Good Night Gaming, because TTV, AR, staying alive. Man, we have the Bee Gees, Bon Jovi, and Vanessa Carlton. I think there's so many lawsuits after this match.
And that's the exciting thing about what we do here. Is a lot of legal action. They say
Absolutely.
Unite is a MOBA, but it's also a legal drama, I would say. TTV moving forward in our losers bracket against Goodnight Gaming. What a match. Honestly, this felt like a match that at the 5-minute mark, you could have told me either way this would go and I would have fully believed you. Just an absolute wild brawl from top to bottom, with Toon being one of the most disruptive players I've seen in a hot minute.
Yeah, I mean, they are so aggressive with their disruption, and it worked out well. I mean, if you had told me, on the other hand, that within the first 2 minutes, like, I don't know, TTV is being a little too aggressive, I would have believed you, because Toon was just in their face, putting them to sleep, not necessarily going for KOs, but rather allowing Zealot and to get the EXP that they needed. I think it was Zealot and Ender who were there just farming and getting up what they needed, and it worked out really well for them. I mean, we saw how strong Zealot was, and it really felt like at the 5-minute mark, that's where the pendulum started swinging in the opposite direction, and TTV really took over from there.
Yeah, I felt like Zealot did play that role the entire time of sort of that silent presence. When it shows up, you have to be very concerned that a level 14 at this point Lucario is fighting. However, it didn't feel like it was that impactful either. It was almost just the threat of the Lucario that was scarier than the Lucario itself. Meanwhile, Darkrai was on Sableye levels of messing with their opponents, which was really hilarious to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. Zealot, it was more about the bark, not necessarily its bite, that was kind of the danger of the dog here. But the disruption, yeah, Toon played it like Sableye. Get in their face, disrupt, allow my team to be making the plays from there on out. They weren't necessarily the person trying to get the KOs. And near the end, especially with Otter being able to get to level 14, those flame charges and mystical fire combos, it's like slipping on ice. They just get the resets so quickly to apply that pressure. And there was that moment that we saw that Gauntlet was just kind of out stranded on their own, and in the end they got taken down by Otter.
Yeah, it was really impressive. You're right. When you're watching that level 14 Delphox sliding around, it's no longer slipping on ice. I mean, they are figure skating out there, and there's no one to do it better than Otter. I don't know if anyone plays any Pokemon better than Otter, plays just about everything that they are on. And with a massive hyper carry like that, positioning around the Groudon fight, setting up opportunities to just chip at their opponents, it was tough for them to do just about anything. But we have another match coming right at you.
Oh, yeah, and this is going to be one for a doozy. We've seen Project Mbappe, but the team I'm excited to say, and I say, not necessarily see, is La Poeria San Juan, because it's so much fun to say La Poeria. It's great. But really quick, let's take a look really quick at a little bit of a bracket that we have, as this is the top 8 that we are looking at as we're heading to the final part of the Final Reckoning.
You gotta love a bracket. As we are taking a look here, Nemesis TTV are gonna be hanging out in that losers match. Both teams having incredible showings today, but Mbappe making their way through this top side into our winners finals against La Poeria. This is quite a match. I feel like La Poeria took down so many incredible teams. As I was looking at the bracket earlier, they dispatched Nemesis, they dispatched TTV, 3 tanks, 10 ball. Like, they just kept taking down big, no, sorry, not 3 tanks, 10 ball, Spinal. They just kept taking down huge squads, and now here they are in the winners finals. It's like a team that's incredible, full of a lot of players you know, but almost this dark horse that's moving through this entire bracket, dispatching everyone in front of them, as a dark horse does.
I mean, coming at you like a dark horse, Katy Perry. Don't call, please. It's fine. That being said, though, La Poeria San Juan, yeah, these are names that we know, but they have already gone through Spinal.
Katy Perry?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell him.
Ah,
She's not upset. She loved the mention.
Oh, well, there you go. We brought her into relevancy. See, this Pokemon Unite, it's not a MOBA. It's a lawsuit, just great.
It's a lawsuit simulator.
It's
what it is.
Might as well be at this
Yeah.
point with the amount of references and celebrities. They were here probably and they called. But yeah, when you look at this team, now especially for a team like Spinal's that new Flareon's team, and they got taken down. So does Project Mbappe have something to slow them down, or will this dark horse keep carrying on through? Halloween might be behind us, but this headless horseman right now is looking very powerful.
Beautiful, my friend. Yeah, and what a squad here. I think players that people would probably recognize. Any sus Hitman on the side of La Poeria. We have Project Mbappe. This, I think a lot of people are looking at as possibly the new best team in North America. So many stellar players. We have Chris Smith, who if I'm remembering right, couldn't play last season or just was able to play like right at the end of it. Such a stellar player that's been waiting to jump into UCS for a long time. Ducky, Roland, today Kratos, apparently later Kyrios, and Celestial. So what a squad.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen this. I've followed Chris Smith, and just countless times we've seen them being at the number one on the ladder.
I followed Christmas countless times.
Countless times.
We're all finding opportunities to see what he's up to IRL. Of course.
IRL, of course. And they're always at the top of the NA bracket ladder. They're always at the top. And so far, we've seen it actually do pretty decently well at translating into a more competitive scene. You mentioned it. Last year, it was just at the tail end of the season that they were able to compete. But this is their full season. As we're leading to LAIC, to actually see this player come up and do great things. We know that Overlord has left North America. So could Chris Smith be the second coming? Maybe. Who knows? Because he does play a lot of Pokemon. They do play the top lane Pokemon that Overlord was known to play in North America.
Yeah, I mean, that is such an interesting storyline that I know is going to be a reoccurring theme throughout UCS this season, is going to be sort of the Titans from Luminosity. I feel like I've used the word Titan a lot today. I'm Zeus over here or something. The Titans from Luminosity are leaving. We have Slash going to, I believe, is it Taiwan to play?
Yes, they are going to Taiwan.
And then we have Overlord going to Japan, being picked up by the most dominant region in the game currently. So two of the biggest superstars in North America abandoned the scene, and that's the word I would like to use for it, abandoned, which is what they've done. And now we have this huge void to fill in North America, a region that's always been insanely competitive, but has had the biggest shining light basically in the world, being the two-time world champs. And now they're nowhere to be found.
They abandoned us, Cowboy. We were left in the dusty trails, and, I'll miss them. But hopefully we'll see them again as they continue to be. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Because we have La Poeria.
I mean, come on. They're just the best.
They were the best. But you know what? We got to remember them for what they were, man. Not for what they are. Got to remember the good times.
That's right. I don't want to think of them as deserters, cowards, greener pastures, people who cut and run when the going gets tough. That's not how I want to remember them at all. And if anyone in the chat remembers them that way, well, there's nothing I can do about it.
There absolutely is nothing you can do about it, but something we can do is kind of maybe potentially run a giveaway, because we've been giving away some nice little cards here. Maybe talk about LAIC, as this is kind of the last ditch. And I will say this, I can confidently say this is probably, if not the biggest grassroots off-season event of the year. So this is the last chance we actually get to see these teams. And you kind of touched base right there. Could Project Mbappe be that new North America team that people need to be threatened about, right? Do they get picked up? Can they perform? I mean, I think right now, when you're talking about like top teams in North America, potentially it's like maybe Spinal, maybe Project Mbappe, maybe Nemesis, because you're kind of seeing pieces of old Nemesis put back together with some like couple of changes here and there. So nothing is fully set in stone. But with
No.
LAIC on the horizon, I think we'll get a bigger picture of where we're at.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you're right, we should run a giveaway right here. I've got some Empoleons to give away. You can chat just about anything at all. All I would like you to say what team you think is the best in NA or the best in the West. But you can't pick Peru. Every team except Peru.
I pick Peru.
No, you can't pick Peru.
Well,
It's
I thought
one of the big rules.
but I thought it was
one of the top rules.
But I thought I wasn't allowed to. You know, I'm not like Zoinks breaking rules here, entering giveaways that I probably should not be in.
No, of course. Zoinks.
Heard he's like a generational hater or something. Generational talent. Who knows?
There's a rumor going around that Zoinks is a generational hater. I hate who's spreading that rumor.
God, who could do that? It might be me. Not gonna lie, it might be me.
All right, here we are. Mbappe, La Poeria, San Juan heading into our winners finals. And we've got our bans coming out here. Mega Charizard banned right away.
I'm not surprised at all to see Mega Charizard put away. This Pokemon has just been so destructive on the ladder. Darkrai going to be put away. And Project Mbappe taking away the Suicune and the Blaziken. The question is, will Mega Lucario find its way there? Now La Poeria has to decide, is that a Pokemon? Or do they give it up? And are they even really scared of going up against something like Mega Lucario, who is available?
I want you to continue running this draft as I run this giveaway, my friend. I will be right back with you. I haven't left you, but I am hanging you out to dry right now.
Listen, you are not Overlord or Slashcan abandoning me, leaving me to cry on my own. Chris Smith picking it up, though. This is what's going to be exciting. Chris Smith is picking up the Mega Lucario, but a great job by La Poeria San Juan to take away the Zacian and the Blissey, because that's, in my opinion, I think that's one of the things that can make Mega Lucario shine, is a pocket healer who can just stay attached to them. And the theory there is that they never go down because they do get healing from their close combat. And Ducky looking to stay away. No, they switch. Celeste picking up his Urshifu like he knows how to play, and rolling in with that smooth criminal of the Eldegoss.
I'm still leaving you out to dry.
Okay, that I didn't realize how long it was gonna be, but holy moly, that's actually the name of the player, not actually my reaction. He's gonna be picking up the Snorlax. It looks like Hitman picking up the Mew. Great range, great amount of damage. Snorlax, one of the Pokemon who just always seems to be meta relevant in some way, shape, or form. Its stats get buffed. It's heavy. Some cooldown reductions. Block. It's such a great defender at enabling so many plays. Ducky and Kratos are the last two for the side of Project Mbappe to pick Pokemon up, and it does look potentially that Crustle muscle, bring on the hustle, as Kratos is going to be picking up Latios, a Pokemon that's still very good at attacking. And if you can get those stacks, I think it's called Eon. I always get Eon and Eos mixed up, and I really shouldn't.
I think is it Aeon even? You might have it wrong in 3 ways.
Wow, I might be wrong. I might just be wrong in general. Is it Aeon? Eon?
Well, either way, we've got a Latios, and that is pretty exciting. We have not seen much Latios or Latias today, or as my chat constantly refers to it, Latinas.
Oh, gosh.
Look, it's just, at this point, it's canon, I think. Project Mbappe, however, picking up the Latios, I'm excited to see this in a game for sure. It's going to be a slow start, a little bit of a slow burn, Casey Musgrave style, but if you can get this thing online, it can be incredibly powerful.
Nice call out there, but I've out of all of these, I would say
you said nice call out. The reason I like it is because I don't think anybody else enjoyed it. But I don't think they did. But I think you genuinely might have been like, nice call.
I'm actually impressed.
Bad, actually.
Like not bad. I'm actually not upset. I think that's one of those that I'm gonna be like, nobody else will get it, but we will get it.
We'll enjoy it for a bit.
But as a Latino myself, I would say that Serena is more Latina than Latias. I get it, the letters are there, but I mean the boot there, and maybe I just really love Serena in general. As Mufasa does pick it up, long live the kind of king in this.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, right? I feel like we've not seen a ton of Zarina here today. Project Mbappe, your purple team. La Poeria, San Juan, your orange team. We've got a Zarina, we have a Latios, and we also have an Urshifu. No one heading into the central area to disrupt it. In fact, we have 2 slow to start all-rounders clearing out the center for both of these squads.
Yeah, Serena does get, it's actually can work out really well because at level 6 it's fully online, so coming out it might not be the best, being stuck at a little steamy, but once it gets to level 6 it's really good. But Christmas already going after Nemesis, very aggressive, having the Mega Lucario doing this much damage. Nemesis gets taken out as that eject button. That was swift, smooth criminal moonwalk away, Christmas.
Yeah, how beautiful was that? I mean, a nice KO, quick stack right there, almost level 5 already, ejecting right through that. Celestial now clearing out this center and heading to the top path. Huge start for Mbappe.
Yeah, this is how you want to be able to be on top of things. Mufasa did head to the bottom path to become level 6, unable to do so though. And now Kratos is looking for that level 5. Kind of right now, everything is looking really good for Project Mbappe, allowing Chris Smith, wow, forgot the player's name for 5 whole seconds there. But now Celeste being aggressive. Mbappe, we've seen this before. They have Roland it sticking around. Nemesis is going to be taken down. Mufasa's in danger because they are not level 6, and that's 2 KOs. And Celeste is clearing the way, not to Viridian City, but to level 7.
I mean, Zarina not hitting the 6 there, not being able to fight back was devastating. Mbappe is so ahead in this match. It's incredible. They're winning on every aspect. You see multiple members of La Poeria staying in the central area to stop them from invading right now. Celeste with an easy secure here on Regidrago. In the top path, we almost have level 7 on our Lucario, and we do after that team-wide XP.
All right, we have Roland it's lurking, but Chris Smith is there just lurking with the power-up punch. They're going after Heavy. Heavy's going to be taken down, and that's another clean KO. Heavy being stuck at level 3. Not a chance in the world for this Chansey.
Yeah, this is quite tough for them, but we do have level 7 on this arena. So now it is time that they can actually fight. Nemesis getting ready in the tall grass, just charging up these boosteds right here. Here we have the Altaria. Chris Smith deciding whether or not they want to move in. They do with the power-up punch. Close combat finds the Snorlax, and a KO is taken.
Oh man, maybe I need to play more Mega Lucario because the way that close combat just absolutely shredded Snorlax was unreal. Snorlax didn't have a chance, did allow the rest of the members of La Poeria to be able to get away. Regirock is already up. Power up punch by Chris Smith is looking good, and that is a secure as Nemesis is taken down. And level wise, Project Mbappe need to change their name to Project Let's Get That Dub.
I don't know if they do, but it would be interesting if they decided to change their name in a moment like this, because they are absolutely crushing it in this match. I mean, what an impressive performance. Chris Smith already level 9. We've had multiple moments where they're almost egoing their opponents with these eject button plays. Just incredible stuff.
Celestial being able to get a good amount of shields with that liquidation, trying to stay alive, but we do see the Queen's Ascendant land onto the Crustle Hustle Muscle. Ducky's trying to get away. The Aura Cannon, which also means Christmas has unlocked Mega Evolution, Mega Stone, Mega Burst, Mega Close Combat. That is a 2 KO for Christmas, and the rest of Project Mbappe just trying to converge on in. That is a 30 cap 200 to a big old goose egg of 0 for La Poeria.
Maybe Project Mbappe needs to change their name to Project Runway, the way Chris Smith is absolutely strutting on them right now. Incredible. 200 to 0, winning every single fight. They gave them the Mega Lucario, and they're going to be kicking themselves over this. I don't know if Serena has enough boots for it, though.
Those boots were meant for stomping and walking. That's just what they'll do. The question is, will they be stomping all over you, Project Mbappe? That is yet to be seen, honestly. But I will say right now, this Regieleki is posing so much danger, and these rock tombs from Ducky is so good to just kind of not only give vision, but also allows Kratos to always be at a safe distance.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to give it up to these incredible plays by some of these carry players, but they are facilitated by this incredible support core, right? It's something we love to mention in Unite because I don't think they get the flowers that they deserve, but these support players absolutely enable some of these crazy moments.
The breaking news, this is a public service announcement. Give your support some flowers because they deserve it as they're enabling these plays, as that Bliss assist did land on them, but Christmas says, I like flowers too, and rips those flowers away. They are strutting. They are looking so good. Anysus gets trapped. 3 KOs for Christmas and Project Mbappe. It's not raining men. It's raining Eos on Thea Sky Ruins.
It feels like it's also raining men as they're falling onto this no longer existent tier 2 goal zone. I think it's raining a lot of things. It's raining points in to the tier 2 goal zone that we absolutely love to say on broadcast. Reggie Steele now being ripped apart, 305 to 26. I mean, at some point they had to score something, and now they finally do.
Especially because Mufasa does actually have the attack weight attached, and that is going to be their first stack of the entire game. So not only did they not have a great flank early on, they also kind of don't have their stack. So they're not able to actually unleash the damage that we expect a Serena to be able to do. And then, again, the biggest key piece for any Serena player is managing that Queen's Majesty passive ability to get shields, to get health. That's what it's going to take. And along with that, La Poeria needs to make some big plays. Other than that, all their chicken is going to be cooked.
Yeah, this is just, it's really bad for them right now. I mean, there's no way to spin it. This is just a terrible start. And I say start, but the match is like careening towards the end of it. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock here. They're not able to pick up some of these KOs. Chris Smith back in with the Unite move on that Mega. Trying to score here in the bottom path with this Zarina. Not able to put in even 8 points. Double KO off screen. Latios picks up another as Roland is helping this push. We've got the power nap. We're going to decide if they want to fight or not, but we still have some timer on this Mega Lucario, so I think they want to fight.
They want to fight. This dog is going in, but they decide to move away. This Latinos, aka Latios on Kratos, has been doing massive amounts of damage. And once again, credit to Ducky to not allowing anybody to really reach Kratos as Kratos locks in at level 13. Things are not looking real good for La Poeria. They might have this chicken that is very uncooked. Don't do that. You'll get salmonella. It's gonna hurt.
Yeah, you'll get salmonella, La Poeira. I mean, it's just not smart, guys. I would make sure that you cook your chicken, but I think Project Mbappe is handling that just fine. As we have an objective ready to spawn here in the top path. I really don't think there's much that we can do on the orange side here, but it looks like Project Mbappe deciding to not even fight for it. They are going to instead take their positioning around the Groudon pit.
That is so smart. Positioning is such a powerful technique. And it looks for like La Poeria San Juan. They've just kind of clustered up all together, almost like they're all in the same bush, just trying to ambush, trying to draw somebody in. And that person might have been Ducky, though. Luckily, the Cotton Guard is there to kind of protect them. Now, Groudon is the center of attention.
Groudon is going down right now. It's being ripped apart. The secure goes over to the side of La Poeria. It is the Zacian as they're moving forward, trying to score. 1 KO goes down. Kratos is able to take that red buff, and now they are running towards the other side. Mew looking to score in the top path, but with multiple members of Project Mbappe and Groudon buffs, it looks like they come back at this. Look at the close combat. A little too close for comfort from La Poeria as they're just getting ripped apart. That's a triple KO for the Mega Luca.
I need to go get myself some Dramamine because I was gagging at the fact that that rock tomb just kept everybody there into a capsule for Christmas to go in and just unleash and unload that close combat. That was not close combat. That was a close encounter of the Pokemon Center because you are not going to be seeing anything else after that. And 19 KOs for Christmas? I don't know, Cowboy. I think Mega Lucario might be pretty good Pokemon. I don't know.
Mega Lucario has not had the most stellar day, but boy, in this match, it absolutely did. And I mean, I know we were talking about supporters needing their flowers, but Christmas is out here, you know, buying their own flowers right now. They can buy their own flowers. 121,000 damage. It beats the Zarina on the other side by, and I'm doing quick math here, over 50,000.
That, you're better at math than I ever
Doing
could
quick.
be.
The math is quick. That's the quickest I could do.
And it's pretty good. I would say it's pretty good. I would give you a passing grade. I didn't say it's an A, but yeah, it passes. But what I will say is the Chris Smith was just completely unloaded. And yeah, he doesn't need no Miley Cyrus. He bought himself flowers. He doesn't need anybody. I think if anything, he took the flowers away from La Poeria, because clearly a Poeria would also not only sell chicken, they would 100% sell flowers. Don't fact check me on that though, because I might be wrong, which I never am, but this might be the one rare occurrence.
I doubt it is. It's so unlikely that you'd be wrong here. You just haven't been before. As we're taking a look at some of the big moments in that match, obviously with 19 KOs on Mega Lucario, you're going to see a lot of Chris Smith right here. The objective actually able to be secured by La Poeria, but they were not able to do much with it. The KOs went back the other way. The points continued to rain in. And what a match for Mbappe. I mean, what a dominant performance. Just absolutely incredible. It was not close.
Not even a little, which means La Poeria needs to go back into their shop, turn the page, and decide, okay, what other cut of meat do we have to be able to make these plays? Because clearly what they brought, which even looking at it on paper, it doesn't look horrible, but I think the big key piece, at least specifically in this match, was Chris Smith on the Mega Lucario, come in tandem with the Crustle locking them down with those rock tombs.
I mean, the question is how do you want to draft right here, right? Obviously, Mega Char is on the chopping block, but now Mega Lucario might need to be stolen away. The ban's coming from Mbappe. We have the Hoopa, we have the Suicune, Mega Char on the other side, and we're looking for our second ban.
We're looking for the second one, and it does look like Darkrai might be up for the chopping block. Once again, Mega Lucario is still very available. I'd be surprised to see that La Poeria would allow that to go through again. And yes, they actually target Celeste instead with the Urshifu. So the question is, do they take something, or is this IQ like level 1000 of like, we want you to take the Lucario so we can take away the Crustle? And if I'm wrong, then you didn't see anything and I didn't make that claim.
Well, we'll see what they end up doing. I mean, obviously, this is a no-brainer pick. It feels like from Mbappe right here, but two strong picks on the other side. We have Blissey, we have Zacian. Zacian performed really well. It was probably one of the standout performances from La Poeria last game.
Yeah, I mean, already we're seeing a very similar draft. Obviously, Urshifu was banned out by La Poeria, so they do not have that available. But Ducky was hovering over this earlier. Roland going to stick to their guns. They're going to stick with the Cotton Ball, and they're going to secure once again earlier in the draft this time because they want to keep that combo. We saw how destructive it was in game number 1, and I think they really feel very good and very comfortable about bringing it into game number 2.
Here we go. We have the Mew. We have the Snorlax. Final couple of picks over to Mbappe. I don't know if they want to switch up too much, but obviously we are not going to have the Urshifu for Celestial. We're going to have to see what other looks they have. A target ban, I think, is always very exciting.
Target bans. I love going to Target. Oh, you mean Target like, oh, okay. You're talking about the game. Right, of course. Yeah, I knew what you meant. But we have double Luca from what it seems onto the side of Project Mbappe. And I don't know about you, but I'm pretty excited to see two dogs out on the same side. And a Pokemon that was kind of talked about briefly is Alolan Raichu. We've seen the Electro Ball build, but we've also seen the stored powered build. So which one will Kratos go for? I do feel like lately North America has been going more of the Electro Ball Thunderbolt route, but it's not to say that we won't see stored power at some point.
Yeah, I think Electro Ball Thunderbolt is probably the better build in most situations, but if you don't have to stress too much about what's diving you on the other side and you allow yourself to just use stored power, chip away at your opponents a ton, they have a Muscle Band, they have a Curse Incense, so they could kind of spread around this curse damage a ton. It could be a real nice combination. If I remember right, I feel like I've seen Kratos play that more, but there's no question either build is totally viable here.
Yeah, the muscle band does make you feel like it will be stored power just to have those kind of like auto, like attack damage carry Pokemon. A Pokemon that I wasn't expecting to see that I haven't even mentioned yet is Mufasa being on the Aegislash. Not a Pokemon that we see a lot, especially in competitive play. But when your backs are up against the wall and you're trying to do stuff, I think the reason they brought it though is because they can slow things down a little bit with the wide guard, you know, especially with Lucario going in. It's really good counter to all-arounders or speedsters. So maybe the theory is we can try to slow things down a little bit. And look at Christmas and Celeste wearing similar outfits. We should get matching cowboy hats.
I mean, this is something we talk about a lot, that we should get matching cowboy hats, and I do think this is the time to get into it as we head into our match right here. Project Mbappe, your purple team. La Poeria San Juan, your orange team. I know I don't pronounce it as good as you, but I'm trying real hard, I gotta be honest.
You know what? And I gotta be honest with you. I think you're doing a stellar job at making the pronunciation. You know what? You are invited to the carne asada. You are Latino approved, therefore you can come to the cookout.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. I didn't even know that was on the table. Well, that's pretty amazing.
Well, there you
we head
go.
here to the top path. Christmas, once again, super aggressive, and it looks like Nemesis is actually kind of afraid based on what happened last match. They don't want to make that mistake again because Christmas never slowed down.
No, those first two KOs really set Christmas up to be level 5 very early on. And for those that already didn't know, you are locked into Power Up Punch. There is no Mega Lucario Extreme Speed. Let's not get a little crazy here. But 4 members, 4v4, and the Extreme Speed is going to be the one that Celeste decides to go. They get pushed up against the wall. Christmas is going in. That is 2 big major KOs. Nemesis is trying to counter back. Hitman also, but no. Nemesis trying to at least take Ducky down. Ducky gets pushed out with the surf, and they make it to safety as the Rock Tomb catches them. And just like before, Christmas has the final KO.
Yeah, nice stuff here from Christmas, just seeing what they can get done in this top path. A bit of a better showing in this first fight from La Poeria, but at the same time, it really feels like Mbappe is in control of a lot of this. Even after the fight doesn't go super well for Mbappe and they give a KO, Mew overextends and gets taken down.
Yeah, Mew is very... Oh, we see Celeste. Who needs Mew when you have 2 dogs who... I don't know how you can even keep track of these 2 being stuck together. And the thing about the boosted auto combos that come out of Lucario, it creates a little bit of a stun, but the sword might be saying, "You shall not pass," as the sword cuts them down to size.
Wow, what a play right there, taking down both of the Lucarios here. You know, they say inside of us there are 2 wolves. Well, inside of the Pokemon Center are both of those dogs right now.
Those dogs are just unleashed, and I do believe that is a Shadow Claw Aegislash. Not something you typically see. You mostly see the Sacred Sword, but no, it's actually the Shadow Claw creating a little bit more stun, a little bit more of a reach, and it's paying off. These wide guards are what slowed Celestial down and gets the KO. All of a sudden, there might be a little bit of a shift here, because if Mufasa can continue this type of momentum and tempo up, oh, that is spelling out absolute trouble. I can't spell. I also can't do math, but I can say the word trouble.
I think that's basically all you need at this point. ChatGPT just does the rest of it for us. As
Makes
we
sense.
get the Regice here in the top path. No points on the side of Mbappe. 50 for La Poeria. This is actually going completely different from game number 1, and I can't believe the secret sauce might be the Aegislash.
You know, they say the greatest way to cook a carne asada is to have a good marinade, and right now, La Poeria might have brought out that marinade, because right now, they are ready to cook, they are making plays, but you gotta be careful, because Project Mbappe might be invading this party as they go in, they unleash the Unite move from Alolan Raichu, they get taken down, the 2 dogs are here, comboing it up, Regieleki finds its home, and the question is, can they get the points? And as a bunch of KOs and Unite moves get unleashed, Kratos gets taken down, and 2 members of La Poeria get sent home cooking, as right now, this Mew is going to be taken down.
What a fight from Mbappe right there. I mean, just keeping the pressure on the entire time. I have to say, that felt like absolute chaos to me as you were calling it. I didn't know where to focus in that for even a moment. It was just fireworks going off from all over. Well, Project Mbappe, baby, you're a firework right now. You're right back in this thing. Katie, call me.
Katie, call. Celestial gonna be picking up. They are trying to get the buffs ready. Enisa's trying to make their way uptown. They want to party it up. Meanwhile, right now, Project Mbappe still has a really good job having both Lucarios available to them. A lot of power. Christmas and Celeste. I will say, I have gotten confused at least 200 times already, just in 5 minutes alone of being able to distinguish the two. Couldn't you have picked different outfits? Once again, we should get those cowboy hats.
I think they wanted to look like this. I think they wanted to go to Sadie's right here, confuse their opponents a little bit about which one is coming in. And honestly, I'm very much here for it, even though it has been pretty chaotic. Celestial moving in for this fight. We have the Unite move from the Raichu, but it doesn't really find much at all. However, we have the Aegislash going down right away. Mew with a beautiful secure from 10 miles away. What a solar beam.
Wow, the question is, would they walk 5,000 more than would walk 500 miles? But they shot that from a billion light years away. Great job, but it might not matter. Power Nap does come up. Aura Cannon did go flying, and look at the way, holy, they are just getting shredded by this Lucario, unable to fully converge, and Mufasa pushing back, trying to get some KOs. The Aegislash unleashes its Unite move, and right now, La Poeria, they are cooking up one mean chicken. Might be rotisserie. Who knows?
Wow, look at that. I mean, yeah, absolutely roasting them. Very Kenny Rogers-esque here as they push them off that tier 2. What a beautiful fight. I mean, these two teams are absolutely throwing down in game 2. Game 1 was a bit of a tragedy, but the comeback is here, greater than the setback. What a game 2. And this Aegislash absolutely on fire.
Just when I thought the references couldn't get better with like Casey Musgrave, and then you had to go and then make another reference to Kenny Rogers' chick. I'm done. I just can't beat that. That's top tier cooking right there.
It's not about beating it. It's all vibes, my friend. I mean, let's face it. You and I are having a bit of a silly goose time out here, and I think that's all we're really trying to do.
We're having a grand old time, but holy Kira, they need to be able to not allow this Regieleki to go in. 188 to 110. Levels, besides that, Project Mbappe does have a little bit more advantage to them. Celestial using all those resets for extreme speed. They're trying to get to level 14, and that's the thing. If you can target all those enemies in a close group, those extreme speeds, those resets, you can do massive amounts of damage across the board, and now, just like that, an Aegislash is cut down and put back up on the mantle.
It really does feel like Mbappe, while ahead in this match, this is much closer than game number 1, but they are in control in a lot of these fights. It's so impressive to watch. And the two Lucarios, I don't know if they are dazzling their opponents the way they are dazzling us, but I genuinely can't tell them apart at times, and it's kind of crazy watching them both bounce around.
Yeah, I mean, they are a dazzling gleam to just watch and enjoy, knowing that these two Lucarios are even able to be picked up on the same team. I do think La Poeria was hoping that this Aegislash would kind of slow them down just a little bit more, but so far, Project Mbappe does seem to have control, and I mean, we talked about how good La Poeria has been. But could this be the moment that they get 2-0'd and be sent down to losers? Well, we are at the 2-minute mark. Bang a gong, get it on, because Groudon is here.
Groudon is here, and we can see Hitman just leveling them with damage right now. But look, the rip is happening immediately. They take it, they zone them out completely. They didn't even give them a second to move in. Now Mufasa is in some trouble, kicking him off the cliff, picking up one paw after another, and they are gone. Mbappe runs to score.
Wow, I blinked and it was over. I'm pretty sure I looked away for the screen for half a second, and I'm hearing you call me shredded it. Points, it's raining. My goodness. It's raining Aos. Hallelujah. It's raining Aos, because right now, with a deficit of about, quick math says about, I don't know, let's say like 600 points.
Yeah,
it is
6,
that
7,
much.
something like that.
6, 7, something like that. I'm glad you got on there. Something like that. That amount of a climb is so much more difficult to be able to get over it.
Yeah, this is the game. What a match from Mbappe. I mean, what a series. He absolutely loved it. Game 2 was a nail biter, so much closer. But I do love it when a team decides to just end it, decides to shut the door on him right now.
Yeah.
Says, if you're not going to make the play, we're going to make it for you.
Yeah, I mean, in a stellar fashion, they just closed the door, nobody's knocking, and they do cross the threshold of a 4-digit number. They did it. They have crossed 1,000 to a team, mind you, that has just been the dark horse trailblazer in the winner side. Finally, they can be put to rest in the loser side, mind you, just loser's bracket, by Project Mbappe.
What a match from Mbappe. What 2 games from Mbappe in a row. The first one, not even close, but this one, I mean, so impressive there near the end. It's just fantastic as we're taking a look at the scoreboard right here. 1,018 to 110. Quick math on that, over 50 higher.
Wow, that is just absolutely insane. Kratos actually was the big KO maker here with 11 KOs to their name. Roland, once again, that smooth criminal with 19 assists. And that's kind of the story of the team. When you look at their assists, everybody had almost double-digit assists because the team was always working together in tandem, working with Celeste, Chris Smith, Ducky. Everybody was a part of it in some way, shape, or form. And Kratos, I've always said this. When you look at an attacker, don't always necessarily look at the damage dealt, but rather how much damage they took. Because the lower that is, that means their defender was doing their job. They were unreachable.
Yeah, Ducky had so many moments in there that were just incredible. It was really tough for La Poeria to do much and to target the Raichu because they were so busy dealing with these 2 unleashed dog of Lucarios bouncing around this encounter in some crazy ways. One of them dealing insane damage, the other just diving all the way to their backline and then back through. So impressive. Mbappe looked incredible.
It's just so destructive, so powerful. Just like, I know I joked a little bit that it was hard to keep track of where they were, but just as hard as it might have actually been, La Poeria couldn't keep track because you had one dog who's dashing around, and then the moment they disappear, the other one comes in with 1,000 fists thrown at your face. So yeah, it was really hard to deal with. Meanwhile, you have an Alolan Raichu behind across all, just always at the defense, always looking good, and honestly, just a great job. And it really goes to show the powerhouse that Project Mbappe can be when given the tools.
Well, I mean, again, it's been one of the teams that I feel like is looked at as possibly jockeying for that best spot here in North America, and they look fantastic in this tournament here today. I don't know if they're heading to LAIC, but if I were them, I would be packing my bags because they could be winning that thing or going to ACL with how they're playing today.
I mean, the way they're playing, I would not be surprised. They need to be there, have a little bit of representation for North America because we were abandoned, and we need a new team. But I think
we're gonna take a minute, just kind of try to collect ourselves. Obviously, we're still dealing with the whole Slash and Overlord leaving thing, but we'll be back in just a second with more Pokemon Unite. God, it's hard, and it's hard. It's me. Why am I on here? Can they hear me? Hold on. 1 second. Am I on broadcast? Can everyone hear me on broadcast?
I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I think just a little bit of a technical. I don't know if we communicated that we were switching it up. So I guess 0 is Spragels, and I'm still me. But yeah, I think we're kind of just we're just two guys hanging out now. I don't know if the broadcast can hear 0 though. It is a grand old time. Okay, no, I think we are getting it worked out. We're back. We're so back. We're so back. But okay, we are going to talk about what match we have ahead while we get this sorted out. It is going to be Nemesis and La Poeria San Juan. There's my casting partner for this next set.
I just,
out.
I heard that I was confusing production a little too much, and I was looking a little too much like Spraggle. So I was like, all right, let me switch back into my regular clothes that I was wearing. So I took off, the invisible cowboy hat. That's how I was able to switch so easily between Spraggles and that. That's why it looked like in an instant, but it's fine. We're here now, Kyle.
We are so back. We are so back. So Nemesis La Poeria. This is a rematch, right? So we did not get to see this game on broadcast, but up in those winners, I believe they were the winners semifinals. La Poeria took them down. Winners semifinals 2-0. So this is a rematch. Nemesis obviously did not get the best of them. So they're definitely going to want that salty run back. They got O2'd. What do you think that they have in their tank left in this game? It's been a little bit of a lower bracket run for them. They took down TTV, and then now they're here. They're back against the team that sent them down. Do you think that they can maybe switch it up here?
Just like in real sports, momentum is a big key piece in any esports situation. And right now, La Poeria San Juan, they're not looking too good in terms of having that momentum. Nemesis does have a little bit of momentum going into them. La Poeria just got 2-0'd and potentially crushed, if that's the word you want to use, when it went up against Project Mbappe. So they are on the downward momentum, and they need to be able to lock in if they want that run back into grand finals. But right now, Nemesis, they're keeping themselves cool. The question is, do these teams have enough in the tank, or it's been a relatively long event? So do they have what it takes to muster up one extra game? While this is losers finals, it is still a best of 3.
Yeah, so different than the rest of that lower side bracket, which has been best of 1. This is, I guess, a money match, right? This is for, I guess this is determining who's going to get second place, who's going to get third place. Each one of these 3 teams that's remaining, Nemesis, La Poeria, and Project Mbappe, all have a share of that prize pool. But who's going to get a little bit more here? Who's going to have that shot to win the majority of it in those winners, or I guess the grand finals? And Nemesis, they're probably pretty happy to at least be in third place, but no team is happy settling for third place. They want second. They want first. They want it all.
I mean, hey, the old saying goes, third's the nerd, and I might be that guy, but second's the best. Not in this case, because you want to be able to win that cash money in first place. But regardless, Project Mbappe has shown that they have been a top team. That's why they are sitting, waiting to see one of these teams duke it out. Nemesis, a team that is very well known in North America. It's the team that's been around for so long. And Spraggles, I am Spraggles, I might look like him. I talked about it a little bit before, that they're kind of like a Humpty Dumpty. The question is, with their puzzle pieces put back together again in Trainer, Rex, and then you have some new pieces like Machisel, Metallic, and Bora. Can they make a squad that works effectively? And as we're getting into game 1 and the ban and pick phase, we'll have to see if they have what it takes to take down La Poeria San Juan.
See, Claro, okay, see.
Proud
so
of
we
you.
got the bands. Yeah, that's I know very rudimentary Spanish. It's okay.
You're
but we
also
are-
invited to the carne asada now.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. All right, so bands already. Zacian, Darkrai, Blissey, Megachar, Mega Lucario, and Miraidon. Miraidon was one of those Pokemon that I thought we would see a ton of today, and we certainly have. I don't think we've seen it banned a lot, though.
No, it's not a Pokemon you see banned a lot, and I guess they were afraid because Bora does play a really mean Miraidon, so that might be more of a target pick than anything. Kira's going to be picking up the Suicune and Blaziken for Mufasa. Interesting, though, by Rex to go very quickly into Clefable as the support Pokemon that they felt the most comfortable with, meaning I got to imagine they're going to have a less movement-oriented team, which we're seeing already with Machisel, who is playing the all-arounder, and Trainer LGC this year for UCS, they are going to be playing more of a defender support, where in years past, they were typically the central jungler farming carry Pokemon.
Which is really interesting, the role swap. It's a very different type of role, but I think there's a lot of transition that will happen, and I think it's not as surprising as one may think. Obviously, those central area Pokemon are going to be focused on dealing damage, but with someone that is going to be following up with damage, they certainly know how to initiate that engage, which I think is a perfect pick for them, is going to be that Mamoswine. We're already rounding things out, and I am super excited about this gutter pick from La Poeria, which is going to be Scyther. Well, it says a scissor, but we can almost guarantee any sus is going to be playing the Scyther.
I mean, once you see a full heal weakness policy, all I can think is of like the Pokemon anime and it going, Scyther! Just like as it's going in, because that's kind of what this Pokemon does. Scyther acts more like a speedster more than an all-arounder like the way Scizor does. Scizor is a lot more brawly in-your-face type of Pokemon, but overall, I do like the fact that Metallic has kind of switched into that role. That's who they were. They were the Central Path Pokemon for UCS and Nemesis last year. And so, again, I think you hit the point right on the nail, Kyle, that transitioning from that carry Pokemon to now a defender as support is still useful because you as a Pokemon, you know what to look for to enable those KOs for your teammates. So while it is peculiar and there are personal reasons of why Trainer has decided to do that, this is going to be really well. In the end, they have reported before that they tend to be more of a flex player, but at least for the mainstay, they do plan to be that defender, which allows them to engage, and hopefully him and Metallic can be that 1-2 punch.
I'm excited to see this game. We are going to see this Clefairy head to the bottom path. We'll see what La Poeria can do here. This is going to be game 1 of your lower brackets finals, best of 3. So we get 3 full games in this lower bracket. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Anysus is actually going to be heading up into the top path with this. Is going to be the Torchic. They want to prioritize getting that Blaziken. Meanwhile, Rex does have the special attack specs attached, so their stacks are actually going to be very pivotal so they can get massive amounts of healing. And it looks like, in the meantime, they're going to take advantage of that, and they're going to say, yeah, they're going to allow this Clefable to get those stacks.
Yeah, Borreach having a really tough time dealing with this Snorlax and Mew with those last hits. However, does salvage a little bit of that wild Pokemon experience with that last hit on Indeedee. Water Gun a great secure, but you're going against the Snorlax, which is making it difficult. Getting almost caught out. Focus Band, I think, saves that Snorlax, though.
Yeah, Focus Band was the key playmaker there to be able to stay alive. That's not something you want to be caught out. We've seen how teams, when you're able to get that early KO, can just do massive amounts of damage, but it does look like Metallic is going to be heading uptown, try to get an early flank onto any sus as they do go in with a tri-attack, get the KO. Suicune's still there though. Heavy is going up against Machisler. They eject away. Metallic's looking for them, and I think Heavy might have run out of a little bit of steam as Metallic's going to get the final hit.
Great movement here from Metallic, just weaving in and out, dodging a lot of the damage from that Suicune, making sure that they're not getting stunned out, and really closing the door on this. But look at this little invade from Trainer LGC. Gonna do a little bit of disruption here against Nemesis.
Nemesis trying to take Trainer down. Trainer not only getting vision, but also potentially was setting up for a little bit of an enabler, trying to slow down Mufasa. Because if Mufasa does get to level 8, especially level 7, just having that overheat in time for these first engagements is very dangerous. And it does look like Nemesis and Hitman are going to be going after this Regidrago. Nobody really contesting it. Rex might go look at it momentarily, but this should be going to La Poeria.
Certainly does. Scyther gets the last hit, so you're going to have a little bit of scoring speed bonus for that Scyther, a little bit of global experience for La Poeria, which I honestly kind of needed it, right? Level 8 on that Dodrio is getting increasingly difficult to deal with, so La Poeria is going to look to maybe push this T1 goal zone, but kidnapped by Machisel.
Machisel gets the kidnap, almost gets the KO on Nemesis. Overheat, I want to be a cowboy, baby, says Mufasa as the eject from Trainer to use the Ice Fang. We have seen so many good eject Ice Fang plays. We saw it from Ducky earlier, but now we're seeing it from Trainer just to get that KO. So valuable for the side of Nemesis.
It's like almost like Trainer plays the carry role and knows like, okay, what do I need to do to help my jungler, my central area Pokemon, and really setting up Machisel on that Buzzwall. So it's looking pretty good. Reggie Ice up in the top path. Machisel gets the best of any sus here.
Oh, any sus, more like any bug is gonna be here. Nothing's slowing them down. They do see the Blaziken try to get away. They're trying to make a little bit of a push here. Machisel's trying to get a little score in. It's a big 11 overcap. Overheat is launched. Finds absolutely nobody. Then get frozen in time. And Mufasa slipping away to safety.
Man, that's a big kind of return favor by Nemesis, getting those 3 KOs right there. Level 9 now has access to their Unite move, and you still have this basement objective that is looming down there, right? It's Reggie Alecki, and neither team has really prioritized up until this point. Both teams have that T1 goal zone, so we're in for probably a little bit of a scuffle down here, as I think La Poeria a little bit late to arrive.
A little late to the party. La Poeria, you know, they're always fashionably late, and just like that, Bora Reach spinning around. They have the snipe shots available to them. The question is, do they have the eagle eye in the sky like Dupe Snacks normally does to be able to get these shots? And let me tell you, Bora Reach doesn't have to reach that far because these shots are very much on target, unlike Zoinks. Sorry,
man.
Catching strays, man.
Right. That's cold. That's cold. He's like in the other Discord call. I mean, he can hear you. I'm sure he's gonna have maybe a word or two. Yeah. Right now, halfway through the match, it's seemingly in Nemesis's favor. If they could find a KO on Scyther once again, that could be even better for this late game.
Late game is good. Nemesis is trying to get another KO in there. They have just been so aggressive. You know, the cool kids talk about 6-7, but let me tell you, this Scyther ate up this team as they have just been pushing them back. And right now, La Poeria San Juan, they look like they're still got their engines rolling.
I mean, yeah, we could talk about the Scyther all we want, but this Mew is looking even better, right? Like, every time I'm looking, there's a Electro Ball flying from it, a Mewsted Auto, a Solar Beam that's hitting multiple targets, and Hitman is having themselves a quiet but very strong game on this Mew.
I mean, they're to their nickname, right? They are the Hitman. They are the one just waiting, lurking, trying to do damage. Trainer gonna set up a KO. Triple trample going in. They're looking for more. Trainer ejects once again. Enabling Metallic, and this is what we were theory crafting. The fact that Trainer has this knowledge to set up these plays, and right now Metallic is answering every single call that Trainer is putting on the table.
You gotta find a way to slow down this Mammoth Swine if you're La Poeria, because this thing is going absolutely bananas right now. Those ejects, those Ice Fangs are doing exactly what you need to do, and La Poeria has like no response, and now you have Nemesis with another Regidrago.
Regidrago's on their line. Bora is trying to get those damage, and that Rex able to get the final KO on the Blaziken. Rex is now level 11, by the way, because they were able to get such a pivotal KO.
I think they might have used their Unite move for that. I couldn't really see because I think it was off screen for a moment. But either way, incredible work here from the support player. Snorlax gonna push and shove a little bit, try to get a little bit of space for La Poeria. There's the freeze from Suicune.
That is a big Unite move, allowing to push them out. Machisel trying to stay in the game, but they get knocked out. Trainer gets sussed out, and now Regieleki is going to be the low price of free 99. Easy for the taking, but Heavy's just working their dog tail off, trying to get this poor Regieleki. Somebody help this dog out, okay? Suicune is not meant to rip it all on their lonesome self. Able to do it, though, and look at that sniper from Pora Reach out of nowhere. Just threading that needle to get that KO.
Yeah, that was pretty big. But also I want to point out there, in that basement fight where La Poeria got those 3 KOs, Anisus in the top lane that entire time. So they won that fight without their main damage carry. So good stuff here from La Poeria. 30 seconds until our first Groudon of our losers finals. Game number 1, and right now it's a very close game. Nemesis does have quite a bit of level advantage with this Dodrio, and they do have a little bit of a spatial advantage, right? That T2 goal zone is down. They're gonna have potential for this top Reggie spawn, and if they get it, that could be a very pivotal buff.
Pivotal buff indeed, but Trainer's going in, picks up a target, the block does come out. The Juicy Mufasa does have to use their eject button. Trainer, you already expended their Unite move. They thought this was the fight, but now we already see Hitman is getting ready to go, but bang a gong, get it on. Groudon has landed on Thea Sky Ruins.
La Poeria already starting off. There's that Unite move from Scythers. Unfortunately, unable to get any sort of KO. Going to be healing it up from this Clefable. That is exactly why you take this pick. Good Solar Beam from you. Teams are going to calm down a little bit. They thought that that was going to be the fight, but there's going to be a refight. Unite Economy. No Dodrio, no Inteleon, no Mamoswine unites.
But like you said, Rex having those stacks is able to keep Machisel and Trainer healthy. Trainer's going in. Groudon's already looking pretty low, though, and it goes to the side of La Poeria. They are cooking. The Blaziken was still there. 3-4 members are already going down. All that's left is metallic, but not enough metal in the universe could exist. Look at this Blaziken getting 3 KOs. The points are scoring in, and La Poeria is open for business.
Nice. 476, 205. Still 1 minute left here. So Nemesis down, but not completely out here. They still have that T1 goal zone on the bottom side, but what the important thing is, they're going to need a... Okay. Doesn't matter. There's the GG. I was going to go on, like, if they get a buff, maybe they can come back here.
There's a tier 1 on the bottom. Like, there's opportunity. And this always happens, Cal, right? It's the caster's curse, right? Where we start theorizing. We start putting them, and they're like, JK. And we're like, oh.
Yeah.
Well.
This is the point of the night where these players have been playing for several hours at this point, so they're like, okay, let's just get through it. These teams aren't going to throw. La Poeria, they're not going to throw away their Groudon shields or Groudon buffs, so likelihood of coming back in this one, slim to none. Let's just go to game number 2. Let's try to go to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong in that late game.
Yeah, I mean, things were looking pretty good. I do say that the trainer, I think, was trying to call the team on into that engagement in the top path. There was I think 5 seconds before Groudon had spawned. And I think trainer was like, this is go time. And the team was a little bit more disoriented and they might have not been ready, which again is very rare. So far, we have seen when trainer goes in, the team is there to back him up. This was just one of those moments where trainer saw the vision and maybe the rest of the team didn't. And that's going to be some of the growing pains that Nemesis as a team need to learn to catch up to trainers' calls about engaging.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the stats here. They really did not do a whole lot against this Mew. Mew only took 15k damage and dished out one of the highest in the game. So I don't know if Mew ended up being a big problem for them. It definitely seemed like it in a lot of the moments, right? Like the solar beams are chunking through. And yeah, it was just kind of difficult. Kind of once we got towards the halfway point, it seemed like La Poeria kind of figured out how to play into this team composition. Yeah, you see it right there. Mew hitting 3 targets, lowering a lot of HP bars.
Yeah, Hitman had their like lock-on scope on, and they were just ready and locked in. They also know what's at stake. This is a best of 3. If you're just tuning in now, this is losers finals, so one of these teams will be going home. La Poeria did win game 1, which means they are 1 game away from going back to face Project Mbappe, who has been waiting in the winners grand finals, I should say. But yeah, I mean, right here, we saw Trainer go all the way in, and honestly, I think the team wanted to follow up, but Snorlax's block didn't allow them to. And it's one of those things where Trainer saw the vision, and then the door was shut behind them. If Snorlax isn't there, I do believe the rest of the team would have tried to converge there, and we might be having a completely different story if that Snorlax block wasn't already in the way.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Snorlax block, you have a Snorlax Unite move, and Suicune to deal with. So just a lot of crowd control, right? And you didn't really have a whole lot of things to kind of combat that crowd control. I think maybe like an A presser could have worked really well into some of that crowd control, some of those invulnerabilities, or I guess hindrance resistances, and I don't know. Inteleon, I think, is kind of in a weird spot right now. Obviously, Boreach is a decorated Inteleon player, but I don't know. It seems like it's not as strong as it was in Thea Sky Ruin's Rayquaza's version, but we'll see if they end up going back to that one, or if they're going to maybe go back to the drawing board, change things up a little bit. I don't think Clef was really as valuable as some of the other support. I think maybe we could have seen Eldegoss, we could have seen a couple of other options, but like first pick Clef, I don't think has been super powerful in the current meta.
Yeah, I think the theory was there, but the execution was not. And don't get me wrong, there were still some moments where we're like, okay, Clef is here because it's doing this. But in the bigger picture, when you're able to pull away and look at what actually occurred, you realize that, like, okay, maybe this wasn't necessarily the play, and Trainer's going to have first dibs here as they do have first pick again. I don't think they go with something similar like a Clefable. I would be surprised to see it, so I might hear a very loud gasp. Well, there you go. That's the loud gasp.
They're confident in it. So, I mean, I think it can work. I'm not the biggest fan of it because Clefable does well into a lot of things. But when you pick it early, you tend to struggle with, Pokemon that don't necessarily need cooldowns, Pokemon that don't run out of damage, essentially. So anything that has good auto attacks, anything that has very short cooldowns or that can stun Clefable, tend to do very well until you could kind of pick around Clefable. You saw that with that Suicune available. I would love to see Nemesis maybe grab the Suicune here. I think that's just so powerful, and it's just so hard to resist at this point in the game.
Yeah, especially when you're looking across and you see 2 all-arounders that could be easily slowed down. Yes, Blaziken has overheat, so maybe, but it's not always going to have it available. When Pokemon don't have that much movement and that much dive, especially against all-arounders, Suicune is just a menace to deal with. So I think it's fine. Again, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, you really don't want to give up both Anysus and Mufasa a Blaziken and a Buzzwole, especially when like Machizel likes to play all-arounders. But I still think with the Suicune there, it can help kind of mitigate that a little bit. And Bora's going to have to do some expert juking against that Dodrio.
I'm very excited to see that. I'm also interested to see how we're going to play this Clefable. You have a lot of dive, right? You have a Buzzwole to go against. You have the Dodrio. You have the Blaziken. So it's very possible that we will see a Gravity here, but I like Gravity on ladder. I'm not super convinced on Gravity inside of, the competitive environment. I think Follow Me is just so good. You could, especially with the high caliber of players, especially Rex piloting it, I think you can really time these Follow Me's to kind of disrupt some of the combos that this Dodrio is going to try to do, some of the combos that this Blaziken is going to do, to kind of pull them away from your damage carries. And Intelia definitely is going to need that type of peel.
Yeah, without question. I do think Rex did play follow me in the first game. We didn't get to see too much of Rex in action when it came to that sort of thing, but it still goes to show that that move has so much value to it. Gravity is absolutely tempting when you're up against a Buzzwole, but I would have to say in the same vein that like follow me can disrupt so many combos. Blaziken, I'm looking at you. But it's one of those things where, yeah, because it's hard because you want the follow me to disrupt Blaziken, but a gravity completely shuts down. Buzzwole cannot use either of its move if it's stuck in a gravity. But looking at the team as a whole, both moves can be very useful. And just looking at the team, Bora is going to have to do some expert juking to get away from that Dodrio. And we didn't talk about it too much, but Metallic picked up the Pama.
I was just gonna say,
Finally!
I was just gonna say, I'm really excited to see Metallic on the Palma, but hopefully it'll come out in an advantage for them because this is game number 2 of your lower bracket finals. Nemesis going to need this one if they want to stay in your tournament here today. They're on your purple side, La Poeria on your orange side. Hitman looking for a stack early.
Hitman is going in. They did not care. Neither did Kira. Both of them went in and got what they wanted because they realized how valuable this was going to be. They want to have that availability. They want to have the heals, especially with Umbreon. With the attack weight, having those heals are going to be so useful.
And Boar Reach, once again, kind of the similar strategy as last time, allowing Rex to try to grab some of those stacks on those special attack specs. Unfortunately there, Dodrio was still a Doduo, kind of sussed that out and stole that wild Pokemon away from the Clefairy, which prevented a stack and prevented them from getting evolved.
I will say for the side of La Poeria, they have 4 Pokemon with stacks. It's Umbreon, the Dodrio, the Blaziken, and the Buzzwole, while the side of Nemesis only has 2. So there's clearly a lot of stacking going on, and this Palmon, it's going to be electrifying, and I hope we get to see its full potential in the hands of Nemesis.
I think Umbreon was stacking too, right?
Yeah,
I think
it is.
4 stacking Pokemon. That could be really dangerous as we get closer to the end of the game, especially if some of these stacks get to go in. And so far, it's looking pretty good for La Poeria. They're getting them one after another, and that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with, especially this Blaziken, especially this Buzzwole.
This Blaziken, Buzzwole, and yeah, the Umbreon did have the attack weight, which means its heals with Wish are going to be thicker than a Snicker out on Halloween night. And let me tell you, combine that with an Eldegoss, the heals on wheels will be all over for La Poeria.
Reggie Drago has joined the fray in the central area. No team has really prioritized it. And we still have a Sobble on the map for Nemesis, so not quite going in their direction currently. It seems like La Poeria kind of taking advantage all around the map. Here in the top path, though, good advantage for Nemesis, but they lose it out. Chisel goes down on Scyther.
A trainer gets cut down to size by Hitman, and the rest of the members of Nemesis Metallic trying to stay alive. They get tossed around. Hitman is looking for another KO. That is a 3-piece meal right now for this Dodrio, who's already level 8, mind you. It is almost 7 minutes, and the level differential is starting to grow exponentially, Kyle.
We're looking for a couple final stacks, but good defense here from Suicune and Scyther, but like I just don't know what Nemesis needs to do to start getting back in this game. La Poeria, you would think that they would maybe break one of these goals, but I think they're actually kind of seeing the writing on the wall. If we could deprive Nemesis from that, you know, opening up those T2 goal zones, which releases a few additional wild Pokemon for Nemesis to catch back up in levels, I think La Poeria is just happy controlling the map right now, and they get a Registeel currently, and right now, it's just looking so bleak for Nemesis.
I mean, right now, we saw it in the bracket earlier. Nemesis did get 2-0'd by La Poeria, but La Poeria also wants to be able to catch up against Project Mbappe. They're finally going to break something with this Regieleki, but my goodness, this Buzzwole was on a tear, and now La Poeria looks to converge a little bit more. Bora still not level 7. They get taken down to size 247 to 30, Kyle, and we're only 4 minutes into this match, and tier 2 on the top path is gone.
Yeah, this is kind of what I worried about if for Nemesis, right? Like La Poeria really putting the tempo on the map, and it just doesn't seem like Nemesis has found their footing at all. You still have a Drizzile for good measure. I mean, you definitely need that snipe shot to start making a little bit of headway with some of these KOs, but they just haven't been able to find anything.
No, and they don't have the way to KO. We just saw the Unite move land on Blaziken. Blaziken ate it up like it was a turkey Thanksgiving dinner. They did not care. And look, we see the Unite move coming out of Scyther, just going in. They're trying to push back. This is the moment that they needed to try to open up. Bora Reach is going to release the Azure Spy Vision. Mufasa trying to get a little bit of away. Kira's going to take a lot of the damage, but they might live. Look at these wishes that Kira is healing. They avoided being sent to the Pokemon Center. This is unreal.
That mean look was every word of the definition mean. Blocked Bora Reach directly in that circle, and Bora very much wanted to advance to try to do one additional boosted basic within that Unite move, which would have sent that Umbreon back. And they did get a couple KOs, so I don't want to say they got nothing there. They KO'd the Dodrio, they KO'd the Eldegoss, and they're starting to crawl back into this match, but we're already halfway through, and La Poeria is controlling it. Two goal zones down in the top side. Not a single goal zone has really been touched from Nemesis.
No, Nemesis does have 5 all members here. We don't have Hitman part of this fight for the Poeria. They might be trying to go in. Trainer unleashes its Unite move. Ultra Soul Slam does go in, though. The big damage is getting carried out. Trainer's trying to freeze him up. 4 gets there. Bora is trying to be the hero here, unable to converge. And now all of La Poeria has their shop open. They are pushing in. I don't know about you, but I've seen Shrek too, and right now Nemesis needs a hero who's fresh from the fight, but they might not have it in them anymore.
3:56:30. 4 minutes remaining in this match, and Nemesis needs to start finding something. This is going to be a Regieleki up in the top path, and this could potentially walk all the way home. La Poeria has no real incentive to try to rip this down immediately. They could potentially, if they'd like to, try to stall it out. So I think that means Nemesis does want to at least prevent this from walking closer towards when Groudon hits the map. So I think that's a very smart play, and they're going to start crawling, but they're going to trade their T2 bottom side for it.
Yeah, we're looking, the scores are going in 50, 472 to 122, all while Nemesis was pushing in the top path. La Poeria decide to push the bottom path. They're not just cooking more than chicken here. They're trying to cook up a victory as the Moonlight Prance does get unleashed. Azure Spy Vision does come out. Triple Trample is unleashed. The team is going in. Supercell just gets shut down. That battery does not have enough, and Hitman is looking for more.
Bora Reach trying to hit a snipe shot here. Damages Blaziken heavily. But Blaziken's going to go back in, charging an overheat, but it's Dodrio that KOs a pair before Blaziken can even land the kick. So right now, 40 seconds until Groudon. Over a 300-point advantage in La Poeria's favor, right? Level 14 Blaziken, level 14 Buzzwole. Nothing of the sort to Nemesis. So if you're Nemesis, I mean, you gotta hope that you can maybe find one of those Pokemon by their lonesome with Scyther, or maybe the Pawmot to try to bolster some of your levels before this Groudon. But right now, it's looking pretty bleak, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, the pick to click for me right now, the biggest game changer, not only to find maybe somebody on their own, but Trainer needs to freeze like an entire team, and the team needs to converge. And I know that's asking for a lot. That's like asking for a Hail Mary in the 4th quarter, and this is all you have when you're already down by like 2 touchdowns. But right now, they need to make something, because 472 to 122, La Poeria has control of points and control of the map.
They're going to look to maybe engage with this Pawmot, unable to do so. Good freeze there from Suicune, but doesn't really find the follow-up damage from the rest of the squad because they have to be very careful right now. La Poeria really just poking and prodding, trying to force Nemesis into a disadvantageous fight. Nemesis not really falling for it. They're kind of huddled together around this Clefable, making sure those health bars stay up, making sure that they do not get caught from this Dodrio, but here we go.
Triple Trample gets all 5 members of Nemesis. They're being dismembered left and right. The Unite moves are being absolutely shredded. The Triple Trample with the Unite move of Scyther just completely shredded them. Metallic has nowhere to run, nowhere to look. It's just Rex. No Unite move to their name. And the mean look is just like you said, Kyle. It's just so mean, as all they could do is sit there and watch. And we could be seeing now Nemesis waves the white flag. They are going home, which does mean La Poeria San Juan have locked in their way from the loser side back to grand finals, where Project Mbappe is waiting for them.
Salty run back from Project Mbappe and La Poeria. A little bit of a rematch from a set that we just saw upcoming. La Poeria punching their ticket into the grand finals. 472, 122 your final here. Control of the early game, control of the mid game, control of Groudon, and they control their destiny here in that lower side.
Control was the name of La Poeria. They had everything going from them. From the very beginning, we saw how good Hitman and Nemesis were. And just the fact that, like we talked about, 4 members of their team had an attack weight. Well, 3 of them had an attack weight. No, all of them did. Wait, what am I talking about? There was 4 attack weights. Then everybody was able to get them. Look at Kira and Heavy, the amount of healing that they did. And they just had everything going for them. Rex could only do so much. Bora was hitting the shots, but when you have that much healing available to you, it is so hard to take them down. Levels were not going their way. And sure enough, Nemesis, unfortunately, once again gets 2-0'd by La Poeria.
I would have loved, unironically, I would have loved to see Scald, bro, in that situation.
Oh, dude, me too.
You have 4, all your damage dealers are physical attack base or regular attack base, whatever you want to call it. I think it could have been really fun. I think Scald, bro, definitely kind of an interesting pick. Don't see it a ton, but it could have potentially worked. But yeah, congrats to Nemesis, though. Not going home empty-handed. 3rd place, nothing to, be sad or upset about. That is an incredible bracket, multi-region. They took down almost every single team in this bracket. I mean, 70-plus teams competed today. So it's a very, very good accomplishment for this team heading into LAIC.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about
EUIC.
Listen, letters, we talked about this before. Letters, reading, words, math, they're all hard for us, okay? Basically existing is hard enough as it is, let alone trying to pronounce things. But yeah, we saw this before. La Poeria has a team that's dominant. Latam is looking very, very powerful, but we saw one of the big NA names get taken down, but there is another NA name waiting in grand finals. But this goes to show that La Poeria does have it. This is the dark horse that we have been talking about all stream long, all tournament long. They have been shredding. They shredded through Spinal. They shredded through Nemesis twice. And it goes to show that these players are coming here to play the game. The question is, can this dark horse be put into the barn, into the stall, and shut it for the night?
I don't know. Project Mbappe has looked really good all off season. I don't think this is their entire roster. I think Kratos is being changed out or subbed out for Kyrios in the main UCS portion. Right. I think this is kind of like Kratos' last ride. We're going with horse theme. So we're going to try to send him into the sunset if I'm Project Mbappe. You want to send him off on a good note. So we'll see what happens on the other side.
Yeah, speaking of the other side, we do need to take a little bit of a timeout because, again, this has been just an exquisite just time right now that we need to take a little bit of a break because we are heading to the grand finals. This is, again, Spragels Presents, the annually, first time, last time, over Underdog Groudon Gauntlet, the final reckoning. So, Kyle, I reckon we take on ourselves back to the break room and we leave it up to the grand finals to see how this ends. What do you say, Kyle? Shall we ride off to the sunset?
Yeehaw. I think it's what you're supposed to say here. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
out on Gauntlet, and what a gauntlet it has been. These teams have been put through the ringer. We've been going for 9 hours so far, and so have they. Absolute warriors as we head towards our grand finals, Zoinks.
I can't wait. I mean, if history serves, we got a great grand finals. Last time you and I casted a grand finals, it ended on a tie. And one of those players is going to be in this game. We got Kratos playing the central area for one of these teams. And, well, tell the story of this tournament a little bit. Spraggles, it's been a pretty wild top 8. As La Poeria having an amazing run. Like you were calling out all the big names they took down. Add yet another one, a second dose of Nemesis in that losers finals just a few moments ago.
Yeah, it looks like they really have Nem's number, which is interesting because every game that we have got to see Nemesis, they have looked fantastic. And I was so excited to see it, given that I'm a Nemesis fan, and I think last year they just had a really rocky run, never really rose to that height that they're known for. Looked great in this tournament, but they ran into their kryptonite twice in a row. The real question is, what can La Poeria do against Project Mbappe? Because that, I mean, it looked like the same thing on the other side, right? An absolute dominant performance in winners finals as Project Mbappe is now heading to grands, and the way this tournament is set up, we have a best of 5, but because they came from winners. They have a 1-game advantage. They've already got a free W, and I don't even know if they need it based on how they were playing earlier.
Yeah, they're going to have a very, very strong start to this, a 1-0 beginning. However, La Poeria does get first pick in this draft, so they maybe don't get a point in the scoreboard, but at least having a bit of an advantage. I know you were talking about a little earlier on, I think it was with Husky, about that first pick, second pick kind of scenario. Feels like every time something changes in draft slightly, we added a few more bands. Feels like we need to revisit a little bit. I have not left my position. I still really like first pick a whole lot.
Well, I mean, first is the worst, second's the best. But
Okay.
I'm curious, what is behind you? I didn't get to look at your whiteboard here. Do you have anything?
My secret playbook, you mean?
Your secret playbook.
So this was, I've been doing a lot of coaching on the side for a lot of the Unite teams. Like, Overlord went over
That
to Japan.
explains some of the performances here today.
Yeah, well, I've been mostly working with, like, Team Reject in Japan, with Overlord signing with them. I thought I'd offer my my services. So I have the secret playbook, of course. There's the flank, the back cap, and the poke. All 3 ways to approach the Groudon fight. The G in a box in each of these layouts is Groudon, and you can kind of fill in the rest.
Yeah, the rest are players or tall grass or things like that.
Something similar, yeah.
With the flank, is this some sort of strategy where you end up flanking your opponents, or is it more of a poke
Yeah.
strategy?
No, it ends up being a bit more of a flank. This is often when you're playing those sort of double all-rounder compositions and trying to dropping that attacker rule. Usually ends up being a Pokemon like Leafeon or Dodrio that is the most notable, but you have to play pretty defensive in the Groudon fight, almost feigning a lack of team fighting ability, trying to buy time to allow it. Usually, it only works out properly if you've already broken your opponent's tier 1 on either top or bottom side. Otherwise, you're just giving a little bit too much intel and the flank kind of falls flat.
Now, the back cap here, this is something that I see a lot in solo queue, but obviously in coordinated gameplay, it actually isn't the worst play of all time.
Yeah, you can actually see that all 5 X's have moved to 1 goal zone as soon as Groudon is available, so I would say that is usually not the call. However, yeah, in this situation, it can be a pretty important metric. One thing that I feel like we haven't got to talk too much about on this broadcast so far today has been some of these end games. So I hope we get to see some exciting Groudon end games in this tournament. Maybe teams even electing to not fight the Groudon and instead try to defend and steal buffs. They can be fun, but anyways, Spragels, we've hit draft of our first game of our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Obviously, La Poeria San Juan is going to need to really get it together here against Project Mbappe. They were sent down to losers by them. Also, I do have to call this out. My editor, who helps with a lot of stuff on my channel, lives in Peru, and he texted me just to let me know, by the way, La Poeria San Juan means San Juan's chicken place, and I had to respond, yes, I do know that.
You had to defend yourself a little bit.
I had to go, I know it doesn't seem like I know things.
With the execution I have of saying it.
I actually did know that, just so you know.
Oh, that made me so happy. All right, we're going to be jumping into the draft. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I think I was casting a match with Zero when I called orange side of draft the parking lot and purple side the ball pit, just in terms of how fun your bands are.
Oh, yes. Well, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, there's really not a lot of fun stuff happening on the orange side. And on the purple side, I mean, you get to make some really cool decisions. Basically, all the pressure is off you.
Yeah, like a ball pit level of decisions. So far, La Poeria going with double all-rounders, so potentially setting up for one of these plays. And holy moly, one of my favorite player names that we've had so far in today's tournament, which I think is Kira, but who knows, has been locking down that Snorlax, just a tier 1 level of defender. I think potentially best maybe Crussel's the only other one that could really hold a candle to it, but really top tier Pokemon.
We're seeing Kratos locking in the Mew here. So a lot of teams playing support Mew, but Mew is just broken no matter how you play it, especially in a coordinated team with players that can play it at this level. This thing is unbelievable. Final pick over here to Mbappe. We see the target ban, right, of the Urshifu. Celestial's Urshifu is just, like, incredible.
So good.
So we're going to have to see what they want to play. I would have loved to have seen an Empoleon. But sadly, I think the Penguin was just slightly over-nerfed.
Yeah, it feels like... I mean, it needed some heavy-handed nerfs, certainly. However, on the other side, yeah, we have not seen very much Empoleon at all. I think, if any, in this tournament, which is a bit of a... But we've seen a few hovers, you know, some casual hovers, but no full commitments.
Speaking of casual hovers, I don't have a transition for this, but I want to talk about Darkrai. I mean, we've seen some Darkrai in this tournament just like a couple times. I was wondering if we were going to see it more. It feels good, but maybe people are still ironically sleeping on it?
No. Yeah. I would agree. I think potentially it's just one of those Pokemon you truly need to have a level of expertise with to actually feel the impact. Like it's
Like
I
a
don't know,
Mimikyu.
yeah, sure. I think that's a good example. Its playability floor is pretty high. Like I was happy to see Toonslim playing it. The kind of Dark Pulse shenanigans with that cooldown buff is ridiculous. The amount of damage that you can actually dodge, but you're looking for impact after that, it can still be tough to line up. And it's not only your ability to play that Pokemon. I think Darkrai can be an individual carry, but it is a team enabler a lot of the time. So if your teammates also don't have that level of practice and level of skill to capitalize on what you're doing, it can also be tough.
All right, here we go. We are heading into our grand finals. San Juan's Chicken Place, your purple team. Project Mbappe, your orange team. They're up one game already because they came through the winner's side, dispatching none other than La Poeria San Juan.
All right, so a bit of a salty run back in front of us, and already we're throwing out quite a bit of damage in the bottom side as Kratos on this Mew, already at that level 2 having the ability to just throw out so much damage, but it's on that early aggressive pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the secure early from Mew is incredible. We have Chris Smith running up to this top path right here, pushing any sus away from this. They're going to look to see if they can steal some of it, and they do. Really nice job taking away some of that experience all on their lonesome.
Yeah, it feels like every top path matchup for the most part is that race to level 5. Maybe a Pokemon like Blaziken or something would be a little bit shy of that, but I feel like with Buzzwole and Zacian, two Pokemon that don't evolve, is one of the most paramount things in this matchup. So you can see why Heavy and Roland respectively are playing so deep in the pocket right now.
We have Mufasa looking for a possible steal here. They pull away all of the farm. However, the Metal Claw coming in, continuing to push forward is Celestial on the Raichu, cleaning it up. That's a double KO. Make it a triple. You're welcome in the top path. What a start for Mbappe. This is starting to look like their games from earlier.
Yeah, since we're on the United Officials channel, I don't know if you can play the sound. I kind of want you to, but either way, Celeste absolutely popping off. This Pokemon is so exciting to watch. I really like Alolan Raichu right now, and into a Clefable-based composition. I think it's kind of an enlightened pick. That little tandem electricity that bounces between opponents is devastating when you're trying to just play around your healer so closely.
I totally agree. We were talking about this earlier about how if their team bunches up a lot, especially with Fable, what a perfect setup for stored power Raichu, right? I mean, it couldn't enjoy that more.
And like Sleeper Psychic buffs being one of the stronger buffs in that last patch potentially. I don't know. At least for Alolan Raichu, they're kind of soaring. Ducky is still got that fake tears. For a second, I thought we were looking at Snarl potentially available for Ducky, but his Umbreon so far is kind of hit the point of the game where just, you know, the slow effect is going to be the best one. Trying to build up Kratos as quickly as they can, but right now, more importantly, they're just trying to deny Hitman experience.
Yeah, Chris Smith in the top path here. We saw some stellar performances earlier, but we've not seen them kind of on their signature in this tournament, Mega Lucario right here. We're seeing them on Zacian, but it looks like they can still hold their own. Brawling against 3 right now, being sent up into the air, and here we go. Sus making sure they can pick up a KO right there. Maybe one of the most unnecessary eject buttons I've seen, and it doesn't get the KO.
A little bit of style. I will give them a little bit of credit for a play beforehand. I think Heavy set up a really nice follow me. Obviously, they're able to catch out the Alolan Raichu with the Buzzwole combo, but follow me into overheat is just a really nice combination play that makes sure that there was nowhere the Clefable could go. But, you know, we do have some escape routes from the Eldegoss.
Nice job here from Mbappe getting this Regieleki. Goal Zone's got 90 in it, so this would be a great opportunity to score a lot of those points, get some experience. Big time Raichu Unite move kind of zones them out of this completely, and now they're able to do some good math if they would like to. We could get the 17, we could get the 30, sure. If we have Kratos here, could score in the bottom path, and they decide to break.
Great push by Project Mbappe. Great timing to do it as well. La Poeria, a lot of their damage is coming from these melee Pokemon and Buzzwole and Blaziken. in, and without them kind of manning the front line, Inteleon's impact is a little bit minimized, but with them having to score, take central area, it was just a really great moment for Project Mbappe to increase that score lead by a ton.
Yeah, and the pressure that Mbappe has been putting on here, you know, they're just continuing to win every time they show up, very DJ Khaled-like, and because of that, they're running into every single one of these fights with a Unite move, taking as much experience as they can, but some great picks once again from La Poeria. The Nemesis just sets up huge moments for this squad. And now we see them breaking this tier 1 goal zone, 116 to 152.
Whew. Nasty push by La Poeria. That feels like they're right back in this game as well. Yeah. With a nice moment like that, they're actually going to try to push from maybe even more as they set up towards this tier 1 on the bottom side. One heavy slam does land into this Alolan Raichu from Kratos, but for the time being, looks like they won't have to deal with much more danger. La Poeria will relent for now.
In the chat, I see from someone named, I think it's Dobsnaps, Spragels, read this. I just hit Master Rank in Pokemon Unite. Congratulations, buddy. It's tough for some of us out there, so I understand how big that must be for you. Shout out to Dobsnaps.
Yeah, it's actually massive for him. For me, I've had a tough time out here. I've been playing a lot today, and I've been not winning a bunch. So my apologies to my solo queue teammates. It's been a rough one. Great looks for these two teams, though, Spragels. They've been having a great day.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Actually, I don't know if they have in solo queue. I don't know. Maybe they're having a really bad day when they go to ranked ladder, but they're doing great in tournament. That's what I think my problem is. I gotta play in more tournaments.
I think if you're losing in solo queue, the plan is to play in the most competitive fashion possible.
Correct.
That's the way to do it. You know, but it would be nice if you had 4 players to really carry you through it. Maybe you would have a great time here.
Carry's a strong word. Carry's a strong word, but but potentially it is what I'm looking for.
Well, look, if I'm playing competitive and you ask me, do you want to be the best player on your team or the worst? I want to be the worst player by far. Please let them carry me. Thank you so much. If I'm the best player, I'm worried.
Okay. Yeah, no, when you put it like that, that makes a lot of sense. Celeste in a scary spot as they are trying to run all the way back to their goals. They're going to be cut off. Nice follow me to pull them in, but Hitman even had the flank behind them with this Inteleon. Great play from La Poeria. It feels like they're just right back in it. Anytime they lose one of these fights, the bounce back potential from them has been great, but so far they've been kind of behind that on the tempo. Even if it is a 2-step, they're the second one. So they're going to need to find a way to come back in this one if they want to take it in the final moments of this matchup.
Yeah, they really have had a lot of those amazing moments, right? Where it feels like Mbappe takes a huge push, a huge victory, but La Poeria coming right back in it. And we've seen some great fights and great picks from them. I do think this is one of those games, especially with the scoreboard where it is, the levels where it is. This is going to come down to one of those beautiful picks, one of those beautiful moments at Groudon. Can we get Nemesis to get in there, you know, eject button tech and pull back this Raichu? If so, I think they can win this fight.
Yeah, they kind of got 2 great ways to start a fight. You just mentioned the one. I think the other is just really play off of Hitman snipe shots. And so far, Nemesis has been a danger. Actually tries to go back with the Umbreon, but puts him right into the line of fire. Mew gonna take that first KO. Great snipe shots to kind of be a bit of a preventative measure, but so far, Project Mbappe very happy with the damage they've done in this fight.
Reggie's still getting very low right here. Overheat's ready to go, and whoa, no! Somehow Mbappe gets that absolutely criminal out here. If I was Zero, I would say they were a smooth criminal, but I'm not. Just simply a criminal. They should go to jail.
Yeah, and I think I have to apologize to Celeste. I think I've called them Kratos maybe 7 or 8 times in this matchup alone. Kratos on the Mew in this matchup. Celeste on the Alolan Raichu. Jeez, okay. But
it's been a long day. Here we are at the Groudon fight. 2 minutes on the clock, 2:57, 2:43, and what we're going to be looking for, Zoinks, is that pop-off, that moment. You can see them playing around the snipe shot. They hit one, missed the second one. Solar beam the other way. Snipe shot goes wide. Sus looking for a play right here. Runs into Umbreon. I don't know if it's who they want as 4 members collapse onto Buzzwole. Buzzwole needs to peel back. Clefable needs to run, and Blaziken moves in, Zoinks.
Wow, Clefable kind of stuck in between 2 spots, not able to support the Buzzwole, but has to try to rally back to defend the team. Does use Unite move to stay up for a little bit. It's going to be Kratos taking down the Snorlax, who is sort of left alone. The rest of their team rallying all the way back to the enemy central area. And now with already almost a minute off the clock, Hitman finally strikes back.
And we are looking through the map right now, through the looking glass, the Groudon Gauntlet. It is being ripped apart, and it looks like it's heading down to, yes, of course, the Blaziken, as they are going to push forward to score. 1 minute on the clock, 2 members of Project Mbappe up. Can they defend?
Project Mbappe just really risking it all to try to chase down those melee damage dealers in the enemy central, all the while Hitman's Inteleon able to just kind of free fire from the top side of the map. So impressive stuff. But you're right, 50 seconds left on the clock. Potential to steal away a few of these Groudon buffs. Alolan Raichu Unite move will already hit the map, and, well, it's going to be Eldegoss picking up the Groudon buff. Maybe not who you want to have it at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can get one of these KOs. It could be so important, but these snipe shots, every single one of them, it was a one-shot on the snipe with the Groudon buff. Raichu goes down. They're looking to see if they can get anyone, but that's 2 KOs as they continue to push forward. La Poeria San Juan gonna tie this thing up, make it 1-1 in our grands.
Wow, Hitman cracked on the sticks on this Inteleon. I think they're a Switch player. I don't know that for sure. But either way, impressive stuff in this game, and that score is going to get kind of out of hand, and we're going to be looking at a tied match, Spragels, with that 1-0 winner's advantage gone, as La Poeria San Juan going to set this thing to 1-1.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, they had a tough time against Project Mbappe on our winner's side, but one big factor here, I really do think they stole away the Lucario, the Mega Lucario, by forcing Mbappe to ban it out, right?
Yep.
And that was a huge factor on the winner's side. It didn't look like Chris Smith was even close to as impactful on their Zacian.
Yeah, and I will say it felt like almost a surprising match from Chris Smith, like a surprisingly quiet matchup from Chris Smith. Still got 70,000 KO damage in total, but you're only sitting at 1 KO to your name. That is a tough matchup. You got to be able to close these knockouts. Otherwise, Heavy and Kira are just going to be having a field day, supporting their team, getting them out of danger and things like that. Mufasa had a great showing on the Aegis recently, and now on the Blaziken, going to be putting up huge numbers as well. 91,000 damage for that player.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Blaziken. It does feel like, to me, I know there are a lot of great all-rounders in this meta, don't get me wrong, but it really does feel like once you take away a few of the uber broken choices, Blaziken, all of a sudden, you're reminded that this thing is, like, ludicrously good.
And it's got a Mega. I think we should all be scared about that.
Well, El Chico Evie doesn't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're good. We at least got a little while.
Everybody. We're okay.
Yeah. Crisis averted for now.
And we have a replay of our game right here as we're taking a look at some of those big moments. This was that early triple KO from Celestial in this top path. However, coming right back the other way, we've got Mufasa ripping through them. Anisus sending them up into the air. I love that KO from Buzzwole, by the way. When you knock them up with superpower and you know you don't need to look for it. Or is it Smackdown? I always forget.
Smackdown's the uppercut, yeah.
Yeah,
so
Smackdown.
Just
Thank you.
And walk away. I love those moments too. Impressive match. I mean, I'm curious to take another look at that final fight at some point. I'm going to VOD review this tournament, kind of see what happened, because Anisus making it away in that situation was already kind of crazy. It felt like Ducky isolated sort of threw all their resources into knocking out that Buzzwole, and Anisus made it back to the tier 2, which is strange that happened in the first place. And then they didn't get Clefable either when they kind of got them away from the rest of the team. It felt, I don't know, just a little bit of lack of coordination maybe from Project Mbappe, and La Poeria capitalizing in kind of every way they possibly could. So very, very impressive endgame from them.
Yeah, and a better draft than we've seen from them in the previous 2 games too. So we're going to head back into it. Interestingly enough, it looks like, oh no, sorry, we've got the name switched at the bottom. I was going to say, wow, they're like letting the first pick switch, but no, Project Mbappe is going to be our first pick right here, which does force La Poeria to ban out a lot of the unfun stuff. They're doing taxes over there.
Oh, taxes in the parking lot. That's the worst. Hate doing taxes in the parking lot. Both Mega Pokemon, well, I guess 2 of the 4 Mega Pokemon being banned away by La Poeria. Blaziken can be banned by Project Mbappe. Interesting. Okay, so we could even see the standard Lucario be a very early pick in this draft. Pokemon like Blissey, though, I have to imagine is going to be one of the highest priorities, especially from a player like Roland. Yeah, they've been playing it quite a bit, and lock that one in first.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good pick. I'm surprised they didn't maybe want to hold the Suicune for themselves, But if they haven't been loving it lately, I get it. It's so broken that you do not want to give it to your opponents.
Yeah. Roland's like, I'd rather just play a Blizzy in this situation, please. I haven't seen Ducky play too much of it. But I guess, yeah, that is the other major meta threat, Spragels, is that Darkrai left available. Mufasa going to pick that one up for now. Who knows? Maybe they'll switch up what player is playing it a little bit later. But for now, that Darkraization. Very scary legendary duo.
Yeah, extremely scary. However, we have some tough stuff on the other side. Lucario, one of those choices that maybe hasn't been the most stellar, at least last season, but it is a powerful pick since day one in Unite. I'm really interested in this Darkrai. I wanted to see more of it in this tournament. I wanted to see any Empoleon. A little bit of a side note. But I wanted to see more of Darkrai in this tournament, so I'm happy to see it here in our Grands.
Yeah, I guess I got my wish. I was really hoping for a Alolan Raichu. I think you pinned Eldegoss on me a little bit before, too.
Oh,
but
sorry.
Yeah,
who wanted to talk about Eldy? Was it
I
not
don't
you?
know. Maybe it was me. I just fully didn't remember. When you had said it, I was like in chat. I was like, did I? But I've been begging for Leaf Tornado, but not yet. We'll see. Maybe one day. Probably not with any of these Pokemon, seeing as almost none of them rely on their auto attacks for major damage, but we could see. This pick, though, this Serena from Celeste, I think is super exciting, especially for fans of Project Mbappe, has been a very successful pick for them in the tournament so far. Watching this run, even off-stream games, this Serena has been very, very good for this team.
Not good news for you, Zoinks. November 6th, 2025, 11:32 a.m. from Spraggles. Any Pokemon to watch from the crew? This is me doing my job, just kind of getting things together right here. From Zoinks, 11/6/2025, 3:33 p.m. By the way, really letting that one, take a while. You got 45 minute stops. Alolan Raichu, the Megas, of course. Maybe Eldegoss too.
Oh, I was cheeky about it too.
You were cheeky about it.
Oh no.
Yep.
That's even worse somehow. Okay, well, I take that L too.
Yeah. So look, I didn't want to do that. It was just the first thing I immediately did the second I could look for it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Also, I see Kyle posting it in our production chat where he clearly searched Eldegoss, by the way, in search terms.
That's also what I did. I immediately searched Eldegoss, and I thought, who wrote this? Because I did think it was you, but at the same time, the second you, Zoinks, someone I trust and love, tells me that I'm wrong, I believe you. But then it was eating away at me, knowing.
Well, I hate to squander that privilege, but I suppose it has happened so far. Chad, I will be ordering a buffalo chicken onion pizza to wallow in my sorrows with me.
I mean, I understand. It's the reference to a bit that just keeps on giving as we head to our grand finals here. I love that someone's like, hey, I don't understand that. I've never watched this before. And they go, oh, you didn't watch the co-stream of the Japanese tournament cast from March of last year? Well, then, of course, you don't get the joke.
Yeah. Well, I mean, catch up. I don't know what else to say, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch the broadcast. I'm sorry, but you have to.
The lore runs deep here. Not only in the teams and the stories and the accomplishments, but, of course, in our broadcast bits. We truly run quite deep. Okay, I know you talked about how Lucario has not been sort of befitting too much in this tournament. It's been a bit rougher in the early stages. However, it has had some decent wins, specifically from Chrismith before on this Pokemon, and it has to match up against Sobble in the early game. How are we feeling about this top lane matchup right now?
I think Lucario matches up well into anything. So I'm not too stressed out about it, but I like the switch up here of moving the Zacian down. I think that's a really smart play by Poeria, because I do think the Lucario's secure and their ability to move around the map kind of outplays Zacian's rip ability in certain moments. So I like the play. Darkrai coming up here, catching 3 right there. The full heal from Chrismith as they are pushing forward, right back in, and they get the KO.
Wow, big 4-on-4 fight up here. One Citrus Berry already gone. Ducky will escape. Roland had evolved to that Ballisty at level 4, does have access to some pretty strong healing moves, so they are able to make it out. But wow, I mean, when we had some of those Reggie changes, Spraggles, right, where we start to see which side they actually will appear on with the Regieleki timer, you have to think maybe teams will kind of change up how they rotate or be a little bit safer, but no, old school 4-player top rotation, still going to work really well for Poeria.
Yeah, and I also think the more a play goes away, the more it almost becomes viable because people forget that that's something that can happen. Darkrai right now putting Project Mbappe in a really tough spot. If you can time those sleeps super well and just kind of let them languish for a while before doing the damage to them, you can obviously set up another one very quickly, but also empower your team to pick up big KOs, and we saw that in the top path.
Yeah, and there's no safeguard accessible for Project Mbappe. At least from what I saw, I'm pretty confident I saw that soft boil from the Blissey. So no like, kind of quick access to a cleanse for any of those sleepy situations that this Darkrai is going to set up. And that could be challenging to play around. Ooh, Snipe Shot just goes wide. That'd be a mighty fine poke damage to find early on, but that Lucario already stuck in place.
Yeah, and here we go. Lucario moving in here. We hear the full heal go out. Eldegoss goes down as they're going to continue looking for a push here. The snipe shot, the damage from the Darkrai. They're pushing them back, but here comes Celestial on the Zarina. Got the stomping boots on, but can't take down the Darkrai as we have Nemesis waiting in the tall grass, looking for their moment, but deciding to peel back towards their goal zone.
Yeah, both these teams kind of weighing their options. Can we farm to get a level 9, or do we need to focus on this objective? Lucario going to be the first one up to be aggressive. They are pulled all the way in. Zarina gets a ton of stomp damage, but is getting pretty low themselves. Hitman trepidatiously approaching this Regirock because they do want to try to keep themselves safe, but these snipe shots are landing and having such a big impact in this fight.
I love that you used trepidatiously. I mean, that was very nice.
I was nervous about the execution, but I think I landed the plane.
You absolutely, I mean, it felt like you were pulling a triple axel and perfectly landed it. The judges couldn't believe it. Impressive stuff, my friend. They were very trepidatious about how they moved in there.
You know what? I was on the tip of my tongue trying to find the word, but we got there.
Honestly, I wouldn't have gone. I'm being genuine with you. I wouldn't have gone for it. I would have known I screwed it up.
Well, and it works out. It works out. Now, unfortunately, there's nowhere to run back to. So, unfortunately, Inteleon caught in a 1v3 is not a spot that they're going to be able to rally back from. Ducky does Ice Fang combo to get that KO. Not worried at all about being trapped in that Rock Tomb. Instead, uses it to their advantage.
You know, a Pokemon we didn't talk too much about heading into this is this pick here on Miraidon. Miraidon's had an absolutely stellar day. Wow, Nemesis missing that. I really felt like they had it, actually.
Yeah.
Nemesis missing that with the Unite move. Miraidon's Unite move, instead, it takes it. Charge Beam is all the rage, and I love to see it. I just think this build is so dang good and so difficult to shut down for your opponents.
Yeah, I love it. I don't know, the only two attackers, or at least that are playing that path attacker position, feel real, like the Inteleon and the Miraidon. They both have a very similar purpose, right? Get that early poke damage so your more melee damage dealers can, find a way to actually get these KOs and close them out. But whereas Miraidon maybe doesn't have as big of a top end as these snipe shots, still is so much safer. Like, you're just putting in so much damage, and it's really tough to actually dive onto this Pokemon. So, great impact from them so far, but Inteleon also putting up great numbers.
Yeah, Inteleon obviously puts up great single target damage. The nice thing about the Miraidon is you get that team-wide damage. You can run a curse item on it. You really can do a lot with it. Nemesis in some trouble right here as we have the Mamoswine looking to take them down. Zarina needing to use the Unite move to finish off that Zacian, but the Bliss assistance comes in right after. Chris Smith moving in. We're looking for the extreme speed they're trying to land. Here comes the Unite move. Back and forth. Lucario picking up some KOs. We have Crustle now trying to stop them and push them back. Darkrai is still here, putting them to bed, and Mamo trying to get them with the Ice Fang, but barely misses, as we have Darkrai continuing to dance around this fight, finally getting stomped down by Celestial.
You remember when I was saying that Darkrai is just like a really good team-oriented Pokemon? It doesn't really excel solo all the time. Well, there is certainly avenues where you can make Darkrai look fantastic in even situations where they are facing down multiple opponents. 3 seems like the number they cannot eclipse, though, as now we have Project Mbappe going to be breaking that goal zone with a light score, but they already have such a giant score lead. I don't think they're too worried about the overdunk. Instead, let's just give Celeste a bit more of a runway to work with on this damage.
Yeah, we're going to see if they want to continue following here. They could get themselves in a bad situation, but Darkrai also has a lot of ways to get out of it. They decide to peel away from this fight. Regidrago being taken by Nemesis on the Zacian as they move towards the central area, getting caught in a big way, hopping right over the wall, though. Wow, that was a crazy egg bomb. I can't believe that landed.
Yeah. Yeah, rolling Babe Ruth points and calls the shot, too. Almost gets the knockout. Unfortunately, I think just one more play rough off cooldown allows Nemesis Renaissance to make it out, and Project Mbappe back to the drawing board have had to take down this really scary Zacian. Gialecki is leashed over to their side, though, so positional advantage is in their favor, as Ducky just trying to buy as much time as they can. Expects a quick dive with the Ice Fang, not going to find anybody, instead pushes back towards their team.
Yeah, here we go. Darkrai moving in, trying to deal some big damage right here, but Lucario picks up the KO. We have Celestial level 14 on Zarina. You know, before a few of the recent buffs and megas, Zarina was looked at as maybe one of the picks for the season by a lot of these competitive teams. And we can see how well it's doing here. That single target Unite move is pretty incredible. After you get a couple of stomps in, you pretty much guarantee any squishy is going down, which is extremely powerful.
Yeah, also, you gotta feel pretty good against a Darkrai on the other side with this Pokemon, right? Like, you get trapped in its Unite move, who cares? You probably win that 1v1 in every situation, especially with Zarina's Unite move, and, well, they're gonna be the first ones to initiate one stomp right into the Unite move on top of that Zacian.
Wow, they are going very aggressive here. I'm surprised. I thought they might save it for the Darkrai, but no. Instead, they decide to use it here. Darkrai goes down to the Mamoswine. We have the Unite move from the Miraidon crashing down as they are looking to rip this objective. Here we have Inteleon. They show their face for just a moment, and Mbappe gets the KO.
Mbappe still has 3 Unite moves, by the way. Like, they have so much left in the tank. They took that fight relatively dry, to be honest. And now Groudon will get knocked out by the Lucario Unite move just to ensure the fact that it gets KO'd. It's a good call when you got no vision of that Zacian. You never know where that Unite move's going to come from. So, great play call, but they take it down. And, yeah, I don't think Kira's going to be able to handle 4 enemy Pokemon all with Groudon buffs at once.
Yeah, here they come, heading towards this goal zone untrepidatiously as they are looking to score and make a statement in game number 2. They did not look like the team that won the winners finals here against La Poeria in game 1. It might have been a draft diff, but Mbappe completely dominated that Groudon fight and most of the match in the later half, I would say.
Yeah, and in both games, I feel like it's tough to call this out for these players because they're so strong, but, I mean, Zacian now 0 for 2 in this draft so far. So, an interesting matchup, and the Extreme Speed Lucario from Chris Smith looking fantastic in this game. I thought they were kind of unimpeded by a lot of the enemy. I know they have Rock Tombs, but it felt like Chris Smith was able to work past a lot of those. Eldegoss doesn't have a lot of stuns to work with, so it felt like a really good pick for Project Mbappe, and yeah, gonna take them down, keep La Poeria at 2 digits before we even close this thing out.
Yeah, great game from them. And, you know, I don't know enough about Chris Smith's Pokemon pool, but I will say with the way that they are playing, it feels like they are, as we often say, very good and cracked on the sticks.
Yeah.
If I'm a player that plays that well, I do want to play something that I can kind of outplay my opponents in a big way. And I do think there's way more outplay potential in something like Extreme Speed Lucario than there is in Metal Claw Zacian.
I like it into Metal Claw Zacian as well. It can be a somewhat predictable move with that Metal Claw play rough, and E-Speed can dodge a lot of that upfront damage. So, good stuff there. Celeste really taking a lot of the spotlight, though, in this Zarina. 10 knockouts, a little 15 by the end of the game, obviously. I think they were level 14 at 3, you know, just under 3 minutes. So, very, very impressive stuff from that Central.
Yeah, that looked incredible. Mbappe very much back. Maybe just having a rocky game 1. Maybe their draft was picked apart a little bit. Maybe they had some Pokemon, or some players, I should say, excuse me, on the wrong rolls. By the way, look at Roland. 159,000 healing. Holy.
I think that's kind of the key that tells the story a little bit too. Hitman had a very, very abnormal 0 knockout game on this Inteleon. However, 87,000 damage. But again, this healing from this Blissey, Roland doing such a phenomenal job keeping their team topped up that just prevents these final last hits from happening, which is so important in some of these fights. I mean, healers are back, Spraggles. It's crazy. Healers are back.
They fully are, and I do think you know, when you look at something like Snipe Shot, you almost, it's not entirely, but you almost kind of have a 1-for-1 cleanse if you're playing soft-boiled Blissey, right? So every Snipe Shot that hits, you have an easy, like, egg, and the eggs are a lot easier to aim than the Snipe Shots. So true. You really get a lot of value out of it, and I think we both were scratching our heads a little bit when we saw Darkrai and not Safeguard. Well, now you see why.
Yeah, yeah, 159k is a pretty good defense in that category, I think. So I'm, yeah, happy to see Roland absolutely crushing it with another new team this year. They are looking great on this Blissey. If I am La Poeria, I think that is absolutely a Pokemon that is hitting the ban phase. I do not think Blissey makes it into, well, I'll say game number 3 of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I could totally see that. It's a scary one. I think Suicune being banned out by Mbappe, I was wondering if that was the call, right? I was thinking, man, maybe you don't ban it. Maybe you take it for yourself. But
yeah.
I like what they did. They made sure that they didn't have to deal with Suicune. If you have melee brawlers like Zarina, Lucario, things like this can be a nightmare into Suicune. So they get rid of that as a factor. They take Blissey for themselves. I think it was a really smart draft, as it looks like our teams are now switching sides.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like the Mamoswine is more taking the role of the Suicune in these fights rather than the support that would normally switch it, because what we've seen a lot of impact from Suicune to be is huge team fight potential, and then in the early game, it's more combo plays. Of course, the freezes are hard to deal with and can be impactful for just Suicune, but more importantly, they're setting up another team, or another player on your team to get a big amount of damage. We saw a lot with Armarouge from Bora, like earlier on in this tournament, was any kind of Suicune stun, it felt like an immediate, like, Psy-Kaboom was smashing that area, or some kind of big burst damage, but Mamoswine is kind of serving that same role on this team. A lot of Ice Fangs are really teeing up the rest of the team for these big combo attacks, which is great to see. Already a lot of team synergy on this squad, and we're still in early days of this competitive season, so exciting stuff from Project Mbappe.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the most exciting parts about running this tournament and putting it on was getting to see how these teams looked before LAIC, just getting a lay of the land. And I hope it's actually also really beneficial for the community, right? Because this is a big moment for all of them to sort of take stock in what's going on, see what the meta looks like, actually get to see how their team plays against real top teams in their region. And Mbappe looks fantastic.
Yeah, I've loved it, and La Poeria having a great game in that game number 2 of this set to come back. Maybe a rare, like, miss from Mbappe, we were going to kind of call it there before, but either way, what a time to capitalize. We're going to be headed into draft again. I'm really expecting that Blissey ban, but maybe not when you're on purple side, potentially, but no, there it is. Okay, La Poeria, going to follow my advice. Coach Zoinks strikes again.
Yeah. It's always scary when Coach Zoinks strikes again. It does feel, and see, I told you all. I told you it was scary. You never know when it's coming. As we're looking for our first pick right here, Suicune available, but they could try to steal something away.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what other option you would even tee up other than the Suicune. Okay, well, there it is. Yeah, Zacian going to be locked in. Now, Mbappe has played Lucario into this matchup. That being said, it was Inteleon that kind of switched spots in the early game in that matchup, but still, Chris Smith very happy with this opportunity to play this Pokemon, and Suicune available. Well, maybe La Poeria kind of calling the bluff a little bit. Maybe it'll fall back their way again.
Wow, I guess they knew. They knew that Mbappe maybe didn't want it. Or we could be just like completely avoiding this Pokemon. It seems a little crazy to me, but they're hiding the rest of their picks on Mbappe, right? We have Crustle, we have Eldegoss. This is a great opportunity for La Poeria to do the same thing, which is looks like what they are doing, hiding the rest of their picks as well. We have the Hoopa, we have the Umbreon.
Oh, interesting. Okay, a lot of switch-ups. This is no Clefable in this game, which we've seen a decent amount from, I think, both of these teams at this point in the tournament. So maybe a bit surprising to not see either of those options. Mbappe going to have to reveal some of their damage dealers at this point, like you said, hiding a few of their picks early. Kratos has played a lot of this Latios in today's tournament, and I think even previous. So no surprise to see them lock it in, and Chris Smith going to return to Lucario well.
Yeah, Lucario is back in this match, and I'm not surprised at all. It looks like they're very much at home on this Pokemon, and I don't know if they have too many other picks they would like to bring out. I think Chris Smith is known for playing a pretty good Dodrio as well, but... Okay. I mean, Hitman on the other side says, no, I'll pick it up if you don't want it. Final pick over to Project Mbappe. We have Celestial. We're going to see what they want to bring out. We've actually seen quite a few different looks from Celestial today.
Yeah, they're always going to be the last pick. I think no matter what on this team, they have so many Pokemon available to them. They're going to go back to this arena. So, unfortunately, not giving me a surprise pick in that 5th spot, but still, it was so good. It's really hard to, count that against them going into this game number 4's draft. One interesting thing is I don't think Project Mbappe has a whole lot to counter Hoopa. In terms of portals, right? Not a Pokemon you necessarily need to plan your draft around, but it sure is nice having something to knock enemy Pokemon out of portals in this game. Does not look like you'll have the option. Not saying Heavy has to play Portal Hoopa. We could see Trick with a Pokemon like Dodrio. Even Aegislash works really well with it, but with the way those moves are balanced right now, I think normally we're seeing more portals than anything else.
Yeah, I think you're right. However, you're dead on too that this really could go either way. I mean, we have 3 Pokemon that like to get in the enemy's face and dive. 2 of them with some pretty powerful auto attacks, right? So you've got the Zacian and you have Aegislash that both feel like really good users of Trick in that situation.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Portal's just incredible, right? And Portal 2, so good.
Also, I have my Aegislash plush right here, which is, I'm super excited to see Aegislash in today's tournament. I love this Pokemon. I'm super excited to see it in this game. But Spragels, bring us into game number 4, please.
La Poeria San Juan, your purple team, 1 game in our best of 5. Project Mbappe, your orange team, 2 games right now. If they win here, they win it all. They win the Groudon Gauntlet, the bragging rights, the lion's share of that prize pool, and they're probably looked at as the number 1 team heading towards LAIC.
Whew, a lot on the plate. Oh, by the way, Jake, I forgot to mention this to you. La Poeria San Juan means San Juan Chicken Place.
No, see, now we know.
Finally.
Here we go into the top path. We have Hitman level 3 making their way up here, maybe making a bit of a sneaky score. And yes, they do go for it. They do go for that stack after stealing that buff away.
Oof. Whole lot of early damage. I mean, that Hone Edge clear in the central area, not that quick. So they're going to take a little bit extra and then go down the bottom side, but they still have to contend with 3 enemy Pokemon down there. Hitman going to try to join them as this Doduo making a mad dash into the middle, try to steal a few of these Natus, but Chris Smith actually doing great at some of those early secures.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, you need to really have ice water in your veins for some of these last hits. You can see a lot of these top players. They understand the timing of these situations very well.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things. I know Chris Heroes used to talk about this all the time, but one of the most interesting and kind of devastating parts of Unite is that there is no safe farm. By definition, everything's contestable, which does make everything an objective and every last hit a contest, which, I mean, no rest for the wicked, especially Unite players in this case. Hitman, again, another mad dash. Can't even get these 7 points in. Crustle being a real menace. Ducky on this Pokemon this time.
Oh, just barely dashes too far. Can't make it back through that portal. That is an unfortunate one, and we have Kratos pushing forward right here. With the tag on, still the OJ tag. You kind of love to see it. I mean, what a team from last season, the Juicers. That was a fun one.
I know. We got a spiritual successor in our bracket today. It's the Apple Juicers. We're participating in the Groudon Gauntlet, but this time Kratos still repping the OJ tag. Again, that grand final tie winner playing right in front of us right now.
That's true. I mean, and what a grand finals that was. Now they are back in another grand finals. I have heard, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I'm speaking. I have heard that this might be their last tournament, by the way. They were, mentioning that they were retiring for the season. They might just be filling in one last time.
Yeah, and by the way, for what we know, filling in for a player that I have switched their name with countless times. And they're filling in for Curios. So, just a public apology to both of those players for the nigh on infinite times I have mixed up their names while casting. They're not even in the same game. I've just switched it up by accident.
I apologize for nothing. It's difficult doing this.
You don't know what I've been through.
You don't know what it's like. I'm trying to figure out if I can pronounce the word trepidatious over here. All right.
Which I did. All right, Registeel. Oh, Rock Tomb just a little bit early from Ducky. Cannot steal that one away. And now as a 4-player push towards the top side is Chris Smith and Celeste slowly rotating the top, but aren't going to be in time to get the Regieleki either. They're actually going to just allow it to hit.
Wow, this is not going well for Project Mbappe. We have not seen much in this top path right here, but clearly they've been having some problems, even though I believe it's been 2v1 almost that entire time. Mufasa now getting jumped on, getting stomped on, taken up into the air with the Unite move. However, they are not down. Unite move right back the other way. They survive the volley from their opponents here, grabbing the berries, and this fight goes well.
Okay, Sword Comp doing pretty well with Aegislash and Zacian working together. That Unite move is, the coup de grace is pretty ridiculous. Mostly known for its incredible secure potential on wild Pokemon, but that's due to its execute damage. A Pokemon like Crustle also has a ton of HP that the max HP execute feels real good on. So, nice play call from the Aegislash, and they're also able to get out with Shadow Claw, by the way.
Yeah, I love Shadow Claw Aegis
Me
Slash.
too.
I just think it's so good. I love the knock-up, the lower cool. It's just like an excellent move. I understand why Sacred Sword has been the play for a long time, but if your opponent's plan on brawling, that knock-up can be a giant difference maker.
And hey, a good crit goes your way, you're feeling even better too. So.
Oh yeah, that level 11 buff is just very nice.
Yeah, make it feel really nice. Okay, so we're at 5 minutes now, and La Poeria obviously just running circles around Project Mbappe at this moment. Have not found an opportunity to rally back, and La Poeria's positioning on the map currently, they're defending both of these objectives. They do not want Project Mbappe to have an easy way back into this match at all. Dodrio playing in this tall grass mostly for intel, and Hoopa just waiting by that portal for whichever side Mbappe tries to push, their team's going to be ready to defend.
Obviously, they're not playing for intel. Inteleon wasn't picked in this match, but they are playing for intelligence, aka information about what's going on with their opponents.
Ah, okay. Thank you so much. I was pretty confused. Yet another coup de grace, but this one not going to take a knockout. Instead, Project Mbappe's defense holds strong as all 5 members still up in this fight. Surprisingly, Ladio still safe in the backline. Chrismith bone rushing to safety to the rest of their team as everyone tries to group up around Roland and let these pollen buff heals actually hit the whole team.
I know we were in the midst of a bit, but what an incredible fight there from Mbappe. I mean, I cannot believe more of them did not go down. That was just crazy.
Yeah, again, this Eldegoss did a real good job of keeping everybody up, but I guess mid-fight, it's more just great target priority. Shut down these divers one at a time, make sure they don't have enough time to have that impact they want as soon as they jump into your team.
And here we go. Lucario looking to pick up a kill. Oh, just barely misses it there on the level 12 Zacian. Very, very close.
All right, Ducky just set up these rock tombs again, trying their best to kind of prevent Hoopa from being close to that portal at any given time, but for right now, they got to contend with this Aegislash. Hoopa goes down extremely quickly, so they didn't have the Unite move to have access to, but still a great target to take down early in any team fight is going to be that main support on the opposite side.
Yeah, here we go. Crustle moving forward right there. The Crustle Unite move just unbelievably mean. That revenge damage. Basically just setting up a situation where you just want to stick on your opponents like glue. At the same time, you get those beautiful stuns on the X-Scissor and the push. I mean, you get why it won Worlds when you see some of the plays it can make.
Yeah, it's such a fun Pokemon to both to play and watch. I think we're starting to see some really Worlds-class skill expression on this Pokemon. And I say starting, I kind of mean for the whole last year or so. This Pokemon's been kind of all the rage and been a whole lot of fun. Kind of taking over the competitive circuit. Obviously, it does have some other contenders for great defenders, great tank positions. I would say Umbreon is up there, but more so as a counter to some of these other options. I like Umbreon into the Crustle or into the Blissey for that Unite move to steal some of those shields.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Umbreon is still good, and at one point it stole 100% of the shields.
Yeah,
now it's only 50%.
Wow, what a time that was.
It's like a whole year and a half. What a time on this Umbreon.
Yeah, they certainly, it was more of a time than it has ever been not, some would say. Regice going to fall to La Poeria, so they have a little bit of that HP buff. Not as relevant, maybe, with how quick some of these team fights have been. Especially now that Kratos on this Latios has gotten to this point of the match. You can start to see some of these early combos. They land one move, and they are immediately snapping into that Latios Unite move, just trying their best to burst down any target they find, because fighting these fights 5v4 is a whole lot easier.
Look at this here, Zoinks. 214, 215. Less than 2 points separate these teams here. A minute 30 on the clock. And they are moving towards Groudon right now. A full rip.
All right, Hoopa stunned to try to keep some of those targets out, but it will be going over to La Poeria, though Hoopa not only gets the stun, but they also get the secure. Groudon buffs are going to be all the way over to the purple team. 4 Pokemon, I believe now only 3 Pokemon will have that Groudon buff and be moving to score, but no one from Project Mbappe will have the Groudon circle to handle. Instead, they're going to need to do this the old-fashioned way. Run all the way to the other side of the map and steal the buffs from there.
Wow, I mean, a 4 KO there from the Aegislash. Beautiful Quadra. That fight, I mean, they just go for that full rip, just hoping that they could, you know, get them on the back foot. And now you see them desperately trying not to give up one of these buffs here. It's handed over to Lucario, one of your better targets. And we have one on Kratos as well. This is not over with 40 seconds left.
Do they spot the... No, they don't spot the Aegislash. So Mufasa's going to be able to rotate all the way back to the old goal zone. So you kind of add 100 points in the future here for La Poeria, as we're at 307. This is going to come down to a score race, but Anisus as well going to be moving towards that tier 2.
Yeah, and here's this situation that La Poeria has in front of them. They might just peel away from this. They don't have enough points to make some of this happen, right? So even with this, it's 574, 451. 10 seconds left, pushing forward. We have the Unite move from the Latios. One goes down. They need points to score, but it just isn't enough. Dodrio rips through the entire squad, and Aegislash cleans it up as they're attempting to score on the home goal zone. Wow.
Yeah, La Poeria San Juan defending home turf extremely well. That was a massacre on that home goal zone. Everybody doing their best. You only got 10 seconds to work with, no time to plan a team fight around that goal zone. And they're going to fall a little bit short, Project Mbappe is, as La Poeria tie this thing up and push us to a Game 5, Spraggles.
574 to 473. Less than 102 points separate these teams as La Poeria San Juan ties it up. Zero in the Discord's letting me know that Poeria San Juan, you can get fresh chicken for only 210 pesos, which is roughly $11 US. Found that on their official Facebook page.
Okay. All right. Shout out. Well, this tournament is kind of a collab of everyone in the Unite community, so we got to make sure that our community, La Poeria San Juan, also gets a good shout out.
Look, I don't know. This could be an org at this point.
Okay.
I mean,
and they would be my favorite by far.
If this was an org
cheer
for next season, I want the merch. I want all of it.
I want someone in a chicken costume at every LAN that this team is at. I will be there.
This better be an org, or I'm going to be very disappointed. If like, oh, we got evil geniuses. Well, I'm kind of more interested in La Poeria San Juan. Thank you.
If our World's Finals is T1 versus La Poeria San Juan,
I'm going to lose it.
The absolute peak Unite cinema that we've all waited for.
It really would be great, especially if, you know, I want the esports sort of blogs and things like that, the Twitter posts that are like, this is what happened in some esport. If they find out that La Poeria San Juan beat T1 in the grand finals, that would be heaven for me.
Yeah,
heaven.
It's perfect in every way. It'd be perfect in every way. Oh, I can't wait. Well, they have one more opponent to defeat in this tournament, though, Spraggles. And then with a victory there, they lose the opportunity to choose their side of draft. So Project Mbappe, we're moving back over to that first pick position. I think last time we saw them in this place, it was rolling on the Blissey. I think one of the most impactful Pokemon in that last game. And in this game, Hoopa, one of the most impactful Pokemon. But I don't see that one showing up in the banning phase, likely. Has gotten a decent amount of bans this tournament, but between these two teams, that would kind of surprise me. We'll have to see if Project Mbappe wants to play this reactive or more, I guess, traditional.
I think the term is traditional or Western. As we head into our draft right here.
Playing this one, yeehaw.
They might be playing this one a little yeehaw. It is the Groudon Gauntlet after all. I mean, take a look at the cowboy hat on that Groudon. And, you know, take a look at what's going on this screen as we have Hoopa banned out, Suicune banned out, Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario, looking for our final bans right here. I wonder if we're still going to get the targeted ban towards Celestial, seeing that Urshifu. We have Blaze, and yes, we do, Urshi.
Okay, so I think in the past we've been talking a lot about Celeste being kind of this major flex pick at the end of the draft. So far, this Zarina has been by far the prevailing Pokemon they're going to be picking up, so I don't expect that to change. However, I did think with the Blissey being available, we'd see it. But no, Chris Smith is done with Lucario once on that Zacian.
Yeah, they want the Zacian right here. It's been an interesting one. On the other side, not only are they getting the Darkrai, but they might get the Blissey as well. So far, I'm really loving this from La Poeria San Juan. Project Mbappe is going to need to show something in this draft that can handle this. It felt like they had a tough time with it.
I'm really curious if we see Roland opt into the Umbreon, the support-based Umbreon in this pick. I really like it into the Blissey. We'll have to see if they follow suit. Ducky is going to be going back to that Mamoswine, though. It has been phenomenal for them in terms of big setup plays. And again, I know Chris Smith is kind of a newer addition to this team, but Ducky and Chris Smith have been playing together for years at this point. They're just a really amazing duo in the Unite space, so seeing some of those combo plays is something that excites me. And okay, maybe we know what Roland will be picking now with that Zoroark being locked in.
Well. I mean, we're heading into our last game right here, and they are putting the Comfey collar on the Zoroark. This is always one of those plays that could be game-winning the second it's locked into draft, especially if you feel like your opponents don't have an answer for it. And, of course, we don't see a shutdown Unite move like we would see out of something like a Slowbro, but you have the single target from this Darkrai. The question is, are they going to be able to time it right into a full heal into a Zoroark? We will see.
Yeah, I also listen, I love the Zoroark Comfey. I think it's a very, very fun, especially with that Miraidon. That safe poke damage is going to make Celeste's job just a little bit easier in a lot of these fights. However, I do like La Poeria's draft in that phase. You take the Blissey, and if they're not going to pick Umbreon in their immediate phase after, then you grab it. And then all of a sudden, like, your options for supports feel like they're shrinking ever so quickly. So I really do like the draft from La Poeria. This Scyther Dodrio Darkrai, that is a fast-moving, high-octane, high-burst comp. They're going to look to end these fights as quickly as they possibly can.
They have no range damage really to speak of. I mean, just Darkrai kind of going like this a little bit.
Right. Or dual wing beat kind of going like this. Like, come on.
Yeah. They really don't have much. I mean, it is full on diving in the enemy face the entire time. We're going to have to see how that's going to play into the Zoroark. Of course, if you can catch it just a couple times, it is really difficult for this thing to do too much. Yeah. But if it gets online, especially early, it's so hard to slow down. And we're not slowing down, Zoinks. This is coming to an end, though, because it is our last game of our grand finals here at the Groudon Gauntlet. Project Mbappe, your purple team. La Poeria San Juan, your orange team. It all comes down to these last 10 minutes.
And another interesting mix-up, I guess, with the Dodrio headed down to the bottom side. I kind of expected them to be contending with the Zacian in this early game, but instead that will be the Scyther from Anissa. So I guess kind of filling into their standard roles, but Hitman playing this Dodrio instead of a ranged Pokemon is really going to have to flex this team a little bit.
And it looks like Hitman deciding to head back down to the bottom path right here. Obviously, they have to know Celestial is coming after seeing them move through the top there. They have a Darkrai to answer it right here. Hit 3 with that really nice stuff. The full heal to make sure that they don't go down there. Very heads-up play there from Mbappe.
Yeah, I like Mufasa there as well, seeing that Celeste runs out of cooldown on that feint attack, knows that the combo's over, then you can kind of sleep, but with no Scyther there to back you up for that big burst damage, not going to have the opportunity. Those birds appear and are gone in just mere seconds, as Mufasa and Anissa don't really have the opportunity to take anything.
Very close match so far. However, now that Zoroark is online and has the Comfey collar, all eyes are going to need to be on shutting this Pokemon down in the mean look, but they're still able to score on pad.
Okay, so Kira going with the mean look Umbreon, a pick we don't see, well, I would say we don't see too often anymore, but actually I think that's kind of changed as of recent months. This mean look Umbreon becoming a lot more popular, well, especially into something like the Zoroark Comfey. It can be tough to plan around those illusions, but still, if you land them right, can be really, really strong.
You know, I gotta say, I like the flex play here from Kratos. I don't know if they intended on picking the Electro Drift when they first drafted this Pokemon, but into the enemy comp, I love it.
Yeah, it's really strong. Not only does it give you the chance to chase down some KOs that maybe would be outside your range otherwise, it also lets you dodge some of these incoming Pokemon that are trying to dive you in the back line. As Scyther and Dodrio use their cooldowns to chase you, you simply go to the other side of the map.
Look at this here from Hitman, just trying to score on pad. And we've seen this happen a few times where they're sitting on pad one of these speedsters and they're just able to score in the enemy face. Zoroark moving in right there, beautiful mean look, but still gets the hit off. Any sus got close enough.
Yeah, really nice work. Sorry, production chat making me laugh a little bit too much. Celeste in a real dangerous spot. That mean look for the first time getting scary, but not going to get KO'd. Instead, I mean, Darkrai picking up a KO streak at 2, sans Zoroark.
And here we go. We have the, siege on this goal zone from La Poeria San Juan. They're trying to take them down as we have them peel back from the Celestial in a lot of trouble right here. Roland getting caught now, a 2-for-1. Make it 3 as they move towards the Mamos one with the Unite move. That is a Quadra. Huge play.
Yeah, that's a top 4 World Scyther if I've ever seen one. Any sus really made a name for themselves on this Pokemon all last year, but at the World Championships, it felt like the perfect end statement to an amazing year for them. One of my favorite breakout players of the entire season, and it's been a blast to watch them. I can't wait to see what they do. I guess year 5 of competitive Pokemon Unite.
Wow. When you think about it, it really is year 5.
Thanks.
I didn't have anything to add.
Yeah, that's alright. Scyther's cool though. It did really well.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
all right. See you later. Here we are, the 6-minute mark. Hitman being chased down right here, not caught by the Earthquake Ice Fang combination as we have Celestial now running the map level 10 on this Zoroark. A very scary sight for La Poeria, but if they can get any bit of a shutdown, they can take it down.
okay. Ooh, mean look dodged again by the perfect Zoroark illusion. Yet again, Ducky falling on the sword of Team Project Mbappe. It seems like if Zoroark's making it out, there is no way Ducky is. That poor pillow swine kind of served up on a platter quite a few times at the chicken shop.
And here we go. We have the Miraidon peeling away from this fight. Just kind of caught in an unfortunate situation. Zacian deciding whether or not they want to move in, but it's an extremely aggressive play here from La Poeria as we have the Umbreon into the skies, fighting back against Celestial. The Unite move from Comfey, but they continuously get shut down. Here comes the Metal Claw, picks up a double KO. Darkrai trying to shut this down. Unite move on to Darkrai even, but they just can't stop them. Zacian continues to fight, continues to brawl. Finally, Scyther comes in to break this up a little bit.
Yeah, a pretty late join of the fight by Kratos. I think they were kind of rotating back from the bottom side of the map still, but once they do, they can clean up, and I think notably they're missing that Miraidon passive sometimes in these team fights around the Darkrai. They would love that electric terrain to be set up, but Kratos not being there means they are absent of the, sleep-free zone, if you will.
Yeah, that's true. Mamoswine jumping in, trying to set up a fight, but getting caught in a mean look of their own, bringing them right back with the Ice Fang, and they're going to put a lot of damage onto this Umbreon. Kratos on the other side, having to try to peel away from this, but the Electro Drift does set up an opportunity for that. It's charged up right now, too, so they can move in, they can look for a secure, and it looks like they are going to do just that. Takes the KO on the Darkrai.
Yeah, perfect opportunity to do so. For the first time, it feels like Darkrai was kind of fighting without the Blissey pocket, or Dodrina kind of backed them up, and such a great execution by Mbappe, but they're going to be pretty greedy with this one, trying to push onto this tier 1, maybe get a break or just a few little scores. Chris Smith was on a very, very threatening flank from the top side. Dodrio trying to play a little more defensive. We're going to focus our attention to the Regice now, though.
Yeah, and here we go. Nice secure setup. But no, it goes to the Umbreon. I mean, unbelievable moment right there. It was
too,
so
right?
low. Yeah, it was a basic. Insane play right there, but that happens sometimes. You just leave it just low enough for someone to hit it. I mean, we've seen a Comfey secure a Rayquaza, so we've seen it all.
Yeah, it's true. It is a scary place to be when you see you do your big move. You're like, I got this, guys. And all of a sudden, you turn around and that Pokemon is still upright. No, not like, a good spot to be. Guess, why didn't you guys hit it, I guess?
Oh, yeah, it's always good to blame your team in that situation.
Yeah. I'm learning from my competitive career.
Yeah. Man, I would do so well as a comp player with just a lot of moments like that. Why'd they stop hitting? Oh, man. Another tournament loss.
Add one to the round. All right, so let's just try to clean up. Not at that level 14, which maybe we saw their Zarina get to in previous matches, but still, Zoroark is pretty threatening as soon as they get some of these plus moves. Anysus, however, on the fast track to that number. This could be a scary spot, though, as Chrismith is firing back, and that Scyther goes down. Zacian absolutely devastating on that push down from the top side.
And here we go. We have the Zacian peel back from this fight. 2:30 on the clock. Darkrai decides not to chase any further. 159, 229. So just a simple score separates this here. You do have Dodrio that can peel off and can kind of continue to put points on the board, but you also have a tier 1 on the side of La Poeria. So there are opportunities for Mbappe. They decide to take this Regieleki. They let La Poeria assemble around Rayquaza. The question is, will they try to take this off the board quickly, thinking their opponents might push? And no, they're going to take the fight fast, Zoinks.
Okay, Ducky gets pulled right into the Groudon pit. Unite move will give them a little bit of shielding to work with, but the Darkrai is so low, we'll likely have to go all the way back to the base to try to get their HP back. In the meantime, Anysus falls. This Zoroark and Zacian combo is just too much damage to deal with. Hitman gets a little bit of the knockup with the triple trample, but they gotta just use all their movement speed to escape. Mufasa under half HP. Kratos has decided the Darkrai is time to go to sleep forever, and Groudon is only contended by La Poeria from the Dodrio around the top.
Yeah, and here we go. Dodrio trying to move in, can't find an opportunity. Dodrio now making the very smart play, I would say, to peel away from this fight. Rather than go down in that moment, they could possibly defend. The scoreline is still very close. We have the points, 279 to 229. Only 50 points separate these teams. It does look like Project Mbappe is going to know they're up, but the question is, how do they play it after that? We see Kratos heading back home. Chrismith deciding to stay in the tall grass hiding, possibly take the boat home, but they're still trying to figure out whether or not they want to make that play. Now we have multiple members of La Poeria deciding if they want to push. They were hoping that they would have more members of Mbappe push onto this goal zone, but I think they're realizing now that that opportunity is not going to exist.
Yeah, ooh, Zoroark does get spotted, and that is 2 Pokemon with a Groudon buff, but could just be a bit of a bait, and yeah, it does not look like they're going to take it. Instead, pushing all the way towards that tier 1 on the bottom side. Zoroark going to attempt to score. They will get their 90 points in, so they're going to try to take down that Comfy duo.
And here we go. We have 1 KO defending right here. Make it another Blissey looking for this Bliss assistance onto the Darkrai. They hit it, but it is just not enough. 459, 329 as Dodrio is looking to score here. Nice triple KO, and every member of La Poeria San Juan is wiped off the map. A few more points, and Project Mbappe become your Groudon Gauntlet Grand Finals champions.
The first and last annual Groudon Gauntlet Final Reckoning champions. Impressive stuff, and with the winner side advantage, needed to win 2, but that got real close in that matchup, and they're able to pull it off. Celeste with 309 points scored, doing their best Dodrio impression on that Zoroark.
Yeah, I mean, Zoroark, Comfey, still a very viable combination. Even into a lot of Pokemon that you don't want to see on the other side. The Mean Look, the Darkrai, a Blissey, you know, all of this stuff. It still doesn't matter if you are able to dance around them and pick up some big KOs. Mbappe, they are your winners. What a run.
Yeah, no kidding. North America does not go down to the losers bracket at all either. Mbappe able to take down every opponent that they found in their bracket today and, you know, take down the grand finals as well. No missteps, which is very, very impressive, and such a giant bracket that we had today.
Yeah, it was. It was a huge bracket. I mean, a very big grassroots tournament for Unite, which I'm very grateful for. I love that we had so many teams come out, show their stuff, get ready for the UCS season and some of the tournaments heading our way. We do have a league format coming, Zoinks, but there are going to be teams that can play their way in as well. So it's just going to be a very exciting time for Unite, and I'm glad we got to kick it off a little bit with a tournament like this.
Yeah, this was so fun. And I mean, a great grand finals to boot as well. Maybe it wasn't a tie to finish and totally decide it, but still a really, really fun one. Some interesting draft choices that we saw throughout this matchup, but in the end, it just felt like some really exciting team fights going both ways throughout that game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, so many great games here today. I'm just like thinking back to it. So many teams I'm excited to see as we head forward in this season. I think it's going to be a great one. We're watching some more big plays from this, grand finals final game right here. Zoroark moving in with that big time Unite move, finding combos even in a mean look. I was very impressed by that.
Yeah, I think they played around the mean look extremely well. I mean, Celeste obviously able to cleanse or dodge a few of those, but it felt like for the most part, if anybody needed to go down, it was the Mamoswine. Ducky always willing to take one for the team, and the rest of the squad just really playing around it well.
Yeah. Great stuff. I loved seeing Mbappe actually have, La Poeria give them a real run for their money here in these grands too, because winners, they looked pretty dominant, but La Poeria coming back in a huge way.
Yeah, and something kind of exciting for me is in terms of Unite Championship Series lore and things like that. This was a bit of a fight of a lot of our, really young talent. Anysus kind of having their big year last year, Christmas and Ducky sliding it right at the end of last year. It's just exciting that we have superstar level players still entering our game, finally hitting the UCS age and being able to compete. We got, I don't know, this is going to be a really fun season, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And things are so up in the air with some of our regions, right? I mean, I don't know exactly what EU is going to look like. I don't know exactly what NA is going to look like. I have a pretty good idea of some of the big teams in LATAM. They look like monstrous as a region. So unbelievably good. But yeah, this has just been incredible as we are bringing in our casters who joined us in the second half. Kyle obviously has been here from the beginning. Alex, Zoinks, Kyle, what a day it's been. Maybe some final thoughts from each of you. What do you think, Zero?
I mean, this was just such an incredible event. Not only because this was one of the biggest moments right before we hit, kick off the season, but just seeing these amazing teams. We're seeing how NA is potentially going to be shaping up. We're seeing how different players are entering the fray. And honestly, it was just such an exhilarating ride. And I'm very grateful and thankful to have given a chance to be a part of this. It was so much fun. Everything was just outstanding. And honestly, this was just an amazing event to be a part of.
Awesome. Kyle, what do you think, buddy?
I mean, insane work, but everybody involved. I mean, this was, we were talking about it backstage. This was the first event that was a grassroots event broadcasted on the main Pokemon Unite station, which I think everybody involved put in so much work. Not only just the production team, everybody involved, everyone behind the scenes. And not only that, but we had, 70 plus teams today? It was a huge showing from this community. So big shout out to everybody involved, and I had a lot of fun today.
Zoinks, my dude.
In terms of final thoughts, I love 6 bands in total.
Yeah.
It's made this tournament really fun. I hope these mega Pokemon get a little bit of nerfs so it gets more exciting in terms of both these sides. But still, either way, I feel like the format we're going into seems very, very fun. There's a clear formula, but there's certain ways to break it, and that is really exciting for me. I think we're gonna have some great matches upcoming. I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, it was really exciting. I also love the format. I love Groudon. I mean, I think it's just so much healthier than Ray, and it sets up some really cool moments. So I love to see that. I love getting to sit down and cast some games. Competitive Unite really is the best thing going in Pokemon Unite. I want to thank everybody who was a part of this. Kyle, Husky, Tano, Zoinks, Zero. I want to thank the people who donated to make this possible. Myself, Doob Snacks throwing in some money. Thank you, Doob Snacks. Gamma as well. We had our admins, Azalea, Lordy, our observers, Bina and Rosander, Siobhan and Pasta producing this thing. It was a labor of love by so many people who donated their time and energy. So I really do appreciate everyone who made this possible. I appreciate Unite for letting us put this on the main channel and throwing some codes at us, which was very nice to help support the community. And of course, more than anything, everyone who sat down and watched this. It wouldn't be a thing if people weren't checking it out. So thank you so much for spending an entire day watching Unite with us. That was pretty incredible. I love you guys. That's the end of the show. The Groudon Gauntlet. This is the first and unfortunately last annual Groudon Gauntlet. This was the final reckoning. Goodbye, everybody. Yeehaw. And all the things.
Get reckoned.
Get reckoned, dude. Come on.